Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Sybil reacted with much more grace than I, as she stood, rose from the sands entirely, and nodded her head to Rulek in what could only begin to be called a bow. Once Sybil had stepped away from me and out of the baths, I took a moment to gather myself before standing and whirling to look into Rulek's face. As I moved, the sands tumbled from my body and back into my bath as I unconsciously flexed my hands and claws. Before I could growl out my response to Rulek, though, Sybil spoke and calmed me further. "Hello, Rulek. I did not hear of your coming, so I hope you do not find yourself inconvenienced by the necessity of waiting outside of the Alpha's quarters until he is ready to speak with you." Then, Sybil stood stock still and waited for Rulek to exit. Her face was entirely neutral, as if she'd let someone know that the suns had risen, instead of easily dismissing the second in command of the entire swarm. For Rulek's part, he stood, quite surprised and obviously confused at being spoken to this way by a younger Keelish that he'd considered below his notice. After quick consideration, though, he nodded to my beta, and as he shot me a curious glance, walked out. Once he was out, Sybil looked at me and gave the most subtly devious and proud look. I couldn't hold back the chuckle as she gloried in her little victory and stepped closer to her. Before I could reach her, though, Sybil stepped back. "No, Alpha." Her tone had shifted to her businesslike, no-nonsense voice that she used everywhere outside of the most private environments. "The day has begun, and it will not be long before Shamira Foire, and I must leave to begin the initial assault. And to ensure our safety, you must prepare yourself and the rest of our troops to destroy those who stand against us." Though her voice and tone communicated a wholehearted focus on the upcoming battle, I could see in the twist of her tail and the shift of her hips she was teasing me with what might happen afterwards. I shook my head and sighed briefly as I stifled another laugh. "Thank you, Beta. You know which packs are assigned to you, so gather them and prepare to lead them where I need them to be. Keep Shamira and Foire with you, they have their assignments." I didn't ask her to stay safe, but the request was obvious enough. Sybil bowed her head in agreement to my commands, and then, without another word, she stepped out of my no Ardennes. After she left, I took a moment to myself and shrugged the last of the bath sands from my scales before stepping out myself. Rulek was waiting, leaning against the wall directly outside of my quarters, and I forced myself to tamp down the renewed surge of frustration. "Why are you here?" I almost snapped at him with my jaws as well as my voice as I stalked past him. "I already said that, remember." Rulek fell into step easily at my left as I walked out and into the eyes of my pack. They all stood ready for my command, and with a single wave of my hand, I dismissed them to their assignments. Took step to my right and began flanking me just as Rulek already was. "You want to hear what my new plan is? If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation." Rulek flared his frills but kept his face from emoting anything. "There's been a woo-o-lot of noise about this great plan you've got, and how you're destined to be the newest Swarm Alpha. Redale almost came up here himself to put an end to those rumors, but decided to send me instead, since there's some amazing plan that depends on you to happen, and he wasn't sure he would leave you still breathing if he came up here himself." Rulek's voice was clinical and unconcerned, as if he wasn't talking about Redale trying to kill me. I myself felt the need to storm down to the depths of the den and declare my challenge to Redale for daring to think that he could lord his power over me, and I nearly did. Instead, though, I answered Rulek. "Is that so?" I never said as much. I kept my voice as level as possible, but I could detect the haughty feelings behind my words, what I'd intended with what I'd said. After all, I was going to be this swarm's alpha, and at this point, Redale had given me everything I needed to take his position without any true difficulty. "My plan is simple, just surround the humans and kill them all." Rulek looked at me and cocked his head, seeming to try to evaluate the true meaning of my words. I continued walking, then after several steps stopped in place and turned to face Rulek face on. He had to jolt to stop himself before running into me, and as he gathered himself, he looked up into my face. As I had continued to slowly grow over the past weeks, I now stood over a full head taller than him. "Is that all?" "Well, I was hoppin', I could get the opportunity to talk to you for a while, just kinda like old times." Without a word, I looked around at my bustling subordinates rushing to prepare themselves and others to go to battle. Took behind me laughed in a derisive snarl at Rulek's words, and with her little display, Rulek's eyes fell on her. Though his eyes lacked the magnetic power of Redale's, his attention carried a weight that she surprisingly easily shrugged off. With the second female of my pack doing so today, Rulak grinned even more widely than I'd ever seen him before, except for when I'd interrupted his rutting. Everything I see from you and yours makes me more and more excited to see where you go. You're just so interesting. Luck out there, Ashy boy. I couldn't hold back the bubbling snarl at the familiar address, and Rulak immediately bowed his head and walked his words back. Good luck, Ashlani. Then he turned to Took. I'll be seeing you, Leggy. Hope you stay that feisty. Then, while openly leering at Took, Rulak turned and slowly walked down the slope into the deeper parts of the den. Took was absolutely confused at Rulak's farewell and looked at me in confusion. I looked down, and for the first time realized that Took had nice legs, I supposed. I flicked my tail in general confusion at Rulak's words, then dismissed them from my mind. After all, there was a battle to prepare for. Took, you'll take Solia, Vefir, and Perkril, as well as the packs I assigned to you on the opposite flank to me. Have Vefir stay back and keep an eye on the elites to keep them alive. I'll tell him too, so make sure he stays safe and keeps those from our pack from dying. Yes, Alpha. Took's eyes burned with excitement at the prospect of a wilder battle than we'd seen thus far, and I nodded to her. She raised her right arm diagonally in front of her, and I raised my own before lightly banging them together. After I acknowledged her, Took grinned wide. Victory by Fang and Blood, Alpha. Victory, I quietly echoed before going off and giving the final commands to my elites and friends. Corrali POVs. He'd had to fight to get to sleep the night after he'd seen that beast. Even then, he'd been struck with nightmares of hordes of massive Keelish swarming through the streets of his home, of Virali crying for help as he was frozen, of Maratta swarmed and felled by the creatures, of himself being torn to pieces while forced to watch his family, and his own body be devoured by the insatiable swarm of Keelish. He'd woken in a cold sweat, thrashing and trying to get free. Something was pinning him down, something was attacking him, it was a Keelish. He was under attack. SHHH, 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 my love, calm yourself. You are safe, SOHH, SOHH, SOHH. As he'd slowly come back to himself, Corrali realized that he'd been screaming in his sleep, and Maratta, having woken up to her husband's nightmare-fueled hysteria, had covered his mouth and held him down until he'd awoken. Then, as he'd gasped and shuddered in terror, she'd held him close as his sweat stained through the blankets. Maratta had tried to apologize for her roughness in holding him down and forcing him to quiet, but Corrali knew the importance of keeping the camp from outright panic. If they'd heard terrified screams coming from the commander's tent in the middle of the night, it may have caused panic among the ranks, if not broken morale entirely. In the days since they'd found the results of Farah's squad's last hunt, Maratta had commanded the scouts not to engage and instead simply watch for any approaching Keelish and where they were coming from. The most headstrong and fiery tempered of the youths had initially chafed at her command, but once they'd seen the body of the beast, they no longer argued against her wisdom. In the days since, the Keelish had begun to range out further and further, and none of the scouts had seen any Keelish anywhere near so large as the beast that Farah and her squad had killed. It was difficult for most of the untrained hunters to see well enough in the darkness of night to keep themselves safe, so Maratta herself and Corrali had taken on much of the responsibility for actually finding and observing the Keelish. Usually, Corrali took Maratta's complaints of the weakness and lack of discipline of his hometown speakers in stride, while internally thinking that she must have been exaggerating. Now that his family's survival depended on the absolute competence and focus of the town's speakers, he didn't mind admitting that many of their mightiest didn't qualify as true speakers. None of the Earth speakers except Maratta herself could feel a creature's footstep more than a couple dozen paces away, and Corrali was the only wind speaker who could call lightning or send a windward even a mile away. Virali might have been able to, but she couldn't leave the town, since, due to a technicality, she hadn't participated in the speaking ceremony that indicated a child's arrival into adulthood. Corrali was sure to have a suitably angry daughter in his home once they returned, but he wanted to be sure she was safe. After all, she probably would have been in Farah's squad. He suppressed a shudder at the thought of Virali being laid there in that den, her body cold and shredded by merciless teeth. No, he wouldn't allow it. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. Thinking of her, Virali had said that she'd seen 3 of the massive Keelish, so there was a good chance that they had already dealt with 1/3 of the most terrifying of the beasts, but not having seen any more was strange, if nothing else. It only filled him with more questions. How many of the massive ones were there? Why had the stupid creatures left Farah's squad's bodies? Didn't they eat? Why did they leave the big one with the people's corpses? Why leave them so far from their home? Which, as near as the leadership of the campaign had been able to figure, was a dozen miles further south than the den of the defeated wolf stags. Corrali knew that these questions plagued his wife just as much as they did him, but she gave no appearance of worry or stress. She stood tall before every question, and though he could read the tension in her shoulders and neck, he knew that Murata hid her anxieties from the rest of the hunters well enough. Then she changed the command yesterday. Full double squads of 10, never more than half a mile from each other. A wind speaker in each who could send a windward to the nearest squads for backup the moment they made contact with Keelish. 9 teams in the field, with 3 more in the base to fill in wherever necessary. That night's combat had been, as far as Corrali had heard, relatively routine, and the teams had begun to exhibit their carelessness already. Then Murata had given her warning and her command. Look, you're not soldiers, but you know what makes Keelish dangerous, right? Amir, the wisdom-forgotten fool, had jumped in, their numbers. He'd beamed brightly, the ivory of his teeth shining like a beacon on his dark face. Murata had looked directly into his eyes and simply shook her head in disappointment. He'd wilted under her attention. No, there are 3 levels to what makes a Keelish more dangerous. First, bigger than usual. Second, smarter than usual. Third, magical. We know that they're bigger than usual. But even the smallest ones we've seen are bigger than usual, and monsters like that one. Murata pointed with her chin to where the decaying body of the Keelish laid for everyone to see, are something I've never heard of. That means we can expect Keelish as intelligent as a 7-year-old child leading these numbers. And I'd swear to the Grand Verat himself that there are going to be magical Keelish in this swarm. With her declaration, the jockeying and joking youngsters went silent and began to look at her with something approaching fear, if not terror. At last, they were listening. Now they're not smart for a person, just a Keelish, so they realize we're killing them. But we know what they're gonna do. You ever play Verat's Guard? She asked the group of young adults, and there were nodding heads all around, but they were confused. She pointed to Dina, a smart, quiet girl, and asked, when you were little and the apostates started to take out a couple of the guards, what did you do? Dina looked around herself, unsure, before answering, we would run all together to tag all the apostates at the same time. The guards are too strong for the apostates to face head-on, so the apostates need to run away. A flicker of understanding crossed Dina's face. They think they're the guards. Exactly. These smart Keelish will think they're too strong for us, so they'll run all towards us while they're certain they'll wipe us all out. They'll expect us to break and run, but instead we'll be ready for them. Shamira POV. Sybil had long learned how to control her body language, to hide her anxieties and frustrations and so on. But after Shamira had spent so much time working alongside her, she knew how to read the tension in Sybil, even without the intrinsic understanding of others' emotions that came to her from her magic. Her steps became a bit shorter and faster, and sometimes she breathed exclusively through her nose, while on other occasions she would turn her whole body to look at something instead of just her head whenever she was worried and anxious. Shamira held back her smile as Sybil walked with tight, quick steps towards the forward ranks of the Keelish, her body turning from side to side as she observed the assembled Keelish. She took a deep breath through her nostrils as once again Sybil seemed to be going through some internal checklist. Shamira strode closer and closer to her friend, her steps light and unassuming. There was an art to it, she had realized. If you were too sneaky, Sybil could somehow pick up on it, but when you did it just right, Shamira leaned into Sybil and knocked her to the side as she draped her neck over Sybil's. Don't worry so much about it. Your alpha's plans are great, and you've done what you need to. Sybil stepped forward, letting Shamira's head and neck slip down her back until she was forced to stand up again. Shamira, are you ready to begin our assignment in truth? Her tone was even and unsurprised, but she couldn't hide the slight twitch of her tail from Shamira's abrupt appearance. Underneath that, without Shamira's bidding, her magic told her of Sybil's nervousness, desire to succeed, and worry for her mate. Yes, I'm ready. Everyone else is ready. We've been ready. It's time. Shamira leaned into Sybil again and was happy that her friend did nothing but simply accept her weight and shifted herself to better support Shamira. Come on, Sib. I'm bored and we can't even join in on the fighting, so let's get going so we can at least watch. It is not yet time to begin the attack. Sybil's response was measured and direct, as level as ever. If we begin the attack too early, the Alpha's assault will be weakened, and we may be put in danger. Shamira sighed in protest of the boring, safe path that Sybil had long since determined to follow. The longer it had been since she had acted as an alpha, the more Shamira realized she really wasn't suited for it. She didn't want to be subordinate to a fool like Tieran had been, and she refused to be some breeding stock, so she'd fought to become an alpha, but she also didn't want the pressures of being in charge of all these weaklings. They were just so dull. Sybil and Ashlani, on the other hand, well, they were fun. Sybil had been so kind as to forgive Shamira for how she had treated her back when they were both in Tieran's pack, and ever since Ashlani had also forgiven her, Shamira had stuck with Sybil. She was so much better than the males, who, regardless of if it was due to her magic or otherwise, could only ever approach her with rutting on the mind. With her magic, it wouldn't take long before the tug of the other, strong emotions would drive her to becoming a mindless, lust-driven beast. Ashlani, she supposed, had more complex, nuanced feelings while around her, but he was too much. Too intense, too focused, too powerful. Shamira was unwilling to be dragged along behind the tempest that was her alpha, since if she dedicated herself to him like Sybil, she would long have lost herself. Following him from a slight distance was more than enough for her. Thank you. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. While Shamira continued leaning against Sybil, Sybil suddenly shifted and nearly sent Shamira tumbling to the ground. It's time. Then, without any further fanfare or declaration, Sybil shouted out, "The Alpha commands that you go. Kill the humans, leave none alive." There was a brief pause of confused silence, then the grouped Keelish screamed their challenge to the humans before charging headlong towards where Ashlani had guaranteed they would be. Something about it being a hill and that helping their magic. Shamira hadn't needed to understand why, just that it was. As the hisses and screams of Keelish filled the air, Shamira sidled back next to Sybil. "A great war cry there." Sybil leveled her eyes at Shamira. "I have never pretended to be a leader, Shamira, you know that already." "Yeah, but I figured you'd put at least a little more effort in, since this is for your sweet mate's victory. Maybe plan something for him." Sybil couldn't hide the twitch of her tail. "He has made the plan, all that falls to me is my willingness to follow the commands. Now we will approach to a safe distance and observe. The Alpha has told me that humans lack our ability to see in the dark, so we should be safe from much closer." Shamira didn't want to argue with that, since from this far away she wouldn't be able to sense the emotions of the fighting. She didn't want to be hurt herself, but one of the best ways to truly be alive was to feel the death of another. Nothing else could bring the stark reality of mortality than to feel the life ebbing from someone or something nearby to you. As the two females began to trot after the fiercely sprinting masses, Fuar approached from the side, his mind, as always, a wall of firm devotion to Ashlani and everything he stood for. There was the constant whine of pain due to Triel's death in the corner of his sense of being, but he had long mastered and tempered that agony. "There are over 100 of the scaleless freaks as I can feel them. This close, they can't evade my senses, and it doesn't feel like they're trying to hide either." The derision and hatred dripped from every inch of Fuar's body and tone, and Shamira felt herself beginning to flare the frills and scales around her neck and head in aggression. She felt the need to move and fight nearly as much as Fuar himself did, and with a force of will and habit, she weakened her magic so she wouldn't be quite so inundated with Fuar's emotions. Neither of the other two Keelish paid Shamira any mind as she mastered herself, and Sybil answered Fuar's statement as the three leaders of the rabble continued approaching the battlefield. Whether they hide themselves or not does not matter at this point. The trap is set, and the humans are happily stepping in it. We need only keep the sacrifices from breaking under the pressure while ensuring those of our pack stay safe. "That may be difficult," Fuar responded, "as it has declared that she'll be leading the charge in." "Navtala forgotten fool," Sybil cursed. "Let's get closer to see if we can pull her out." The three observers sped up enough to hear the beginnings of battle. Keelish snarls filled the air as the incomprehensible language of the humans responded in kind. Looking around, it was about to lock herself in combat with three of the humans at the same time. That was when the explosions of earth and fire alike began. Murata POV. Though the unproven hunters had nearly broken as the gibbering, screeching monsters burst through the jungle, Murata had planned for that. No matter how complete and flawless a plan, people like these well-meaning but terrified villagers could never be counted on to follow directions under duress. Since she had planned on the other speakers' inability to begin their callings immediately on time, Murata had long since completed her calling and held it back through the force of her will. The pressure of the earth itself wishing to do as she had long since commanded grated on her mind, and she fought to keep herself from screaming at the militia around her in unbridled rage. Instead, she gave the command. "Flamespeakers now." At her side, Corelli used his own calling to carry her voice clearly to every one of the flamespeakers, and Murata heard the muttering of voices behind her beginning to call for fires to scorch their enemies and light the jungle. Even so, Murata held back her calling. The Keelish had closed in, and she could almost smell the rotting flesh on their breaths. The hunters, earth, and wave speakers assigned to the front lines began to break, to fall back and away from the ravening horde. Their screams filled the air as the first and fastest of the Keelish began to leap at the humans and tear into flesh. The shrieks of Keelish were grating, and too far away for Murata to do anything about yet as she watched Wavespeaker's valuable flasks be trodden underfoot and forgotten. She had needed to be here at the back of the formation, but finally, with the arrival of the Keelish at the front lines, she no longer needed to hold back the fury of the earth. EARTHSPAKRS. Now, with her command, Maratha released the earth to finally do as she had bidden, and two 100-foot-long walls surged into being in the shape of a V in front of her, leaving an open space maybe 5 feet across directly in front of her. Each wall initially rose to nearly 5 feet in height, before then being urged to even greater heights by the earth speakers behind them. With a gasp of sudden exhaustion, Maratha sagged for just a moment, only long enough to gather herself and watch the results of her plan. All the earth and wave speakers were now sheltered behind thick walls taller than themselves, with a couple of confused Keelish trapped with the humans they'd thought were prey. With the beginning of the plan in earnest, the ragtag group of militiamen men and women finally rallied as they saw the power of their leader and what they themselves could do. Then they quickly dispatched the off-balance Keelish stuck behind their walls and without immediate support. The Earth Speaker's establishment of the walls complete, they called the strength of the earth into their limbs and covered themselves with however much of the stone's armor as they could. After erecting the walls, most were too tired to muster even a breastplate, but they could create wide shields. The wave speakers were quick to do their part as well, opening their flasks and sending the liquid within to spray evenly over the Keelish behind their bulwarks. Just in time, the first volley of the flame speaker's fireballs struck into the gathered body of the Keelish, stuck between the two walls. The alcohol that the wave speakers had just coated the nearest Keelish in immediately set alight and exploded under the heat of the flames. With a tight grin across her face, Maratha grimly watched the spattering of limbs and flesh in their successful first attack. She did mourn the few casualties they had sustained, but she could feel guilty about that after they'd exterminated these pests. Unauthorized reproduction, this story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. With their initial assault rebuffed and the clearing going up in flames, the Keelish lost their direction as their eyes spun wildly, looking for some new goal to engage with. The cheers of her soldiers behind her threatened to pull away Maratha's attention, but she remained focused on their enemy. Windspeakers, hold, fire on my command. If the arrows started flying too quickly, then the Keelish might flee, and she didn't want that. Speaking of the Keelish, while they hadn't yet realized that she was now their sole remaining easy target, they soon would. After a final deep breath to recover as much as she could muster, Maratha began to speak. The calling was practiced and fell easily from her lips as she donned the entirety of the stone's armor. As soon as she stopped speaking, pliable stone flowed up her body. The comfortable weight might have slowed another, but Maratha's connection to the earth made the armor feel like a well-worn glove. It took less than half a minute before the full suit of plate armor covered her, the final touch being the seamless visor that covered her face. The only interruption to the featureless face being the long, thin slit that allowed her to see without impeding her vision. With a thought, two short, curved blades formed in her hands, and then the true speaker was ready and not a moment too soon. A screeching command came from the jungle where Maratha could see 3 large shadows. Through the earth, she could feel that there truly were just 3 back there, and none so large as the one that Farah and her squad had slain. The command from the Keelish's leader in the jungle was immediately apparent as the survivors of the initial attack began to surge forward, some leaping to scramble over the walls as best as they could while many others rushed on towards Maratha herself. Go Corali, direct the windspeakers to take out the 3 in the tree line, then the biggest you can see. Victory Karen, may the Grand Verret guide you, I love you. Without looking, Maratha could feel Corali's light steps rushing away to the crest of the hill where their best archers stood ready to let their arrows fly. At last it was time. Maratha raised her blades in readiness, excited to truly use them for the first time in decades. The first Keelish closed in and she immediately cut it down, the blade passing seamlessly through the base of its neck. Under her visor, the true Earthspeaker felt a fierce grin cracking her face as she waded into battle with both blades swinging through the old, comfortable stances. She'd never engaged in a slaughter like this before, but with each step, each slice, and each death, Maratha felt the power of her calling, the power of her speaking, the power of the earth itself thundering through her. Even while giddy from the surging power thundering through her veins, Maratha kept an eye on the Keelish trying to swarm the walls. There, they met the waiting spears of the defenders as soon as their heads crested the makeshift parapets, and they summarily fell to the prepared people. The twanging of strings sounded behind her, and the commander heard the thunks of arrows hitting home. Surely that spelled the deaths of the leaders, and the Keelish were sure to soon die beneath her blade or break before her fury. All according to plan. Just as she felt herself settling into a comfortable pattern of dealing deadly blows, an unusually large Keelish that had somehow evaded her notice approached the center of the eastern wall. Then it reared its head back, roared, and smashed through the wall before setting into the astonished and defenseless wave speaker standing there. Before she could react to that, though, Marata received a windward rushed words carried directly to her heart that made her blood run cold. There's more of them behind us. I led the charge up the hill, and I could see Took simply charging on the other side, disregarding the humans that stood in her way. When one brave, foolhardy flamespeaker began a calling, perhaps thinking he could scare her with the flames, Took simply closed her eyes to protect them from fire and ran him over. I heard the meaty thud of a shoulder plowing into a gut, then the screams of a man who was stepped on, before agonizingly dying to the implacable weight of dozens of Keelish feet stomping across his prostrate body. Behind him, more humans stood in shocked silence as the Keelish charge continued. Back on my side of the hill, the wind and flamespeakers were trying to gather, to prepare themselves for our arrival, and I channeled Conqueror's rebuke as I shouted to my Keelish, my soldiers. Under the amplification of my sonic magic, my voice boomed over the hill, and I could see the influence of my skill wash over the Keelish under Sybil's command as they rallied against the assembled humans. Hunt them all, leave none alive. Victory! Victory by fang and blood, echoed the voices of hundreds of Keelish, and more than the slight reduction in strength from Conqueror's rebuke, the sound of hundreds of shrieking voices in unison obliterated the human's will. We surged forward, and the wind and flame speakers at the crest of the hill broke under our charge, fleeing towards the defenses their earth speakers had created. They took potshots, trying to do something to us as we made our approach, but the few attacks made were too panicked, too hasty to pose a real threat. One of the flame speakers tried to make a calling, but I gathered my own magic to my throat, and with a wordless shout let out a crippling cry. Even more than the shrieks of Keelish or Conqueror's rebuke, the crippling cry shattered not just the single flame speaker's calling, but that of every one of the humans spread out before us, with the sole exception of one earth speaker at the base of the hill who stood wholly enveloped by stone armor. As we rushed down the hill towards the battlefield where my father had acted as the vanguard, I witnessed the slaughter there. Keelish bodies lay smoldering in heaps, and the evidence of explosions filled the valley of death the earth speakers had created. Since I looked with my thermal vision uniquely suited for seeing at night, everything was awash with heat, and I forcibly changed my perception to the more ordinary eyesight. The space between the two erected walls was a flaming mess of dead bodies and spilled blood. I internally thanked the vanguard for their sacrifice as I looked closer. On the eastern wall, it had made herself known and destroyed the wall with her magic. The earth speakers behind the walls hadn't been prepared for her frenzied entrance, and she had immediately begun making short work of them while dozens more of my Keelish swarmed in behind her. Though the humans there were trying their best to rally and protect themselves, the dissolution of their plan left them in the lurch, and we Keelish thrive within the chaos of the battlefield. Eager Keelish rushed under and around hastily constructed defenses and ripped into the exposed flesh beneath. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. While most of the humans from the crest of the hill, the supporters of the infantry on the front lines, fled mindlessly from our charge, there was one singular man among them who remained calm and worked to keep his people safe. He stood tall amid the rest and could be seen giving commands to his fellows while occasionally loosing an arrow into the pressing horde of Keelish. With each shot, a Keelish fell, and I felt a certain measure of respect for his ability to keep calm enough to work with his people. I began to sprint towards him specifically. As I approached, he laid eye on me specifically, and to his credit, he didn't react at all beyond continuing to place an arrow to his bow before drawing. He was maybe 50 feet away, too far away for me to do anything about that for now, so as he drew the arrow to the full length of his bow's capacity and let it loose, I threw myself prone. The man hadn't expected that, and the arrow flew overhead as his eyes widened in shock. I thought I heard it hit home into someone behind me, but I couldn't concern myself with that. Instead, I continued to clamber to my feet before I drew close enough to the man to kill him. He held his bow in both hands, obviously hoping to hold me back, but there was no hope in his eyes or posture. I lunged forward and he raised the center of his bow to catch my jaws. With a forceful chomp, I split the bow in two and continued my attack forward with both hands. Both of my claws and fingers were joined together by my specialized scales, and the blades that my hands had become sunk deep into the man's chest. Then, with a surprisingly tender smile on his face, I heard him send a short windward, the sound nothing more than a shallow gasp coming from his punctured lungs. "I love you" survives. I pulled my hands from the man's ribs, and as I did so, I heard a thundering voice, a woman's, coming from the earth speaker in full armor. Korali. His name, then. The small part of me that remained human regretted Korali's death, but the overwhelmingly Keelish part of me looked at the dozens of Keelish bodies scattered around the clearing. Were they not worthy of life? Did he and his people not think it was a divine mandate to slaughter us all, and that without a moment's effort at communication? The brief moment of moralizing was interrupted by the advent of the fully armored Earth Speaker. She wielded two short red blades, and I realized that her weapons were not naturally that color but were instead painted with the blood of my subordinates. Her armor had spikes along the knuckles, protruding from the knees and elbows, and on the shoulders, while the face was featureless except for the visor's slit. Her whole body was splattered with the blood and viscera of Keelish, most especially on the fists and knees, where she had obviously struck down any of the ambitious ones that had gotten close to her. And she was sprinting towards me. Coralli's lover, then. Every Keelish that came near her was only an obstacle to her path onward, and she contemptuously smashed anything in her way to paste. If her armor wasn't a testament enough, the consistent and overwhelming strength she could draw from the earth was proof that this woman was a true earth speaker. The armor would be a problem, and I couldn't say how much energy she had left to repair the armor once I finally got through it. If she was still near full, then this would be a long fight. I felt the grin crack my face at the thought and activated combatant's bloodlust. The red spots that appeared on the full armor belonging to the earth speaker were muted and weak, but still they glowed. I instinctively understood that they were places that the armor itself was weaker, not necessarily places where I could easily land a strike. Took began to rush in and support me, but hissed my intentions to her. She looked over her shoulder at me, and I gestured with a twitch of my head for her to go somewhere else, and she flared her frills in understanding. As she charged off, Took screamed for TREL, and leapt into battle with a windspeaker. Fool beast! A bitter hatred dripped like venom from her voice as my adversary spoke to herself. I had dismissed my support before rushing into battle, and she held it against me. A cool rationality began to settle over my mind as I carefully dodged around the strikes of her initial flurry of blows. Though she obviously was drawing on the strength of the earth, she lacked the ability to draw speed from the winds. Maybe she could have if she wasn't coated with stone keeping her from feeling the voice of the wind, but I suspected she specialized in earth speaking. Wind whistled around me as the controlled sequence of attacks whooshed past me again and again. I'd never seen a person so practiced in combat, and she continued to move in such a way that she was never fully exposed and always moving into the next strike. I continued to keep my distance, the blood coating her weapons a stark reminder of the danger they posed to me. Swing after swing continued to menace me, but I steeled myself to keep my distance and safety. Though Earth Speakers were known to be a steady sort, my enemy was tiring and becoming more and more enraged by the moment, until, unable to control herself any longer, she finally exploded. "Hold still, you bastard," she screamed at me before redoubling her efforts. I felt now was a perfect moment and I responded. "Why would I do that?" The words were slow out of my mouth, but I made sure to enunciate them loud and clear. In absolute disbelief, the human woman stuttered to a halt. Around us, the press and screams of battle continued, yet my foe remained looking at me. Though I couldn't see her face through the visor, I imagined I could see the amazement there. I prepared to attack at the earliest sign of weakness, but even though she had ceased her attacks, the Earth Speaker remained in a battle-ready stance. After maybe 3 seconds had passed, she resumed her attack and I resumed my dodging. I felt myself having to tamp down my own anger. This mere human tried to kill me and didn't recognize the presence of one of her betters. With a force of effort, I sunk deeper into the apathy of combatant's bloodlust. "Why can you understand me?" The incredulous tone of her voice was undercut by her unceasing aggression. I figured answering wouldn't do me any good. I'd instead hoped that hearing me speak would distract the woman enough for me to begin my attack, but she was obviously too well trained for that. Instead, I began to fill my throat with magic in anticipation of using crippling cries. I didn't expect I would be able to get her to lower her guard with a simple word right now, and I could read in her body a growing rage. "If you can speak, why would you slaughter us? Why are we here? Why?" I couldn't hold my tongue. "We did not begin this fight. We only intend to win." Then I forced more magic into my throat than I'd ever dared before. As it filled beyond my capacity, I finally let a crippling cry loose, and the sound was so fierce that it blew my head backwards with the explosion of sound that burst from my throat and mouth. As I swung my face back to look at my enemy, I saw her stumbling and reeling from my magical skill. I didn't give her even another second to recover and began to channel Quaking Claw. With my hands finally prepared to begin cracking through her armor, I flexed my left hand and stabbed it towards the largest red spot in her armor, just under where her right breast was. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. My claws initially glanced off the armor, but I struck again and again in quick succession, my claws digging deep and beginning to carve deep furrows in the armor. Even with my focus on cutting through her armor, though, I continued to pay close attention to her weapons, knowing my death was just a single strike away. Still partially stunned, the speaker took a couple of dizzy and unfocused swipes at me, but I easily dodged them before continuing my assault on the ever more brightly glowing weak spot. Finally, with another strike of my claws, the plate of stone shattered and exposed the clothing below. Before I could plunge my claws in and enter life, though, the armor melted and covered her once again. I could see that my enemy was flagging, but she still could continue. With a sigh, I began to consign myself to continuing to dodge to let her fully exhaust herself. Then an overwhelming feeling of superiority surged inside me, and I flared adversary, imperial bearing, and true dominance, as I spoke with a combination of conqueror's rebuke and debilitating diatribe. You are nothing. Though I drew deep on my sonolfin, and for the first time since it had evolved for the second time, I began to feel its true limits. The organ worked overtime trying to convert the ambient magic of the world into something I could work with, but with everything I was trying to use it for, the rate at which my magic replenished was far from my rate of usage. Even so, with 5 of my skills hammering into her at the same time, the woman fell to a knee, though obviously reluctant and resistant. I felt contempt rise in my chest, at this weakling who fell before my will, and I strode forward. Into her range, she'd been faking at least part of her weakness, and her left sword swung out surprisingly quickly and cut deep into my shoulder. I felt the stone blade bite into the bone, and I snarled my rage at her in a crippling cry that fully emptied my magical reserves. The speaker again was sent reeling by my attack, but this time I only had one arm. In a moment of clarity, I realized that her right arm had gone slack, and I wrested the blade from her hand. I knew that she wouldn't maintain the calling for long without it in her hands, and I smashed the blade into the bottom of her helmet, where her jaw was. The sword shattered against the armor, but the woman crumpled to the ground face down. I didn't know how much energy she had left for a complex calling, but if she had deceived me enough to still be able to meld into the ground, then she would escape soon. With fury filling and driving me, I lunged down with my jaws agape and seized the back of her head. Fortunately for me, she was somewhat short, and her helmet could barely fit inside my jaws. I crunched into the stone, my fangs beginning to crack, but even so I bit harder until I could feel the calling-fueled armor giving way. With a final crunch of my jaws, I reached flesh. I screamed in victory as I bit through the Earth Speaker's skull, her blood and brains exploding from my mouth as I dropped the headless corpse to the ground. Around me, I finally noticed my pack watching in awe as I felled this seemingly unkillable creature. I reared back, my body screaming in agony as I reveled in the glory of victory. I paid no mind to the flashing system notifications, instead basking in the cheers of my subordinates. Victory. Victory by Fang and Bloods. The more time passed me by, the more the pulsating misery originating from my right shoulder began to fully occupy my mind. Of course it was my right shoulder. Was it ever not that? I let the hilt of the sword in my left hand fall to the ground, and with the originally disparate stone no longer magically strengthened and joined by the dead Earthspeaker's calling, it crumbled to gravel as it fell. Lesser than the mind-numbing, constant torture from my right shoulder, most of the inside of my mouth was some sort of shredded from the stone I had effectively gargled after shattering my foe's helmet. As I let the crushed stone tumble from my mouth, I noticed a couple teeth in there as well. I knew I would grow them back, but I couldn't say how long that would take, and I gingerly ran my tongue around the inside of my mouth to feel where I'd lost fangs. Before I'd fully taken stock of myself, Vefir rushed up to me. "Navetala bless you with wisdom, Alpha. You never think to preserve yourself." He gently laid his hands on either side of the deep but clean cut on my right shoulder and immediately sent a wave of healing into me. I groaned as I felt my muscles begin to reknit themselves, the added discomfort of healing a welcome addition to the potpourri of pain I was suffering from. Before long, the crippling agony of my wounded shoulder faded to a mere soreness, and I flared my frills to Vefir in acknowledgement of my gratitude. I was surprised to see him sag in a sudden wave of exhaustion, but still I wanted his healing. "Can you do my mouth as well?" I asked, and I felt my blood slowly flowing from between my fangs and dripping to the ground below me. In response, Vefir continued quietly muttering curses to himself about my recklessness and general lack of care for my own well-being, before quickly sending a less potent burst of his magic into my head. The flaps of shredded flesh in my mouth began to mend, and I realized I couldn't move my tongue to somewhere I wasn't feeling the healing taking place. And it was strangely disconcerting to feel and taste my wounds close and disappear as if they'd never existed. With the healing came a release from the mind-numbing pain and confusion. My mind recovered from the throbbing pains of the fight. I ran my tongue around inside my mouth and felt the gaps in my jaws where fangs used to be. Not too many gone, and I'd still be able to bite things easily enough. I had mostly recovered from my fight with a true Earthspeaker and hadn't suffered any lasting injuries. Thanks to Vefir, of course. I looked down at the mangled corpse, its head mostly ripped off and only her lower jaw remaining attached to her neck. In a flash of empathy, I grabbed Coralli's corpse and dragged it to his lover's side before laying it down in a semblance of a peaceful position. As I did so, Sybil strode forward, a limping Shamira following behind her. When I looked at the two females and cocked my head, Shamira's face cracked in an easy grin. Nothing serious then. I refocused on the bodies before me. To warriors, a warrior's death, I said in Keelish, which was quietly echoed by those around me. Then to my surprise, in a lilting, stumbling voice, Sybil spoke, a warrior. Death, I knew that she had been practicing speaking in the human tongue, but I'd only thought her to be at the level of mimicking another, not translating even a simple phrase. I nodded in approval of her mostly successful translation, and though Sybil didn't show it in any way I could describe, I could feel a certain quiet glow of satisfaction from her at my praise. Before losing focus, though, I turned more fully to Sybil and asked, "Do you have the casualty count yet?" Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Though it shouldn't have, considering how well I knew her, Sybil flared her frills as she spoke. Of the rabble, 256 died in the initial charge and the humans' subsequent retaliation. An additional 47 died after you and your pack arrived, the majority of which fell to arrows they were not prepared for. Over 300 dead, when we had such a numerical and strategic advantage. Granted, I'd willingly and knowingly thrown away 250 of those as a sacrifice, but I'd expected 100 at most. More importantly than the random Keelish, though, I needed to know. What of my elites? I felt a brief moment of hesitation as I asked, but I steeled myself. Sybil flicked her tail and I feared for the worst. It and Shamira fared the worst of those of the core pack. It exhausted herself smashing through the wall and slaughtering those behind it, and took a— Sybil paused, trying to find the word for a moment, and I questioningly provided spear. Is that the name of long sticks with a sharp point? Not like the ones that one, she gestured at the Earthspeaker with a tilt of her head, used but the very long sticks. Yes, those are called spears, so it was stabbed with a spear but she survived. Yes, her wounds were severe but treatable. Vefir was able to stabilize her, and she is leading the first wave of Keelish back to the den. Wise and Shamira, what happened to you? Shamira leaned into Sybil and nuzzled her neck teasingly, and to my surprise, Sybil didn't react except to slightly lean back into the larger female. Those arrow flingers were close to getting Sybil, and I moved her away from their attack. I wasn't quite fast enough to keep them from getting me, though. Shamira nodded her head to her flank, where a trail of crusted blood indicated she'd taken at least one arrow. The arrow was barbed, though, and getting it out, Shamira trailed off, and I could see the painful memory in her eyes. Vefir took care of me, though. She left her physical affection smothering of Sybil and stepped closer to Vefir. For his part, he raised his hands and waved her off. Shamira, I'm too tired to deal with your teasing right now. Can we not and pretend we did? Vefir looked at the female who towered over him, and for her part, Shamira was taken aback. The teasing tilt of her hips and head shifted to a more gentle, genuine smile. For now, at least, I'll say thank you, Vefir. It's what I do, you're welcome. He smiled tiredly and settled down onto his haunches. Though he hadn't actively fought in this battle, I knew that he'd been busy with keeping an eye out for potentially fatal injuries and rushing to assist where he could, evidenced by Shamira's relative healthiness and its survival. I was about to dive into my system notifications when I heard a voice that was accompanied by a notification of its own. Thank you for following my command to exterminate these. Riddale paused, looking over the dead humans' bodies with obvious distaste. Vermin. Now I will be taking back the command of my swarm. A surge of defiant pride swelled within me, and suddenly I knew I could no longer stomach lurking in the shadows. No longer could I brook this arrogant lesser being's air of superiority. Somehow, even sooner than the me of yesterday had thought, I would no longer be subordinate to anyone, much less a mere Keelish. Subconsciously, I snorted in derision and looked down my snout at this fool who thought that he could take my place as the true alpha of the swarm. Riddale's eyes flashed as he saw my insubordination, and again a notification flashed. Absolute dominance skill is being exerted on you. Due to your system advantages, possession of the true dominance skill, and higher evolutionary tier, the effects are nullified. I flared my own true dominance in response and stood strong. Riddale seemed unsurprised by my unwillingness to bow or weaken my stance and looked up and down the valley, observing the carnage. He nodded appreciatively, then spoke. I'll be direct. I am not in the habit of culling the young and weak, but you are no longer juvenile nor weak. Do you plan on submitting or dying? He was not overtly threatening me, at least, no more than he was by nature and necessity, but his tone was flinty. Involuntarily, a part of me whispered to submit to his experience, his power. But I immediately beat down that weak part of me and instead looked around at my surrounding core elites, and then the rest of the Keelish that had followed me to battle and glorious victory. As my eyes wandered over the assembled Keelish, I knew that this was the breaking point. Even though I was dying to challenge Redale anyways, I couldn't back down now. If I did, I would never be able to stand before these Keelish as their swarm alpha and have them follow me without question. I slowly shook my head and looked him in the eye as I snarled low in my throat. Rulek's jaw dropped, stunned, as I began to speak. No, I think that I am better qualified as my swarm's alpha. Fight me tomorrow. Before the entire swarm, I will prove my dominance and rightful place as alpha over every other. As I finally threw the gauntlet and set a time, date, and place for the challenge, I felt a weight fall from my shoulders. Redale slightly dipped his head and walking away said, "Then, tomorrow's dawn will be the last one you ever see." As he jogged off and Rulek followed, most of the most senior and most powerful of the other Keelish of the swarm fell in line. They abandoned me, and I would no longer count them as potential elites for me. The fury at being spurned by them surged within me, and I couldn't hold back the arrogant snarl of my own as it bubbled in my throat, and I roared defiance at his back. Reading on this site, this novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. It will be a glorious morn in which I paint the grasses before the den with your blood, gorge myself on your viscera, and claim the swarm as my own. Rest as well as you can, because tomorrow your entrails will strengthen the swarm and your eyes will bake in the sun. Count the seconds until then, because they shall be your last. As Redale retreated, many of the weaker Keelish who had found victory under my banner gathered together and swarmed me. Their voices tumbled over each other, and I could only catch maybe one of every 10 words. You were too. I couldn't believe. He could never. Stronger than any. With you I could. After just a couple of seconds, I could feel that same arrogance and frustration I'd felt towards Redale swelling inside me towards these Keelish, though of a more imperious and haughty than challenging and angry nature than it had been with my old mentor. Enough, I shouted, and all around me every Keelish went immediately and completely silent and still. You have chosen to follow me today. Good choice, as tomorrow, after Redale's death, the rest of the pack will not have any choice. Those who have turned their backs on me today will instead be obligated and compelled to follow, and they will be below you, below the faithful and intelligent. The understanding and intelligence to make the choice to follow me is an admirable one, and I will see that you are rewarded for it. For today, recover, return to your dens, and prepare to witness my ascension to becoming the alpha of our swarm in name as well as in deed. With cheers, the Keelish all around moved to begin devouring the bounty of flesh all around us. They didn't care if their meal was human or Keelish, just that they filled their bellies. I motioned to those around me, my closest and most trusted lieutenants, my elites. I pointed to the two bodies, Corali and his lover. Leave them. Don't allow any of the others to devour them either. Sybil bowed in assent but asked, "Why, I assume that there will be a reason for your command." My tail flicked in annoyance without my thinking about it. "Yes," I snapped, then gathered myself. "It serves as a message. We can and will protect ourselves. We will kill their strongest, but we can control ourselves. We can be irreconcilable enemies, or we can be a forgotten but powerful and dangerous foe that they allow to live and leave. I hope that with this message left, we will be able to escape without much incident." Escape, Took asked, her head cocked and confused. "Yes, I've mentioned it before and we'll talk about it tomorrow. For now, fill your bellies and rest. I'll return to the den first." All of my elites were happy to let me leave just like that, except for Took. "You need to eat too." I flicked my tail, my irritation shifting more to a general sense of tiredness. "I don't want to eat people, our own or the humans. Enjoy your meal." Then, without entertaining any more questions, I began to stride towards the nearest entrance to our den and finally brought up my system notifications. From the beginning, the Zoctif Prime was incredible, but his majesty was firmly cemented, and his legend truly established in the single day we now celebrate as the Ascension. That it took place during the change of seasons, during the lengthening of days, is no coincidence. He timed his life to the heavens themselves, so as to remind the world that he himself is the balance, that he is the darkness and the light, that the Zoctif and the Empire are ordained by the heavens and will bring light from the darkness. From a speech given to a congregation of 7 assembled schools within the new empire. Quest completed, skill evolution progress achieved, growth achieved, quest board updated. Status updated. I recognized the sounds of many feet following me as I strode into the jungle. Shadows dancing through the branches from the guttering flames slowly burning themselves out behind me. As my path took me out of the light provided by the dying fires, I shifted my perception to my thermal vision, and the forest slowly blended from shadowy darkness to cool blues and greens. The lightly misting rains weren't even enough to render the ground muddy beneath the grasses and other shallow growth, but their presence thankfully washed away most of the grime of battle without my conscious effort. I hadn't realized that the seasons were shifting, summer on her way to burn away the heaviest rains for a time. With a thought, I refocused my exhausted mind on reading my status before I rested in preparation of my duel. Just before I opened my status, to look through all the changes that had come, though, I realized I had received a notification on something I'd never gotten before: skill evolution progress. Though I'd figured I had made progress on evolution for at least one of my skills, it was interesting to me that I was getting notifications I never had before. Before I could think any deeper about it, the administrator reached out to me. As you grow in power, the system will develop to become more and more tailored to yourself and your preferences. For example, I am able to reach out to you more personally than I could before, with the system interfering less with my communications and intentions. As such, little updates to the functionality and display of the system, such as this, will continue to occur so as to better suit you. Interesting enough, I supposed. With that, though, I finally immersed myself in my status. Status, name: Ashlani. Race: Sonic Cardiff Alpha. Titles: Disciple of Nivtala. Current quests: hunt 3 new species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +2. Progress: Adult Human, Adult Qual Human, Earthspeaker. Variable reward bonus provided: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic. Quest complete. New quest: hunt 5 new species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +3. Attain victory in combat against a foe numbering more than 50 adult combatants. Reward: Constitution, Strength +6, Agility +4, Intelligence, Magic +5. Quest complete. New quest: attain victory in political maneuvering over a foe with nearly equal social standing to yourself. Reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility +3, Intelligence +8, Magic +5. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Nivtala. Rewards: upgrade to title, Disciple of Nivtala, acquisition of skill, Voice of the Divine, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +8. Stats: Constitution 78 +3 +1 +0 +4 +6 equals 92. Strength 89 +3 +1 +0 +6 +6 equals 105. Agility 93 +3 +0 +2 +0 +4 equals 102. Intelligence 83 +3 +4 +0 +3 +5 equals 98. Magic 89 +3 +6 +0 +10 +5 equals 113. Skills: Adversary 610. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Combatants: Bloodlust 1-4, Imperial Bearing. Conqueror's Rebuke 1-5s. Evolutionary Foresight cannot evolve. Evolutionary Guide cannot evolve. Exceptional Individual cannot evolve. Imperial Bearing cannot evolve. Improved Vision 018. Innate Leadership cannot evolve. Pack Tactics 510. Pain Tolerance cannot evolve. Fathomless Sonolphin Unqualified 02. Crippling Cry 05s. Debilitating Diatribes 01. Innervating Address 01. Nurturing Enunciation 050. Quaking Claw Requirements Hidden. True Dominance 05s. Evolutionary Possibilities. Sonic Cardiff Swarm Alpha. Become the undisputed leader of a swarm of at least 250 Keelish. Progress 586 250 disputed. Sonic Keel speak the entirety of the true words of power of Nivtala. Progress 01. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. Progress further and such possibilities will be presented to you. I looked through my updated status, immediately looking at how my stats had grown, and was pleasantly surprised to see by just how much they had changed. Though I was initially confused and needed to look more closely at the quest list. After all, I only should have completed one quest, and while the bonuses from completing any quest were appreciated, they were much more limited than this. Just an additional second of looking, though, raised more questions than it answered. First, and most importantly, why would an Earthspeaker be listed as a different species when other humans had been able to use callings and had merely been humans? What was the difference? The way that the system interacts with intelligent species differs greatly from its treatment of the more monstrous creatures. In this world, all creatures are capable of evolution to some degree. The more elevated the original species, the more difficult to achieve each subsequent evolution becomes. Thus, most humans do not evolve like Keelish are capable of. There are other benefits. The words from the administrator cut off suddenly, and after another half-minute or so, she resumed her instruction, the tone of her messages mostly lost in the clinical nature of her written words. I could hear the exasperation in her message anyways. Humans don't really evolve unless they progress about as much as you would need to evolve to a keel. Think of it this way, a Keelish can't individually be compared to a human, but an average Cardiff is about on the level of an average human, though maybe a step and a half lower, considering their predisposition away from magic. An average Keel is within a half step of the average human true speaker, though the power imbalance is probably in the Keel's favor. There is a qualitative change in the organism itself when it can command the power that a true speaker or Keel does, and that is an evolution. Most humans never qualify for any such evolution. But it is an evolution in the genetic makeup of a being to be able to command the laws of the world itself like a true speaker does. Though most of what she was saying touched on things that were inherently beyond my grasp of how the world functioned, I felt I could understand the general point she was trying to communicate. True speakers were a different species than regular humans. For some reason, the thought was an uncomfortable one, but I forced myself to internalize the idea, and after a short moment, I could refocus myself on the rest of my status. Looking at the new quest for killing things, I could see the steep decline in returns on focusing on the extermination of new species. The baseline stat bonuses weren't increasing at the same rate that their hunting requirements were, and I suspected that additional quests in that same vein would follow suit. Beyond that, most prey I could find, much less the easy ones, wouldn't provide me any meaningful stat bonuses, as evidenced by the qual providing a total of 2 stats. My other new quest could be either frustrating or simple, and neither the system itself nor the administrator seemed willing or able to explain what a political maneuvering victory would look like. I suspected it meant that I couldn't use violence to overcome another, but I couldn't be sure that avenue was wholly cut off from me. With a quiet sigh to myself, I refocused on my skill, evolutionary progress. Adversaries' count had increased by 1, and I was both happy and worried when I looked at it. I was past the halfway point, but I couldn't guarantee when I would next find a creature that had higher stats than me. Beyond that, my stats were going to continue to grow as I did, so it would become more and more difficult to find anything that could provide me with the opportunity to progress towards this evolution. On the other hand, Conqueror's Rebuke didn't seem that it would be too difficult to continue towards evolution. Pack Tactics Evolution 2 was just a question of time, and I was excited to evolve it and continue progressing towards Combatant's Bloodlust's evolution. There was one skill which made me curse myself. I'd only rallied the troops on my arrival with Conqueror's Rebuke. Though our morale hadn't been broken by any stretch of the imagination, there was a chance that I could have qualified Innervating Address for evolution if I'd just used the damned skill. I wasn't drowning in skills, so I should have been able to remember that, but it had simply slipped my mind. On the bright side, though, the evolution requirements for Swarm Alpha had changed 586-250. That was reassuring that all the Keelish that had stayed behind now considered me their true alpha. All that remained was to take the disputed out of my status, and in the morning I would do so. After a quick bath, only long enough to cleanse my body of the stubborn clots of blood and viscera that had resisted being washed away by the light rains, I settled onto my bed. Only after I finished my businesslike bath and stepped out of the sands did I realize that Sybil had been one of those that had followed me back to the den. She stood, patiently waiting for me to be ready to speak. I didn't realize that you had followed me. I had assumed that you would stay back to organize our new followers in preparation for my ascent to Swarm Alpha tomorrow. Sybil flicked her tail, dismissing the thought. They need only to feed and return, for that alone they can police themselves. If they are incapable of that, then they do not belong as members of your swarm. The derision in her voice mirrored my own at the thought. The analytical part of my mind recognized that our sense of superiority came from our Cardiff bodies more than from our minds themselves. But even so, I couldn't think of any reason why I should concern myself with the affairs of the week. They were pleased to follow me, and I would guide them to greater success, strength, and safety than they could ever have dreamed of before. That was the exchange of the strong and the weak. The strong guide and lead, while the weak follow and support. I settled onto the wolf-stag pelts that made up our bed and looked up at my mate who still stood. So why did you come now? Didn't you need to eat? After looking down at me for just a moment, Sybil flicked her tail and settled down near me, but not quite close enough to touch. She continued looking at me, her face carefully controlled. After continuing to look at me for a moment and I let the silence stretch onward, Sybil spoke. Do you think I am as intelligent as you are? I snorted. I suspect you are significantly more intelligent than I am, and are gracious enough to hide that fact most of the time. Sybil bowed her head in response, then asked, I know you didn't learn the human's language the moment you heard it, and you have said as much. I also remember that I said I was willing to wait to hear your explanation, and I remain willing to wait. However, is there any reason why you have not yet explained it to me? Have I done something to give you a reason to distrust me? Am I not worthy of your trust? Her tone slowly bled to become pleading, almost desperate. The always composed Sybil was begging me for information, and that reality shook my previously blasé thoughts. Sybil, I leaned forward and cupped her head in my hands. Her scales were warm to the touch, and I could see that in her anxiety and frustration, her body's temperature had risen from a dark red nearly all the way to a warm orange. I trust you, that is why we share a bed, that is why you are my beta, that is why you are my mate and I am yours. My strength comes in large part from you, and the rest of it comes from something that I will tell you in just a moment. But I wish for you to realize that I retained this information simply because I didn't think it mattered to tell you. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Now, in response to your question, I remember a past life, one from hundreds of summers ago. As I said so, Sybil cocked her head to the side, listening intently. That is, we hatched about 1/3 of a full year ago, so 3 times how long since we've hatched is 1 year. I didn't know how long it had been until I spoke with the human from the first pack we hunted. For a second, I let myself realize just how short this new life had been so far. Born in the middle of the winter, and it was now most of the way through spring. Not even half a year old, and I could kill a true Earth speaker in individual combat, discounting any efforts she had made that exhausted herself before our fight. With a shake of my head, I refocused on my story. She and the other humans spoke strangely, but I didn't realize that doesn't matter. The past life I remember was one I lived as a human until I was betrayed by one I considered the closest of friends and companions. I was then killed by a weak swarm of Keelish. For the first time, I realized I didn't care that I had been torn apart by Keelish. They had hunted what had delivered itself to them, and I would have done the same. Vealer, though, I lamented my own inability to take revenge on him. Vengeance wrested from my hands by the implacable hands of time. The oldest woman I'd ever met had lived to nearly 90 summers, and she'd been beyond derelict at that time. Some high speakers had lived nearly as long as that crone had, but never had a human lived that long. Sybil was looking at me, obviously engaged in my meandering and unplanned deluge of words. I refocused myself on the task at hand, anyway. I recall being a human, and I can mostly remember the language, though my tongue and jaws are no longer made to speak that way. Beyond that is the thing that has allowed me to increase in power so significantly so quickly. Sybil perked up as I mentioned this extra information. When I hatched, I had access to something that calls itself the system. That system has given me instructions on how to gain magic, on how to get bigger and stronger faster, on how to achieve all that I have. Basically, it has been an additional resource that's allowed me to be me. My explanation died off, and Sybil continued watching me as I let the silence continue to lengthen between us. Then she flared her frills and spoke, I can see why it would be that you did not think it important to share this. After all, what would I do with this information? Help you to understand it, ask questions. Learn how to grow myself. Thankfully, there was no bitterness in her words, just light frustration. I don't think it works that way. I realized I'd never even thought to ask someone else's questions to the system or the administrator. If I'd never talked to another about the option, why would they ask me these unanswerable questions? I began to feel a little stupid. Is that so? I wouldn't know anything about it, but do you know how I can grow my personal combat abilities more quickly? I have worked to improve myself, but I remain mediocre at best, only noteworthy among the rabble. This question was more pointed than the general guidance given by Evolutionary Guide, and I felt a slight twinge of possible guidance from the skills, to say nothing of a direct question to the system or the administrator. Neavtala guide the fool that I am, I muttered. Sybil, will talk more about this tomorrow, but for now I need to rest. Sybil refocused herself before nodding and sighing. Thank you for telling me, Ashlani. Rest well, for tomorrow you shall ascend. Ashlani. Sybil's voice roused me immediately, and I sat bolt upright, worried that something had happened. I'd thought I would dream before I had fallen asleep. Maybe something about the torn and burnt Keelish bodies, or the savaged human ones, or maybe still about my upcoming duel. Instead, I'd slept soundly, comfortable next to my mate sprawled across the spread pelts. I turned my gaze to her, my eyes involuntarily wide. She had already risen, but instead of standing tall was in a deep bow. It is time, my alpha. With a deep breath, I gathered my thoughts and mind before standing tall. Before I was ready to leave my quarters, though, I stretched and fully prepared myself to go out. I needed to exude confidence with every step, and I consciously thought of imperial bearing. With each movement, I felt the descent of an almost ethereal grace fill my steps, my posture, and my mind. I leveled my gaze at Sybil, a feeling of approval growing within me as I looked at her. She was a worthy companion to one such as I. Though I recognized the foreign origin of this thought, I didn't think any further on it, instead flaring my frills and beginning to sweep past her as I spoke. "Come along, we have several things to do before we begin this farce." My steps carried me out of my quarters and spread all around the entrance and throughout the den. Dozens of Keelish watched for my appearance. I paused, deliberately looking over the assembled body of my followers, and realized that those of my elites, Took, Fuar, Vefir, Shamira, Solia, Perkril, and others, stood waiting directly outside my room and keeping the rabble away. With an easy thought, I drew on all my skills that allowed me to briefly influence the pack space. It is time to witness our swarm's evolution to new leadership, to new options, and to a new, better future. Then, without another word, I strode onward and through my assembled subordinates. They parted before me, subconsciously lowering themselves into a bow. The movement passed like a wave through the Keelish, and as my elites flanked me, Took and Sybil on my right and left, we swept out of our smaller den. Our path continued, going further up and towards the exit out into the light under the suns, but that was not my current destination. Instead, I stepped into an individual den, one nearly close enough to the exit to see the natural light. Within, a small horde of not-so-little Keelish hatchlings waited for me. Jorel, the little brood alpha of the hatchlings, could no longer truly be called a hatchling. He stood almost 4 feet tall, and he still had a good time before he had truly reached adulthood. He was going to grow into a monster like Rulek, I was sure, but the moment he saw me, he bowed his head low for a moment, his whole brood mirroring his actions behind him. As he raised his head and met my gaze, I spoke. "It's time." This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Jorel didn't speak and merely flared his frills in acknowledgement before letting out a low whistle. Behind him, the 8 young wolfstags stepped into position beside their masters and let out low growls of acknowledgement. I knew that the beasts weren't quite so intelligent as we were, but through their frequent contact enhanced and facilitated by magic, I also knew that the wolfstags were able to communicate in near sentences with their companions. Jorel's companion was one I recognized as the bravest of Arwa's 8 pups, and he'd continued growing, now standing over 2 feet tall at the shoulder. They would not reach adulthood nearly so quickly as the hatchlings, and I looked forward to seeing what they would become. I turned and saw Arwa waiting for me in the corner, and I quietly clicked my tongue in my mouth to summon her. Immediately, she strode forward until she was ready to follow my steps out of the cramped den. Somehow she understood the solemnity of the situation, and didn't lean into me for the scratches she loved at the base of her horns, nor even an affectionate lick at my hands. Instead, she looked into my eyes, her own belying the surprising intelligence to be found in her canine body. I'd continued slowly growing, so I was gradually getting to the point to truly be taller than the crest of her head, but still, her antlers towered above me, maybe 7.5 feet tall. Seeing that the hatchings and pups were ready, though, I simply turned on my heel and began to step out of the den, moving to lead my followers out into the light, into the duel with Redale. Before I could truly take the lead, though, Jorel led his own elites, the 7 other Keelish selected to be worthy of bonding with a wolf stag, ahead as an honor guard of sorts. They jogged forward, and I transitioned my vision to see them step into the bright light of the suns in the late morning. The light reflected off of multiple colors of scales, and the 16 creatures, furry and scaled alike, stepped to the side in pairs to present my passage. As my own head crested the slope and into the suns, Sybil's voice echoed up from behind me, now approaching Ashlani, the true alpha. The words were magically charged, and as they filled the space in the clearing before me, I saw hundreds of assembled Keelish react. Many were ambivalent, but most were almost derogatory in their obvious disregard of me. There were no supporters of my introduction already here, and I consciously noted as much. In response, for a brief moment I internally designated every Keelish I could see as an enemy. I could see the influence of adversary sweep over them as twitches, shivers, averted gazes, and nervous whispering. For a brief moment I considered addressing them all, but instead decided to do so only after my victory over Redale. They would soon witness their folly. I wasn't left looking over the swarm for long, Redale making his presence obvious as he flared absolute dominance. I paid the notification no mind as he laconically drawled at me. "Did you think all this worthless drivel would help you? That it would give you strength?" Redale stepped ever closer, his body finally fully in view as he stepped out of the press of excited Keelish of his foolish followers. His face was covered by a terrible rictus of a grin. only the barest approximation of joy that was tainted and overcome with his obvious bloodlust and need to slaughter me. As I measured him up, he continued walking, each step punctuated with another word. No, words do nothing, they're for the weak, and now your final lesson from me what true strength is. I couldn't say what I had been expecting, but I knew I'd thought there would be some pomp or presentation or showboating. That was not what happened. Before I realized it, the hundreds of Keelish of the swarm filled in around us, leaving only a circle maybe 20 feet across with Redale and I across from each other within it. Behind me, my supporters clambered over each other, trying to get to where they could best see me, and their cries of support swelled, filling the air. On the other side of the dueling ring, hundreds of Keelish screamed their support of Riedel in opposition to me, and I shook my head in undisguised disgust for their foolishness. With the momentary pause, I sized up my opponent. Though I hadn't had the opportunity to truly observe myself, given the lack of shining steel or dark, still waters, I could see the resemblance between us. Never before had I stood before Redale in the light of day, but both of our scales shone a dark gray, mine more silver than his, and I didn't see any with that same coloration in the crowding Keelish. Beyond that, I could nearly guarantee that I had received bloodlust from him in some respect, since I was convinced he was some sort of bloodletter-adjacent evolution. Since my evolution to Caitiff, I stood head and shoulders above him, but even for a Keelish, he wasn't so imposing as Rulak or even some others of his most highly ranked Keelish like Wistrel. She stood in the center between the two of us, obviously excited to watch the fight. I refocused my mind, continuing to evaluate Redale. I stood maybe a foot taller than him, maybe more. It was hard to tell, since his mere presence made me feel like I was almost looking up at him, not down. I estimated that I outweighed him by over 150 pounds, and my reach was longer, but I could also be sure that he would be quicker than me. I tried to continue my evaluations of my enemy, but they were interrupted by Redale surging forward to attack me. His attacks were blisteringly quick, and his hands, tipped with wickedly sharp curved claws like my own, whipped out repeatedly to try to savage my arms. With a panic thought, I activated Combatant's Bloodlust, and immediately I felt the descent of the cool rationale calm my panic. Redale was ferocious and focused. He was subtly concentrating on one spot, my right shoulder. As I stepped backward twice while deflecting his blows, my skill-boosted mind quickly put his focus into context. Redale knew I had wounded my right shoulder before, that it was a weakness of mine, and then, last night he had seen it covered in my own blood. Of course he thought that was still my most easily seized weakness. It always had been. Without thinking to do so consciously, I began to fight as if I were trying to hide a weakness in that arm. I blocked 2 strikes from his left arm onto my right hand scales, parrying as if it were simple for me, but while still keeping that shoulder from moving very much. It was an awkward movement and thought process, but if I could convince Redale that my right side was weak, then he would press that advantage until he thought I would break, and that would be when I could most easily strike back. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. Even though Combatant's Bloodlust weakened it, my Caitiff blood raged against even the appearance of weakness, that this lesser creature could even begin to think himself as superior to me, especially since Redale's supporters felt me constantly giving way to their chosen alpha and jeered at me for every retreated step. Even so, I needed to allow Redale to think that he had the upper hand over me to more easily ensure my victory without sustaining any wounds. I continued dodging and blocking his blows, and I was struck by how powerful they were, even though his frame was so much smaller than my own. Even so, Redale was less than I'd thought he would be. He was fast, violent, practiced, and strong, but he was nowhere near as strong as Took, nor as fast as Floir. He wasn't as practiced as Wistrel, and his violent intent was nothing compared to my own. Finally, it was time, and I struck. I feigned exhaustion in my right shoulder and let my guard sag. Immediately, Redale pounced on the opportunity, his claws going to shred deep into my shoulder and fully cripple me. Instead, I ducked low, my chest nearly reaching the ground as his blow skittered off my back before I lunged out with my right hand, all claws pointed and ready to tear into flesh. They dug deep into the meat between his ribs, but Redale retreated before I could puncture his lung. Even so, a chorus of cheers filled the air from my supporters standing behind me as I spilled the first blood of the match. An appreciative grin colored Redale's face as he realized what I had done, and he sighed to himself. As I went to press my advantage, he spoke. I should have guessed, clever. I didn't let the alpha speak further as I pushed harder and faster, finally incorporating my right arm at its full strength. Still, I held back my magic, prepared for an eventual reveal of his own magic, and needing my Sonolfin at full capacity to counteract whatever it was that Redale could do. As the duel continued and Redale's strength continued flagging from his constantly spilling blood, though I realized that if Redale had magic, he would have used it already. This fight that I had dreaded for days and weeks, the fight that I had deliberately continued to push back in the fear that I wasn't prepared yet, was difficult, but not anywhere near so dangerous as my fight against the Earthspeaker. I deliberately stopped combatant's bloodlust, and instead quickly drew enough magic to my throat to use one of my newest skills. The crippling cry smashed into Redale almost like a physical blow, and he immediately began stumbling instead of his previously graceful constant movement. While he still reeled from my magical blow, I stepped forward and with my right arm stabbed through his heart. With the scraping of scale on scale, Redale went limp and fell from my hand and to the ground. I stood in somber silence and my father's voice softly carried up to me. I figured you would win someday. You were faster than we expected. A rattling cough racked his body as he slowly died, and I lowered myself to be able to better listen to his last words. You'll lead our people to something new. Victory by fang and blood. And then his body went limp. Around me, cheers erupted, howls of wolfstags filled the air, and excited exchanges were traded. Keelish from both sides, those who had always supported me and those who'd been on Redale's side alike, approached me and stepped around the obstacle on the ground. All the while, the corpse of my father began to cool between my feet. Jorl POV. The true Alpha stood tall over the corpse of his foe, his majesty apparent as Jorl screamed out his support. The Alpha looked down, obviously despising the dead body of his weak foe. With how easy he had made it look, Jorl was sure he could have struck the Alpha pretender down with impunity, but then the true Alpha would have been forced to kill Jorl himself. Thus, Jorl had simply enjoyed the true Alpha's presentation, the display of his strength and power. The pretender had looked like a hatchling when compared to Ashlani's absolute dominance. Weak, slow, unsure of himself. It hadn't taken much effort on the swarm's, one true Alpha's side to simply dispose of Redale. Jorl felt the pride swell within him as he reared his head back again and shrieked out his approval of the duel's final results. Around and behind him, his pack and wolfstags joined the chorus and lent their voices to the thronging, excited swarm. Cries of victory and screams of support all echoed through the clearing, Jorl's being the loudest, strongest voice as he let himself scream to the skies again and again. Rulak POVs. Ashlani was more than Rulak had even begun to estimate him as. Rulak had thought that maybe Ashlani could go toe-to-toe with Redale, but it would be a close thing. Instead, it had been an execution. Redale and he had spoken at length about how soon it would be for Ashlani to usurp the position of leadership from Redale, but none of their estimates had been anywhere near close to correct. It was an exciting thing to witness, though Rulak wished Redale had been willing to let this duel end non-lethally. Their conversation had brooked no opportunity for Rulak to disagree, though. Wouldn't you want to guide him once he ascends to your position? He's more than capable of being a leader, and he's got the talent for it, but he's untested. No real experience with a whole swarm instead of his brood that knows him. Redale had snapped his jaws with finality. If he is strong enough to kill me, then he'll rule. If he cannot, then I will leave his corpse in my past without regrets. Rulak knew, to some degree at least, how Redale needed to constantly rein himself in, to discipline himself away from engaging in wholesale slaughter against the swarm. And with that same knowledge, Rulak knew that Redale luxuriated in these fights, in these opportunities to let loose. There was never a question of if Redale would fight to the last breath, and there was no doubt on whether he would indulge in the finality of a fight to the death. Despite himself, Rulak found himself looking down at Redale's corpse. Rulak had served as Redale's beta since they'd hatched, and though Redale had become harder and harsher as the days went by, Rulak still considered himself the closest thing to a friend Redale had had. Rulak remembered the long history that he shared with the dead body laid unceremoniously on the ground and bowed his head briefly. It would easily be seen as respect being paid to the swarm's new alpha, but Rulak intended it as a recognition of the passage of fate. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Sybil POV. The Alpha had, of course, been successful in his ascension to true Alpha over the swarm, but he merely stood, taking in the roaring cheers and support from the hundreds of assembled Keelish. Another might have said that Ashlani in fact stood basking in the adoration of his subjects, but Sybil knew better. He was lost in thought, considering what she couldn't say, but her mate was not at all focused on the present. That was where she stepped in. With a draw on her magic, Sybil felt the attention of hundreds of Keelish fall on her, even before she spoke. There had been an evolution in her power recently, and the reverence that the weak-minded rabble gave her sent a tingle of pride down her spine as Sybil addressed the hundreds of members of the swarm. Hail, Ashlani, killer of Redale and alpha of our swarm. Victory to Ashlani, our alpha. After a brief moment's pause, Sybil restated herself as she felt the true Alpha's attention fall onto her. Suddenly, Sybil felt the warm glow of his appreciation as she continued in her repetition. Hail, Ashlani, killer of Redale and Alpha of our swarm. Victory to Ashlani, our Alpha. As she repeated the words, Ashlani's elites immediately caught on and echoed Sybil's declaration. For a final third time, Sybil led the entirety of the swarm in their praises of Ashlani. Hail, Ashlani, killer of Redale and Alpha of our swarm. Victory to Ashlani, our Alpha. All around her, Sybil felt more than she saw the approval and support of hundreds of barely contained Keelish. Hundreds of willing and excited followers of her Alpha, her mate. Her king raised his hands and began to address his assembled subjects. Ashlani POV. I was torn from my consideration of my father's corpse by Sybil's cheering. Too distracted, I'd missed the first part. Alpha of our swarm. Victory to Ashlani, our Alpha. It didn't take much for me to raise my head and consider the swarm no my swarm. Before I could decide what to do or say, Sybil repeated herself, echoed by my elites Took, Foir, Vefir, Solia, Shamira, Itra, Kree, It, Perkril, and more raising their voices to echo her declaration. On the third and final repetition, the entire body of my swarm screamed in support of me. Hail ASHLANI, killer of REDAL and Alpha of OUR swarm. Victory to ASHLANI, OUR Alpha. As the words filled my mind and the clearing equally, I felt all regrets drained from me. Instead, I languished in the feeling of superiority, of strength, of being right. As the cheers faded, I disregarded the system notification as it appeared, instead feeling a swelling, sacred feeling. A familiar feeling. Neftala descended upon me, and words flew unbidden from my tongue as I addressed my new subordinates. With this, I am your Alpha, mine is the throne to which the wise submit. The words Neftala caused me to speak were short, but they rang throughout the clearing, and I felt as much as I saw the very concept of the words of power that had flown from my mouth wash over the assembled Keelish. Staggering bodies, rolling eyes, and exuberant screeches filled the air as the concepts of the words settled deep into my own soul. Before I could begin to gather myself, though, Neftala's voice washed over me, her words rattling my bones and causing my nostrils to begin to leak blood. Well done, disciple. Move onward always. My mind continued reeling as I tried to gather myself, but even with my title and any other benefits available to me, my puny mortal soul remained trembling and unable to continue. After several minutes, though, I gathered myself enough to finally begin looking at my updated status and notifications. With a swipe of my hand, I brushed the drying blood from my snout as I tried to gather myself. Neftala's words damaged me more than I expected every time I heard them, and I was grateful that she only spoke so often. The pain of her presence belied by the overwhelming ecstasy of her approval flooded me, and I forced myself to move, to distance myself from all the emotions that artificially filled me. Rolling my shoulders, flicking my tail, and flaring my scales grounded me enough to regain myself, and I looked over the assembled Keelish, my swarm. Every face was turned towards me, every eye and ear awaiting my next word. I raised a hand, and the already quiet murmurs went silent. Everyone return to your dens. I will send word to your alphas when the time comes for our next instruction. For now, fill your bellies and rest. My command was eagerly followed, and the waves of Keelish surrounding me began to descend back to the nearest den entrance. I watched as the Keelish, those creatures inferior to me and the other Kadif, scrambled to obey my every command, and I knew it was right that they bowed before me. They could become Kadif and I would work to guide them there, but they were not yet on my level. For now, however, I finally acknowledged the system's notifications. Status updated, title acquired, evolutionary progress. Sonic Kadif Swarm Alpha, become the undisputed leader of a swarm of at least 250 Keelish. Progress, 942-250 undisputed. Evolution unlocked. The user has discovered the true iteration of the fourth of the words of power of Neftala. The user has been blessed with the greater blessing of supremacy. The user has been granted an evolution to the skill. Evolutionary Guide. Evolutionary Guide has evolved to Evolutionary Exemplar. Nothing there truly surprised me, but it still was heartening to have a solid notification reminding me of what exactly had happened. I'd never expected to so simply and easily dispatch Redale, and without the system telling me as much, I would have had to wrestle with myself to truly believe that I'd killed him. Then again, I consulted my stats and tried to remember where they had been when I'd last fought with Redale and landed a hit on him. All of my stats were now around 100, and back then they'd been around 40, or maybe 50. That immense difference settled over me, and I sat in it for a moment. Why would I have been so nervous to face him? There had been no reason for it, looking back. As I shook my head, I realized that I had missed something in the first notification. Title acquired. I looked into my status, and there at the top looking me in the face was my new title, Killer of Redale. Effects of title Killer of Redale are +2 to Strength, Constitution, +4 to Agility, +3 to Intelligence, and every skill, title, occupation, race, and any other ability that the skill holder has that influences others is heightened in power, scope, and proficiency against Keelish. This title cannot evolve. That didn't seem to be as impactful as even the Chosen of Navtala, much less Disciple. A total of 11 stats compared to Chosen's 25, and it couldn't evolve. I suppose that didn't mean much since I'd had plenty of skills that had said that they couldn't evolve but did. As the thought crossed my mind, I asked the administrator as much. The administrator sighs and responds. It is more complicated than you know. The system is, I wouldn't say fair but even-handed. In other words, there is information that is reserved and is not shared with users of as low an evolutionary level as you are. In those cases, a lack of qualification for information is equivalent with the absolute absence of said information. So the system says that said information does not exist. Whether or not an evolution of a skill exists, or if the user is currently too low of an evolutionary level to qualify to receive the information is difficult to tell, beyond evolving to a higher level of existence. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Though I somewhat struggled to understand the specifics of what the administrator was telling me, I did understand that she was calling me underdeveloped for certain levels of information, and that immediately set my attitude on the edge of rage. The administrator chuckles, "Little Fang, calm yourself, we will speak soon." After that, the administrator went silent, though I sent several demanding thoughts her way. As my mind cooled and calmed, I disregarded what she had said. I could be nearly positive that she had been speaking the truth, given that the administrator seemed to have some amount of vested interest in my continued survival and success. And she had no history of deceiving me, at least, in any way that I could recall or prove. Again, I shook my head and refocused instead on the evolution of evolutionary guide that I'd gained from speaking the true forth of the words of power. Previous skill, evolutionary guide. A passive skill granted to those who have demonstrated their ability to guide others onto a possible path of evolution. This skill blesses the holder with an innate understanding of the evolutionary state of those who trust the holder for advice. In addition to the understanding of others' evolutionary state, the skill gives subtle hints and guidance to the holder that they may give advice that pushes the listener to greater evolutions. Finally, those who follow the guidance of the holder are granted a 10% reduction in evolutionary and skill acquisition requirements. Evolved skill, evolutionary exemplar. A passive skill granted to those who have become a paragon of continued evolution and serve as an example to those around them of how to progress further. This skill blesses the holder with an innate understanding of the evolutionary state of those who trust the holder for advice, and by their mere presence, they can guide those who trust them to greater evolutionary prowess. In addition to the understanding of others' evolutionary state, the skill gives more obvious hints and guidance to the holder that they may give advice that pushes the listener to greater evolutions. Note that this advice serves as an addition to the passive guidance given by the skill holder's presence. Finally, those who follow the guidance of the holder are granted a 20% reduction in evolutionary and skill acquisition requirements. For the first time, I was given a skill evolution that didn't seem to change much. Sure, there were more words and one notable change, but only one change wasn't particularly notable to me. Other than an additional reduction in requirements for evolution, it seemed like now I wouldn't need to give specific advice for the skill to function. Which was amazing, of course, just underwhelming. I stopped trying to justify my feelings to myself and instead focused on my immediate future. As my steps led me into my personal quarters, Sybil wasn't here at the moment, off taking care of something I hadn't thought of, I was sure, and I settled into a comfortable position on the furs. I was about to evolve, and apparently the administrator had something she wanted to talk with me about. Looking at the bottom of my status, I noted the unlocked evolution before selecting it. Sonic Cautif Swarm Alpha. Become the undisputed leader of a swarm of at least 250 Keelish. Progress, 942-250 undisputed. Evolution unlocked. Evolution commenced. Evolution typically requires a basic restructuring of your body. You will fall unconscious as the reconstruction takes place. Evolution to Sonic Cautif Swarm Alpha from your current physiology will take place over the duration of 7 hours. Evolution will provide a marked bonus to your stats, as well as certain obvious physiological changes. My mind slipped to darkness as I allowed the evolution to begin. The familiar feeling of vibrating, nearly too hot sands surrounding me took the edge from my frustration even before I consciously realized I'd been trying to hold onto my resentment. With a long sigh, I let the rest of my unreasonable rage fade. And not for the first time, I was grateful that here, in the evolutionary state, I was free from the constant influence of the Keelish or Cardiff body. There wasn't any real reason for me to have been so enraged by the administrator's statement that I wasn't as highly evolved as others, and I recognized that came from the Cardiff in me, that pride inherent in my race. There is no issue with pride, little Fang. Even arrogance can often be forgiven. The administrator paused before continuing. Do you feel there is nothing for you to take pride in? I could feel the slight edge to the question, the underlying intent, the barest hint of an accusation. No, there were many things for me to take pride in, but when it borders on arrogance, it can drive an otherwise intelligent creature to foolishness. True enough, I suppose. The edge in the administrator's voice drained, and she resumed speaking in her flighty way, the hint of severity gone as if it had been a mere product of my imagination. I must say, though, the difference between you in here and out there is interesting. Perhaps I can take the opportunity to study you more in depth some other time. Maybe so. I deliberately tried to keep any emotion out of my voice as the administrator's thoughts carried on, her tone carrying past her somewhat disturbing declaration from before without any hesitation. Since this is merely a continuation of a question that you posed to me before your evolution, and I could have answered you then, this will not count in any way towards your singular question from this evolution. Now there are multiple tiers of being in this world, and the very system by which they function is multifaceted and immensely complex, something that only the system itself truly understands. I will try to explain this to you, in the hopes that you can extrapolate beyond what I am saying. It was simple to understand that the administrator was somewhat bound in what she could say to me, though what her full intentions were and what she couldn't say were unclear. I sat myself up and dismissed the sandbeth, focusing the entirety of my mind on her. At the bottom tiers are incredibly small creatures such as ants and other bugs, while at the very top are deities and administrators. Between the two are the weakest of squirrels and other vermin of their same size, and above them slightly larger herbivores, then predators of that same size, larger herbivores, and finally larger-sized predators such as wolf stags. The Keelish fall somewhere within these bounds, though typically one or two tiers below the wolf stags. Additionally, there are other predators much larger than them, such as nanuks and other creatures still even larger than the nanuk, such as leviathans and eupudaluk, but we shall disregard them at this time for simplicity's sake. Above the large predators are the weakest of the intelligent races, the humans and dwarves, though specifically those born among the godless. The administrator sighed and paused for a long moment. This is already more complicated than I wished for my explanation to become, but a Cardiff would fall near the bottom of the weakest of the intelligent races. Above them are the beastkin, Misty Howar included, moonchildren and sunkindred, Indlovu, and the humans of the veritocracy. Above them all would be the keels. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Though I lacked any sort of a body, I felt the grin crack my face at her words. I just needed to continue on my plan to lead the swarm in escaping these lands and get to Nevtra, where I would speak the words of power of Nevtala. That isn't at all what you were told. But I'll refocus on the subject at hand. You know now her words were deliberate and strongly inflected, and I continued listening to her lecture, that reaching adulthood as a creature is not nearly the end of their journey, not for a Keelish and not for a human. She paused, and though I couldn't see any features of the disembodied voice that made the administrator, I felt as if I could see her face looking at mine expectantly. After just a moment's thought, I realized that I did know. A true speaker. Yes, for the humans within the structure of the veritocracy, they can progress from a mere human to a true speaker to a high speaker. And what of a high speaker that has achieved that level in every discipline of speaking? Can you imagine the power that they could command and call with that level of individual prowess? Though I'd never heard of any individual ever even beginning to approach that level of individual strength, I could begin to understand how divine they would be. Yes, a creature of that level is approaching divinity, and that approach of the divine is not limited to speakers, humans, or even intelligent races. Regardless, after that, the tiers are much less apparent the closer one approaches the gods. The administrator sighed again and asked, "Do you now better understand my apparent disrespect regarding your individual strength?" A rueful smile was all I could muster, somewhat too embarrassed to address her directly. The administrator gracefully carried past my foolishness, and to my surprise asked me a different question. "What do you think of being a Keelish?" I took a moment to consider the question. I'd mostly fully embraced the life of a Keelish, and I had laid out goals to hopefully give myself sufficient power to protect myself and those I cared for. But what did I think of my new life in general terms? It was a more brutal life than I'd ever have imagined as a human, without the politicking or maneuvering that human life had required. Instead, violence and strength of fist could serve as the determining factor for the vast majority of problems, conflicts, and questions. Though I had, as a human and future chief, been schooled in working alongside others to resolve issues without the spilling of blood and ending of lives, I found I relished the absolute, if brutal nature of Keelish problem-solving. The strongest was right to rule, and they deserved obedience from the weak. If the weak didn't obey, they were swiftly punished or otherwise dealt with. I could recognize that I valued this system more because it benefited me, but why wouldn't I enjoy the benefits of my position? The administrator's laughter filled the area as I came to my conclusion, her voice carrying out clearly and beautifully. Well thought out, to the victors go the spoils. May the weak grow strong enough to find victory, but if they don't, that is their own problem. Again, the administrator's mercurial mood showed itself. Now ask your question, we don't have much time. Her statement of our lack of time brought the question immediately to the forefront of my mind. How much time do we have before we need to begin our escape from veritocracy-controlled lands? The wisest time to plant a seed is years ago. The second wisest opportunity is now. Her voice faded from the evolutionary space as my mind faded to the dreamless unconsciousness of evolution. Virali POVs. Virali had left the town well before sunrise that terrible day to ensure that she would get to the ideal hunting ground meadow before noon, when the scaled deer fawn was sure to be alone. The little one was damnably smart, surprisingly so, but it had been seen without its parents for days now, so she could be sure that it was currently trying to survive without others of its kind. Maybe they'd died, maybe it had been thrown aside by its parents for whatever reason, but Virali was sure that it could be a great soulbound companion to her. She'd been sure to step silently through the village, making especially sure not to wake anyone as she began her latest journey to capture this promising scaled deer fawn. Sure, the other reason she had left so early and quietly was because technically there were restrictions on leaving the town before her parents and the rest of the subjugation squad returned. But Virali needed a companion to help her develop as a soul speaker, and this fawn was even better than those voltaic wolf stags would have been. Sure, it wasn't as immediately daunting of a creature as a massive predator, but Virali could feel that this little one needed her and would be a perfect companion. Unfortunately, though, Virali was far from the best tracker of her generation. She could more or less guess where the little fawn would end up and had prepared a small snare according to her predictions. But she couldn't truly guarantee anything about if the fawn would come to this specific clearing now or 3 days from now, or if it had come here the day before and now was off elsewhere. Beyond that, she was only guessing about where the fawn would appear. She slapped her cheeks and tried to shake the thought from her mind. After all, negativity serves nobody. She was so distracted that she almost missed the subtle sounds and signs of the fawn's appearance. Fortunately, though, Virali was blessed by the Grand Veret's own luck, and the little fawn wandered into her trap and then screamed loud enough that she realized she needed to go find the little thing. When Virali arrived at the scene, she saw that her trap had functioned perfectly, and the fawn was dangling from the nearby sapling, the rope having caught its back right leg. As it thrashed and bleated piteously, Virali noted it was in fact a she. With a couple of deft and almost practiced movements, Virali cut part of the rope free and then tied the rest of the deer's legs together before slinging the legs around her neck so she could more easily carry her new companion home. Virali couldn't stop the wide smile from cracking across her face as she began her journey back home. Her parents would return and see just how much she had grown, how capable she was. Maybe if she was fast and strong enough, Virali would be able to contract with the fawn before her parents arrived back. With dreams of competence and amazed parents filling her mind, Virali continued on her path back home. After all, her mother was the strongest speaker in the village, and she'd never bound a creature to her. So Virali was sure that she'd be impressed if Virali was able to subdue the fawn without any help. Another unfortunate turn of events for Virali, however, was not accounting for how much more difficult travel would be whilst lugging a 30-pound struggling creature along. Adding to that, the rain picked up on her way back, and Virali found herself slipping and falling in the mud with what felt like every other step. The poor fawn struggled and bleated with each slip, and on the occasion that they actually fell to the ground, it thrashed wildly in the hopes of escaping its captor. In each of these moments, though, Virali held strong and whispered little comforts to her little companion. After all, if they were going to be bound, they would become the closest of friends. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Thus, it wasn't until just after dusk fell that she stumbled her way into the clearing where her village was. Perhaps it was her exhaustion, or maybe her vain hope to somehow remain undiscovered even after a full day's absence from the village. But she didn't realize the changes in the environment of the village. until the trust fawn in her arms began again to struggle and pull frantically at its bonds. Then finally, Virali was noticed and voices started to ring out, calling for her attention. With a sigh, she put on her best apologetic look and began to explain herself. Sorry if I worried you, I was just looking for this little one. You see, I knew where she was going to be and… Virali was shaken from her excuses by a blistering slap, so fast and so strong that it knocked her prone. As she looked up, absolutely speechless, Virali made eye contact with her father's sister, Kortra. How dare you disregard everyone's commands and endanger yourself like that? Tears welled in Kortra's eyes as she collapsed to the ground before Virali. Her mother and father had never slapped her, their punishments more emotional in nature, and Virali still remained completely uncomprehending what was being told to her. We thought you had snuck off to follow your parents and been killed. Virali confusedly grinned at her aunt as she forced herself back to her feet. I know I didn't. I went to catch this little one. I would have been safe if I'd followed them anyways. Are they back already? The little hopes of surprising her mother and father with her soul-speaking drained from Virali's mind, being replaced by lectures about safety and maturity as Virali proffered a hand to her aunt to help her rise to her feet. We were waiting until morning to verify what Korali sent in that final windward and wanted to leave you alone just in case you selfish child. Kortra dissolved into tears, and her eldest son stepped close and offered his shoulder to her, where she immediately leaned and began sobbing in earnest. When Tava, her cousin, began fighting back tears, everything began to make sense to Virali. In a panic, Virali rushed towards her home, unwittingly dropping the fawn onto the packed dirt street. She didn't hear its cries as she sprinted, mud splashing up her ankles with every step until finally she whirled around a corner and reached her home. The door was slightly ajar, and Virali slammed through it into her parents' living room, ready to be rebuked by her mother's sharp words and her father's disappointed gaze. She would happily bow her head to them and accept any and all punishments. And before long, her mother would gently lay her hand on Virali's cheek and kiss her forehead, while her father baked her favorite pastry. They would sit down at the table together and talk about why she shouldn't have done what she did, and though it would grate her, Virali would know that her parents were correct as they always were. The truth, however, wasn't so. Virali found her father's corpse laid on the table, a gaping chest wound obvious through his barault and his eyes closed peacefully. Beside him was laid what must have been her mother. The head was crushed, with only the bottom of the jaw remaining. Virali couldn't look any longer, and stepped back outside of the house and vomited across the little flower garden her parents tended together. Again and again Virali heaved, her stomach cramping with the force of her wretches as she remembered that sight, her massacred parents. Falling to her knees and disregarding the puddle of her own sick as she splashed into it, Virali wept as she cursed herself for her self-absorption. Chapter 167. Desperation is the most unique of Favolo niches I have personally encountered, and the only one I have accepted personally as a representative of the Moonchildren. Though Favolo is such a rare title to bestow that I cannot think of any new Favolo in my lifetime. Perhaps it is time for the Moonchildren to allow more of our foes to ascend the rank to Favolo. Or perhaps it is time for another great war. Either way, the blood-soaked mother shall bathe in the most glorious rivers of lifeblood. From a recorded conversation between Blood Priestess Anna of the Samutilia and the young All-Mother. Even before I opened my eyes, the first thing that I noticed was that my tail and feet now reached beyond the reach of the furs where I had laid to rest. I opened my eyes and stood tall, the first thing I wanted to do being to evaluate about how much my body had changed with this evolution. Like every time I had evolved, I expected a not insignificant level of growth to my height, length, and weight. When I stretched my neck out to my fullest height, I realized I hadn't grown much taller. No, I had simply moved restlessly while evolving and then woken up in a different place on my bed. I'd grown at most 2 inches, now solidly above 6.5 feet tall, nearer now to 7. My body's shape hadn't changed at all, just grown a slight amount, nothing like my evolution to Cardiff. That said, I hadn't anticipated any such massive changes to myself, so I instead happily took my generally same body shape and size in stride. I wasn't the largest and strongest of the swarm, though, as Took remained growing more quickly than I and was the tallest and most physically impressive of my pack. All my packs, I forced myself to remember. I realized now that she truly was the largest member of the swarm, and I felt some measure of appreciation at realizing that the second Keelish to follow me as a hatchling was now so powerful. For a brief moment, I considered what Onkli could have become had he survived. Would he have developed magic? Would Triel have become a mother by now? Would any other number of the dozens and hundreds of Keelish who died under my command have become new pillars of the swarm? Not allowing such idealistic and foolish thoughts to ferment in my mind, instead I turned my attention to my new status. Status, name, Ashlani. Raise Sonic Codiv Swarm Alpha. Titles: Disciple of Neavtala, Killer of Redale. Current quests hunt 5 new species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +3. Attain victory in political maneuvering over a foe with nearly equal social standing to yourself. Reward: Constitution, Strength, Agility +3, Intelligence +8, Magic +5. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neavtala. Rewards: Upgrade to title, Disciple of Neavtala, Acquisition of Skill, Voice of the Divine, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +8. Stats: Constitution. 92 + 2 + 6 = 100. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Strength: 105 + 2 + 5 = 112. Agility: 102 + 4 + 5 = 111. Intelligence: 98 + 3 + 4 = 105. Magic: 113 + 0 + 3 = 116. Skills: Adversary 610. Combatant's Bloodlust 1-4 Imperial Bearing. Conqueror's Rebuke 1-5s. Evolutionary Foresight cannot evolve. Evolutionary Exemplar cannot evolve. Exceptional Individual cannot evolve. Imperial Bearing cannot evolve. Improved Vision 018. Innate Leadership cannot evolve. Pack Tactics 510. Pain Tolerance cannot evolve. Fathomless Sonolphin Unqualified 02. Crippling Cry 05s. Debilitating Diatribes 01. Enervating Address 01. Nurturing Enunciation 050. Quaking Claw Requirements Hidden. True Dominance 05s. Evolutionary Possibilities. Sonic Keel Zactyl. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neavtala. Progress 01. Have a swarm leader level race. Completed. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. Progress further and such possibilities will be presented to you. I was somewhat unimpressed, if I was entirely honest. Becoming the alpha of the swarm only afforded me this meager growth. My evolution to Codiv had provided more to me, I was sure. I couldn't remember the specifics, but they couldn't possibly have been as small as this. The evolution from Keelish to Codiv had required a significantly longer rest time for my body to adjust than the evolution to Swarm Alpha from Brood Alpha had, but even so. This was less than the fight against the humans had provided me, and less than. The thought cut through my semi-good-natured complaints. It was immediately obvious what the system was telling me, and I had heard it from various sources. If you must choose, choose violence. The way of the Keelish is the way of conflict and violence. The 5 blessings of speaking Neavtala's words of power were power, zealotry, conquest, supremacy, and victory, so could I even begin to try to convince myself that the way I would grow was anything other than to take steps in one of those 5 directions? Even so, while I inherently understood and began to agree with the path laid ahead of me as a Codiv, and then a Keel, I also could recognize that declaring war on every creature near me would end in only one way. My swarm and myself being put down like rabid beasts. Instead, I needed to exercise some level of restraint and begin to plan our mass exodus to the east, and the sooner the better. Quickly, I stepped into my bath and set the sands to vibrating with my magic as I quickly scrubbed the usual filth of battle and evolution from my body. I had been too preoccupied with my impending evolution and had neglected to bathe myself before my rest. While I hadn't been caked in gore, I found myself meticulously, if still hurriedly, scrubbing the flecks of dried blood and viscera from all over my body. Other than that, there wasn't anything new or interesting in my status. With a quick additional look through, I realized that my defeat of Redale did not count as political maneuvering, at least in regards to completing the quest. Was I just too lacking in subtlety? It had been a rather simple challenge to the death, and then assuming control of the swarm. Then again, that was effectively how all power struggles functioned in Keelish society, so was I not acting as I should have? The thought crossed my mind, and a part of me wondered if that was just the point I was no longer just a Keelish. I wasn't a mere beast with only the barest beginnings of intelligence, but a specimen of a creature, with stats effectively doubling those of a baseline adult human. I knew that the number I'd been given were just the typical stats for an adult human, just as 10s across the board were the baseline for Keelish. We weren't anything like that, and I could assume that most humans were similar. I could continue to evolve, though. Wait, there was new information at the bottom of my potential evolutions. I hadn't paid it any mind before since those options were rarely, if ever, updated. What's a Zactyl? My question was not immediately answered. Just when I was about to give up the question and leave my quarters, an almost hesitant message appeared. The administrator answers, "There is much I cannot currently say, Little Fang. Suffice to say that the slight understanding that you have gained regarding the inherent differences of castes does exist within the Keel. There is much more to it than a mere social stratification, but as the system has given to you the title of the caste Zactal, you can know that they made up the equivalent to the royal family of the Keel." Though I asked more questions about what exactly that meant, of what additional benefits would be given to a Zactal as opposed to any other number of castes, of what demerits or difficulties would be given to a Zactal, however many castes there were in total, but the administrator and the system alike remained silent and unresponsive, uncaring of my curiosity. After my internal questions had long become not more than an echoed memory within my mind, I knew that no more answers would come to me, at least not now. I strode forward, about to exit my quarters once again, and I couldn't restrain my snort of frustration as another communication from the administrator appeared before me. "I can tell you this, though it is entirely unrelated to your previous queries. Most titles are given through the agreement of 2 or more administrators, and the bestowal of the title Killer of Redale required the consensus of 2 or more administrators. 5 gave their consent, though all but me approved maliciously. Though I thought for a moment as the administrator's words paused, I couldn't begin to understand why or how giving me a title and additional stats could be malicious or in any way harmful. The administrator continued, and though her words were communicated to me through writing and not her own voice, I could hear the fierce determination within her declaration. "They mock you. They think that Redale was better than you, a stronger leader, a more natural guide with years of experience guiding and perfecting this swarm. Though those whelps do believe you could eventually grow into and fill his position, they think you will not have the opportunity to do so. They look down on you and think you will grow complacent. Do not." Though my blood began pounding in my ears at the gall of these other administrators, comparing me to Redale and considering him the superior being, I shook my head and couldn't help but ask how was the administrator telling me this. This information was much more detailed and immediately useful to me than knowing the different caste designations of the Keel. Were I not unbounded with respect to discussions regarding your need to flee the area, then I would not be able to speak with you so candidly at this time regarding these other administrators' machinations. Her contempt for these other administrators, though not audible, was obviously dripping from her words. "However, you have asked system-granted questions to me regarding timelines of when to leave and to where, and thus my tongue is largely loosed when speaking about topics already broached. Though this is a tangential topic and I cannot speak any longer on it, prove yourself, prove me." The administrator's communications ended, and I got the firm impression that now, finally, she was actually done speaking with me. Just in time, I took several deep breaths and stopped myself from descending even deeper into a controlled rage at other supposedly intelligent administrators and their obvious blindness. With a roll of my shoulders, I stood tall and strode forward out of my quarters and into the larger den. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Surrounding my personal quarters, dozens of Keelish laid and lounged, waiting for me to exit, and Sybil was, of course, the first to notice my entrance. Before I could step closer and begin to speak to my assembled subordinates, she stepped to assume her usual position at my left hand. "That was a short rest. Are you feeling wholly recovered? Vefir was concerned that you did not let him heal you before you went to rest, and I took the liberty of permitting him access to you while you slept." Sybil kept her voice low, though she sounded vaguely apologetic while she explained, letting the healer look at my wounds. Internally, I cursed my recklessness, since though I hadn't received any real attacks, only my successful blocks, I had the obvious opportunity to make sure there were no hidden wounds, most especially since pain tolerance could potentially leave me thinking I was fine while a small wound festered. Beyond that, I needed to extend that trust to Vefir, as he, like Sybil, had no small amount of self-recrimination for his lack of battle prowess. I'll need to thank him for his attention. Will he be nearby after I meet with all these alphas? I can ensure that he will be. Sybil flared her frills in assent. As she prepared herself to turn away, a thought occurred to me, and I immediately reached out and grabbed her by the hand. Sybil, for her part, looked at me immediately, the faintest trace of alarm apparent in her body language as she looked for some hidden danger at my sudden movement. "Where are our eggs?" "Do you mean the remaining egg from Triel?" "It is where it has always been, though Vefir believes that the time for it to hatch is nearly upon us." Sybil's voice was level, though her confusion was obvious. "No, I mean our eggs." "Have you laid them yet?" Sybil measured a look at me, until after a pregnant moment's pause my question finally made sense to her. "No, I have not laid any eggs." A faint hint of mirth shone behind her eyes, but my worry for our offspring continued to surge unabated within me. So do you know when you'll be laying them then? We won't have time to incubate them before we leave, so I don't know if they'll be able to stay viable. I don't know how much time an egg needs in the ground or even within the mother, and, with a gentle bunt of her head against my chest, Sybil interrupted me, and I could hear the quiet sounds of laughter echoing up from my chest where Sybil still leaned against me. What? My mate, I was never gravid. I did not mate with you with the intention of laying any eggs at this time. Did I do something wrong? Though I'd never expected to feel like this as a Keelish. I suppose that the fear of disappointing your lover was universal, human, or otherwise. Ashlani, Sybil's words initially continued to carry the signs of her quiet mirth, but swiftly settled into a tender but firm tone. Fertile eggs do not result from every mating. I did not lay with you with the intention of creating life with you, though if I did lay your children, I would not lament that. But as of yet, we have no eggs. Of course. After the initial worry of trying to carry incubating eggs for hundreds of miles, and trying to keep them viable and alive for all that time had faded, I realized that, of course. I clenched my jaw, fighting to hide the surging embarrassment and linked anger from my own foolhardy rush to conclusions. Thank you, please stay close enough to hear my commands. I leapt to the next subject, wishing to leave behind my embarrassment, and Sybil had the good grace to follow my command. Now, with my goal fixated once again on our inevitable escape from this area, away from any additional distractions, I channeled sonic magic to my throat and set my voice to echoing through the chamber, the assembled alphas already listening and ready for my address. Our next goal is escape from the humans' lands. Four POV. Since Triel's death, all that Four wanted was the next assignment. He'd always just wanted the next thing to do, but now, the quiet moments were the hardest, the longest, the most painful. The fight against the humans had been good for him, since he'd been constantly scouting to see where they could be, then going to the swarm to report on what he had found, and then, finally, blissfully, watching them be slaughtered. They'd taken his mate from him and left him bereft, so he enjoyed watching their demise. After the victory, though, the hollowness had returned. It had only been a day, but already the lethargy was settling deep into his bones, leaving him numb and unable to move. He wanted to find something else that mattered, something else to move, scout, fight, live, or die for, but the Alpha hadn't given him any new commands. So Four waited, he watched, he ached, and he felt nothing. The nothingness, the inability to stand, not caring that he was hungry, not caring that he was full, wanting to stand and do something or go somewhere. But even though he wanted anything else, he was left feeling wholly unable to even lift a hand, much less to stand. Four was left as an empty corpse, bones picked over and left in the dirt, wanting to feel anything, even if it was the agony of watching Triel's blood paint the jungle floor again. Even so, he felt nothing. At least when Four received commands, when the Alpha had something new for him to do, Four was forced to act, and having someone else take the choice from him helped at least a little. Four leaned against the wall of the den, idly half listening to the Alpha's commands as he wished to be something he wasn't. The Alpha was talking about something the humans, something new to take Four's mind off of the dull present. No. Four's hopes were cruelly dashed as the Alpha spoke of the strong human that had slaughtered dozens of the weaker Keelish. Four had watched that one, and it had been a marvel to see. It moved in a deadly, beautiful dance, and the blood of his fellow Keelish had sprayed almost artistically through the air as its claws had cut through them effortlessly. Of course, the Alpha had quickly laid it low, though Four had seen him sustain a serious blow before dispatching the butcher. There were more of them. The thought fought to incite some feeling, any feeling at all in Four, be it fear, excitement, anticipation, or disbelief, but he felt nothing, dozens, no hundreds, more thousands. Definitely, but more still of those same powerful, impressive humans were coming to kill them. More of the proficient exterminators than Keelish in the swarm were coming. One for every member of the swarm. They would be slaughtered to the last, their homes spoiled and their friends left to rot and be fed on by the frogs. For a moment, that indignity sparked the barest hint of a reaction from him, but even before Four could begin to be excited at the prospect of feeling, it was snuffed out, and once again he felt nothing. The Alpha spoke about how the swarm was going to leave soon, something he called an exodus, and the whole swarm would follow his command. The other Alphas, the weak ones, all looked at him and seemed a bit surprised by the command, but none were even moderately willing to proclaim dissent with the command. After all, Ashlani had just proven himself to be infinitely stronger than their old Alpha, and his strength brooked no dissent. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. The speech was beginning to wind down, as thankfully the true Alpha had no love for long speeches. Or maybe it would have been better that he stand up there and speak for days. His voice was magical, literally and otherwise, and allowing it to wash over Foire could potentially do something for him. Or nothing. Before Foire could continue to lose himself in his self-pity, Vefir sprinted close and began to hiss into Foire's ear. "Come with me now." Then, before Foire had the opportunity to turn or try to stand, Vefir was off like a fleeing bird. With an assignment received, Foire could drag himself to his feet and begin to trot after his friend. Though Vefir was different from most other Keelish in that he didn't love to hunt or even to hurt, that made him one of the best friends Foire could have. He didn't want Foire to act like normal, but instead made sure to help Foire out however and wherever he could, and spent time around Foire without making any demands on him. Strange that Foire could both desire and detest receiving orders, but his mind betrayed him every day so he didn't think too deeply about it. "Why, what's going on?" Foire found his voice as he easily caught up with his sprinting friend. "The your trial's eggs ready for you." Foire's mind lethargically brought itself to bear on the disjointed words that Vefir was trying to communicate, but after a moment they snapped together into clarity. Before he could react to his newfound understanding though, Vefir continued to speak. "Go ahead, don't." With a flare of his frills that Foire was sure Vefir didn't see, Foire sprinted ahead, immediately leaving Vefir behind. Foire knew that he moved preternaturally quickly, and at each turn that he had long since memorized, he willingly used the walls as a springboard to launch himself deeper and further ahead, occasionally leaping over a slow Keelish who didn't hear the pounding footfalls echoing towards the den, his destination. It was all too long but much too short of a time before Foire stumbled into the den, where a single beautiful perfect egg was rocking from within its shallow hole, and on its surface was a small tear. Foire stepped close, hovering over the shifting mound as the little one within fought to free itself of its ivory prison. Though he desperately wished and needed to help the last remnant of his mate, Foire knew that he couldn't, that he needed to allow it to fight free, to gain this initial victory and prove itself worthy and strong enough to join the swarm at large. It wasn't long before the snout fought free, and a high-pitched but fierce screech of challenge sounded out from the little one. Once the initial fight with the egg was won, Foire's child's victory was guaranteed, and he felt a broad smile crack his face. The hatchling pushed its head out of the egg and slumped out of the egg as it recovered from the fight, from the escape, allowing Foire to see that his child, Triel's child, was a female. A wordless cry of hunger shook Foire from his emotional evaluation of his little girl, and he realized that he had neglected to bring her food. A failure at the first step. He began to whirl, ready to strike down the nearest Keelish to feed his child, but was greeted by the sight of Ashlani, the alpha. He had a scaled deer haunch over his shoulder and proffered it to the panicking father. As Foire set the food down in front of his daughter and she began tearing into her first meal, Ashlani spoke, his voice sonorous and kind. "The circumstances of her birth certainly are different from our own. But she is the first of my new swarm to be born and she'll want for nothing." His words echoed to silence, and Foire didn't respond, enraptured by his daughter's voracious feeding. "Do you have a name for hers?" Foire flared his frills, and after swallowing once and then twice he finally spoke. "Try." His voice broke with emotion, with feeling. At last Foire felt something and everything all at once. Foire was immediately smitten with his daughter and couldn't seem to be bothered to look at me, though I didn't care or even want him to. Though looking at her, I wasn't sure how Try would be able to learn how to work with other Keelish, since she was the only egg at the time and wouldn't have a brood to grow with. But I suppose that wasn't my issue to deal with. Though she was born a child of two Cardiff, not Keelish, and I was interested to watch and see how she might differ from a purely Keelish hatchling. Even so, I did have something else to do while I was here. I quietly hummed, my voice laced with magic without having to speak individual words as I had learned over the past weeks. In having learned as much, I'd become much more willing to use the skill in the first place, as merely repeating random words that I thought might be encouraging was, if not outright embarrassing, at least annoying. I didn't need to speak for nurturing enunciation to begin to function, so I instead merely hummed while in the proximity of Keelish who could benefit from my visits. Due to my feeling uncomfortable, there had been only some few instances in which I'd used the skill over Joral's brood. But most frequently I had paid visits to this little egg, Try's egg, and had nearly emptied my sonolphin in blessing her however I could. With a quick thought, I looked at the function of the skill. Those whose development is assisted and guided by nurturing enunciation gain stats, skills, titles, and other benefits more easily until they have reached adulthood. As my humming washed over Try, she cocked her head up at me and watched me as my magical skill washed over her before she softly echoed her own hum back at me. I felt a small smile crack my face as my frills as well as the scales around my neck vibrated from the power hidden behind my innocuous skill. The little thing was adorable, her eyes large and her fangs almost too long for her mouth. She'd slumped, exhausted, to the ground after she'd eaten her fill, though she seemed energized and almost entranced by my voice now and began to sit up. Upon investigating the skill, I thought it noteworthy that its description made no mention of the fetuses, infants, and juveniles growing to maturity any faster, and instead the benefits given by my skill were instead focused on long-term growth, not short-term speed of maturation. Thus, I was reasonably certain that I could understand a little about the baseline rate of growth for a Cardiff hatchling through watching try. My planning and thoughts were torn apart by the simple joy of watching Foir's happiness at spending time with his little one. She was, funnily enough, more feisty than the even-keeled Triel or reserved Foir ever were, and she kept snapping at Foir whenever he reached a hand down or got too close to her. Even so, I could see the little sparks of contentment in her actions, as well as her fondness for her father. Before long, the hatchling gave in to the allure of sleep and her head settled onto the ground. Before 10 seconds had passed, she was wholly unconscious and snoring. Foir lowered himself and curled mostly around Try's vulnerable body, his snout placed right near her own. Looking at her, I wasn't sure, but I thought that she was quite a bit smaller than the other hatchlings we'd seen, both my own brood as well as Joral's, but I couldn't be sure if that was due to the fraught circumstances that led to her early incubation or her nature or anything else. I felt somewhat confident in saying that Cardiff might have a longer development cycle than Keelish, but this was the first I'd seen, and that was nothing more than a hunch. My little break with one of my elites was over, though, and I rolled my shoulders and returned to where I had left the rest of my subordinate alphas waiting for my command. The happiness I felt seeing the joy of one of my Cardiff was quickly snuffed out by the frustrations that surged seeing the weak, lesser Keelish. Ideally, with evolutionary exemplar, I could begin to raise these disappointments to my level. Though the thought didn't initially come from myself, I agreed with the sentiment at my core. Mere Keelish couldn't compare to Cardiff, and most Cardiff couldn't compare to a true speaker, much less a high speaker. If I could choose between 1,000 Keelish or 100 Cardiff, the decision was simple, easy, and quick. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Reported. Now prepare yourselves, for I will give you only one night's rest before we begin our escape. My tone didn't brook any disagreement, and then, with a flick of my tail, I dismissed the assembled Keelish. As they filtered out of the den, I called Arwa to me, and with a couple more of my elites went out for a quick hunt. Fen POV. 2 days ago, Fen was sadly trudging through one of her mother's go-to foraging locations after her parents had sacrificed themselves to let her escape from the Keelish. She wouldn't honor them with the name Sahurlierdes attack. Maybe it was because of how sad she was, or maybe her thoughts on why the gods were so cruel at to let her see what a family was before tearing it away from her. But whatever the reason, she was too late to recognize the trap that had been set before her. For her, before she could do anything, she found herself wrenched up by her leg to dangle in the air as she bleated piteously and thrashed wildly. Fen was nearly able to squirm out of the noose around her leg in time, but the hunter was too quick and immediately bound her body like a something. Fen cried out and screamed and thrashed, but to no avail. She was going to be eaten just like her parents. Maybe this thing wouldn't be so cruel as to eat her alive, but Fen didn't think it would be so kind. Eventually, though, she did realize that this human didn't seem to want to eat her. Instead, she excitedly muttered under her breath, "This one will be a great companion. She'll be with me as I grow to a true speaker. I wonder how long it'll be before I can contract with her. I'm not trained on how to soulbind yet." The idea of being a soulbound companion initially scared Fen, but before she could start to panic again, there was a message from the system. New quest: form a companionship contract with Virali. Rewards: Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +3, Telepathic Bond Skill. Fen was curious, what did all of this mean? She stopped struggling so much and simply allowed this human, Virali, she assumed, to continue hauling her towards their unknown destination. Eventually, however, Fen began to be overwhelmed by the cloying, iron smell of blood. So much of it that it was all she could smell or even sense, and almost subconsciously she began to thrash once again. Before long, the human dropped her unceremoniously, and the painful thud of falling to the ground woke her from her stupor. Looking around, Virali had brought her to a village where dozens of people were talking to her, so many and so loud that Fen couldn't understand with her sensitive ears. But in her absence, something must have happened. The humans were shouting, crying, and from inside of many of the houses came the smell of blood and death. Before Fen could do anything, Virali sprinted down a street. As best as she could in her bound state, Fen numbly followed Virali, supposing her to be her best chance of survival, what with the surrounding humans eyeing her somewhat angrily. When she finally could find and approach the girl, Fen could hear her mumbling some Vushtan prayer, something from the veritocracy that Fen couldn't be bothered to learn. Then, Father, I'm sorry, I was stupid. You could have run. You should have run or stayed with Mother, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. On the table were two bodies savaged by the unmistakable jaws of Keelish. Suddenly it clicked. This girl lost her family to the Saherliard, no, Keelish, just like me. Almost involuntarily, Fen approached the girl and gently nuzzled her neck, and almost subconsciously, the girl wrapped her arms around her new companion as she wept bitterly. Now 2 days later, Fen stood nearby while Virali tried to convince her village to go to war. High Colonel Mualtir Dithnufir, High Lord Laotal Ni is only half a day's travel away from Fort Dithnufir. Upon his arrival, he will accompany whatever team you assign on your mission, and with his bound beasts, they will have no issue in wholly annihilating the entirety of the murderous pests. Afterwards, with his expertise, it may be that we will be able to learn how it was that such an advanced warren of the beasts was able to propagate themselves whilst within our borders. As you should well know, the High Lord suffers from a nearly intolerably high opinion of himself. Please do ensure that he has no reason to lodge a complaint with the military after his time spent with your soldiers, as I will be forced to mediate over the inevitable spurious legal proceedings. As always, I hope you are well, my student. Missive from High Varon Salmer to the garrison at Fort Dithnufir. As I'd commanded, after just one day, the swarm had prepared to leave our home and begin our escape. I couldn't say how many or how soon the veritocracy's retribution would come, but I knew it would only be a matter of time, and I showed no hesitance nor willingness to give an extra moment's preparation to any members of the swarm. Before we left, the entire den echoed with activity, Keelish rushing to and fro and snapping at each other when another's preparations interfered with their own. Frankly speaking, I was surprised that there was as much panic among the swarm as there was, as the Keelish didn't have any real belongings. Those among my own brood and pack had begun to collect a couple little things that meant something to them, like Took with a couple of bones or fangs from things she had killed. Vefir had collected a handful of stones that he thought were pretty, and Shamira had a series of scales that she had collected from whichever Keelish had fully succumbed to her mental influence. So far as I knew, she refused to lay with any of them, just considering the hoodwinked male's scales to be a marker of her magical prowess, but I didn't inquire very deeply about it. Sybil just shook her head disappointedly when I'd asked, and I didn't care enough to dive any deeper into the other female's rationale. For me, after thinking about it for a little while, I decided to roll up and tie a couple of the wolfstag hides, and then a couple antlers from a wolfstag skull I'd cleaned and displayed in my den. I had finally decided to introduce true tool use and creation among my swarm, and the antlers would serve as rudimentary spearheads, arrow tips, or knives. Truthfully, I couldn't be sure if the antlers would serve even as well as a blade made of flint or even ordinary stone, but I was sure that further civilization of my people would only serve us in the long run. After all, this journey was supposed to be leading us to a new land, one where we could live uncontested and fully establish ourselves as a people. With my high aspirations consciously decided upon, I rolled my shoulders and looked down at my luggage. As I stood looking at the little pile, just rudimentary bedding and uncarved tool materials, I couldn't help but scoff at myself. This was all that I had to show of my half-year of life as a Keelish, just an armful of junk. Instead of allowing myself to continue to wallow in my frustrations and unhappiness, though instead I looked out into the den, where dozens of my bustling subordinates continued in their mad dash to follow my escape plans. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. I let myself smile and then stepped out of my quarters to give advice and a steady presence to my people. Immediately, my subordinates bowed to my presence and waited for my command. Though a part of me wanted to languish in the blind worship, I recognized and knew that I would be much more helpful as a calming, guiding presence. So I raised my hands to allow the Keelish all around me to return to their duties, while I stepped closer to Sybil to ask how I could help. Though it had taken convincing Sybil that I could, in fact, be helpful without weakening my position as the swarm's alpha. Eventually, I was able to walk around and convince petty squabblers that they would prefer to shut their useless mouths and get rest instead of arguing again about who would leave first come the next evening. These lesser Keelish immediately succumbed to my will and went to rest after my first sentence. Finally, I was able to retire to my quarters, where a full 2/3 of my bedding was going to be left behind, and my sands. I indulged in a long bath while I wondered when I would be able to find enough of these sands to bathe in again after we left our burrow. And where would we sleep? Just under the stars, or should we take the time to try to take shelter from the elements? Dozens of thoughts crossed my mind as I finished my bath and prepared to lay down to sleep. But before I did, I stepped out of my quarters and found Sybil locked in conference with Atra and Cree. Thank you for your hard work. I know you have been the most burdened of the swarm with my announcement today. Sybil, in a rare fit of pique, was quick to respond. Why would we need to know where to hunt or sleep or drink or cross rivers or any other of the countless numbers of variables that go into moving 942 Keelish across an undefined distance to a supposed divinely promised land? Though she fought to keep her tone level. Sybil was obviously, and rightly, upset with the flame-calling I had brought down on her without express warning. All the planning we can do for now is complete, Beta. It's time to sleep. I wrapped an arm around her and began to guide Sybil to our quarters. Thank you, Itra and Cree. Rest well, for at sunset we will leave this all behind. Sybil's assistants bowed in admission of my command, and walked away while disregarding Sybil's plaintive requests for additional planning and structure in preparation for any number of contingencies she had already considered and worried she hadn't yet thought of. She continued to grumble angrily at me as I gently forced her into the bath and set it to massaging every inch of her tensed body. Before 3 minutes had passed, Sybil's focus was flagging, and I helped her rise out of the bath and stumble over to the pelts, where she immediately succumbed to sleep. Unconsciousness was quick to claim me as well, and my dreams were plagued by the feeling of being chased, of being hunted. The feeling enraged me of something considering me to be prey, and the time to wake came both too quickly and not quickly enough. Even so, it was time to go. Warning, much of this chapter is super skill focused since I don't think there's ever been a full rundown of every skill and its evolutionary possibilities as of yet. Here there finally is. Of course, throughout it all are Ashlani's thoughts sprinkled around, so yeah. If that kinda crunchy element isn't of interest to you, you can skim from after Try and Foir's interactions. There had been no reason for me to expect anything different, but the Keelish were unfocused, undisciplined, and unhappy as I guided them to leave our den as night fell. As the night continued, more and more of my subordinates wanted to range off to see if there was something interesting to hunt, or if there was still that relic of the past, or whatever other reckless action related to a foolish thought crossed their minds. Fortunately enough, between Jorel and his wolf stags and their handlers, the majority of the Keelish stayed close enough to stay totally safe, while those foolish enough to wander off could be left behind, for all I cared. They would only weaken the swarm. I wanted Foir to do the majority of the scouting, given his magical proclivity towards it, but Try had not grown more independent overnight. She could almost kind of crawl, and anyone who'd come close to her knew how sharp her little fangs were, but she was a true infant, unlike any we Keelish had had before. Nobody could say exactly how long it would take before she was able to walk by herself, but until then, someone would need to carry her. When I'd approached Foir to ask who would be able to do so, his answer had been succinct. I will. She is my responsibility and mine alone. And no one else will ever be her parent. If I need you elsewhere, or if you need to do something for Try that she cannot be present for, though, please trust me to keep her safe. Foir had taken several steps in silence after I'd said that, but after a short time, he'd flared his frills only barely enough to be seen. Only if it is you, Sybil, or Vefir. Then he'd returned back into his personal little world with his daughter, making teasing snaps at her with his jaws, his maw more than enough to swallow her whole. To his and my contentment, though little Try never began to fear her father, and only took his menacing jaws and clacking fangs as a challenge, her own little squeaks of valor doubling as infantile giggles. As I had refocused myself on our journey, our easy but groundiating lope swiftly leaving miles behind us, I found something to occupy my mind with that wasn't the minutia of the swarm. My skills and their required evolutions. Skill, adversary, a passive skill granted to those who have demonstrated their determination to conquer. This skill grants an aura that incites weakness, aggression, and paranoia in those the skill's holder has deemed an enemy. This aura allows the skill holder to more easily break the morale of those targeted. This skill can evolve. Skill evolution requirements. Defeat a foe with a greater stat total than yourself without substantial support from any other creature. Progress 610. Before, I'd looked at this as a mostly simple and quick skill, to evolve. But now, I couldn't think of many creatures other than true or even high speakers that would have a higher stat total than me. Long gone were the days of a terror bird outclassing me completely. I suppose that it was somewhat heartening that I only needed to defeat these foes, not kill them, but I didn't know anything friendly to me that had a higher stat total either. I shook my head and continued reviewing my skills. Skill, Combatant's Bloodlust. When the skill user deems it necessary, a mental state that veers away from absolute aggression and inclines itself instead towards a greater understanding of combat will envelop the mind. The skill user will still experience a heightened desire for battle, yet this desire will be tempered by a pragmatic understanding of effective action. This skill can evolve. Conditions. Evolution of skills adversary to nemesis, true dominance to absolute dominance, and pack tactics to swarm superiority required for further evolution. Acquire skill, imperial bearing. Completed requirement, acquisition of skill. Imperial bearings. My tried and true companion. The more I used this skill, the more natural it became, especially since it had evolved this far and no longer so completely consumed my mind with a need to kill. In order to evolve it, though, I didn't know how many tiers of skill were between adversary and nemesis. Though I suspected absolute dominance and swarm superiority were the next steps for true dominance and pack tactics respectively. Thinking of those two skills, I focused on them next. Skill, true dominance. A passive skill granted to those who have demonstrated and begun to perfect the ability to force others to obey and submit to the skill's holder. Those who have gained this skill are beginning to understand the path of the tyrant, and this skill assists them in that path. This skill grants an improved aura that incites loyalty, obedience, and fear in others. This aura begins to force even those with the strongest will to submit their will to the holder, and allows the holder to more easily dominate those who stand before them, even without violence. This skill can evolve. Skill evolution requirements. Assert and establish dominance over 5 leaders of groups of at least 100 individuals. Skill, pack tactics. A passive skill granted to some leaders whose position comes with a physiological change and/or evolution, especially if their evolution is tied to combat and military guidance. This skill blesses the holder with an innate understanding of command, allowing for clearer communication on the battlefield, as well as a rudimentary understanding of tactical advantage. Skill evolution requirements. Command 10 large-scale battles, each ending in the skill holder's foe's complete defeat. Note, to qualify as a large-scale battle, the skill holder must be in command of at least 50 troops. Progress. 510. These two skills work somewhat together, but against each other, as well as with Conqueror's Rebuke. With all three, though, I suspected that the greater the swarm I controlled, the more territory I claimed, and the more Keel I became, the easier it would become to evolve these war skills. With a quick glance over Conqueror's Rebuke, I noted the differences in the 3 requirements for evolution: asserting dominance, my foe's complete defeat, and my foe's complete rout. Skill, Conqueror's Rebuke. An active skill granted to those who have earned and are granted the innate ability and right to rule, and will use that ability to conquer. The use of this skill imbues the user with the ability to lead their followers into battle, and has 2 effects. Effect 1 gives a 10% bonus to all stats of all followers while under the skill user's command. Effect 2, give a 5% debilitation of all stats of all foes who hear the Conqueror's Rebuke. This skill can evolve. Evolution requirements. Lead a group of subordinates numbering at least 100 into battle and emerge victorious in the form of a complete rout 5 times. Progress. 1-5. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Moving down the list, evolutionary foresight was one of the few skills I had that I actually believed when it said that it couldn't evolve. As a matter of fact, I'd never gotten a full system explanation of the skill before. With that thought, more information appeared before me. Skill, evolutionary foresight, a passive skill granted to all system users that permits them to view the requirements for further evolutions. This skill cannot evolve. About what I expected, though still disappointing. The rest of my supposedly unable to evolve skills, even exceptional individual, I suspected could evolve further. Skill, exceptional individual. At every growth period, or in the Keelish race's case, every 6 days until sexual maturity is reached, the skill holder will receive bonus stats. This skill cannot evolve. Again, unsurprising and somewhat disappointing, though I long recognized the immense influence this additional growth I'd sustained had on me. Exceptional individual, evolved though, could become any number of things, so far as I knew, since its stated effect of granting bonuses in stats to me whenever I'd hit a new level of maturation had long run its course. On the other hand, did I think that evolutionary exemplar would change in anything other than scope at this point? The fact that, with this skill, my mere presence could spur others into evolution and further growth, and an additional evolution to it could be insanely impactful. Skill, imperial bearing. A passive skill granted to those who have earned and are granted the innate ability and right to rule. This skill grants a heightened ability to resist the influence of any skills, titles, occupations, races, and any other ability that may affect the skill holder's ability to control themselves. Additionally, every skill, title, occupation, race, and any other ability that the skill holder has that influences others is heightened in power, scope, and proficiency. This skill cannot evolve. Skill, innate leadership. A passive skill granted to all leaders whose position comes with a physiological change and/or evolution, such as alphas. This skill grants that those of the same species will more easily engender a greater fondness and subservience towards the skill's holder. This skill cannot evolve. Innate leadership seemed mostly to be a facet of imperial bearing at this point, and I wondered if eventually the original skill would disappear and be consumed by an evolved version of imperial bearing. Skill. Improved vision improves clarity and range of vision by 100%. This skill can evolve. Skill evolution requirements use exclusively light-based vision for 18 days. Progress 0-18. Skill pain tolerance. Passive skill that allows the user to ignore pain to a certain degree. Note, the ability to ignore the feeling of discomfort does not allow for the skill holder to ignore the repercussions of the damages sustained causing said pain. This skill cannot evolve. These two skills seemed so unimpressive after my magical, amazing skills that I nearly blitzed right past them, but I forced myself to recognize how important both had been to me, as improved vision allowed me to actually see, and pain tolerance helped me to stay effective in a fight. Looking at the long-term requirements for improved vision's evolution, I reluctantly changed my perception to my normal vision and immediately stumbled over a root in the darkness. Nivtala bless me with patience. Finally, though, I looked at my true magical skills. Current organ, Fathomless Sonolfin, an exceptionally advanced version of the rare magic manipulating organ Sonolfin. This organ is developed by those who have moved past elementary understanding of what sonic magic can do and are understanding what sonic magic is. Due to evolution, there is an additional +10 bonus to the magic stat and a +5 bonus to the intelligence stat. The Fathomless Sonolfin's reserves for magic are expanded greatly from that of the Profound Sonolfin, and the Fathomless Sonolfin's rate of ambient magic conversion to sonic-attributed magic within the organ is enhanced beyond that of the Profound Sonolfin. Additionally, any development of a new skill related to sonic magic and the Sonolfin will be rewarded with bonus stats. This organ can evolve. Requirements: Unqualified 0-2. Skill Crippling Cry. A skill granted to those whose mastery of sonic magic has grown beyond the obvious and immediate, now allowing the resonance of their magic to more deeply influence and harm even the most hardened and prepared. The initial use of sonic magic for most is a simple sonic blast, and Crippling Cry serves as an evolution to the simple and mundane. Crippling Cry sends a blast of sonic magic in the direction of the user's choosing, and easily serves to unsteady, weaken, and, in extreme cases, kill outright. This skill can evolve. Requirements: kill 5 creatures directly and solely with Crippling Cry. Progress 0-5. Skill Debilitating Diatribe. Allows the skill holder to use their words and lace them with magic to sap energy, excitement, and morale, as well as to occasionally incite obedience in the listener. Once a skill holder holds both the skill Debilitating Diatribe and Enervating Address, the holder can discern which individual listening to give either effect. This skill can evolve. Requirements: use Debilitating Diatribe as the primary catalyst for the surrender in a hostile force of at least 100. Progress 0-1. Skill Enervating Address. A skill granted to those whose mastery of sonic magic has grown to allow them to use their words laced with magic, to grant greater energy and confidence in the listener. Once a skill holder holds both the skill Debilitating Diatribe and Enervating Address, the holder can discern which individual listening to give either effect. This skill can evolve. Requirements: use Enervating Address to significantly raise morale of a force of at least 200 while in battle. Progress 0-1. Skill Nurturing Enunciation. A skill granted to those whose mastery of sonic magic has grown beyond the obvious and immediate, now allowing the resonance of their magic to influence and assist even the most vulnerable and weak. Those whose development is assisted and guided by nurturing enunciation gain stats, skills, titles, and other benefits more easily until they have reached adulthood. Note: this skill can only be used on fetuses, infants, and juveniles. This skill can evolve. Requirements: use Nurturing Enunciation to more than double what would be the stat total of a creature. Progress 0-50. Skill Quaking Claw, an active skill that sends a concentrated flow of sonic magic to a specific location. The sonic magic's vibrations cause the affected area to vibrate in a way that facilitates cutting and tearing. When paired with a sharp extremity or sharpened held tool, Quaking Claw will show its greatest effectiveness. This skill can evolve. Requirements hidden. Still no idea on how to evolve my Sonolfin, though I supposed that wasn't surprising. Crippling Cry would be interesting to use during this journey, since plenty of weak prey wouldn't have been scared off by our nearby home, and I might actually be able to evolve this one. I internally shelved the idea next to improved vision for constant use. With debilitating diatribe, innervating address, and nurturing enunciation, I simply needed to look for more opportunities to use them, and I internally cursed myself for forgetting to use innervating address during our fight against the humans. Sons burned fool for forgetting such a simple part of myself. I also wondered how using debilitating diatribe to force surrender in a hostile force would interact with completing the requirements for true dominance, pack tactics, and conqueror's rebuke. As I wondered, an additional notification from the system flashed for my attention. The administrative body has deemed it unnecessary to divulge that information. With a wry, almost familiar feeling from the administrative body shutting down my curiosity, I focused myself entirely on not tripping and falling while walking in nearly perfect darkness. The arrival of Private Virali served to guide us more directly and immediately to our goal, and her continued presence among the garrison has been positively impactful, especially for the youngest and least hardened of our soldiers. If I am to be removed from command, I do request that her enlistment, though earlier than typically permitted, remain valid. After all she has been through, I do not think that her parents' hopes of her enrollment in the Red Abbey are feasible. Report from High Colonel Mualtir Dithnufir to the Synod after the return of Learthan's cohort. Virali POV. No matter what I said or how I explained it, they just wouldn't listen to me. We can't let those worthless beasts live another day, not after Virali's voice caught as she ranted at her little companion. After struggling against herself for a moment, Virali forced herself to continue, after what they did to Mom and Dad. To your Mom and Dad too, they're monsters and they need to be slaughtered to the last. At the last words, Virali kicked a nearby dead branch, but it didn't crack satisfyingly as she'd wanted it to, but merely bent, and Virali found herself getting even angrier as nothing went right. Sparks flickered to life around her as a testament to her strength in flame-speaking and the depth of her frustrations, and Virali growled a string of curses to herself as she continued stalking along as fast as she could manage. To her chagrin, amusement, and frustration in equal amounts, Fen began to parrot back at Virali her curses in her mind before adding her own, both more childish and somehow dirtier than Virali's. Gutter slurper, god-loving butthole. Toenail-clipping eater, orphan diddler. That last one brought no small amount of believability to Fen's insistence that she'd been an orphan living on the streets of the godless Hordes' capital of Harandal. And what she said about what the orphans could suffer at the hands of a corrupted and evil adult was enough to turn Virali's stomach. A deluded deer, special or not, wouldn't have those things ever cross their mind. Unfortunately, Virali herself knew nothing about Harandal, so she couldn't ask any real questions about the city to verify further truths. Again and more keenly than ever, Virali felt the loss of her wise, educated, powerful mother. Her kind, understanding, and even-tempered father. Before she could fully lose herself in her mourning, though, she slapped her cheeks and refocused on her present path and circumstances. She'd learned over the past several days that Fen could understand words that Virali thought to the deer, but talking was better, more natural. Even if Fen couldn't herself talk out loud, "I'm sorry, I wasn't strong enough to convince them." Virali barely held back the screams of frustration that threatened to bubble up within her throat. Instead, she allowed herself to stomp further along as she took several deep, calming breaths. "No, it's not your fault. You're just a baby, so I would have needed to convince them, not you. Stolen story, please report. But my new magic skills didn't do anything. They're supposed to be super cool and powerful, but those boneheads still didn't listen to anything you had to say. They're stupid, stupid." And again, Fen descended into a litany of her swears, and again, Virali couldn't help herself but feel a smile begin to crack her face and tug at her lips as she listened to her companion's foul mouth. As the little feeling of happiness began to rise unbidden in her heart, Fen's voice suddenly changed. "I like it more when you smile. You smiled a lot when you caught me, and I think that smiling and laughing is better than crying and screaming." The little fawn was prancing alongside Virali, her bronze scales glinting in the afternoon sun's light. When she spoke of happiness, Fen leaned against Virali's leg and nuzzled the human. With her pleasant feelings brought to the forefront of her mind, though, Virali felt her spine stiffen, and she continued walking, though more woodenly than before. "Don't you miss your parents? Do you not mourn them? Or are you too stupid to even remember them?" Virali regretted it as soon as the stupid thought left her mouth and unwittingly stopped in her tracks. Fen took the caustic words remarkably maturely as she stepped in front of Virali and began to speak. "Well, in my past life I never knew them. Might 'a died or might 'a just left me cause they didn't want me, dunno, and don't miss them. But these ones, I only knew them for a little while, might as well have been strangers. But they died for me trying to let me escape. They put themselves in the mouths of those Keelish to try to save me. So yeah, I remember them. They're the only people in the whole world who have ever looked out for me like that. I cried over them and I'm sure I will again. If there's a life after this, and I figure there is since I'm here again, I hope that they can see my tears and how much they meant to me. I also hope they see me laugh and jump and grow and live. I hope they see that their sacrifice lets me live a good life, not a sad one. Fen, the tiny fawn with huge eyes, looked up at Virali with severe honesty as she spoke. The little face seemed to age as she finished, and though the tone of Fen's mental voice remained that of a cheeky child, Virali felt the weight of a life already lived in those words. Then after Fen's little speech, she leaned forward and nuzzled her head against Virali's knee. Initially, Virali choked over the words, but she forced herself to speak. I'm sorry, Fen. I knew that what I said was stupid, but I couldn't stop myself. Then, with her apology completed, Virali changed the subject. So we're going this way, and that's so we can meet up with whoever it is that the town sent the windward to. I think maybe Stone Step. I'm not too sure though, so we'll have to figure out if they've passed the word on. I'm sure that we'll be able to convince someone there to come and kill all these Keelish before they kill anyone else. Sure sounds like fun. But first, catch me. Then, without another word, Fen darted off through the trees, following a small game trail away from the thoroughfare that they had been following thus far. With a force of internal effort, Virali didn't scream at the flighty deer and instead tried to find some small part of happiness within her. After all, she would soon find someone to come slaughter the entirety of the Keelish, and then her parents would be avenged. Maybe then she'd stop seeing their dead bodies in her dreams. My brief visit to the new empire complete and the Republic of the Ndlovu city-states behind me, I made my way into Shandor once more. In the years since my last visit, nothing had seemed to have changed. Still, the city was surrounded by magically reinforced stone walls that are constantly manned. And still, at the first sight of any strangers, the men and women tending the farms that surround the walls flee back to the relative safety behind walls. On the surface, a small, self-sufficient city with nervous, weak citizens without anything worth taking from them. Those with any level of political savvy, though, realize that Shandor has depths that belie its first impression, just like its current and longtime mayor, Dralik. From the 17th entry of the epistolary travel journal of Kayaktuk the Landlocked. After 3 days' travel, the swarm began to accustom ourselves to our new lifestyle. As much as I wanted to press on and travel for over half of the day, we couldn't begin to manage to do so without starving the vast majority. My ever more foggy memories of my human life recalled being able to travel much longer in a day, and the thought of our apparent inferiority rankled me. In no way was I inferior, I cut the thought out deliberately. I knew that I was young and inexperienced, and perhaps most importantly, my fierce but unintelligent swarm hadn't had any clue or plans about this traveling. Beyond that, I knew that the Virtali tribe were fewer than 400 in number, and I'd grown up living a nomadic lifestyle. My Keelish, however, had begun to grow fat and lazy in our successes. There was enough food, and when it began to run low, Redale had always had a plan. The food was easy to hunt, and if anything threatened us, Redale had always had a solution. Everything was perfect for us to simply exist. And while every one of the Keelish in the swarm was as large and strong as the biggest ones I'd seen as a human, we weren't hardened. Rulek had come to me after the first night spent walking, not even trying to hide his exhaustion and gasping. So, Alpha, when can we go to sleep? I'm done. I'd spent the night with my vision set to normal view. So when I'd strained my eyes, I could barely see the first hints of the sun's rise in the east coloring the sky. It'll be a little while, keep moving. At that, Rulek had stepped closer to me, and while he still stood quite a bit shorter than I, it felt as if he was leaning down conspiratorially. If you keep pushing us like this, you won't be alpha of nearly so many Keelish. You do not threaten me with insubordination and attempted takeover. There wasn't a single moment's clear thought before my voice raised enough for those surrounding us, mostly my elites, to whip their heads towards me, ready to follow my every command. I didn't care and stepped closer, menacing Rulak, and he raised both hands in an attempt to placate me. No, you misunderstand me. Nobody in the swarm will ever challenge you the way you did Redale. Nobody. His tone was matter-of-fact, and I felt my raised scales on my hackles begin to lower as Rulak continued. But if you don't let the Keelish rest and recover and eat, then they'll run off. At least half of them don't really think of you as an alpha right now, just a tyrant strong enough to kill Redale. If they don't begin to think and believe you're really their alpha, then they won't follow you. Rulak paused, allowing me to think for just a moment before finishing, up to you though. I'm on your side forever. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Reported. I shook my head, but couldn't help but flare my frills in acknowledgement of his point as I looked around at my elites, much less the dregs of the swarm. First, I looked over at Foire, who stood nearby, and I noted Tri sleeping fitfully in his arms, her nostrils twitching as she dreamed. Fuar looked at me, and I understood his visceral need to keep his daughter full and healthy. Next was Sybil, and though she hit it well, she was exhausted and obviously unable to function at her usual top level. Even Shamira, large and strong as she was, refrained from teasing Vefir, Sybil, or even Jorel, who had long been a favorite subject of hers. The only member of the swarm who wasn't obviously flagging was Took, who had doggedly carried on without any obvious change in attitude or energy. At true sun's up, those who wish to hunt can do so. I'll lead one pack and Took another. If you wish to eat, I suggest you participate. In response, I'd led Arwa and a couple others, Brutus, Wistrel, Perkril, Ilni, and Katter, on a hunt. There wasn't any interesting prey or geography that I cared to note nearby, but we were lucky enough to stumble upon a small herd 7 of terror birds. Though we were matched in number by the large birds, Brutus easily charged into one and laid it low as it screeched for support, and the rest of my little pack followed suit. Most interestingly, though, was how Perkril and Arwa worked together. I'd never thought much about it, but both had access to lightning magic, and they easily complemented each other in battle. Perkril's magic was much less developed and controlled than Arwa's, but with both working together, arcs of electricity danced between and through 4 of the other 6 terror birds. Since all but 2 of the terror birds were laid low by our initial assault, I gestured for Wistrel, Ilni, and Katter to continue towards the little herd. And Wistrel, as always, shifted into an unnerving blend of frenetic energy and efficient slaughter. With 2 steps, she buried the beaks of 2 twitching terror birds into the dirt. Then, with an easy slash of her jaws, Wistrel flayed the muscle from one of the terror bird's thighs. It flopped to the ground, screeching in agony as the combat aficionado leaned down and bit through its throat and most of its neck. Looking disappointed, Wistrel left the terror bird to its terrified gurgles as it bled out and watched Ilni and Katter's hunt. Though nowhere near as impactful as Wistrel's own movements, the 2 females had long since evolved to becoming Qatif, and with their strength compared to the terror bird's mounting panic, they quickly dispatched the flightless avian. With my own lack of participation, I contributed by carrying Arwa's contribution back to the gathered swarm before letting Sybil decide which meat would go where. I took my own serving and settled to the side as I chewed over the fleshy thigh and thought about how best to lead the swarm onward, finally deciding to slow our pace, and then, if possible, beginning to scale up our speed as the swarm acclimated ourselves to this new normal. That was, of course, when complications began to arise. Took POV. Took had long become accustomed to being the largest around, and she liked that. It helped her to feel like there was at least something she was in control of. Sure, Sybil was smarter and a real beta to the alpha, but Took was taller and stronger than her. Fuar was faster and a better scout, but Took could haul much more of the hunt back to the swarm. Yes, the alpha was stronger than her, and he could use magic too, but at least she was bigger than him. There was always a balance, and in at least one thing, Took was better than the rest. And then, Rulak had changed. She wasn't sure what exactly the alpha did to do it, but he had been able to make those of his elites, as he called them, become bigger, stronger, faster, and better. Even so, though, it had been limited to those he trusted most. Only the best were worthy of becoming better like she had. None of the new Keelish had evolved like the elites, and Took had taken pride in her specialness. And then, Rulak had changed. Before Rulak evolved, he had been annoying but competent. Obsessed with rutting, he always smelled of sex and seemingly lazy. A competent leader and able to adjust to changes. Mouthy and arrogant, but widely agreed to be a great complement to Redale's intensity. And for one of the unevolved, he was probably the strongest, even stronger than Redale Took thought. Better than Took in those ways, as well as being more experienced than her in every way. However, she was bigger, stronger, taller, and faster than him. And then, Rulak had changed. Now he was taller than her, stronger than her, faster than her, bigger than her. He was still the same mouthy, arrogant, lazy, tail-chasing fool he had always been, but now he was also better than her in every way. The very thought enraged Took to her core, and she couldn't stand to be near him. Ever since she had begun to reach adulthood, she'd never been wholly outclassed in every possible way. And then, Rulak had changed. At the end of the day's travels, it was finally time where Took could do something she wanted to instead of simply stepping forward with the rest of the swarm. With a pleased deep breath, she strode out of the gathered Keelish, ready to go on a hunt, to finally actually do something and contribute to the well-being of the swarm when Rulak stepped towards her. Though she continued walking without acknowledging him, the worthless rank male continued to approach. "Hey there, Leggy, where you going?" Took didn't give him the satisfaction of any response. Instead, she simply continued walking into the surrounding jungle. With a long, low whistle, she called for whoever of the Keelish she'd always hunted with to come with if they so wanted. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. On one of your hunts, right? I know that whistle, I wanna come. Took wanted to lash out, to say something about how she'd rather be stuck hunting bullfrog spawn than to let him come with her. But she realized that his presence would be a boon, even if just knowing he was there would set her teeth on edge. It cost her something, but Took flared her frills in assent before continuing to walk onward. She slowed her step enough to allow any willing participants for the hunt to gather, but even then, Took didn't stop herself. Before long, a full pack of 10, her preferred number, had gathered. Looking over them, Took was unhappy to see neither Foir nor Sylph. Not even Kaza or Key either. Since the hunts were always in a new area where everything was unfamiliar, the best scouts were a premium commodity, plus only one of the good ones did better work than even two of the less trained ones. Took restrained herself from cursing, and instead, with her practice signals, commanded 3 of the weakest of the pack to be on lookout and search duty. On the other hand, Brutus had come, as he always did, and Rulak was an absolute monster on his own. There were 2 of the sneakier Keelish here in Ilni and Friish, so they were assigned to flanking anything they found. The other 2 would float, while Took herself would join the front line with Brutus and Rulak. Just before she was ready to begin the hunt in earnest, Rulak's self-important voice interrupted from just alongside her. "So, what are we doing here?" Silence. Took, without thinking further about it, whipped her tail at Rulak's back, and though he was partially successful at dodging her chastisement, there was a satisfying thunk of her tail whapping against his flank. He opened his mouth about to say something else, and Took was forced to interrupt him and speak more. "We are silent on my hunts, shut up or leave." Rulak took a second to understand, but unfortunately he listened to her request and with a broad, patronizing grin nodded severely. Her decision made and her leadership clear, Took again signed out the commands to each of the Keelish, making sure that each understood their position and responsibilities. Brutus struggled to understand the commands, but after repeating them twice, he was the last to flare his frills in assent. Took appreciated that in him, and noted that in comparison Rulak's literal superiority to her was only part of the problem with the massive male he refused to slow down, to admit when he didn't know something, or just not make an insufferable ass of himself. The hunt began, and it continued in the same annoying, disappointing fashion it had been thus far. No luck in finding any good prey. And the entire time, Rulak stuck so close to Took that she wanted to scream. Nearly an hour passed, and with the sun setting still there was no sign of any good prey. Normally, Took would have been fine and able to bear that with grace, but Rulak's constant presence ground away at her nerves, at her patience, and at her mind. Finally, the pack stumbled across a pair of scaled deer and quickly dispatched them. Barely enough to feed those on the hunt. Before Took could even begin to curse to herself, though, Rulak's voice wore away at the last thread of her sanity. "See, that's why you shouldn't be leading this pack on a hunt. Just wait for me back with the rest, and I'll show you what you're really good for, leggy. I swear I'll make you." Those were the last words out of his mouth, because that was when Took's jaws closed around Rulak's throat. I wasn't sure how, I wasn't sure when, and I wasn't sure why, but what I did know was that Took literally held Rulak's life in her jaws. She had dragged him back to the rest of the swarm, his throat and most of his neck retained within her maw, and it was painfully obvious that Rulak was absolutely livid but willing to bear with the indignity for the chance at survival. Behind them, 8 other Keelish had worked to drag back 2 scaled deer corpses, which they dropped to the ground unceremoniously before continuing to watch the spectacle of Rulak's possible survival. "What happened?" I asked, and though I felt a swelling of disappointment and discontent at the public nature of the fight, I wasn't angry at seeing Took in the process of establishing her dominance over the lackadaisical male. Under normal circumstances, I would have asked the most highly ranked of the Keelish present specifically, but those were the 2 in the predicament in the first place, and then I suppose the third would have been Brutus, but he seemed confused at best. Though he'd gotten much smarter after his evolution to Caudiff, Brutus still didn't pay much attention to the rest of the world outside of hunting. This obviously wasn't merely a little spat over the hunt itself. Before I could let myself be consumed with thoughts about establishing a true line of command, I turned to Ilni, who had been a part of the hunt, and she couldn't help the nervous twitch of her tail as she began to explain. "Well, I'm not too sure, cause I was on the other side of the hunt," and her words cut short as I felt my frayed temper begin to run out. Rulak kept bothering her throughout the hunt. Then, when we weren't as successful as we'd like, he said something about how he should have led the hunt instead of her, and it'd be better if she were rutting than hunting. I leveled a look at Rulak. Through the simmering rage that continued to build at his perceived mistreatment, he rolled his eyes at me and flared his frills in a way that somehow communicated that she was telling the truth. I'd wanted to be able to deny that I believed that Rulak would be so stupid as to say that, but of course he would, and of course he did. His first real exchange with her had ended with him calling her leggy anyways, so there had already been a history of him being at least passingly interested, and he was a shameless tail chaser. Took release him. She didn't hesitate to let Rulak's limp body slump to the ground. But before he could gather himself, she delivered a heavy kick to his ribs and sent him sprawling. Then she stepped back and rolled her shoulders while working her jaw. Until then, she'd so unfailingly carried his body that I hadn't stopped to think about how heavy Akadif's body was, and how far she must have dragged him unwillingly along. As I calculated and thought, I nearly lost the opportunity to stop any further violence from continuing as Rulek began to recover and clambered to his feet. His eyes and posture promising violence while Took's easy settling into a combat-ready stance didn't bode well. Enough, I shouted, my magic only barely keeping on the non-violent side of crippling cry. You're both members of my swarm and both leaders under my command. Shut up and listen. As my voice echoed over the assembled hundreds of Keelish and Wolfstegs, there was no movement, much less any sound or whispers. We are Keelish, we are violence, struggle, and ambition made flesh. But none of my Keelish will fight each other like this. You must be stronger, wiser, and more devious than those around you, but we work together. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. I stepped closer to Rulak. He'd recently evolved to becoming a Kadif and was now well over 7 feet tall and could look down on me easily. I didn't care and poked one of my claws into his chest, deliberately hard enough to draw blood. To his credit, he didn't react except to look at me without rebellion in his eyes. You purposefully insulted and undermined one of my most trusted companions, one that I have named as my beta in the hunt. And for what reason? I let the question hang in the air, not expecting an answer. I did, however, receive one. Because I want to rut her and I like to see the subtle ways she reacts. I find her amusing. Rulak's frank admittance of his reason took me by surprise, but also set the banked coals of frustration in my heart to blazing. Before I could lash back out, though, he continued, I treated her as a foolish weakling simply because it amused me. He turned towards Took as he continued, in this I was wrong. I shouldn't have discredited you, as you have gained your position from your dedication and strength, and you having become who and what you are is a reflection of yourself as well as the Swarm Alpha. Beta Took, Swarm Alpha Ashlani, please forgive me for my foolishness. The honest apology took me by surprise, and served to weaken any additional chastisement that I might have wanted to dole out on him. Instead, I was almost forced to nod my head and accept the apology. When I looked at Took, though she stood tall and proud, she did barely flare her frills in acceptance. Now the hard part, Took. I recognize that you were provoked, but even so, you are my beta in the hunt. You are above every other Keelish in the swarm, with the mere exceptions of myself and Sybil who stands beside you. As such, you are expected to be better than the rest of the members of the swarm, to be wiser, more patient, stronger. I have the highest of expectations for you, and you have never disappointed them. Until today. Took's eyes widened, and though she would never interrupt me, much less contradict me, and in this public situation no less, I could see the indignation rising in her heart. I raised my hand, hoping to placate her. You did no wrong in showing Rulak to his place. He disrespected you and myself, and he deserved to be embarrassed and defeated there for that. It was, however, unnecessary to drag him for miles through the jungle and into the assembled, complete body of the swarm, where now I am forced to publicly address this private matter that could have been resolved entirely between us three and the pack present at the hunt. Beyond that, congratulations in defeating the previous swarm beta in battle, in beauty, and in brains, as all three were necessary to bring you to this victory today. I smiled widely, and though I saw a hint of frustration in Rulak's eyes at my approval of Took's work, the scattered cheers of the assembled Keelish quickly made him give up any further argument on that account. Now I shouted again to the entirety of the assembled Keelish, let any who are hungry hunt, and those who are angry hunt, and those who are happy hunt. After all, I let a fierce grin cross my face and color my voice. We are Keelish, and we are violence, struggle, ambition, and unity made flesh. I almost expected the feeling of sacredness to descend upon me as I spoke, but no such luck. Instead, I was treated to Rulak's request. Took, can I come with you on another hunt? Though Dralik and I had interacted several times in the past, I wouldn't have called him even an acquaintance. The Mayor Guard Captain's spiritual leader of the insular community lives his life in his heavily enchanted armor, so far as I know. Surely he steps out of the armor sometimes, but for any non-residents of the city-state, the man and the armor are one. Within the armor, he cuts an intimidating figure, well over 7 feet tall and broad-shouldered, his gray beard stained with juices from the brownweed he seems to always be chewing on. The armor itself is constantly glowing from the force of his considerable magic being pumped through it, and lends credence to the godless horde's postulation that magical power untied to divinity is an untainted and more robust form of the most basic ingredient to life. Given that my visit is itself to ask more specifically about his people's experience with the Great Pilgrimage, It took me a surprisingly long time to reach Dralik himself. Instead, I was relegated to attempting questioning of the least disciplined of the members of the guard. There seemed to be some sort of a gag order out on any specifics being given about the primogenitor swarm's passage. All that I get before I can speak with Dralik himself is whispers of warnings ignored and guards murdered, nothing more. From the 17th entry of the epistolary travel journal of Kayaktuk the Landlocked, Rulak couldn't help himself and was very nearly killed immediately after my attempt to calm tensions within the swarm. Fortunately enough, Took refused to take him with her on her next hunt, and the next day's hunt, and the hunt after that. His blasé approach to life simply couldn't coexist with Took's firmly regimented approach to life, and I wasn't about to force one of my oldest comrades to change her very essence to cater to a deliberately obtuse would-be suitor. Again, I felt fortunate that Took didn't feel any need to continue to argue or fight with Rulak after her first altercation, and though he still obviously nursed his wounded pride, Rulak remained a mere nuisance instead of a violent provocateur. As the swarm continued to settle more and more into our nomadic lifestyle, a general schedule was created, and Sybil then streamlined it and sent commands to every alpha of the swarm to ensure that they were instructing their subordinates to follow the swarm's plans. We would set off in the late morning, the morning rains keeping us cool well into the afternoon, though the seasons were changing and soon we would be overheating in much drier summer months. Since we could mostly self-regulate our own temperatures, though, I hoped we wouldn't be forced to seek shelter for the hours that the suns were directly overhead. Once the suns began to set, we would settle into our impromptu camp and take our rest, while the most industrious of the swarm would set off on a hunt to ensure we wouldn't starve as a whole. That said, we couldn't subsist entirely off of the efforts of those most willing to hunt. So Sybil again created some rotation of packs that were forced to hunt on a given day at a certain time. We were helped by the fact that Foire and Sylph would scout around the edges of the swarm as we traveled, and then point out when there was a relatively nearby group of prey that could be quickly dispatched and distributed among the rest. I made sure that I myself participated in the hunts and led by example, though I let most of the others be more proactive in the killing than I was, as the weak, unimportant game caught exclusively for sustenance couldn't hold my attention. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Days passed, and though I wanted to move faster, farther, and longer, the swarm simply couldn't. There were too many of us, too many mouths to feed, and whenever we were forced to move through a narrower passage or thick bog, I could feel my teeth involuntarily grinding against each other. I thought I had made the right decision in proving our strength and leaving without slaughtering all the humans in the jungle, but had I truly? Should I have taken charge of the swarm immediately, once I'd heard of the humans' presence, and led my new followers to hopeful safety? I knew now that I almost certainly would have defeated Redale were I to have done so. But if I had usurped control so early, would that Earth Speaker have found our den and then have remained determined enough to follow us? Then she would have served as a beacon of our location to any other speakers, so long as she had a good wind speaker with her. Or she could have cut into our flanks and slaughtered hundreds more of the swarm. Dozens of questions filled my mind, and I cursed my indecision and inability. While I was busy blaming myself, I indulged and railed against myself about having forgotten 3 times that I was currently training my eyesight to evolve my improved vision skill. And instead of being 12 days into the process of evolution, I was instead only 3 days past the initial starting point. The main culprit was when I woke in the night and habitually had shifted my perception to be able to actually see what was happening around me. Another, newer question began to plague me as we walked on, and the more time I spent as the swarm alpha, the more time I interacted with the weak and inferior Keelish, the more this new question filled my mind and polluted my heart. I had long known where my sense of superiority came from by nature of my being a more highly evolved being than the rest. Yet, did I, Ashlani, actually agree with that idea? Agreement had come naturally, as I was stronger, a better-suited ruler, but was that just my Kadif part talking? Or was it actually me? Though the weakest members of the swarm participated most to the frustrations regarding slowing the swarm as a whole down, though they obviously were the least valuable to me in a fight or war for survival, did I actually look down on them? Or could I simply embrace that there were different levels to my new people, that some were destined to be the weakest, but could still be on the same level as myself? The very thought turned my stomach at first, but as time passed, the more I wondered. Jorel and his brood were obviously inferior to my own. They were inherently weaker and less impressive in every way, but they had taken to raising Arwa's pups better than any other Keelish, myself included. Eventually, we would find Nevtra and settle there or nearby, and at that point, we couldn't continue devouring every living creature within miles, or then we would starve. Would it not be necessary to establish a working class? Was there a caste already within the Qatif and Keel that was built for that? Those thoughts and more continued to congest my mind, keeping me from fully embracing any other of the dozens of minutiae necessary for leading my swarm. I was forced to shake my mind into the full present, though, when Arwa raised her snout, sniffed, and whined before screeches of angry Keelish filled the air. Immediately, I raised my head and began to search for the source of the confusion, though I couldn't see far or clearly in the dimness of the setting suns. I could at least be sure that Arwa's reaction and the Keelish's shrieks were somehow connected, but the specifics were still unclear. Before I allowed myself to think any further, I began to run towards the nearest screeches, innervating address, immediately tickling my throat as I rallied my people. Prepare yourselves, defend yourselves, victory by fang and blood. Scattered replies of victory by fang and blood echoed throughout the swarm as I surged past the dozens and hundreds of my subordinates. I could somehow feel the beginning throes of panic get thrust out of my assembled people under my direction, and a fierce grin crossed my face as I realized it. My words could change the flow of battle, even without the strength of my arm. How much more of the battle would I be able to change once I led my people into the battle itself? The thought energized me, and I sent magic down my arms and activated Quaking Claw as I continued to slightly stumble through the ever-darker jungle. Before I arrived at the scene, I made sure to begin giving commands to all the Keelish nearby to trigger the benefits from Conqueror's rebuke. Then, I heard Foir's enraged screams. "You will not take her from me." Foir's voice carried over and through the clamor of battle, his desperation and unadulterated fury giving his words greater power than I'd ever heard before. Still, I couldn't see him, and after a momentary pang of disappointment, I changed my perception to thermal in order to more clearly see what was happening. My searching eyes finally found the scout, his daughter tightly held in his arms as he lashed out with his tail and both feet at the lunging wolf stags. At least a dozen fully grown wolf stags were picking off some of the weakest members of the swarm. For the briefest moment, I thought that Arwa's spawn had turned on us, but I was immediately proven to be incorrect as there were far too many of them, as well as their horns. Instead of the wild cluster of long antlers that sprouted wildly from the base of Mistral and Voltaic wolfstags' skulls, each of these wolfstags had a pair of shorter, sharper horns that grew from just above their eyes. Either a pack of wave or glacial wolfstags then. Before I could get close enough to help and before my eyes, one of the wolfstags lowered its head and charged into the flank of a Keelish, distracted by another wolfstag that was harrying it from the front. The horns sunk deep into the flesh of the Keelish's thigh, and before he could react, the wolfstag raised its head high and threw the Keelish backwards and out of friendly territory. Immediately, other wolfstags began to drag it away while it struggled. Only a moment later, though, a larger wolfstag lunged in and with a snip of its jaws, the Keelish's throat was ripped clean out. The pack had another 3 Keelish bodies behind them and had yet to suffer a single casualty, so they began to try to retreat with their spoils. Rage surged within me, and I pushed myself to move even faster as I filled my throat with more magic than I could remember ever doing before. With an explosive blast, I let my fury be known to the world. I roared a wordless challenge to the wolfstags, my voice amplified by my magic and stunning everything within at least 30 feet of me, and I charged in. With a swipe of each quaking claw, I laid 2 of the wolfstags flat, their forelegs crippled, but I wasn't finished. The closest wolfstag began to turn itself to try to flee, but I sprinted forward and seized its tail in my jaws before lifting its body up and twisting with all my force to smash it into the ground. The wind rushed from its lungs in a pained wheeze, and I stepped forward and placed its head under my foot as it whined and tried to catch its breath. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Now that my superiority had been shown, I again shrieked a wordless challenge to the wolfstags, but this time with the influence of debilitating diatribe. Before the ambushers could react, though, Arwa blazed past me in a sparking blur before she crashed into the largest member of the wolfstag pack. Immediately, the two devolved into a snarling, ravening pile, and the other wolfstags remained stunned by my magic and Arwa's ruthless assault on what I could only assume to be their alpha. As the wolfstags were distracted and my Keelish began to gather themselves from the surprise ambush they'd sustained, I shouted my command, "Surround them, don't let any escape." Immediately, my command was followed as the fiercely snarling pair of wolfstags' combat rose to a crescendo. The grappling enemy wolfstag tried to use its magic as he snapped at Arwa's foreleg, but as a small disk of water began to appear, Arwa sent a surge of her lightning coursing through her entire body. I could see sparks of heat jumping over and through the wolfstag as Arwa's magical response left the wave wolfstag as a helplessly twitching mess on the ground. Arwa pressed her advantage, and nearly immediately she was above the male wolfstag with his throat in her jaws. Though he tried once to escape her imprisonment, Arwa mercilessly sent another wave of surging electricity directly through his throat, and after he recovered from that spasming fit, he didn't fight back again. My people had fully surrounded the pack of failed ambushers, and just before I could give the fatal command, Jorel sidled up next to me, a hesitant pause to his step. I looked down at him and he bowed his head in supplication before being allowed to speak. What is it, Jorel? May I request the assistance of Sybil and Shamira in taming these new wolf stags? Many of my pack do not have a wolf stag of their own, and I know they would greatly appreciate the opportunity to gain a hunting companion. I nearly denied him by reflex, demanding the wolf stag's payment by blood for their brazen assault on my people. But then I paused, looked down at Jorel, and remembered my thoughts from just before the attack. Jorel and his pack were different from my own, and once we settled, it would be better to have various avenues for food to have trained tenders of flocks. Even so, I wanted to see Jorel's dedication. Why would I allow them to live when they've killed some of our own? They could feed many of the pack, but instead will need to train, feed, and care for these beasts if they are to accompany you and your pack. Jorel bowed even lower as he thought for a moment before continuing. These wolf stags know the area. They can lead us to more prey, to safer passages, and will allow us to hunt more than we could have without them. Please, Alpha. I looked down at Jorel, deliberately silent as I deliberated over his suggestion. I already knew what my choice would be, but either a sadistic enjoyment of his discomfort or some need to show my willingness to listen drove my continued silence. But eventually, Arwa looked up at me and barked for my attention. When I looked at her, she cocked her head before whining for my clemency, or at least so I supposed. With a wry smile, I shook my head before calling out, Sybil Shamira, we need some help over here. Then I looked at Jorel, whose face began to lift in excitement, and said, your pack now needs to provide twice as much meat to the pack to show your new hunting prowess. I had to fight to keep the smirk from covering my face as Jorel's own face fell in disbelief. Mualtir POVs. Mualtir had been stationed as the High Colonel of the Th Nufir Rivers Fort Th Nufir for nearly a decade now, though before that she'd spent most of her whole life here as a soldier's daughter, then a trainee, then a soldier under her grandmother's command before a brief stint in the Ilni family's training camps. Then, once she'd risen through the ranks, that same position was assigned to her after her grandmother's retirement. Mualtir could still remember the pride on her parents' and grandmother's faces as she'd stepped up before the Grand Verret and knelt to have the office of a High Colonel be bestowed upon her. Even before her assignment as High Colonel of the fort, Mualtir was respected by her soldiers and had proven herself through the many battles spent alongside them. The permanent limp in her left leg testified of that. As Mualtir slowly stumped the length of her office's balcony overlooking the Th Nufir, the dull, forgettable ache in her thigh intensified and she idly massaged at it. The old scars always pained her when a windward was nearing. Something to do with the air pressure, she was told, but she was a soldier, not a scholar. So the reason for it didn't matter, just that she could use the windward successfully. As she looked out over the river and the surrounding forests and waited for the disembodied voice to approach her, the memory of the old wound struck. A Sunkindred scout had snuck over the river and was attempting to make his way into the Veritocracy's lush jungles from the frostbitten southern lands when she'd found him. She'd been a mere foot soldier then, still untested in the flames of battle, and the only Sunkindred she had seen until then had been corpses. This one's countenance still stuck with her. Its large bovine head with two horns, thick furry arms, and a barrel chest with little in the way of armor, but so brazenly confident. He'd been quick to use their traditional weapon, quicker than her, and he threw the stone-headed hatchet with such alacrity that it had buried itself deeply in her thigh before she'd been able to react. The only reason she still lived was because even then she'd been an accomplished windspeaker and had sent a blast of lightning into his chest, knocking him flat before she'd limped forward to try to press the attack. With the agony from her wound, Mualtir had lost concentration on her storm-calling too soon to cripple or slay her foe, and the Sunkindred spy had been quick to recover. Though small for a Sunkindred, only a bit taller than she was, he retained the bulk and hardiness of his kind, which allowed him to rise to his feet and appraise the situation. Looking down at the weapon lodged in Mualtir's thigh, the scout realized he wasn't about to get his weapon back, sighed, and bolted away as the fort's watchmen began to sound their horns. That was the last she could recall, as she'd passed out shortly thereafter. Mentally returning to her office, Mualtir looked at the hatchet set on her desk. She used it as a paperweight these days, but it was an impressive display of craftsmanship, beautiful and functional. Sharpening it was a work so tedious even the Grand Verret Synod would have to engage in another one of their foolish debates on how best to set up a committee of how to sharpen each section of the blade. After all, they had a meeting to do anything, let alone something complex and beautiful. Mualtir didn't miss Virtal and the politicking necessary to survive in the capital. Instead, she controlled this 58.3-mile stretch of river and protected those found on her side from the incursions of the Sunkindred barbarians. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Maybe I'm getting old for this, she mused aloud. Getting lost in thought like this, Grandma would be all over my ass about this. Mualtir chuckled as the discomfort in her knee grew, and finally the windward began to sound in her ear. Hi Colonel, my name is Yohar, and I'm reporting on an attempted hunt of Keelish, but it didn't go so good. The hunters were all wiped out, and there's a girl that's coming your way to tell you about it. I don't think there's enough speakers here to deal with these. The man's voice detailed the experience that the militia gathered by a certain Maratha had experienced, and the more she heard, the more Mualtir stood straight. After listening for just a moment, Mualtir realized she recognized the name Maratha had been a sergeant in the constabulary in Virtal, so she should never have faced any real risk of losing her life at the Keelish's claws. But she wasn't the first, nor would she be the last to fall to their treacherous ways. Stories told to her by Grandma echoed through her mind. Her grandmother's master had lost her son to the Keelish just before the establishment of the Veritocracy, and Alitali had told Grandma the stories enough that Grandma had then told them to Mualtir. Hatred of the Keelish was easy enough to cultivate, and Mualtir wanted to see them dead since they were killing her citizens. Though she ached to personally lead the assault on the scaled menace, Mualtir continued to listen to the windward as Yohar's message came to a close, knowing her own role wouldn't be to lead the extermination force. So, we don't think we're ready for this kind of fight. We just wanted to pass this message to you and then hopefully have someone from the fort come and take care of these beasts. The whispering of the windward died down, and Mualtir immediately began composing her own. Thank you, Yohar. This is High Colonel Dithnufir speaking. Hold your position. I will pass your message on to Virtal before responding. Without further discussion or worries, Mualtir sent a brief explanation of the need to send a team of high speakers to exterminate this threat before they could grow to be dangerous to the country at large. Surprisingly, an answer was quick to return in just a couple of minutes, and a grin and grimace fought for dominance over her face. Before she let her emotions take hold over her, though, Mualtir responded to Yohar. Thank you for your report. Virtal has been notified of your plight, and have designated an elite team to engage and eliminate the Keelish presence nearby. Several of my high speakers will be joining you soon under the direction of High Lord Laalt Ulni and several of his bound beasts. Do not worry, because before long, high speakers and a high lord will be on the trail of these Keelish, and will forthwith annihilate them all. Virali POVs. A week had passed since Virali and Fen had left Stone Step, and the journey continued to be a strange conglomeration of tranquil and infuriating. The jungles remained beautiful and safe, so long as you knew how to treat it, and though Virali had been a fool in a dozen ways a day since her parents' death, she did know the jungles. The journey south, though easy and fast, remained agonizing as Virali couldn't know how far she was from reaching the Nufir fort since she'd never been there. She knew it was south and would take most people about 3 weeks of travel to reach there, but she didn't know if she was moving quickly or slowly, or even if she was going in the right direction. At night, when Fen collapsed and could walk no longer, Virali would spend a short time with the fawn slung over her shoulders to carry her even an extra step. But often Virali found herself trudging well after nightfall before she gave up on progressing any further without resting. She had brought camping supplies, but most nights Virali was too exhausted to take the time to set up her tent, and instead simply wrapped herself in her sleeping roll and succumbed to the fatigue that ached in her every bone. Despite her body's cries for rest, though, her mind couldn't calm itself sufficiently to protect Virali from the nightmares of her parents' bodies, their suffering. That was where Fen's so-called skills came into use. She had learned how to influence others' minds, and if Fen was awake, she could mold and adjust and edit Virali's dreams to a more comprehensive and less painful nothing. If Fen remained sleeping, though, Virali wouldn't get much rest. Even so, she doggedly pressed on, focused on the next step, the next day, the next destination. When they'd left Stone Step, a true windspeaker had talked about how he could send word all the way to the fort. But even so, Virali wanted to continue on her journey and ensure that the high speaker soldiers were ready to come and avenge her family and friends. After all, she couldn't guarantee that the windspeaker wasn't just blowing smoke to get the grieving child to calm down. Virali could still feel the pity in his eyes, in the eyes of every man and woman she'd seen since the massacre, thinking of her as an unreasonable child. Before Virali could fully shake the frustration and anger from her mind, though, she felt a rumble in the ground up ahead and immediately struggled with an earth calling. Though she had long chosen to focus on flame and soul speaking, with her mother's expertise, Virali could earth speak well enough to feel something with 4 legs and rumbling steps, so she quickly bunkered down beneath a nearby bush. Fen immediately joined her and asked, "What's up? I can feel something shifting the ground." Virali whispered so quietly she couldn't hear herself, but she kept every one of her senses peeled to try to keep herself and her companions safe. Whatever could so markedly and consistently affect the whole ground was a threat that Virali couldn't do anything about, and she hoped to escape its attention, though she'd never heard of anything able to move the earth like this around here. She hoped it was just an overzealous earth speaker, but in her heart, Virali could feel that this was something different, the magic itself foreign to her. The steps approached, and Virali held her breath, hoping beyond hope to completely escape notice, but a voice echoed through the jungle, the tone refined and almost bored. "There's a child over there under the bush. Child, come out and speak to your betters." Virali bristled at the superiority in the man's tone and words. But before she could even make a decision about how to react to the command, the voice rang out again. A single word, a command she'd never heard before. "Daluk." Before the sound of the command had fully faded, the earth gently folded around her feet up to her ankles, and then the ground under Virali's feet shifted and pulled her towards the voice. Before anything else, Virali noticed the massive hill that she could have sworn hadn't been there before, and on top of it were 6 people, all but one fully covered in buralts to protect them from detection and the elements, the sixth wearing fine clothing and a silken cloak. She wanted to move, to shift uncomfortably, to do anything, but the firm stone wrapped around her ankles prevented her from doing anything of the sort, and the imperious voice sounded out again as she was made to approach. "If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Girl, what are you doing here? Do you not know that you have come exceptionally close to the front lines of the war against the half-people?" His tone shifted, his words carrying a faint shade of power. "Are you a spy?" The jarring change from all the questions shook Virali, and she struggled to know how to answer until the last. "No, I'm from here. I love my home. I would never." She gathered herself, and since she couldn't move her feet, simply pulled her baralt back from her face and looked up at the 6 figures before bowing her head. "My name is Virali. I'm from a small, nameless village to the north. I passed through Stone Step on my way here and had a windward be sent ahead about a Keelish menace that needs to be exterminated." She paused, worried about what the consequences might be if they didn't believe her, and she felt her throat go dry. "It's okay, you're awesome." Fen's voice echoed through Virali's mind, and she straightened her back. "Have you heard? I assume you're soldiers from the fort." The proud man's laughter was surprisingly pleasant as he listened to her words. Then he tapped his foot against the hill they all stood on. Immediately the stone released her feet, and the man turned to another, one who hadn't adjusted or removed their baralt at all. "You take care of the child, Learthen. We'll leave as soon as you send her on her way." Then the man turned and sat on a small chair on the hill. Now that she was recovering from her panic, Virali noticed that the hill was not, in fact, a hill. She had never seen one before, but Virali had heard of the Ufudalak of the Indlavu Plains. Massive creatures with 4 massive legs, each one as thick as a small house leading up to a huge armored body. They were like something called a tortoise, a small reptile that Virali had only ever seen a drawing of, but the Ufudalak was at least 40 feet tall at the crest of its shell and twice as long, and the enormous creature stood impassively looking at her. Its mouth could eat her in one bite, though Virali couldn't say if it was a carnivore. As she stared, the Ufudalak ponderously turned its head to a nearby tree and with a single bite snapped through its trunk before crunching away at the top of the tree, branches and leaves flying freely around the scene. Still distracted by the Ufudalak, Virali was surprised when Learthen stepped near and patted her shoulder. She turned, and the moment he had her attention, Learthen spoke in a quiet, measured tone, "We have been sent by the High Colonel and will exterminate the Keelish. You can rest easy and return to your home." Then he turned to step back onto the humongous tortoise. "Wait," Virali cried, "I can lead you there. I can do whatever you want. Please just let me come along." Learthen wordlessly shook his head in denial of her request, and Virali felt her heart sink. They just didn't care, or, let her come. I don't have any of my pages here to take care of my bound." The proud man's voice echoed from over the Ufudalak's back, and Virali's heart soared once more, excited to be trusted by this powerful speaker. Learthen didn't seem to feel anything about the other man directly countermanding him, and just reached over and grabbed her under her arms, and before she could react, leapt directly up onto the Ufudalak's back. Virali bowed to her benefactor, who still sat on the opulent chair somehow secured to the shell. "Thank you, High Colonel, for giving the command allowing me to come along, I promise." "I am no mere armament," the proud man's voice cut in. "Show me the respect I deserve and care for my bound, I'll take care of the rest." Virali stood, confused, and Learthen leaned close to her. "This is High Lord Laeltal Ni, and the Grand Verat has required him to assist us in our mission." "Yes, thank you for the introduction." The man High Lord Ni spoke breezily. You will care for my bound. There are only 3 here and my young Dalek here gets tired. He's only a couple years old after all. Completely confused, Virali looked around, and before she could begin to settle her mind, the huge tortoise began to flow forward, moving without stepping and the ground below them carrying them all forward, faster than Virali had ever traveled. She simply sank to the ground, trying to figure out how she had gotten here, but grateful that these high speakers and High Lord would surely give her revenge. Days continued to pass, the journey difficult and somehow easy at the same time. There wasn't anything unusual to do, simply to continue on our path while hunting enough prey to keep the swarm fed. With nearly 1,000 individual carnivores needing to eat enough to sustain ourselves on long days' travels, we devoured everything we found, from toothy bullfrogs to terror birds. Of course, there were some that could escape our hunters, but most everything we found eventually fed the swarm. And our growing number of pets followers. The wolfstag's numbers had swelled with the addition of the survivors of the Wave Wolfstag's pack. I'd almost expected a massive horde of wolfstags like those of Arwa's pack that we could slaughter our way through and force the non-compliant to feed us, but I'd been more than a little mistaken. There had been 14 members of the Wave Wolfstag pack, and none had been slain by my or Arwa's assault. The wounds that the unfortunate at the front had sustained were quickly patched up by Vefir and a couple other Keelish that had taken to following him around. These other 3 Keelish hadn't yet evolved to Kadif nor demonstrated any magical capability, so I disregarded them for now, merely showing my appreciation through a couple quick nods. The journey continued, and the wet jungles began to give way to swampy marshes, and our pace rapidly slowed as we needed to slog through the shallower sections while avoiding the deepest sinkholes with rotting vegetation and unknown predators within. I had never been near here, but the Wave Wolfstags avoided these deepest sections with an instinctual fear that I didn't feel the need to question while still on the run from whatever reinforcements the Veritocracy was calling. The Wave Wolfstags guided us readily through the frustrations of the swamp, never struggling half so much as the rest of us. Before long, I realized why the Wave Wolfstags could so much more easily traverse the thick soup that was the ground in this foreign swamp. Their paws were more than twice the size of even Arwa's, though she stood at least a foot taller than her lesser cousins, and their toes splayed out in a way that helped them to walk on top of the thick muds and choked waters that plagued our every step. Surely there was some magic at play further reinforcing their abilities. But either way, the wolfstags ranged around us and helped to keep an eye on our surroundings. Even though the Wave Wolfstags had nearly half again as many members as the Voltaic, and Arwa was the only fully grown Voltaic wolfstag, she and her pups quickly showed the reason why the Voltaic, Glacial, Gilded, and Infernal Wolfstags were absolutely superior to their Mistral, Wave, Stone, and Flaming counterparts. By Keelish standards, the Wave Wolfstag's magic was impressive, but by Arwa's standards, there was nothing worth thinking about. After several seconds' concentration, the wolfstags could conjure up spears of water they could propel fast enough to cut through flesh. The Voltaic ones, though, always had near instantaneous control over nearly crippling surges of electricity. Even the pups, if given just enough time to be ready, could rather reliably overcome their adult cousins. Though much less impressive in every way size, intelligence, magical prowess, and numbers, to name a few, the newest members of the swarm were still welcome additions. Their horns were far more dangerous in a fight than the Voltaic's antlers, and as I'd already noticed, their wide paws were an amazing adaptation for these marshes. I'd always known about how the wolfstags had either horns or antlers, each varying by what type they were, Wave and Glacial with the straight, sharp pairs of horns from their foreheads, Mistral and Voltaic with clumped, wild masses of antlers that jutted wildly from the base of their skulls, Stone and Gilded with curling ram's horns that started above the ears and curled around them, and Flaming and Infernal with a set of antlers that sprout from the tops of their heads and curl together into an approximation of a crown. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Sybil, Shamira, and Jorel had been hard at work domesticating these newest canines, and they were quick to fall in line. While Arwa's submission to us had been unusually quick, I had long suspected that was due to her intelligence in understanding how completely we had her in our power, more than anything else. These new wolfstags, though, were obviously not especially intelligent. They had approached a swarm of nearly 1,000 predators and thought that they would be able to treat us as regular prey animals. Through the magical influence of 2 rulers compounded with all my passive skills, it was no surprise that the weak-willed wolfstags quickly found themselves happily subjected by our superior strength and minds. Our exodus slowed nearly to a stop. I found myself pacing many nights after leading a pack on a hunt, my eyes frustratingly clouded by the darkness as I forced myself to continue trying to progress my skill-less evolution. Zalpha. Sybil's voice shook me from my frustrated, continuous movement. You are putting the swarm into an agitated state with your own frustrations. Please, come lie with me. Today, we'd been fortunate enough to find actual solid ground to sleep on. A rare grove of trees that had either found purchase on this stray solid ground or had raised the bed of the swamp up enough to be able to thrive. Either way, there was nearly enough dry ground here for the whole swarm to rest in the same place, instead of scattered across the occasional hillocks of rotting vegetation and fallen trees. Around me, the quiet sounds of Keelish filled the grove, and though I didn't look around myself to see, I could feel the tension in the air as my manic movement was watched. With a nearly silent sigh of frustration, I settled onto the ground next to my mate and forced myself into near stillness. We aren't moving even a quarter as fast as we were, and I don't know how fast our pursuers will be. A true wave speaker would be able to keep their team moving at a normal pace through here. And if they have a high wave speaker, they'll be even faster as they can ride the water through here. We need to move faster because if they catch us here, we'll be slaughtered. Sybil watched me as I only barely kept myself from raising my voice and resuming my pacing. And what can we do to speed our travel? Her question was soft, genuine, and unyielding. I knew what she was getting at. Continue moving, I sighed, letting my body fully slump to the ground. Indeed. And that is what we are already doing. Now it is time to rest, for tomorrow we will continue. That was when a chorus of splashes sounded out around the island, and the startled conversations among the Keelish became shrieks of pain and panic. As I listened to the cries of my Keelish, I was again tempted to shift my vision to perceive heat signatures. But with a force of effort, instead I strode forward, my magic bubbling within my throat. The mere lesser Keelish continued to scream around me, and a part of me wanted to delay reaching out, delay helping them to allow their morale to break so that I could ensure that my innervating address would fully change the morale of my swarm. After all, they all would be served by my continuing evolutions, and every skill that evolved would allow me to save more in the future. My cold reasoning rang hollow in my own ears, and before I thought for another moment, I let out my innervating address. Stand together, retreat from the shores, and gather together. Survival is victory. The shift in my perspective, something I'd let slowly turn and fester within me, had my mind immediately snapped to different instructions, and I understood that the boost to my mind's alacrity from pack tactics, innate leadership, and all my other skills had changed. Before, their focus was primarily on the complete destruction of anything that crossed me, and that at any cost. Now, though, I could feel that I valued my Keelish's lives. They were my people, and not just that in word but in reality as well. Before, I'd thought of Keelish as my people, but only truly counted the Qatif as mine. I shook the realizations from the forefront of my mind, instead redoubling any plans to ensure the greatest survival rate of my Keelish. Though I hadn't shifted my perception to heat signatures, the setting suns cut through the overcast clouds enough to see murky shadows and vague outlines. Beyond that, the Keelish had been surprised, and I knew that the vast majority of my swarm spent their entire lives seeing exclusively heat signatures. Something cold-blooded then, the cries of several Keelish cut off, and the splashing resumed as the unseen assailants retreated back to the waters. I sprinted to the shore and tried to catch a leg or arm or even a glimpse, but by the time I was near enough to begin to see anything, all that was left of the ambushed Keelish were a series of ripples that quickly faded in the water. I paced along the banks of the island, but even after minutes I didn't see a shadow of the sneaky bastards or their prey. Whatever it had been, if it was just one or several or many, had escaped wholly without punishment. I was reminded of the martinimus that swallowed me whole and nearly killed me, and the terror bird that had escaped with Unkley's corpse. Would this be a creature that I couldn't face as I was? Looking around, the wave wolfstags had retreated back nearly to the center of the island, nervously whining to each other and begging Jorel, Sybil, and Shamira for their support. They knew something about whatever this thing was, and not for the first time, I cursed that we couldn't communicate with the wolfstags more clearly than simple commands. With a sigh, I dispelled the thoughts and instead refocused myself on how to protect the swarm. Should we just leave? No, I didn't know if the thing was still nearby and how many of them there were. Just sleep and hope it didn't return? Never. Those losses were no longer acceptable to me. Set up that thought could work. Why hadn't we implemented it yet? Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Foire. I didn't shout, but I'd long learned, even without the influence of my magic, how to make my voice carry. It took less than a minute for the scout to step close to me, his daughter surprisingly not held protectively in his arms. Alpha, he asked without another word. Other than yourself and Sylph, who are the best scouts in the swarm? Foir's tail flicked as he thought, but before he could answer, I continued, gather the best scouts, have at least two working together through the night with others. Have the entire perimeter of the island covered. Keep watch over anything intruding. For assistance, have Solia light something on fire to post at the edges of the water. That way we can see whatever it is that attacked. Foir flared his frills once in acknowledgement and turned to walk away. Then, after a brief hesitation, turned back and asked, his voice only barely loud enough for me to hear, "Do you need me to keep an eye out myself? Or merely those who I deem as capable?" I cocked my head. My intention in asking was so that the best scouts in the swarm are helping to ensure that no more of our fellow Keelish perish under the ambushes of whatever it is that lurks in the water. Foir's tail twitched restlessly, his anxiety becoming more and more apparent as I looked on in confusion. He responded, but I wanted to know if I specifically need to watch through the night. Not through the entire night, but you should watch for part of the night. Rotate with the others and I'll help with organizing and maintaining the perimeter. I cocked my head and flicked my tail in confusion before asking, does that not make sense? If not, I can re-explain whatever you're confused about. Foir clicked his teeth together in denial. Then please wait here. Without another word, Foir jogged away without any explanation. I turned to look at Sybil, but she flicked her tail dismissively without answering me. Though I had begun to take deliberate action to keep myself from looking down on the rest of the swarm, and especially those not caught, there was an immediate rage that swelled inside me at the dismissive attitudes taken by my subordinates. As my lip curled away from my fangs and a displeased growl swelled in my throat, Sybil stepped close. Before I could make any audibly dissatisfied sounds, she murmured to me, "It will be fine. Calm your heart." I wasn't sure if it was a minute magical calm or merely Sybil's presence, but there was a slight wave of calm that passed over me at her words. I flared my frills and forced myself to a comfortable position to await Foir's return. It wasn't more than 2 minutes before he was back with Tri in his arms. She yawned and squeaked at her father as he carried her towards me, and he softly whispered in her ear while he nuzzled her neck. Tri's high-pitched, sleepy giggles carried pleasantly through the still night air, and Foir stood next to me and stretched out his arms with his daughter offered to me. As I looked at him, Foir spoke, "While I am watching for anything coming, would you stay with Tri? She gets cold easily during the night and needs someone to lie with her." Her sleepy eyes met mine, and though she tried to hold her head high and inspect me, the head with two large eyes quickly flopped to the side as her eyelids grew too heavy to support themselves. I didn't hesitate to reach out with both hands and took her. Tri nuzzled herself into the crook of my arm, her hot breaths fogging on my scales in the cool night. "Of course, my friend. I'll step out after you return to contribute." His daughter taken care of, Foir flared his frills and summoned his fellow scouts with a series of quiet clicks that somehow carried over the entirety of the island. Before I could say anything, Sybil stepped next to me and spoke softly, "I will take charge of organizing the additional patrols and Solia's fires. You care for the child." Without waiting for any word from me, Sybil walked away, and I was left with the delicate, exhausted baby. I felt a smile cross my face without any conscious thought, and I settled into a comfortable position on the ground before I began humming with the influence of nurturing enunciation. Tri settled more comfortably against me as she snored softly, and before I knew it, I joined her in sleep. At last, I am able to meet with Dralik, and his face remains as craggy and crotchety as ever, the lines carved into his face from long decades of his pure stubbornness protecting his people. My memories say that he was an old man when first I met him, some 20 years prior, but the only change in his face, the only part of him that I can see, is that the hairs of his beard and head have faded from silver to a pure white. He seems hale and hearty, though I would guess he was nearing a century of age, something unheard of in humanity outside of the veritocracy, and even there he would be considered an elder. "There's nothing I want to say about him," is his only response to my questions about the primogenitor swarm's pilgrimage past his city. Additional polite requests for information are wholly ignored, and intrusive prying gives me no further answers either. Though he tries to dismiss me several times, I am able to keep near him long enough to wear him down. They were reasonable enough. The words obviously cost him something to say. Nothing like humans or even any other people or beastkin. Still they're people, don't cross 'em. Then, disregarding my further questions, Dralik stomped out of the room and I didn't see or hear from him again for my several-month stay in Shander. From the 17th entry of the epistolary travel journal of Kayaktuk the Landlocked. My dreams were familiar, seeing myself surrounded by foes on every side, my claws and fangs blunt even though I fought to pierce my foes with all my strength. No matter how I tried to channel my magic, nothing worked, not quaking claw nor crippling cries. And with every movement I made, I simply sunk deeper and deeper into the invisible mire I found myself in before every one of my motions seemed to pass only in slow motion. My fingers splayed wildly, and my jaw spread wide open to snap at anything nearby. If you must choose, choose violence. The mantra echoed around my mind, and as I focused on it, I could feel my claws sharpen and more easily cut through the invisible object that held me back, my fangs slicing mercilessly through the somehow thick air. Then I saw little Try, fighting valiantly to hold her large head up to look at me. Her burbling giggles washed over me as her jaws spread wide in a smile, and as she leaned in to cuddle against me, her trusting warmth tucked against me. The feeling of the small, delicate infant in my arms roused me from my turbulent dreams, and as I opened my eyes, I could feel Try cuddled against my chest, her snores high and contented. As I looked at her, I knew. I would choose violence to protect her. I would choose massacre to help my people. I would become a monster that as a human I would have nightmares about. And I would do so without regrets to protect her, my unborn children, and my people. Yet, ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Violence wasn't the only choice. If I'd chosen total massacre when Sybil had led Tieran to challenge and defeat me, I'd have slaughtered my greatest confidant and supporter before she'd ever had the chance to become what she was. If I'd chosen wholesale slaughter whenever any group of creatures stepped before me, then the veritocracy would be far from my only enemy, and I could be sure that our journey to Nivtra would be impossible. If you must choose, choose violence. But when I needn't choose when it wasn't thrust upon me, could I not choose wisdom, diplomacy, patience, and what of economic reprisal, social, spiritual? Was I cut off from those options due to the circumstances of my birth? Be wise, be strong, lead, protect, kill, conquer. The words from Niamh Tala shook me, and I could feel my heart begin to thrum powerfully in my chest, my pulse so strong that poor Try's head shook with every one of my frantic heartbeats. The iron taste of blood filled my throat as my body seized up and rebelled against the brief touch of my goddess's immense, divine presence and mind. Though I still hadn't changed my vision from the more mundane to thermal perception instead, I could see a slight dribble of blood from my snout beginning to flow out and threatening to fall over the infant in my arms. I fought to stabilize my mind and body alike as I turned my head and allowed the coursing blood to fall freely onto the ground behind me. As I slowly gathered myself from the fog of sleep and reeling confusion from a divine message, my eyes fought to see what was around me. In front of me and on the other side of Try laid Sybil, her breaths coming in a slow, steady cadence, and her tail wrapped protectively around us both to keep Try safe within the walls of our bodies. Behind her laid Shamira and Took, Shamira snoring loudly while Took laid so silent and unmoving that I almost thought her dead. Be wise, be strong, lead, protect, kill, conquer. All along, I'd thought of Niamh Tala as the goddess of conquest and violence, of massacre and death. Perhaps I should have focused more on her domain of victory, for I felt a greater kinship from the divine promise when I thought of leading my people with wisdom and power. Yes, being an all-consuming force of violence and conquest would lead to victory, but victory could be just as well achieved with the strength of mind and command. The thought resonated with me, though I knew deep in my heart that this was somewhat of a willful departure from what Niamh Tala originally was worshipped as the bloody goddess of victory through conquest. Even so, I would lead my people to a new, greater golden age, one where my eventual death would not begin the downfall of the keel of my nation. Somehow, I knew that the foundations of old Nivtra had collapsed under its own ambition and core weaknesses, and I would circumvent those. For now, though, I could hear faint splashing coming from the edges of the island, and I could hear Foir's deliberate steps approaching. As I forced myself to stand, Try quietly whimpered and reached out for me, or for my warmth I supposed. Sybil, without waking or hesitating, curled her tail forward to gently sweep the infant towards her, where she offered the soft flesh of her throat as a pillow to the little one. Try settled onto her new bed with a couple squeaks of approval, and as I smiled and watched, Foir's whispered voice cut through the silence. We've spotted the creatures. The words shot adrenaline through me, forcing me to fully shake off the grogginess of sleep and the confusion of divine conversation. I stood tall, my spine crackling from the base of my skull to the tip of my tail as I stretched. Sybil and Try cuddled closer together on the wolf-stag pelt beneath them, and Try continued her little infantile whimpers as she settled back into a deeper sleep. The mud and filth from the swamp had dried across my whole body, and before I focused on the threats literally surrounding us, I took a moment to miss the clean sands of our old home, especially when they were heated by Solia. With a forceful thought, I stopped reminiscing on the comfortable things of my past, instead redoubling my focus on Foir and what he had mentioned, spotting the beasts that dared to hunt us. A calm air settled over me, and I stepped as silently as I could towards Foir. Though I knew he was there, he remained so still and silent that I couldn't pick his silhouette out of the shadows until I could nearly touch him. Report! I spoke just louder than a whisper and Foire replied in the same tone. There are at least 30 of the creatures and they're constantly circling the island. They stay in the water, the only way to see them is by their eyes that poke out of the surface sometimes. We aren't sure how large they get since they have yet to fully expose themselves. Sylph thinks they're bigger than you and Took but isn't sure. I fought not to show any reaction to that. We haven't got any idea if they're still hungry, but they haven't gotten close since Solia lit her fires. Foire stopped his reporting and looked at me. I couldn't read any emotions in his face through the darkness, and I clicked my tongue as I thought. I'd heard some splashing before Foire and I began speaking, so I looked to the flames on the shore. The water there seemed stagnant and unmoving, nothing moving there even after I spent several moments with my eyes peeled and focused, watching for movement. Just before you called me, I heard something in the water. Any idea what it was? A flick of his tail. They're moving out there, not sure what they're doing or where they're going, but it was probably one of those things swimming around. I sighed and began walking towards the shores, and after a moment's hesitation, Foire followed me. Though I wanted to change my perception, to welcome the cool blues and warm reds to give me some measure of greater understanding of the world around me, I refused to do so. Reminding myself that it wouldn't help me anyways, I instead looked at the counter in my skill, 5/18. I wasn't willing to give that up for no benefit at all. Though I still heard nothing, I stepped close to the water, nearly within reach. I stopped myself early enough to make sure that I couldn't be wholly taken by surprise if one of the beasts decided I looked like dinner. Four stood nervously behind me and I could feel the vibrations of his nervous steps through the ground. "See anything?" I asked, my eyes never leaving the still waters. "No, Alpha." "Can't be sure though." He fought against himself again, but I interrupted his thought. "Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings." I'll step away. "Don't worry about me." As I said as much, I began to step back from the waters without ever turning my back. Foire stood in silence, then stepped with me to about 10 feet away from the shores, where I figured we were safe enough. Though I wanted to continue watching with my best scout's presence, he spoke up. "If there is nothing that you need me to do for you now, then I'll go ahead and get some rest." I schooled myself from showing any reaction and sighed. "Yeah, you'll need your rest." I flicked my hand in dismissal, but Foire didn't leave immediately, so I turned to look at him. "Try, how was she? Did she fuss or whine?" I couldn't hold back the little chuckle. "No, she was fine. When I left, she cuddled up with Sybil. So you might need to fight her to try to get Try out of the beta's clutches if you want to spend the night with your daughter." Foire laughed back, the sound light and comfortable, a sound I had heard more and more frequently since Try's hatching. "I might give her a little space tonight then. She tries to find me if she wakes and I'm not there, so I'll see if she can hunt me down." His every word dripped with amusement and his joy was infectious. "I haven't seen her walk or hunt though, so how will she get to you?" "She can crawl along, so she'll be able to move a little." Foire continued walking towards the crest of the hill, his steps quick and light. "I won't be too far." I accompanied him, and when he saw Try wrapped in Sybil's embrace, he sighed and his shoulders slumped, but only for a moment. Then he strolled over to just behind Shamira and Took, maybe 10 feet away from his daughter's sleeping form. Before long, his even breathing joined the quiet snores and squeaks of the swarm as a whole, and I turned to return to the shores of the swamp before having my attention called by the spear that stood at the top of the hillock, its head pressed carelessly into the ground. We had used it solely to wrap the few wolfstag hides that we kept around, something to carry our luggage. Now, though, I could use it to experiment. With just the beginning of an idea, I grabbed the long haft of the spear and brought it along with me. At the edge of the water, I bounced the butt of the spear in the water, sending continuous ripples through the water as the quiet splashes echoed around. Nothing changed, at least at first. There was no sudden swarm of the beasts, though I supposed that was a good thing. Watching the surrounding waters, there didn't seem to be any change, except for the brackish water stirring under my spear's interruption. I continued to bounce the spear in the water, hoping that it would somehow give me more information, but there wasn't anything for me to learn. With a sigh, I began to stand tall to try something else, but before I could, I noticed something new. There was a log or something slowly floating towards me, and though a part of me wanted to disregard the change, I knew that this wasn't a mere log. Instead, I continued to consistently splash my spear's butt into the water and watched closely. The log drifted closer and closer, and as it entered the light of the guttering flames from Solia's makeshift torch, I realized that I was finally seeing the whatever it was that had hunted my people. A hot rage began to surge within me, but I forcefully tamped it down and continued to watch the beast. Then there was a sudden wrenching in my arm, and the butt of the spear was destroyed by the creature attempting to ambush and devour me. The crazed beast's assault was sudden and violent, the water splashing wildly all around as it rolled over and over as its whole muscled body thrashed wildly. In the low light, all I could see was thickly scaled hide and snapping jaws, but I didn't think any further when I lunged forward and with quaking claw, sunk my claws deep into the beast's neck. I strained my arm, then shoulder, then back and legs as I struggled to wrench the creature's body out of the waters, but it refused to give up trying to get a bite of me. My cautive face had narrowed, but still I, like all Keelish, had a large snout with thick, sharp fangs filling my mouth. But my jaws couldn't begin to compare to this massive mouth, tremendous teeth studding the merciless maw. It continued to turn its head, the thick muscles of its neck tightening around my fingers and claws as it snapped frantically at my arm and head. A surge of fury drove me to continue trying to best the beast, but after several close calls, I was forced to concede to the bestial, raw power of the creature. As I began to relax my grip, there was another thrash of its entire body, and then the beast levered itself out of my grasp and fell back into the shallow waters beyond my reach. Once in the water, it spun surprisingly quickly and disappeared back into the water, its tail throwing arcs of brackish water through the air. I stood, panting from the sudden exertions brought on from the ambush. As I stepped back, making sure I couldn't be caught off guard by another of the predators if one approached, I began to evaluate the whatever it was. Since they were ambush predators, I'd thought that these creatures would be weak and easy prey. I'd been demonstrably wrong. What little I had been able to see of this thing whilst in the flickering light of the fires was impressive. I couldn't be sure since it hadn't stopped moving the entire time I'd had it in my grasp, but I'd bet days' worth of food that it was longer than I was, nose to tail, and my best estimates put me at least 10 feet long. Beyond that, since it didn't need to run and carry its body like a Keelish or Codif did, the beast's body was broader and thicker than mine in every way, though it had 4 legs instead of a Keelish's 2 legs and 2 arms. With how heavy the hunter was, I knew that I had no chance of dragging it out of the water with just my arm like that. I could lift a several hundred-pound terror bird with one arm, though I would strain myself doing so, and I would guess that these water things weighed more than twice that. Maybe even as much as 1,000 pounds. The thought sobered me. More frustrating than that, though, was the fact that I knew absolutely nothing about these things. Before, I'd never encountered something that I hadn't hunted as a human or at least heard of, but these things were a total unknown. I'd prefer encountering the jaguar, or wild hog, or grass lion, since while those were all merciless killers, at least I'd know what they were capable of. That I'd never heard or even seen signs of any of those creatures or the other more dangerous inhabitants of the Martinimus hadn't occurred to me until then. But perhaps I could simply count myself lucky. I shook the thoughts from my head. Regardless of wherever any other creature was, here we had these beasts, and I couldn't be sure if they would still be hunting us when the suns rose. The thought of being actively hunted by mere beasts immediately had my hackles rising, and I resolved myself to learning how to hunt these things. But how could I get them to leave the water long enough for us to subdue them? The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Alpha, what happened? One of the assigned sentinels rushed towards me, and I could feel her heavy steps pounding as she hastily ran towards me. Her name, Chal. Regardless, her eyes were desperately searching the darkness for whatever it was that had caused so much noise. But after a short moment, she was obviously relieved to see that I was unharmed and no apparent threat lingered. I briefly caught one, but it was able to escape me. I fought to keep my anger from staining my words and tone. There was no reason for my anger. I was learning things about this environment, and the anger wouldn't and couldn't serve me at this time. Thank you for keeping an eye out. Have you seen anything out there since the ambush? At my question, Charles' eyes shot back to the waters, still discomfitingly still. No, Alpha, she replied, but I don't trust it, they're out there. No question, she looked up at me, her every movement somehow communicating her willing subservience. How can I help? I clicked my teeth and with another gesture of my hands, waved her off and back to her post. As she left, I heard a soft splash, then a strange hissing roar from somewhere out in the dark waters. Was it one of these things? A swamp lizard, I supposed I'd call it, but how could I trap one long enough for a pack to kill one? A flash of inspiration occurred to me, and I looked at the head of the half-destroyed spear. Though the bottom half of the haft had snapped and been reduced to so much kindling, there remained a 3-foot-long haft topped by a spearhead, obviously conjured and secured by an earth calling. I began to walk back to the center of the main body of the swarm, where my elites laid relatively near to each other. I would wake it soon enough to assist my efforts in counteracting and eventually hunting the swamp lizards. But for now, I instead focused on finding something that could serve as spear hafts. The single tree that sprouted from the center of the hillock we slept on didn't have the right type of wood to serve as halves the wood was far too twisted, gnarled, and short. Maybe if a master were here, something could be made of this wood. But I was long accustomed to using some of the long, straight roots of a burl raise to fletch arrows and staves out of, and there were plenty within the swamp, just none nearby. My idea currently shelved. I sighed and instead decided to try to call another swamp lizard with my splashes. Several hours later, I had confirmed that a certain level of splashing could draw in the swamp lizards, though I wasn't sure what the perfect amount was, as some splashes drove them away while others were so small as to be unremarkable to the beasts. Regardless, the rest of my plan couldn't be put into action without more spears and its consciousness, so I finally decided to return to my rest after I felt that my experiments had borne enough fruit for the night. I quickly found my place next to Sybil, the wolf-stag pelt we'd long used as a bed left solitary and almost sacred. Four laid softly snoring behind Shamira, who also slept easily, though twitched continuously, as if dreaming of combat. Sybil had continued to cuddle the little Try, and both stirred as I laid down, though Try immediately settled herself. Sybil, though, opened one eye, saw it was me, and an apparently involuntary smile cracked her face as she stretched her neck out and nuzzled the crease of my jaw and neck. A mirrored smile crossed my own face, and I quickly faded back into sleep. I woke to screeching directly into my ear. Panic surged through me as loud shrieks filled my head. I sat bolt upright, something hitting my shoulder as I rose and looked for the threat. The suns had begun to rise, so I'd been asleep for several hours. Had the swamp lizard struck while I slept? Or was there something else, something I didn't know about? Had the Veritocracy's soldiers caught up to us? A pained mewling interrupted my frantic thoughts, and I looked down to find the source. Try struggled to roll from her back onto her belly and looked up at me, her sadness and frustration obvious. Behind her, Sybil fought to control her face, fiercely restrained mirth apparent in every quivering muscle, while Shamira was unable to hold back her giggles, the laughter infectious as it rang out over the Keelish. After a couple seconds' thought, my sleep-addled mind was finally able to figure out what had happened. "Little one, why did you do that?" I fought to keep my unreasonable wrath from bleeding out in my tone. That anger wasn't at all from a sense of superiority, but mere frustration at the rude awakening. Though Keelish hatchlings were hunting and talking by a day old, much less nearly a full month old as Try was, a Codif hatchling obviously aged much slower. Even so, she obviously was growing much more quickly than a human infant would be, as she could proficiently crawl and stumblingly walk, and that still before a month of age. She was busy searching, and you interrupted her, you brute. Shamira's voice was still tinged by the giggles she fought to restrain, and I ignored her as I continued to focus on the petulant child. Try made eye contact with me and shrieked her incandescent rage at the mistreatments and indignities she'd suffered at my hand, or shoulder as the case may be. Though she was wholly enraged, I couldn't maintain my own frustration as the little hatchling tried to communicate to me how badly I had sinned. With a wry smile, I leaned down and offered my hands as a safe spot. After thinking about it, Try imperiously crawled into my hands before I raised her up to a comfortable position in my arms, where she laid across my forearms and let her tail dangle. With a laugh of my own, I began to hum to nurturing enunciation, the magic swiftly draining from my sonolphin as I felt Try's little body vibrate with the thrumming notes of my voice. I didn't think of it consciously, but I hummed to the tune of a lullaby from my mother. When comes the spring, we will be weds. For when comes the winter, we must rest our heads. When comes the summer, our tents we will spread. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. For when comes the winter, our paths we must tread. When comes the autumn, we will make our breads. For when comes the winter, we may yet be dead. When comes the winter. When comes the winter. A strange, morbid song I'd only thought about once I'd fully reached adulthood, but still the tune was calming and simple. After a full repetition, I had used just under one half of my sonolphin's reserves, so I began to repeat the little ditty. After just the first two lines, a small voice began to attempt to follow along with my own, and I felt the small smile spread into a full grin as Try sang along with my magic. As my sonolphin was fully depleted, my humming died off and I looked at the little hatchling for her forgiveness. I was rewarded with a contented nuzzle of her snout into the crook of my elbow, and I felt myself soften further. I was pulled from the reverie as Shamira stepped closer to me, her spine straight and her steps hesitant before she asked, "What was that?" Confused, I cocked my head. "My magic, it helps the small ones grow faster. Have you never seen me use it before?" Surprising me, Shamira began to lose her composure. "No, that was something different entirely. The sounds you made weren't just your magic, but something that was more than the birds, better than your other sounds." "What was it? What's it called?" Finally, I understood. It's called music. You can just make the notes however you like, but I was just humming something I've heard before. The thought of my mother having long died to the ravages of time sobered me, but I forced myself to continue speaking. It usually has words, too. Shamira took my words almost as a physical blow, her eyes immediately glazing as the idea of music being something deliberate, something human. There was an obvious hunger in her face, a need to explore this possibility, and for the first time I truly thought about what made a group of creatures a people. Words, love, music, children. Dozens and hundreds of possibilities crossed my mind as I briefly thought about making my people something more than a swarm of ravening beasts. I didn't want us to merely be a conquering force to either see me hailed as the emperor of the continent or be exterminated before we could make that a possibility. We could be so much more than that, an example of military might, an educational exemplar, a political paragon, an economic epitome. There was so much more than what I knew of the Keel of old that we would be. We would need overwhelming combat prowess to keep ourselves safe to establish that nation, but that became my goal beyond carving out a space to survive, making a people where we could explore whatever possibilities occurred to us. And to make that a more likely future for now, I would need to consolidate power. The new aspirations firm in my mind, I rolled my shoulders and began to look for it. After all, the suns were up, and it was time to put my plans into motion. Let the Inkulaakas' voice be heard. Let the Inkulaakas' call be answered. Let the Inkulaakas will be made manifest. Those who have desecrated our lands, hunted our game, and trampled our grasses will not be permitted to live. Those who have dared to disregard the sacred sovereignty of our people, disrespected our hallowed Ufudaluk, and disobeyed our divine decrees cannot be forgiven. Any trespasser without the Inkulaakas' permission to enter the plains is to be treated as an enemy of the whole of the Republic. Let the Ndlovu gather together once more. Let the Ndlovu go to war once more. Let the Ndlovu be the hammer in the hands of the Inkulaaka once more. Let the Inkulaaka's voice be heard. Let the Inkulaaka's call be answered. Let the Inkulaakas will be made manifest. Missive from self-proclaimed Inkulaaka Silimkulo of the Inku. Before I'd been able to approach it with my plans, Tri had guided me to where she suspected Fuar was. She'd been correct, and as she'd fully laid her eyes on her father, her face lit up before she demanded, I set her down with her imperious air and a pointing finger. Fuar chuckled but gestured for me to put her down a foot or so away from him instead of directly into his arms. As I did so, Tri looked up at me and grunted in her cute fashion before gradually forcing herself onto her feet and stepping uncertainly towards Fuar's outstretched arms. With each step, she seemed more sure of herself, and he continued to pull his hands back and prevent her from reaching him before finally, frustrated by his constant retreat, Tri lunged forward in a small burst of speed and grasped Fuar's ankle. Fuar's chuckles rose to true laughter as he leaned down and picked Tri up. Well done, little one. He continued to praise the hatchling, and it didn't take long before she had raised her nose up high in the air in victory. I began to walk away, but Tri chirruped in a way that I somehow understood to be directed to me, so I turned back to her. When our eyes met, she wordlessly sang the first line of my song back at me before smiling and leaning back into Fuar. A smile cracked my own face, and I leaned forward until my head, nearly as large as her whole body and tail, leaned into the baby. She reached up, one hand each grasping the frills that framed my face, her serious eyes meeting my own. My sonolfin had been working tirelessly to refill itself, and I again exhausted what little reserves had returned to use my magic. With nurturing enunciation fueling my words, I spoke. Grow strong and wise, little one. We will need you once you grow up. Tri's serious eyes remained locked on my own, and though I couldn't be sure how much she understood, I felt a certain level of agreement from her. Then, at last, I could start making plans with it. Though she immediately agreed with every command I gave, it was obvious that it didn't understand or believe my plans could be successful. I didn't need her understanding, though only her obedience, and I had that in excess, as she guided several dozen Kadif and Keelish to do as I commanded her. When the suns had fully risen, all signs of the swamp lizards disappeared, as if they had never existed, though the blood still stained my hand where I'd plunged it deep into my foe's neck. Even so, only a spare few of the dozens of Keelish focused on the preparation of Burlray's roots, while the rest entirely devoted themselves to keeping their eyes peeled and prepared for any possible assault. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. As we began our day's journey, the wave wolfstags continued to range out around us, their instincts guiding us away from several depths where there was nothing to see but an empty clearing and deep, dark waters. I wanted the stat bonuses that would come from hunting whatever it was that made these pits so dangerous, but survival and speed trumped any possible stat gains to find there. Conversely, Arwa and her children, pups no longer but still adolescents, struggled through the waters even more than we Keelish, their furs waterlogged and caked in mud. The day passed quickly enough, though I anticipated a swamp lizard's appearance at any time, and I spent the whole day on edge. Those scouts sent out were able to find a small pittance of food, a couple of middle-sized Martinimus pythons, and several large fish that the wolf stags quickly caught, dispatched, and devoured. At last, though not long before sunset, we found ourselves an island similar to but even larger than the one from the night before, large enough for the entire swarm to fit on, though much more cramped. There, it began to enact the second part of my plan as I and any other Keelish capable carved stakes from the shorter, stouter burl-raised trimmings. Though she wasn't yet able to create spears as I had hoped, as she exhausted her magic again and again, she firmed up the ground around where I planted the stakes and created what could only charitably be called weapons. At the ends of the long hafts, it merged stones that lacked the sharp point of a spear or the blade of a sword. The weapons' heads carried several pounds of stone and a flat, almost sharp edge somewhat like an axe, but they lacked that cutting power. Even so, I was sure they would be able to do the job, and I briefly gave commands on how to practice with these poleaxes to those strong enough to successfully wield these foreign tools of slaughter. Brutus especially enjoyed his poleaxe, taking every opportunity to smash something with the heavy weapon. We were prepared, and once night fell, I began to set my plan into motion. Even, constant splashes sounded out in 3 different locations on the island's shores, no more than 100 feet from each other. Each potential hunting location was obviously marked by Solia's carefully tended torches that allowed us to see into the surrounding waters. From my position at the centermost post, I watched a large swamp lizard lethargically approach. Though I'd seen their viciousness and power just the night before, I couldn't quite connect that thrashing power and desperation with these log lookalikes. Each of the lurers continued in our assignment, consistently splashing the tip of a long stick in the water and somehow drawing in several swamp lizards each. I had no idea why the splashes drew them, but with that little information and pack tactics' help, this plan had been born. The closest swamp lizard, nothing more than a pair of slightly shining eyes and a shadow, drifted closer and closer, and I drew the tip of my stick backwards, drawing our prey fully into the trap. Finally, I let the swamp lizard draw close enough to snap wildly at my stick, its last foot or so exploding into wooden shrapnel under the fierce assault of the swamp lizard's jaws. That was when I jumped forward and landed with both feet on the center of the beast's back, driving it back down into the water and eliciting a hissing roar of pain and frustration. The swamp lizard's scales along its back were different from our own. They protruded proudly from its spine all the way down its tail, and each scale was so thick that they felt like either armor or stones under my feet. However, it didn't seem that its belly was quite so armored, and I grinned in fierce satisfaction as my prey began to try to free itself from the stakes that I'd forced it to get trapped on. Where the waters had gotten shallow enough, we'd buried stakes with the last foot or so ending less than 2 feet under the water and angled towards the shore. Then it had solidified that mud into stone with her magic. Thus, our hunting grounds became a spiky trap that could easily be entered but not escaped. Beyond that, with my particular prey, the weight of several 100 pounds of codif had smashed it down, and the swamp lizard's belly was suddenly impaled. With the stakes holding strong, my prey couldn't move, much less flee, and though it fought to escape, I didn't give it any opportunity. The swamp lizard's body was stuck under the water, its jaws snapping frantically up at me, but I lunged down with both arms and my own jaws to begin the end of the hunt. With quaking claw, my hands sunk deep into its body and shoulders again and again as I struggled to find purchase with my jaws on its thick neck. With a quick thought, I activated combatant's bloodlust, and under its guidance I showed no mercy. As the beast's struggles began to wane in intensity, a large red spot appeared at the base of its skull, and I plunged my left hand in so deep that all my fingers were buried in the flesh as its tense muscles twisted and twitched around my fingers. With a firm hold on my swamp lizard prey, I began to stalk forward with my left arm still buried in the meaty shoulder of the swamp lizard. It twitched and began to try to extricate itself as my weight stopped pressing it down into the stakes, but I pushed forward, dragging my prey to firmer ground. Around me, the Keelish assigned to assist in the hunt began to press in, but I raised my voice. "This one is mine. Try to draw and hunt another." They immediately gave heed to my command, but several couldn't help continuing to sneak glances at me as I dragged the prey fully out of the water and to solid ground. The curious side of me was silenced and shunted to the back of my mind, as the callous and cold part of my mind, amplified by combatant's bloodlust, evaluated the most efficient way to dispatch my prey. It was too heavy for me to flip it over without possibly injuring a muscle like I had before on a terror bird. So instead my skill's focus was on the already weakened wounds surrounding the beast's neck and its ribs just below its forelegs. With a sudden surge of energy, my prey thrashed enough to escape my claws and flop to the ground, where it reared its cavernous maw and roared its hissing roar in challenge. I feinted to one side, and it lunged wildly, mouth wide open in the hopes of catching me within. It had no such luck as I planted one leg and dashed to the other exposed side. There, a huge red spot glowed just below its armpit, and I plunged my hand deep in, scales, flesh, and organs quickly giving way beneath my quaking claw. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. The swamp lizard gasped in pain and stiffened, and not wanting to allow it any opportunity to recover or escape, I dug my hand ever deeper into its chest and felt its lungs rattling as they filled with blood. I didn't stop pushing deeper until, with a flash of inspiration, I sent a concentration of vibrations up through my hand and into my prey's chest. Somehow certain as to what the result of my attack would be, I pulled my hand free and watched the swamp lizard collapse to the ground, its chest twitching and convulsing involuntarily. It took only a couple of seconds for my magic to run its course, and the swamp lizard was completely still, bleeding profusely from the dozen or so holes spread through its body. Its death was confirmed by a series of quick system notifications that flashed in my eyes. I let combatant's bloodlust bleed from my mind, and the previously forgotten curiosity within me surged with a greater strength than before as I looked down at the felled swamp lizard. As I had thought, its back was patterned with lines of ridged hard scales that functioned as better armor than anything I'd ever seen naturally occurring on a creature. Its sides and belly were scaled as well, though the side scales were smaller and thinner than those on top, and the belly was smooth and soft scales entirely, smooth except from where the stakes had disemboweled the beast. Its arms and legs both were short and stumpy, but obviously powerful enough to carry its whole body on the ground. The tail was a continuation of the powerful body, obviously serving as the primary propelling force for the lizard while swimming. From the tip of the snout to the end of the tail, the creature was at least 14 feet long, and I'd guess it weighed at least 1,000 pounds. It could afford to be so heavy, given that most of its life was apparently spent in the water, though it could support itself on land. The neck was thick with muscle, and its head was almost entirely mouth, a long snout filled with a line of teeth obviously made for shredding flesh. Though the hands and feet of the swamp lizard were capped with clawed fingers and toes, its primary weapon was obviously the mouth. There was a moment of pride as I looked at my prey, entirely hunted due to my planning and wisdom, and I hoped for a moment that one of the notifications from the system would be letting me know that this swamp lizard served as another foe to progress my adversary skill. Quest board updated, skill evolutionary requirements discovered. Nivtala guide me to progress. I internally cursed to myself, wondering if I'd ever be able to evolve adversary, as creatures that had a higher total number of stats than me were increasingly rare. I glanced down at the updated quest and found the true name of the swamp lizard, hunt 5 new species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward. Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +3. Progress, Greater Marsh Crocodile. A crocodile? The word was foreign on my tongue, and even though it could have been attributed to the original word potentially coming from the human's tongue, I knew inside that I had never heard of these creatures in my past life, though I'd already suspected as much. More importantly and interestingly, though, was the good news that I had received the evolutionary requirements for Quaking Claw. The crocodile's hissing roars and the Keelish's defiant screeches filled the air, but I paid them no mind as I focused on the new notification from the system. Skill, Quaking Claw, an active skill that sends a concentrated flow of sonic magic to a specific location. The sonic magic's vibrations cause the affected area to vibrate in a way that facilitates cutting and tearing. When paired with a sharp extremity or sharpened held tool, Quaking Claw will show its greatest effectiveness. This skill can evolve. Requirements: develop a more complete understanding of sonic waves and how to influence them while they are not directly in contact with the skill holder's body. Not as enlightening as I'd thought it would be. Maybe it was naive or overly hopeful of me to think as much, but I'd expected specific metrics to complete in order to evolve the skill. Just like every other time I'd been given the evolutionary requirements for any specific skill. This nebulous get better at the skill to evolve it explanation here was only barely more helpful than nothing. At least I was given the general method of approach for improvement since I'd felt the difference in sending out magic through my hand, but I couldn't fathom what exactly I needed to do to improve in this way. The more patient and understanding part of my mind rather charitably decided that that was just the point, that my understanding of sonic magic was still much too shallow for my continued evolution. I hated that reasonable part of me, and instead, my enthusiasm dampened. I tore my attention away from my status and skills, and refocused on the origins of the constant shrieks of challenge and grunts of effort echoing all around me. The 3 hunting grounds, the prepared spike traps were all full, with swamp lizard no, marsh crocodiles getting smashed down again and again into the stakes by the Keelish wielding poleaxes. Though the heads of the weapons lacked any true edges, the scales and spines of the crocodiles quickly gave way under the concentrated assault of my Keelish. A fierce smile crossed my face as I enjoyed watching my people's victories. As they could learn, so would I. For now, though, I would focus on joining the hunt. Virali POV. The journey she and Fen had taken from Stone Step to where they had encountered the squad of High Speakers under High Lord Olnea's command had been more than a week, and to get to Stone Step from her old town had been 5 days hard travel. To the best of Virali's estimation, she'd traveled well over 250 miles in those days, starting her journey before the suns had fully risen and beginning to make camp under the dying light of sunset. While riding on the High Lord's bound Eupudaluk, that very same journey had taken only 4 days. The massive tortoise moved supernaturally quickly by constantly flowing forward with its earth magic, the ground itself carrying the Eupudaluk and its passengers further and faster than any other creature Virali had heard of, while the vegetation parted at the gigantic tortoise's approach. In the wake of their passage, the trees and brush resumed their previous position as if nothing had passed through, no tracks or other evidence remaining of their journey. Perhaps even more astonishingly, those days of travel had taken place over 8-hour stints a day, since the High Lord insisted that sacrificing good rest and comfort to pursue mere Keelish would be an exercise in overzealous foolishness reserved for the lowest and most insensate of plebeians. Virali had quickly learned not to speak to High Lord Olnea unless absolutely necessary, as he obviously enjoyed browbeating anyone nearby with his apparent superiority, made initially apparent when she'd said something about how Daluk's earth-speaking was amazing. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. It's a beast, the High Lord had interrupted, his condescension dripping from every word it does not speak. It lacks humanity, so its magic is specialized, limited, and its origins are wholly internal. Daluk is an acceptable carriage alternative due to its size and ability to traverse complex terrain without much difficulty, but that is about all that it is good for, at least until it reaches maturity and its full size. On the other hand, my other bound here, Skier and Alba, have their own magical specialties with which to assist me on this thankless journey. He'd continued on his tirade for a while thereafter, extolling the qualities of his bound, the squirrel-like creature he called a tosker and huge bird that Virali had suspected was a thunderbird until he'd again corrected her and called an albatross. Just when the naming conventions for the bound became obvious to her, High Lord Olnea had spoken up again. They're beasts. The names need to be simple to merit my recollection. I don't like him, he's just plain mean. People like him kick beggars just because the poor can't do anything about it. Fen had quickly made her thoughts on the High Lord obvious, and Virali couldn't help but find a part of her agreeing with the assessment. Even so, the High Lord was obviously intelligent and powerful, and Virali suspected that any one of his bound could deal with her, even the seemingly unremarkable Skier. The possibilities of her following in his path were strangely attractive to her, though it turned her stomach to consider. As much as she could, Virali spent time with the other 5 high speakers. There was Learthan, who was the soldier in charge in name, though it was obvious that High Lord Olnea would act according to his own desires and conscience at all times. Learthan was a wave speaker, and he used that ability to scout, though how, Virali didn't understand. When asked, he'd said, "I feel the moisture of everything that lives and breathes," and that had been creepy enough that Virali refused to ask any further questions. Worse, whenever his eyes were visible without the Baralt covering them, they stared unblinkingly into her own. Then there was a couple of flamespeakers, Virla and Noret, and both constantly moved with nervous energy. Whenever they experienced even the slightest passion, the idle sparks that accompanied their every step would flare to life as small flames that orbited the 2 women. Then there was Tariel, a windspeaker who spent most of each day listening to the little movements of the air for messages Virali couldn't understand. But when his attention was nearby, he made good company. Finally, Dantler, the earth speaker, stayed calm and unruffled as they continued on their journey. Virali found herself subconsciously searching for his grounded presence whenever she could, and his quiet companionship reminded her happily of her mother. During the nightly breaks before sleeping, Virali asked each of the high speakers for instruction on each of the disciplines, but most especially the 2 women who were the high flame speakers that Virali had always dreamed of becoming herself. Noret's advice had been the most impactful. A flame speaker is the fuel to the calling, not the shaper of the calling as the other speakers are. Where do these all-encompassing emotions come from? What is the source of these emotions? You don't need to feel a raging, burning emotion to empower yourself. Instead, you need to focus on the source of these emotions, your family, those you wish to protect, the things you love and cherish. These powerful emotions are based in the deep attachments you have formed in your life. So don't think of the scene of your parents' corpses in your family home. The previously tamped-down anger in Virali's heart had surged at Noret's words, beginning to pulse and ache at the back of her head, almost serving to disorient her. But Noret's continued instruction carried her back into focusing. Instead, dwell on the happy meals you shared at that table. The first time that your mother congratulated you for your achievements in speaking or your father's embrace. With her advice, Virali could feel the icy clump in her heart beginning to thaw, while her desire to be a soul speaker was burned away by the dream of becoming a flame speaker. That was when Dantler and Dalek had perked up and gotten attentive. Before Virali could ask anything, she was silenced, and High Lord Olney spoke, his voice serious and direct for the first time. Something is off here. Fen POV. Dalek was boring. Though she couldn't talk as good with him as she could with Virali, Fen could still have something like a conversation with a creature as intelligent as Dalek with the soul magic she was developing. Something the system called soul sympathy. Even though she'd asked a couple of times, the explanations that it was giving just didn't make any sense. Anyways, Dalek should have been able to talk with her, but he either chose not to or was somehow unable to answer her. She wouldn't be surprised if that High Lord bastard had something to do with it. He was just bad. When she'd been an orphan, Fen had long learned how to listen to and trust in her instincts. They got her out of plenty of scrapes, and she now knew who those powerful, evil-intentioned people were. This High Lord's every action reeked of sneaky, dastardly, villainous intentions. Fen was sure that he had long since done and continued to do things that made it so Dalek couldn't interact with the world as he should have been able to. Skier, she was sure, was born an insufferable ass, but Dalek was just an innocent boy. Though she couldn't be sure, Fen was pretty sure that Dalek was still a child by his people's reckoning, since she'd heard of UFU Daleks before, and they were truly massive, large enough for multiple buildings to be constructed on their backs. This poor kid, though, could barely have a tent set up on his back without space beginning to run out. "Hey Dalek, why are we stopping?" Fen asked as they shuddered to a stop. She hadn't expected an answer, so she wasn't surprised when her response was silence as the ground below Dalek's feet stopped propelling them onward, and the humans all jumped down. Every time she saw that, Fen felt the small envy in her heart surge. When she'd been human, she'd always been much too sickly to jump down 20 feet without a second thought. She quickly tossed that envy out, though, since now that she was a scaled deer and had this new blessed body skill. She was even stronger than she should have been as a couple-month-old fawn. Not strong enough to jump that far down yet, but she was sure that once she was an adult like her parents had been, she'd be able to jump dozens of feet with every bound. Since Dalek wasn't giving any answer, Fen turned to her friend Virali. "What's going on? Why are we stopping? Did we find those bastards? If we did, I'm ready to kill him. Just let me get there and I'll get my pound of flesh." Though she was trying to be a bit silly to make Virali laugh or sigh or just react in some way, the only response she got was her proffered arms and a clenched jaw. Fen hopped up into Virali's arms before the human jumped down, and wind suddenly gusted around them before Virali grunted and fell as her feet hit the ground. Virali had changed since these humans appeared, but Fen knew she just needed to get her friend away from all these angry people, then she'd get better again. "Kiddo, you're lucky I was here to help you, or else you'd have broken an ankle at least." Tariel's voice came right as his wind calling faded from around Fen and her companion. "Just ask for help cause you'll hurt yourself and make us all slow down if you don't. None of us soldiers would turn you down." Fen noted that he consciously spoke about everyone other than that creep, and she agreed with the handsome man's statement. Tariel Nar was a tall, striking man, his black hair kept cropped short. His well-tailored green uniform showed that he refused to neglect his physical training, and his darkly tanned skin showed the laugh lines at the corners of his eyes. His longbow was never out of his reach, and Fen had seen the contents of his 3 quivers of different arrows, the heads varying from an armor-piercing ammunition that he called a bodkin point to a heavy 3-pronged broadhead. Though he was obviously a talented dealer of death and a hunter besides, Fen liked him. His laugh came easily and he was quick to support each of his companions. Plus, he hated the High Lord, and that was just the perfect flag on top. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. "I was fine," Virali cut herself off. "No, thank you, I didn't realize just how far we had come until I paid a bit more attention." Her voice caught, and Fen felt through the soul bond as well as through her magic that Virali was fighting and failing to keep her emotions under control. Tariel waited patiently as Virali blinked away a couple tears, and sparks began to flicker into life around the young woman. Fen leaned against Virali's knees, and she consciously leaned down and scratched at Fen's ear just the way she liked. Finally, Virali began to speak again, her voice hoarse with suppressed emotion. "We're not too far from my home village. I think this is where my parents," she trailed off, unable to force herself to continue, but Tariel obviously understood and waved a hand to stop her from forcing herself to speak. "I'll let the others know. Would you like to stay here?" "No," her response was vehement, the words obviously harsh and raw in her throat. Fen tried to send feelings of consolation through their connection, but Virali held her grief close and Fen understood the feeling. They walked forward, into the clearing where Virali's friends and family had been slaughtered. Bones long since picked clean by scavengers and bleached by the suns were beginning to be reclaimed by the jungle, with moss and vines beginning to creep up and over the vestiges of the battle. Two stone walls had begun to collapse after having been erected under the influence of magic, then left to topple under their weight on the wet, soft ground. Keelish and human remains alike filled the clearing, spread so thickly that a human needed to walk with care so as not to snap brittle bones with each step. "I didn't know that so many had been left behind." Virali's voice cut through the nearly reverent silence that had fallen over the soldiers as they'd witnessed the results of the attempted hunt. "I thought that my parents' bodies weren't the only ones. Why did everyone leave these here?" "Why?" Virali's voice trailed off and Tariel stepped closer, his voice soft. "If a body is desecrated, it is often left where they fell so that their spirits may curse those whose profane actions so disrespected the fallen." His voice remained soft and understanding as he continued. "It is also upsetting to the families of the fallen to see their brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters in that state." Fen saw in her mind Virali's mother's body, the head smashed to paste and laid on their family's table. She couldn't suppress the shudder of disgust, and Virali tensed beside her. After a couple minutes of silence, that stupid Ig Lord stepped close, his voice clear and arrogant. "Do you require me to drop you off at your home, or can you make your way there without us babying you? Or will you continue on our path towards vengeance?" Virali tensed, and Fen almost bleated her anger at the idiot. There was something off about his words, but before Fen could think too much about it, Virali was first to speak. "No, I need to accompany you. I need to see them be slaughtered. I need to be there." "Please," not for the first time since they'd arrived, Virali's voice broke as she begged. "Don't leave me here. I need to finally strike back, please, please." "Learthan's all right," was all the answer she needed to hear. "Nivtala give me patience and wisdom. Nivtala bless me with understanding and strength. Nivtala give me victory and power. Nivtala make me whole. Nivtala give me patience and wisdom. Nivtala." Repeated enraged prayers brought me no peace, and I only felt my fangs grinding harder and more frequently as I paced and prayed. Such a blindingly stupid moment, and here I was, looking at the maddening Talamark as my rage continued to soar, and I considered the events of the night. The next full week of trekking through the marshes became boring and easy, as we spent the days trudging through the safest waters the wave wolfstags could find, and the nights feasting on crocodiles that continued to easily fall into our basic traps. Since the hunts had long since been specialized and fine-tuned so that none of the hunters would be in danger, I instead took to sleeping, sometimes with Try in my arms. Foire generally preferred to sleep with the increasingly adventurous child, but sometimes she wanted to lie between Sybil and myself, and once she made that apparent, neither Foire nor my mate and I felt like telling her no. It could almost have been called an idyllic week if it weren't for that night. When Try had begged to sleep with Sybil and we hadn't hesitated or thought twice about it. After all, she slept with us about one of every 3 nights. It was a little adventure for the child who had learned how to walk and climb in the past week. Plus, Foire begrudgingly enjoyed the time to himself. I'd woken in the middle of the night to the sounds of the hunt, Keelish screeches and crocodilian bellows filling the air. I couldn't see anything, since Solia hadn't been lighting torches or other fires after the hunters learned the little tells that let them see the crocodiles with our heat perception. Even so, I could feel Try's absence, and I reached a disbelieving hand out to make sure that what I thought I felt was true. As my hand met nothing but air, I couldn't hold back the litany of curses as I shot upright. Surely she was with Foire. He slept nearby, and as I stumbled over to him, my eyes fighting to give me any information at all, I didn't feel her at all with my grasping hands nor my slowly shuffling feet. I reached Foire and didn't sense her at all. With a quick nudge of my foot, I woke him and he immediately shot to his feet. I couldn't see him at all, but I heard him yawning the sleep from himself as he asked, "What's happening, Alpha?" "I don't know where Try is. I just woke up and she's not nearby. Would you look for her since I can't?" I had long since mentioned what I was doing to those of my elites, and they had taken my announcement in stride. Even knowing that, Foire couldn't keep the instant panic from spiking in his voice. How long has it been? What happened? Where have you looked? Do you? Fuar just look for her. She'll be fine. I cut him off and reached a hand out to his shoulder but instead smacked his snout with the backs of my knuckles. Though accidental, the punch he received shook him from his panic, and I could hear him take a breath and begin to search for his daughter. I didn't know exactly how it was that he used his magic or skill or whatever it was to find things, but I knew the signs, and his focus was total and complete. He began to stalk off, following some hunch or information that he had gleaned, and I stepped back to where Sybil still laid asleep. Since she never seemed to sleep enough, I regretted it as I made the decision, but I leaned down and gently shook her arm. Just like Fuar, Sybil was quick to wake, though she gasped in surprise at my touch. "What is it? What's happening?" She pulled her arm out of my hand and stood, her head whipping back and forth as she tried to find out what the pressing danger was. "This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Try's gone, do you know where she is?" Sybil looked down, then her eyes ran wild around us, looking for any sign of the tiny runaway. "No, the last thing that I can remember was you singing to her. I believe that I fell asleep before she did." Her tone was somewhat embarrassed, but I raised a hand to keep her from beginning to apologize. "Fuar is looking for her. Can you lead me to Shamira? Maybe Try went to listen to her singing." Sybil wordlessly reached down to take my hand and quickly led me to Shamira, who lay sleeping no more than 20 feet away. "Shamira, wake, quickly." Sybil's voice was surprisingly and endearingly emotional as she thought about the possibility of Try being in trouble, and she gently kicked her sleeping friend awake. As Shamira fought against the persistent call of wakefulness, Sybil's kicks began to rise in strength, until on the sixth or seventh kick, Shamira woke with a grunt of pain. "What, Sybil?" No trace of her teasing or good humor colored Shamira's voice, just a frustrated, tired question. "Where is Try?" "Haven't seen her." I heard Shamira flop back onto the ground, and Sybil frustratedly kicked the larger female again, harder this time, and a snarl began to color Shamira's response. "I haven't seen her, what do you want me to say?" At Shamira's affront to Sybil's superior position, I couldn't stop the beginnings of a threatening snarl from bubbling out of my throat, and that mixed with the sudden rage Shamira had felt seemed to purge the last of the temperamental peak tainting Shamira's rationality. "Wait, what's going on? Try is missing." Nearby, Fuar's worried voice began to carry over the constant sounds of the hunt, and my tired mind put the possibilities together. Without a delay or hint of regret, I watched the 1718 change to 018 behind improved vision, and my perception was suddenly awash with a sea of blue and green, punctuated by the hundreds of warm red and orange Keelish bodies. If Try was near the water, or worse still, in it, she could be in immediate danger. With a quick turning of my head, I looked for Fuar, and his head was tossing back and forth, looking desperately for his daughter. I ran over to him, disregarding the several tails I stepped on in my haste. No idea where she is. Fuar didn't deign to respond, and though a small part of me was slighted by his inattention, I viciously tamped that down and instead I tried to center myself. Anger wouldn't serve me here. I steadily drowned out the sounds of the hunt, of growing concern from the Keelish who began to wake around me, of the insects and nocturnal life that populated the swamp. Fuar was looking as best he could. How could I assist? The feelings that had steadily become more and more frequent popped into my mind, and I closed my eyes and my perception, instead focusing on the tremors that I had begun to feel from other things on the ground. The vibrations and waves that movement made, and smaller than that, the occasional thundering heartbeat I could feel in the ground. I spread my awareness around me, searching for a faster, weaker beat, the sound of a child. With my eyes still closed, I slowly walked around, my focus on finding the lost child. If she was on this island, I would find her. As I stepped closer to the top of the hillock where I had slept originally, I felt a slight disturbance under the roots of the tree in the center. Then, as I opened my eyes and looked more closely at where I felt this slight heartbeat, I saw a little mound of dirt. Under it laid a peacefully sleeping Try, the very tip of her snout poking out of the dirt as her breaths disturbed the loose dirt. I began to curse my haste in changing my perception as Nivtala's laughter washed over me. It was pure exuberance, and the feeling nearly purged me of my mounting rage as the absolute presence of my goddess's amusement quaked through me and made my soul unwell. When last I'd sparred or fought with Wistrel, I had been a Qatif and she a Keelish. Though I had enjoyed a significant advantage in stats, I still found myself struggling in combat against her, while I held myself back from using more deadly means. In fact, the only time I had even nearly matched her in combat, I'd taken her by surprise by breaking her jaw with an unexpected knee strike. With her new evolution, one that she obviously was dying to test out, I could guarantee that I couldn't come close to achieving victory. I looked over at the female as she bounced on the tips of her feet, eagerness apparent in every lithe inch of her body. After evolution, Wistrel had grown, her shoulders broadening just like the rest of the Codif, her hands changing from the gnarled, immensely limited form of a Keelish's hands to the more dexterous, less deformed shape of a Codif's. Her entire body rippled with ripcords of muscle, and every movement she made reeked of a predator's desire to hunt and to kill. More than just her obvious physical strength, though, Wistrel carried herself with a confidently threatening posture that, as a Keelish, I hadn't thought overly much about. But now that I was a Codif and the swarm's alpha, I understood to be a nearly constant challenge of my authority. As she stalked towards me, the more primal section of my mind registered her as a personal threat and a political danger, and I bristled at her presence. With an effort of will, I tamped down my instinctual understanding of the threat Wistrel posed and instead welcomed my tutor to my sleeping grounds. Wistrel, I don't see you nearly so often as I would like to. How has the journey been for you? The fiery female grunted unhappily. If you have any idea what kind of a creature I am, you know how I feel about this journey. I couldn't suppress my chuckles at that. True enough, were the crocodiles sufficient prey for you? I'm not much of a hunter, but the few times I could convince one of your cowardly hunting packs to let me fight the beasts alone, they made for adequate prey. Not intelligent enough for me, though, too dull, they don't make for combat. Wistrel looked knowingly at me at that last word. When I didn't immediately respond to her subtle invitation, she spoke up again, her tone no longer teasing but simply immensely serious. I'm bored, Ashlani, fight me. Without answering her, I turned to Sybil, who immediately met my gaze, somehow already knowing what I was going to ask her. If you fight and lose to her before the entire swarm, there are those who will complain, and may even go so far as to lose some measure of trust in you and your leadership. I do not think your position is so flimsily established that there will be any who challenge you. But there are inherent risks in presenting yourself publicly as a weaker fighter than Wistrel. After her brief explanation, Sybil went silent, and I felt myself ask before I thought to do so consciously, and what if I win? Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Sybil looked at me, her expression completely serious, and after just a single moment's hesitation, she replied, if you were to do so, then we would celebrate your victory. The doubt that Sybil obviously felt was as well restrained as she could manage to make it, but my beta evidently had no faith in my ability to exit that fight victorious. A part of me wanted to deny vehemently, to posture, to promise my immediate victory, but the rest of me knew that simply wasn't so. With how I had struggled against a weaker, smaller, less intelligent Wistrel, I could guarantee that any dreams of defeating her now that she had grown to evolve were just those dreams. Even so, I felt the desire to test myself against her, the most practiced and skilled melee fighter I had ever known, whether in this life or my previous. Now that we had left the swamp, our hunts were once again a day-long affair, with scouts and packs ranging miles away from our general path as a swarm. That gave me plenty of an excuse to leave the rest of the swarm behind and range out as soon as the thought had solidified in my mind. I was acting on my impulse, not wanting to delay further practice and opportunities for personal growth. Wistrel, come with me, we have hunting to do once Vefir is prepared to accompany us. So single-minded was she that Wistrel took several moments to understand what I was truly inviting her to do, but with a pointed look from me, I could see the understanding finally settle over her, and Wistrel grinned widely, the predatory smirk on her face entirely unmistakable. Alpha, Sybil's voice cut through my sudden and decisive decision-making, and I looked down at my mate. Wordlessly, she nuzzled into my neck before muttering, it is important that you stay safe. We do not know this area, and there could be creatures nearby that hunt things like us. I laughed, bid the members of my elites farewell, and happily jogged off with Wistrel and Vefir in tow. Vefir POV. This journey had been particularly difficult for Vefir. He had long learned that his forte was not at all found in physical activity. While he could engage with a hunt if necessary, he was, to his own disgust, a weaker hunter than many of the lesser Keelish. Vefir didn't understand why the presence of these weaker individuals so bothered him, when before he had enjoyed every opportunity he found to serve the weak and afflicted. Now, though, there was a part of him that looked down on the weak, on the helpless, and that made him hate himself even more. Was there anything he could do that could begin to compare to the strongest, or even the average of the swarm? All that he felt he could do was use his magic. And while he understood how his magic had saved lives, the value of the members of the swarm lay in its members' ability to work violence. Solia's magic was much more flashy and dangerous, though its was more subtle. It helped in hunting, and she was creating weapons for whoever wanted them. Perkral's was amazing, and he was a good hunter besides that. Then there were Shock and Tie, who had followed in his healing footsteps, and now could heal and were better hunters than he was by far. As Vefir followed the Alpha and Wistrel to wherever they would begin their duel, Vefir was consumed with his thoughts. Though he loathed to do so, Vefir found himself unhappy with just all of himself. he wasn't enough. His feelings of inadequacy filled him as he watched the alpha get absolutely trounced by Wistrel. She moved like a shadow and flitted around the alpha's heavy blows like a butterfly. After one of Wistrel's feet met the alpha's snout with a cracking of bone and sent him sprawling while his mouth and nostrils leaked a profuse amount of blood, Wistrel cackled and declared her revenge acquired. Vefir rushed forward and began to tend to the furious but pleased alpha, his magic flowing freely from his fingers as he lamented his own weakness. As the swarm passed through the hills that grew taller and rockier by the day, and the gray smudge that I'd seen across the horizon became clearer and clearer to me, I finally realized that what I was seeing was something I had only heard about as a boy: mountains. I'd always thought that mountains wouldn't be anything worth seeing, that I didn't mind never seeing any, since the Martinimus jungle I lived in and loved was mostly flat. But the trees were tall and beautiful, the rivers and animals and rains and clearings were all amazing. I loved my home, so why would I ever care about some mountain I'd never seen before? Looking out on the mountains spread before my eyes, I laughed at my pride. I'd scoffed and mocked at the apparent majesty of giant rocks. How could they compare to the beauty of the jungles? Mountains didn't compare to jungles. The gray towers that pierced the heavens before me inspired every one of us Keelish to awe. The peaks were dusted with white, maybe another type of stone. A part of me wondered if I should help it to ascend to the top to see these strange, pure white stones. Could the stone that decorated the tops of mountains be something we could use as a people? Those thoughts and more began to plague my mind, but beyond my interest in the mountains and the stones that made their tops, I felt a strange enjoyment of the mountains. A Keelish could easily thrive in the jungles. They fed us and kept us relatively safe while still challenging us as a people to continue growing and striving for more. I loved the jungle, and I had always been in and lived in the Martinimus. Even though I'd been a part of a generally nomadic tribe as a human, we'd never left the jungle. The mountains were home. Home in a way that I had never felt before. My claws sunk into the firm ground to give me better, firmer steps. My scales heated in the sun's light and made me comfortable. The soil here had more frequent sandy patches than the jungle did, and whenever we found a sand bath, it was full of bathing Keelish until the sands were polluted from their natural tan to a dark, nearly black brown. The air was drier, and the subtle smell of wet Keelish faded to the point that I had nearly forgotten the pervasive scent. I wanted to make these mountains home, and I wasn't the only one. Nearly every single Keelish in the swarm settled into little burrows. They made the day we arrived at the feet of the mountain, where they cuddled and laughed and mated, and lived with whoever they pleased. Every one of my people who saw me as I walked around and investigated the lands looked at me with begging looks, hoping that the journey was at an end. How long had we fled? Weeks for sure, maybe even to the level of months now. Surely we were beyond the reach of the veritocracy now. They wouldn't chase us through jungles and forests and plains and mountains, so could we begin to re-establish Nivtra here? There was the little part of me that said that I should continue looking, continue moving, continue fleeing, but to settle here would be better for my people. We could resume laying eggs and raising young. We could continue to learn to evolve to Cardiff. That last thought brought me up short. I knew that Cardiff was not the final destination for our evolution, and I had learned what I needed to do and where I needed to go to be able to evolve to a Keel. Being Cardiff was but the first true step to becoming Keel, and I simply couldn't protect my people as a mere Cardiff swarm alpha. There were too many dangers plaguing this world for me to even begin to dare to disregard as something I could handle as I was. High speakers by the dozen could come directly to our home if we built it here, and I couldn't guarantee that the nearly 1,000-strong members of the swarm could even dispatch one high speaker, much less an entire complement of the mages. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. In my heart, I knew that the veritocracy was filled with trained soldiers, something I'd never experienced before. Warfare hadn't existed among the disparate tribes of people hundreds of years ago, with our people's primary conflicts being able to be resolved with words and minimal violence. The true threats came from the world and the jungle, not the people. Now, though Nivtala was a goddess of conquest, of victory, of absolute devotion, the humans of the veritocracy saw me and my people as a threat to be exterminated. We would need to go to war to protect ourselves and to become more than we already were. I'd been told that to the east were the ruins of Nivtra, a city whose inhabitants had worshipped Nivtala. Maybe I could find the ruins of that city here in these mountains. Even without Nivtala or the administrator telling me as much, I knew it was a vain hope, but still I hoped as I led my people through the wonderful mountains to try to find Nivtra. As we slowly traveled through the mountains, Jorel somehow continued to find creatures to attempt to bring under his control. What had only been a group of fewer than 10 wolfstags before had grown to 24 wolfstags, then an additional small herd of sure-footed mountain goats joined them. then some weird goat-like things that were fuzzier and, frankly, much more dull-witted. How Jorl had managed to keep the weak prey animals alive while surrounded by hundreds of creatures that wanted to eat them escaped me. After all, the beasts should have been devoured immediately, but instead, they walked without much care or worry and simply grazed on the grasses that filled the mountain range. When I'd asked Sybil how much she'd had to do to keep the beasts under control, her response had taken me by surprise. I have not done much for these new creatures. I do not care for them and their piteous mewling and simpering, so I have only given my assistance once. Somehow, Jorl and his brood have managed to learn how to subjugate and control the weak-minded creatures without my assistance, and I do not mind it. I prefer the company of my wolves. I hadn't heard or seen Jorl using any magic, but I also hadn't asked, nor did I suspect that he would attempt to use it on me without any warning. When I'd gone to ask Shamira if she'd given any assistance, her single-minded focus on something unexpected had answered me better than an asked question would have. Shamira stood humming to herself as she let air whistle between her fangs. Though unskilled and experimental, the natural harmonization of her sounds briefly drew me into a trance. The music she made had nearly every Keelish within earshot listening carefully, and as she watched me, Shamira drew her song to a crescendo before letting the final notes of her wordless song faintly echo off the surrounding stone walls. "How can I help you, Ashlani?" Shamira's voice was relaxed, confident, and less overtly teasing or sexual than I'd heard it in quite a long time. "I just wanted to ask about if you'd help Jorl with his creatures. Don't think you'd have, but there's a chance your magic could help." Shamira was clacking her fangs together in denial, but before she could speak, Rulak ran towards me, his chest heaving. Before I could ask anything, Rulak spoke. "We've found something," Rulak interrupted. "I think it might be what you've been looking for." "Thank Nivtala." I breathed out thanks to the goddess, but they were almost more of a curse. Not towards her, of course, but instead because of what Rulak and Fuar had found. In the distance, I saw the skeletons of forgotten towers and walls, but not for regular buildings. Instead, the walls were built and reinforced against the other side, further east than us. The towers weren't mere tall buildings, but instead watchtowers. I had never seen a city nor had I explored ancient ruins, but under the influence of several of my skills, mostly innate leadership and pack tactics, I quickly came to understand what a wall fortified against the enemy looked like. I couldn't say what the enemy was that these walls protected against, but it wasn't something here in the Martinimus, but something further east. Why had this fortress been left derelict? Why had it been abandoned by most of the people who had built it? Looking down, I could see the occasional flicker of movement, the barest indication of life within, but what must have previously been a bustling city, with thousands of people, was now a mostly forgotten waypoint with just a couple buildings that had any sign of recent occupancy. Around me, my elites and most trusted members of the swarm watched, wondering why I'd asked that this scouting happen. "Well, go ahead and praise us." Fuar and the rest's patience was interrupted by Rulek's voice. "We found the ruins you were looking for, so go ahead and tell us what you want to do with them." His tail flicked in agitation, curious and excited and ready to receive his answers. I sighed, the thoughts and worries of what I needed to do with this newest discovery plaguing my mind. Before I allowed myself to sink into deeper, more all-consuming worries, I decided to respond to Rulak. "You found something I'm glad to know about, but it isn't what I was hoping to find." "Why not? What are you actually looking for?" We're here to help you and support you, but you're not telling us anything, Ash." He outwardly disregarded my immediate tensing and quiet growl at him, calling me that, even though I could feel his heartbeat quicken and thunder through my tremor sense. "You need to talk to us if you want to work with us. Otherwise, you're just giving commands, and if you just want to stand up and tell me what to do, then I'll leave." Rulak punctuated his threat with a defiant silence as he met my eyes. There were unsaid words about Redale and how it used to be, and it was only because they remained unsaid that I was able to struggle enough to master myself and keep my anger in check. As I struggled to fully control myself, the benefits of explaining what I knew filled my mind. These were my people, and they obeyed blindly when I spoke. Why wouldn't I give them a better understanding of why I made the commands I did? I raised a hand and briefly spoke, the decision to tell the abridged truth already made in my mind. "I will explain. You have all seen how I can lead our people to being more than we could be under any other leadership, correct? Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings." A murmuring chorus of agreement sounded from before me, every one of my elites immediately nodding their assent with my statement. I do not merely have an innate understanding of some things, and then was able to luckily lead our people forward while stumbling blindly. Sybil has already been told a portion of what I am going to say now, but I will explain everything for your sake. I have begun to swear by and mention Navtala just as I did moments ago. I let this initial statement hang in the air and Jorel couldn't keep himself quiet. What is Neev-Tala? That is what he is explaining. Stay silent so that we all may learn, whelp. Sybil's voice cracked almost physically over Jorel, and I wondered if somehow she had been able to learn how to use her magic more combatively instead of generally. Jorel lowered his head and went silent as Sybil made brief eye contact with every Cautif present before she refocused her attention and gaze on me. I nearly laughed at the appreciative gaze that Wistrel openly gave Sybil after her display of anger, but I refocused on what I had been trying to say. Neev-Tala is, so far as I have been able to learn, the goddess of who the Keelish used to be, the Keel. She is the goddess of victory, conquest, and power, and her people find all that and more through following her. More powerful than any creature we have ever heard of, much less seen, a god can command the earth to shake and it will. A god can give power to those who follow them, and in my case, a god can give guidance on how to grow stronger and how to lead a people. I have received very general instructions from Neev-Tala regarding where the ruins of her fallen people's city are to the east and in the mountains. We have traveled to the east and have found mountains, but there are no ruins of the fallen city Neevtra. I sent you onward, I looked at Fuar and Rulek, because I'd hoped that we had reached our goal even though I doubted it. I don't want to continue to journey like this, and I was trying to convince myself that we'd reached the destination given to me by a goddess. We had no such luck, but we were lucky enough to see that, at least at some point, the humans of the Veritocracy were here, and that they have waged war here, though not in recent memory. We also see that there are more of them in the abandoned city now, so they haven't given up entirely on the area, so that lets us. That we need to continue running. Neev-Tala, could you kill all those real dangerous guys for us? You wouldn't want us to all be slaughtered, so you should help us out. Rulek's random prayer took me by surprise, and Neev-Tala's response had me sniffing back the slight flow of blood that began to flow as her amused presence briefly descended over me. Sybil stepped closer and extended a supportive hand as I kept myself from stumbling. Was him invoking her name dangerous to you? Do we need to strike Rulek down? Sybil's immediate question shook me from my divinely instigated confusion, and I noticed Took beginning to prepare herself to attack Rulek, an eager shuffling of her feet calling the attention of my tremor sense. I idly lapped my tongue at the last trickles of blood as I began to answer. She laughed at your impertinence, Rulek. This, I said, gesturing at my face, is the result of hearing a goddess's laughter. They are being so far beyond us that we cannot begin to understand. So follow me as I lead us according to their command and my own mind. The elites all around me nodded their heads severely, even Rulek as he attempted to parse what I had just said to him. Now what will we do about this camp? Nadora, you have spoken appreciatively of the mild winters and temperate summers of Virtal. You have wondered why it is that the salt witches of our people do not wrest control of the weather from the great albatross's wings and the god's will. Nadora read my words and remember well. The Veritocracy's ways are not our own, and though we do not wish for battle with them, we still consider their ways a heresy and a blight on the world. If we were able to force them to stop, then we would do so without hesitation. Their soft snowfalls in the high mountains come not from some special blessing, but from the rampant destruction they have visited upon all the most powerful of creatures that once dwelled in the Narvatal peaks. With the deaths of all the mightiest beasts, the Veritocracy's high speakers have become free to begin to twist the natural state of the world to better suit their desires. Though the magical beasts' deaths are tragic, many think that some deaths of dangerous creatures is an acceptable price to pay. That is not so. You have suffered from the effects of the Veritocracy's hubris. The storms that lash the south are made ever the fiercer from the misdirected rage that should pound the Narvatal peaks. The quakes that punish our islands find their root in the pride of the Grand Verat. You may enjoy the luxuries of the Veritocracy, but do not forget that they refuse to pay the price of their actions and instead force the suffering on the rest of the world. Letter from Marshal Inuksuk, son of Ilnek, to Nadra, daughter of Anna. Virali POV. The journey through the Forgotten Mires had been amazing. Virali had never been so far east, and though she'd long since learned how to travel through and respect the Martinimus as it surrounded her home, all those rules were cast aside under the expertise and power of the High Speakers and the High Lordal Ni. Daluk, the massive Eupudaluk tortoise, strode quickly and unbothered through every creature's domain they came across. In the managed Martinimus jungle, that didn't mean much, since there were none of the immensely dangerous creatures allowed to live there. Thus, none of the mythical thunderbirds that supposedly rained lightning down on the unsuspecting. No behemoths tearing through city walls, or basilisks large enough to swallow a man in one bite. In the Forgotten Mires, though, Daluk hadn't been able to simply march headlong onward. And in fact, his heavy frame supported on his stumpy legs could only keep from being stuck in the muck below the waters by constant, forceful magic. Instead of being capable of carrying the group onward with the same ease as always, Dalek had barely been able to plod along at a regular speed, much less the mile-devouring pace he had set before. After a mere hour of the reduced speed, though, Learthen had stepped forward as a high wave speaker, and with a brief whisper of his will and a single phrase, he'd created an invisible raft that Dalek could stand on. "How can we follow them through this?" Virali asked Learthen. Though the leader of the high speaker group didn't talk much, his response had waxed long as he spoke about something he obviously was passionate for. "Well, water carries vestiges of everything it touches. When a wolf stag wades through a river, it will leave minute evidence of its passage, such as hairs, the scent of their breath, and the warmth of their bodies. Eventually, the water can and will be reverted to a pure form through any number of various methods, such as evaporation, osmosis, and filtration. But it has not been too long since the Keelish swarm passed through here, just a couple of weeks. Was it a mere dozens of the beasts, their mark would have faded by now. Since there are hundreds, though, the smell of the scales, the taste of their hunts, and the imprints of their feet remain." The passion in Learthen's response begged for further questions, but the look in his eyes put her off of any further questioning. "Love this novel, read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit." This invisible raft floated preternaturally quickly through the cramped confines of the spaces between the mangroves and burl-raises. To Virali's surprise, though, they avoided the wide clearings that occasionally appeared, even though cutting through them would have saved them time maneuvering around the obstacles that plagued every step of the way. As they skirted around a fourth clearing, Virali couldn't stop herself from asking, "Why don't we go through there? Wouldn't it be faster than this?" Learthen's response had amazed her, as instead of once again waxing poetic about water, he instead silently redirected the raft towards the clearing. As he did so, Tariel loosened his bow and quickly nocked an arrow while High Lord Elney sighed. "They're boring and annoying, nothing worth looking at." The question already asked, Virali began to ask more, but what's boring? Is there something? Her next query was interrupted by a massive wave that threatened to toss Dalek away. Before the wave had fully passed, several massive limbs whipped out at the passengers on Dalek's back. The pink, ropey flesh took Virali by surprise, but every one of the high speakers was prepared for the ambush and fended off the nearest attempted attack. The would-be assailant croaked out a bellow that shook the water in its rage. With the initial assault repelled, the main body of the beast was revealed. It was a massive frog, for lack of a better way to describe it. Massive was too small of a word, though. Gargantuan, statuesque, and amazing better described it. Dalek stood 40 feet tall at the crest of his shell while still standing. But this thing was at least 60 feet tall, and its cavernous mouth could fit a dozen men within without straining. Its body was decorated with hundreds of pure black eyes, and its third pair of legs swiped wildly in the human's direction as its set of tongues zoomed back towards the humans. Its flurry of tongues continued whipping at Dalek and his passengers, but Tariel, prepared for the attack, swiftly sent 3 arrows shrieking towards the beast. Each one crackled with electricity, and on impacting with the creature, patterns of coursing electricity danced over the moist skin. Virali continued to watch, but her concentration was interrupted by Learthen's voice, saying, "A swamp leviathan. There's almost always one in a clearing since there's precious few places they can live. Not too dangerous to us, but they slow us down." Behind the unperturbed commander, Tariel continued to send arrow after arrow into the swamp leviathan's body, but it refused to slow with the comparatively small amount of voltage dancing across and through its body. Strangely, the intensity of the shocks that Tariel was administering through his arrows wasn't reducing at all, but instead continued to grow and grow. Arrow after arrow sunk deep into the mucus-coated skin, and the electricity continued to mount in fury, the bright ripples of light jolting through the waters surrounding the swamp leviathan. After 5 minutes had passed, and the swamp leviathan began to lose steam from continually having its attacks rebuffed while being attacked, it began to retreat. High Lord Elney, though, commanded Skier with a single word, "Kill." The strange small squirrel obligingly sent a thick branch of electricity surging forward, and when the pillar crashed into the leviathan, the sounds of sizzling flesh and shrieks of pain filled the air. The beast dispatched, the rest of the group put their weapons away and continued forward, though Dalek extended his neck for a couple quick bites of the neglected beast. The waste bothered Virali, though she said nothing, having, at least for now, learned her lesson regarding asking questions. The casual slaughter and disregard for using its body was something that felt gross to Virali, but again, she had learned not to ask questions now. 3 days later, they exited the Forgotten Mires and entered the lowlands surrounding the Tulan Mountains. The Keelish's tracks were obvious and fresh, though the fact that they had come this far and continued fleeing had the professional soldiers concerned. "They're almost to the wilds," Tariel explained, his voice serious and a bit heavy. Virali didn't need any further explanation. and she could feel her anxiety rising at the possibility of the scaled bastard's escape. Through the Tulans, they followed the Keelish's tracks until they found what remained of the old frontlines against the Moonchildren. Before Varali could see anything, Learthan looked up sharply, his face a mask of rage. What did they do here? Tariel POVs. As soon as he saw what Learthan was so angry about, Tariel stood tall and began to rush forward to the head of the damned Olnia's tortoise. He couldn't stop himself from jumping down from the massive shell, and even before he hit the ground, Tariel began a wind calling that pushed him forward at a blistering pace. Behind him, Tariel heard Learthan call for him to slow down and wait for the rest of the troop, but he refused to. Instead, Tariel reinforced the calling and blasted forward, lightning accompanying his every step. In less than a minute, Tariel reached the smoking remains of the merchant camp that had set up within the mostly deserted township. He'd heard that this had once been a burgeoning city in the making. But after one of the Moonchildren's blood priestesses staged a series of midnight assaults and slaughtered dozens night after night, the civilians had decided that the potential for profit on the Veritocracy's most dangerous border wasn't worth their lives. Tariel feared for the worst when he saw the column of smoke choking the sky. But as he arrived at the destroyed camp, he realized that there didn't seem to be a massive amount of casualties, only a single funeral pyre smoldering in the middle of the camp. The cracking thunder had announced his arrival, and the leader of the merchant caravan seemed to relax as he saw Tariel's arrival. He was a fairly fit-looking man, his shoulders broad under his fine travel-stained clothes. His hands were covered with soot, and he leaned down and brushed them through the grasses a couple times before extending his hand. And then, when Tariel stood at attention, let his hand fall awkwardly as he began to speak. "Praise be to the Grand Verat," he cried out. "I don't know how we survived those beasts' attack, but I'm sure they'll return soon. What is your name, soldier?" Tariel snapped a quick salute at the merchant at the confirmation of the Keelish attack, but was sure to retain proper decorum, as he was certain he was being watched by his commander and the rest of his troop as they continued to approach. "Captain Tariel Nar, the lieutenant colonel will be here soon to speak with you. Are there any nearby?" "Well, it's been almost a day since they attacked, so I don't know, Lord Nar." "I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you." The merchant bowed his head, and Tariel couldn't help but quietly sigh at the show of respect. He supposed he was lucky that this person hadn't immediately prostrated himself. He waved a hand as the merchant continued, "We met at one of your family's balls 5 years ago. I was there with the Waikala group. We're here nearly at the border of the wilds. I don't think it's wise to dwell on parties long past. Please treat me as a captain in the army. The Keelish attacked yesterday." "Yes, how did you know that they were Keelish?" "I haven't," the man cut his question off. "I apologize, I only trained for combat in the Red Abbey. I never trained with the military, so again, I apologize." "Yes, hundreds. They came in the dead of the night, though I don't know how or why we escaped their wrath. Frankly, we should have all died. Tell the lieutenant colonel when he arrives." Tariel didn't care to listen to the man's nattering, resolving to finally begin to take action. "I'll begin scouting to see if they are still close." The fear that Tariel had kept perfectly bound within began to slip its restraints, and he couldn't help but worry that the front lines would be ambushed from behind, weakening them for an assault from the Night Children. Tariel didn't listen to the words that the merchant spoke as he rushed off into the nearby forest. "If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent," reported Ashlani POV the night before. "It didn't take long to make our decision on what to do here. While we could benefit from killing all these humans, we couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any powerful speakers nearby. If there were high speakers, there was a chance that we could kill them, but we would have to pay a bloody price to do so. A part of me wanted to exhaust a high speaker with waves of Keelish until I could come in and seize the final kill, but the vast majority of me was quickly able to quash that hasty part of me. Maybe I could do that and I would progress in some quest, but doing so would weaken the swarm as a whole. I couldn't think of myself as a creature divided from the body of the swarm, not if I wanted it to grow to become a civilization, a true people. With a personal determination for greater wisdom, I'd led the swarm in skirting around the dilapidated city right as night fell. There was only so much we could do to ensure that we remained undetected, since there were hundreds of bodies stalking through the night. Fortunately, with the exception of the few goats that Jorel had still managed to bring with us, our number was made of ambush predators, so we made our way onward without much fuss. The wave wolfstags disliked the mostly dry ground we now found ourselves on, but even they made their way quietly onward. I was confident that we could make our way completely past the camp without alerting anyone. I wasn't thinking about anyone who was in the forest away from the camp. Jorel had been herding the goats alongside the fringes of the swarm ever since he'd captured them. He could keep them much calmer that way, since they weren't fully surrounded by Keelish that obviously wanted to eat them. The first indication that the plan wasn't going according to plan was when one of the goats began to range a little further away from the herd than the rest, investigating some bush for a tasty morsel of something. Later, Jorel told me that, since we were staying silent, he was struggling to call the goat back silently when it suddenly screamed and collapsed. It didn't take long to see the arrow shaft sticking out of its neck, and when Jorel had looked around to see the source of the shot, he had locked eyes with the human who was happily climbing down from a nearby tree. Near as we could tell, they hadn't known we were there, but as Jorel charged out of the darkness to strike the hunter down, the man screamed, his voice amplified by a weak wind calling. His voice echoed through the woods, and as I rushed to see what had happened, rallying cries went up from within the ruins of the city. Once I arrived at the scene of the goat's death, Jorel had already long since killed the hunter. "Don't think it could see me," Jorel said as I stepped closer, his tone uncaring. While it screamed, I ran in and ripped its throat out. It didn't think about using its weapon. "Are you sure these are the same humans? You don't think we're ready to fight?" I sighed, pissed that our cover was blown. "Gather the bodies. Don't want the humans to find them, and we might as well eat our fill." And yes, this one. I couldn't hide the distaste that rose in me at the idea of this spectacularly weak specimen. Is a disappointment to his people. Without another command, the swarm gathered the two bodies and we redoubled our speed into the forest, running ever further east, away from the veritocracy and towards the promise of Nivtra. We traveled through the night, and I began to think that we'd escaped safely, that the merchants wouldn't find us or guide others to our trails. The faint rumblings of thunder on a clear day the next afternoon disabused me of that notion. As night fell, I was about to push my people to continue trekking through the night, but first I decided to explain my thoughts. That what you're hearing is the sign of a high speaker. They're close. I spoke to my elites as I called attention to the low roars of distant thunder. Perkril cocked his head and with a thought began to channel his magic, the light crackles of electricity and the smell of ozone filling the air. "Like that," I conceded, "but they're miles away from us. You've never used magic that large or powerful before, and that's just the sound of someone moving. That's not someone fighting." "Wait, what? Are they cowardly fighters?" Rulak and Wisterl's questions overlapped each other, the male disbelieving and the female excited. "The high speakers," I answered, "have access to magic like you've never seen or perhaps even imagined. I don't know which there will be, but wind speakers can call lightning from the heavens or bolster their speed to a dozen times our own. Wave speakers can shift entire rivers to smash down on their enemies or heal their allies from the brink of death. Flame speakers can create towering pillars of flames or rouse hundreds to their cause. Earth speakers can become armored juggernauts of death or raise mountains to protect themselves. Soul speakers can forge connections with any living creature or bolster the spirits and strengths of dozens to twice their original power." I let my voice fade away as my Keelish listened to my words. I continued to speak once I thought they had finally begun to understand how serious a danger the high speakers posed. "We can't say that whoever is accompanying the high wind speaker is on that same level, or if they have been hunting us since we destroyed the human subjugation force. I certainly hope that the wind speaker is the only high speaker, but if there are more, I can't say how many will lose to their assault." "Why would they attack us? We killed one of them so easily, so aren't we a threat?" Took asked, but before I could answer, Sybil did for me. "If there was a pack of qual that hunted an entire brood of Keelish hatchlings to the last, what would be your reaction?" Took thought about it for a moment, then answered, "I would leave them for the next brood to try to hunt and prove themselves. The dead were careless, weak, or unworthy." Sybil paused, then after adjusting her question, asked again, "If Try was slain by a small pack of creatures, what would you do?" "Then they would die, if not by Foir's claw, then by my fangs." Took didn't try to keep the threatening snarl from her voice. Sybil flared her frills in acknowledgement and asked Foir, "And you, what would you do?" "The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. I would hunt them to the last. There would be no mercy, no hesitation, and no honor in their deaths." The vehemence in his words was belied by the cold in his stature. Foir would do exactly that, and I suspected most of the swarm would go with him in support of vengeance wrought in honor of his little one. The humans see those weaker than themselves like something to be protected, not nurtured into something more. Like a helpless child that needs its parents to always give it care. Since we have killed the weak, both last night and in our battle near our previous home, the humans consider us to be a threat to their weak. Thus, they will put forth their best efforts to cull us. "Thank you, Sybil, for explaining it in a way that others can understand," I said. "We have been escaping from a possibility until now. We are fleeing from reality from today on. The high speakers are here and they want to kill every last one of us." My elites flared their frills, trying to say that they understood what I was saying. It only took a couple hours of continued journey through the temperate forest for them to actually begin to understand. There was a brief scream of Keelish out in the forest, where one of the hunting parties searched for something to feed the swarm. After a mere 10 seconds, though, the scream stopped. Foir cocked his head and was about to go searching for what had happened, but I grabbed his arm and forced him to stay nearby. It's too late for them. The high speaker is beginning the hunt. Call all the hunting parties in, no reason to let the hunter pick us off one by one. A couple of Redale's most staunch followers, long having begun to grate under my command and cautious actions, declared, "They aren't as powerful as you say. There's nothing that strong in this world, or else we wouldn't be able to continue living. They would hunt every last one of us. Rulak, lead us and we'll hunt them down." He flicked his tail dismissively. "What the alpha says I does. Not much more to it. If you want to go, you won't hear me stoppin' you." Then, Rulak looked at me and nodded in solidarity before continuing to follow my lead in the march. With their greatest hope for a supporter holding back, the pack of 30 Keelish with a couple of Qatif among them began to lose their courage. But then, Tok, a brood alpha who'd enjoyed his power under the previous regime, snarled an order to his pack. "We'll prove how Keelish we are. Alpha will bring you this hunter's head." The insubordination would have set my hackles to rising if I hadn't been convinced he was just leading his pack to their deaths. It would maybe serve to slow the high speakers down, though, so I dismissed them with a magnanimous wave of my hand. Seeing my tacit approval, Tok's pack trotted off into the night with nothing more than another growling command. I shook my head before giving the command to redouble our speed. "Are you sure?" Rulak asked as I began to lead the run through the forest. The leaf litter underfoot cushioned my feet from the occasional sharp rock and twisted root, and I continued my mostly blind jog, ignoring the exhaustion that filled every fiber of my being. "Listen," was all the response I gave, even when Rulak pressed and asked again and again. Finally, after 10 minutes, the brief booming of thunder and the not-too-distant flashes of lightning punctuated the panicked cries of Keelish, but it was too late for the fools. It wasn't even a minute before all sounds of struggle faded, and the forest resumed its previous quiet. Now, though, for the first time, the swarm truly believed me when I commanded them to flee for their lives. And still the hunter stalked and followed. And hunted. It wasn't too long another pack tried to prove their bravery and were summarily killed to the last. That immediately put an end to the foolhardy defenders of Keelish pride. In fact, there were no Keelish willing to go out on the hunt, since any Keelish that got more than a mile away from the main body of the swarm was executed. We couldn't hunt, we couldn't escape, and we could only prolong the inevitable. I cursed myself for daring to think that we could ever slow down. Every time we were sidetracked, we could have made more headway. Every time I allowed the swarm to slow, I had worsened our situation. How could we survive at this point? We could only continue to try to flee. Try was the first to begin complaining of hunger within my earshot. "Dad, hungry, hungry," she kept whining to Foir, and her piteous cries for something to eat tugged at my heart. It didn't take long before I approached Jorel, and as soon as he saw me, he knew what I was going to command him. "My pack and I will kill them. We'll give you the meat to distribute however you think it wisest. Just the goats. Leave the wolf stags for now, they could be useful in getting out of this mess." Jorel flared his frills and turned away. There was no reluctance in his movement, so I called out, "Jorel." "Yes, my alpha," he looked at me, trust obvious in his every movement. "Thank you." The scales around his head fluttered in a type of a blush. "I only did or do what any of the swarm should, but thank you, Alpha, for trusting me even though it was just a random whim of mine. I'm glad that it's letting us eat a little more now." Without another word, Jorel went to slaughter his goats. Before long, the panicked bleats of the herd rose, then went silent. 20 goat corpses were laid before me, and I had no idea of what to do with them. Tri had immediately gone to throw herself at them and eat her fill, but Foir had pulled her back. "We do not eat until the Alpha gives us permission." She'd immediately stumbled to my side, begging the whole way, "Hungry, food, hungry." With a slight smile, I reached down, cut a long, thin fillet from one of the goat's thighs, and passed it to the hungry child. She grinned widely at me before tearing into the flesh, little bumps passing visibly down her throat and into her belly. "Neavtala, bless us with strength to overcome this." I prayed aloud, for the first time truly asking the goddess for some sort of blessing beyond what my status displayed. In fact, I couldn't say why I knew what prayer was, except for maybe some benediction given by my title as disciple of Neavtala. I was wholly unfamiliar with the idea of prayer to a being above me, much less a sense of devotion or divine respect. But for the first time, I did feel some sort of humility and respect towards this divine being called Neavtala. I could feel that I was on the cusp of speaking another of the words of power, but there was something else I was missing. Something that I still needed to do. On a hunch, I bowed my head and spoke out loud, the words flowing freely but without the special sacred cadence that speaking the words of power had before. Nivtala bless the devoted with victory, Nivtala guide the hungry to conquest, Nivtala build the weak into disciples. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Nivtala make us free. We will kill, we will conquer, we will follow, we will lead, and we will bleed. We will sacrifice our foes, ourselves, our blood, our lives. Nivtala guide us. Navtala guide us. Those near me echoed the prayer, and the feeling that always preceded the words swept over me. For the first time, though, I wasn't the only one to speak at the same time. Through the tempering of the sacrifice of our lives are we complete. To my amazement, Fuar, Sybil, Took, Vefir Wistrel, and Rulak spoke the words at the same time. There was a flashing system, notification in the corner of my eye, but I didn't look at it immediately, instead locking eyes with the other 6 Kadif who had, for the first time that I had seen, experienced the same influence over their actions that I did. I was about to speak when I felt Nivtala's presence, and from their reactions so did the others. I will do what I can, do what you must. Live. The more I felt her voice and presence, the better I could endure Navtala's presence, so I was able to stay on my feet under the immense, nearly physical pressure of Navtala's voice and will. The others, who could have heard a much larger phrase than I had initially, all fell to the ground. Try rushed to her father's side, crying out unintelligibly, and I ran to Sybil. I cradled her head, alarmed to see the blood flowing from her nose and her eyes glazed over. Vefir would be who I would ask for help, but he was one of those injured. Before I could begin to lose all semblance of composure, Rulak's voice carried over to me. That's what you've heard all this time. Well, what you hear. Just a huge feeling. Stronger than you and Redale together. He was quickly recovering and stumbled to his feet. Felt like I needed to sacrifice what I needed to, same for you, Wisty. She simply grunted in assent as Vefir struggled to his feet and began to try to give little pick-me-ups to the Kadif who were attempting to recover. Sybil was the last to stand, and she continued leaning heavily against me as she stood, even after Vefir had ministered to her briefly. That was painful, Alpha. I do not believe that would ever become less agonizing. Nonetheless, I am already feeling better and no longer feel hungry. I will let you know if the feeling returns. Huh, same here, me too, and several flares of the frills echoed the thought, and I realized I needed to check my status to see if I could understand what was happening. The user has discovered the true iteration of the second of the words of power of Navtala. The user has been blessed with the greater blessing of zealotry. The user has been granted the skill, Fanatic's Fortitude. New skill, Fanatic's Fortitude. A skill with passive and active properties. When passive, Fanatic's Fortitude facilitates and reinforces the skill holder's rate of recovery while giving a 10% reduction to the cost of using skills. When active, Fanatic's Fortitude blesses the skill holder with a feeling of satiety and a nearly bottomless well of stamina. The duration and profundity of the skill's active effects are directly correlated to the depth of the connection between the skill holder and the object of their devotion. As the skill holder is one of very few disciples of Nivtala in the world, and is the most highly ranked of all of Nivtala's followers currently alive, there is a static 50% boost to the skill's effects. In addition, if there are 5 or more skill holders in the same area who are using the skill's effects at the same time, the skill's effects will become an aura whose area of effect is directly correlated to the depth of the connection between the skill holder and the object of their devotion. As the skill holder is one of very few disciples of Nivtala in the world, and is the most highly ranked of all of Nivtala's followers currently alive, and those around the user are the most highly ranked devotees of Nivtala. The aura that the user projects when using the active effects of the skill in tandem with those devotees around the user is 39 FT. This skill can evolve, evolutionary requirements hidden. I fought to understand the massive skill I'd just acquired, but as I struggled to understand my circumstances, I began to gain a little more hope for our survival. Vefir pushed to the left and back 2 more steps. Rulek, you go another 3 steps after Vefir approaches. Sybil, Fuar, and Took, spread yourselves out more but make sure not to stray. We're going to continue pushing onward at this same pace. Even though we were running at a near sprint, I didn't tire at all. I hadn't eaten more than a mouthful of goat, but even that had almost felt needless. I wasn't sure if using Fanatic's Fortitude for such a prolonged time was just making sure I would be absolutely exhausted once I was forced to deactivate the skill. But the swarm needed it. After a painfully slow feeding, I'd forced the swarm to rush onward as the sun set once again over us. Over a full day without more than cursory stops, and who could say when the opportunity for recovery would come? With 7 Kadif, presumably with Fanatic's Fortitude, I'd immediately set to experimenting with how the aura would be able to spread across as much and as many as possible. Near as I could figure, if another person with the ability to amplify the aura was within my aura's range, then they would project their own aura that complemented and was complemented by my own beyond that. If we all spread ourselves as broadly as possible, we could spread the effects of the aura to about 400 feet. Within that space, the Keelish and Cardiff alike were fortified by the skill's active effect and ran with greater strength and determination than ever before, even when we'd only recently left our old home. 400 feet long and at most 80 feet wide. My mind ran the calculations and quickly settled onto the fact that, with nearly 100 Keelish dead at the hands of the damned hunter, to say nothing of the other reasons my followers had fallen, we could all fit within the influence of Fanatic's fortitude. I had let my hope grow stronger and greater then. After all, even if there was an eventual price to pay, if we could move so tirelessly and continuously, nothing would be able to catch us. Then an hour or so later, Wistrel's aura abruptly died. All the Keelish surrounding her immediately flagged, the effects of running for nearly 2 days without rest or filling their stomachs making themselves immediately apparent. The exhausted, starving members of my swarm pressed in, hoping to find some solace by entering back into the auras provided by a member of the Six still able to activate Fanatic's fortitude. At most half an hour later, Fuar couldn't support the skill any longer. Then, not long after him, Rulak's aura died. It hadn't taken long before at least half of the swarm was now unable to be bolstered. I continued on in the journey, showing no mercy or hesitation. After all, the choices were pushing through exhaustion or death. An easy choice, if you ask me. Took's aura dropped without any warning, and the weakest Keelish began to be left behind on the march. Half-hearted cries of "wait for me," and "please just let me in," were ignored by the rest of the swarm, and before long, dozens of completely spent bodies littered the path made by hundreds of tromping Keelish feet. As the first light of the suns began to appear in the skies in front of us, Sybil's aura dropped, leaving just myself and Vefir. Only those of my elites and their direct supporters could fit comfortably within the influence of our two auras, and we were pressed cheek to jowl trying to press onward at the same blistering pace. After her aura petered out, Sybil had unsurprisingly run next to me and whispered what I'd already thought. Her voice labored even under the influence of my Fanatic's fortitude aura. Love what you're reading. Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. You can abandon us, those too slow and weak to escape. You should use us as a distraction to this force that you say is implacable. Make the sacrifice necessary to survive, and once you grow to heights we never could have dreamed of, avenge us. There was more of me than I cared to admit that wanted to do just that. So much of this swarm was easily replaceable, especially with my evolutionary exemplar. All the Keelish could be forgotten and used to slow or distract the high speakers in favor of the Cardiff. The dregs left behind would be slaughtered without even a prayer of being able to do anything about it. But they could give us enough time to find some avenue of escape. After all, I could understand, though whether through pack tactics or mere intuition I couldn't tell, that the squad hunting us was small in number and desperate to stop us quickly. The callings of the windspeaker were either from a high speaker beyond my comprehension or from a person desperate to kill those he found as soon as possible. A high windspeaker making this much noise this consistently was overexerting himself, and maybe we could exploit that to survive. I looked at the swarm around me to evaluate what survivors remained and how much energy remained within them. As I watched, 3 more Keelish dropped out of the run, too exhausted to do anything more than to simply allow their legs to give in. More of my swarm flopped to the ground, and I knew we couldn't continue. If nothing else, we needed to figure out what we needed to do to allow all 7 of us with the skill to be able to use it again. I lost myself in thought but slowed to nothing much more than a walk as I thought. Did we need to rest, or was it just food? Before I could think more deeply about it, a Keelish, old enough that his scales had begun to chip and wear away, stepped close to me. Zalfa, what is it? It is good to serve the swarm. I am old, cannot continue, kill me. Add my strength to the swarm, escape the monsters, survive. So surprised by his words that I stopped walking, I looked at the old male. His voice and eyes were resolute but unable to continue. I didn't know how he had made it this far, but I could guarantee there was something that had helped him along. Before I could gather any thoughts, he repeated himself. Add my strength to the swarm. He sagged to his knees, unable to support his weight any longer. I gritted my teeth. What is your name, old one? Never got one. There was the barest hint of laughter in his voice. Too stupid. Didn't deserve it. He locked eyes with me. Please let me serve. Tasha, I'm sorry, thank you. As I gave the old man a name, he closed his eyes and sighed in relief. He didn't say a word but smiled as a couple others of his pack stepped forward and volunteered themselves alongside him. I couldn't bear to kill them myself, but I couldn't let anyone other than myself deal the final blow. And I did. It was a sobering, difficult meal, and not just for me. 23 Keelish sacrificed themselves to the swarm, their spent strength adding to those still able to fight to flee to survive. The desperation that had only begun to seep into the swarm solidified into a hardened resolve. A willingness to do whatever it took to ensure that as many of the swarm could escape and eventually return the indignity and pain we suffered tenfold. It hadn't been long since I'd made the decision not to eat intelligent beings, but I couldn't reject Tashia's and the others' sacrifice so callously. They had made the conscious decision to die for my survival, and though the flesh tasted like ash in my mouth, I ate until I was sufficiently filled to continue our maddened flight. There wasn't a bone left behind, some collected as totems of the dedication of those who came before us. Others crunched and chewed to extract every last scrap of potential nourishment. 332 Keelish remained, less than one-third of my original swarm. I couldn't say whether or not we would still qualify as a swarm or not, but our desires and hopes were wholly united. We would escape and we would grow to become something that the veritocracy feared. Just as we finished our meal, the rumblings of thunder began to fill the air. How had that bastard not exhausted himself yet? Were there more than one of the windspeakers? At least, with enough eaten to give the swarm sufficient energy to resume our flight, I nodded to the other 6 with fanatic's fortitude. We spread out, not needing to give each other as much space as before, and with a single cry of victory and an echoing response of "By Fang and blood," we resumed our flight. Virali POV. This is all your fault, you know. You damn Nars are always this way. No, I can do everything myself, don't worry, I'm the smartest person around, I'm the strongest, I'm the best. Learn from your betters, and maybe you won't make everyone else's life harder. There's a reason that Olnias have the Grand Verat's ear, while your lot are relegated to the army. High Lord Olni held nothing back as he continuously raged at Tariel. Ever since Tariel had run off and begun hunting the Keelish, the High Lord had been irate. Now that Tariel had rejoined the rest of the squad, he couldn't escape the High Lord's constant haranguing. Like I said, this guy is the kind that likes to kick the weak. Now that someone strong is in a position where he can make them miserable, he'll never give your handsome captain a chance to forget it. The captain did mess up in a big way, though. Fen seemed to pick up on Virali's anxiety at the thought of the murderers escaping. Not like they'll be able to escape anyways. They're too slow, and even though they're running so fast that they're leaving behind the weak, they won't be able to escape us for too long. Virali had enjoyed the opportunity to strike down the Keelish that, in increasing numbers, were left behind by the rest of their murderous brethren. Too disloyal to protect their weak. Virali scoffed at their lack of desire to protect the weak among them. Not only were they human murderers, but they were disloyal too. An embarrassment of a species, one she was only too happy to engage in the eradication of. After sending a searing lance of flame to impale and kill 3 more Keelish, Virali refocused on the High Lord's words, wondering if there would be anything worth listening to coming out of his mouth now. The more time she spent around him, she realized that, though he disrespected the others, he was wise and powerful beyond her understanding. That thought was strange, since she'd always respected the kind over the powerful. Maybe this was how the world was, though. Before Virali could continue to think over it, she refocused on the High Lord's words. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Your father must regret your birth, you feckless moron. How you have managed to become a captain can only be by dint of your birth, since you obviously lack the mental capacity even to reason your way out of a one-way road. High Lord, please. Lyrthan's calm voice cut through the continuous abuse that Layolt threw at the younger man. Virali had quickly learned of the Nar and Olni family's political opposition, something she'd never thought of in her hometown. Sure, the brats from the Red Abbey looked down on the uncultured youths from the villages in the jungles, but she'd always thought that all adults would grow out of that, and that the families of Virtal would support each other. That obviously wasn't so, and now that the High Lord had found a valid reason to tear into the heir apparent of the Nar household, he showed no mercy nor sign of stopping. Lieutenant Colonel Lyrthan, I appreciate your position as this fool's superior, but you cannot seriously think that he does not deserve this mere tongue lashing. He has alerted the Keelish to our presence and has incited them to greater speed in their flight. He needs to be repeatedly and loudly reminded of his idiocy in the hopes that it sinks through his thick skull. I agree with the assessment that his overzealous approach in hunting the Keelish has been counterproductive. I can guarantee that he will receive a commensurate punishment upon his return to Fort Nufir. Virali noted Tariel's obvious discomfort and unhappiness at Lyrthan's public agreement with the insult, even if it was merely conciliatory. However, you have been wholly concerned with the mere fact that you now need to expend a modicum of effort in commanding your bound Eupudaluk to hurry. Learthen continued over the beginnings of complaints from the High Lord. I am more concerned with where we now find ourselves. And where is that? The High Lord's frustrations were obvious through the tone of his voice, though his face dropped upon hearing the Lieutenant Colonel's response. We are a mere 4 miles from the Samutilia River. If the Keelish are able to take the border sentinels by surprise, then we may be so unfortunate as to allow them to escape the bounds of our country. After just a moment to process, Laeltalni whirled again to Tariel, whose face had changed from unhappy to truly contrite. Your foolishness is so great that the Grand Verat himself would struggle to find a use for your empty skull. If they escape, it will be such an embarrassment that it will reflect on me. Even as he indulged in the continued abuse of the evermore unhappy Tariel, the High Lord encouraged Daluk to greater speeds while preparing his other two bound to begin harrying and disposing of the Keelish that continued their flight. Though the man remained a petulant, insufferable child in the body of a middle-aged man, he was the absolute pinnacle of soul-speaking. Skier Alba, go kill however many you can and don't play with your food. As Layout gave the quick verbal commands, Learthen spoke to Tariel. Send windwards constantly. I don't care if you exhaust yourself so badly that you bleed from your eyes. Make sure that the garrison knows they're coming. Every death is on your head. With renewed vigor and focus, 332 Keelish sprinted onward into unknown lands, guided by nothing more than the assurances of an unseen god. Since there were 7 of us with overlapping auras, it seemed that the effects of fanatics' fortitude compounded, but I couldn't be bothered to think of anything other than an exhausted thanks to Neve-Tala. A vague sense of worried confidence was the response, but even with my magically or otherwise supernaturally granted energy, my mind was a thick slurry of exhaustion and focus. All I could think was that I needed to continue running. There would be plenty of opportunities to think later if we survived, and slept, and had a good sand bath. I shook my head, hoping to shake the distracted thoughts from my head as I did so. Sybil gasped for breath beside me, running as best as she could. When I looked at her, she couldn't even muster the energy to put on a front, simply forcing herself to continue her flight. Her scales were losing their luster, not only dirtied by the dust of travel, but also hanging limply off her frame. My mate had lost a significant amount of weight over the past days, and the pleasantly full figure had become a harsh, wiry frame that began to border on skeletal. Around her, the wolf stags seemed to continue without any sign of effort. Their bodies were much better suited to the continued flight across the plains and through the forests, though they were all obviously losing weight and energy. Arwa continued to retain control over her pups and the wave wolf stags, and she trotted closer to me as we slowed through a shallow creek. I scratched her ears idly as I looked at Sybil as she stumbled through the water and tripped over a smooth stone. I stepped forward, offering a hand. Sybil. She couldn't even gasp out a response but looked me in my eyes. You need to eat. She stared at me blankly, her mind struggling to understand my words. Then, during an interminable wait, the only sounds that filled my ears were those of hundreds of feet slamming against the ground and splashing through the creek, while every Keelish nearby gasping for breath as we continued. Finally, she flared her frills in agreement before fighting to muster the strength to respond. Nothing to eat. I was about to respond when she continued, but me. She looked at me, her face at peace with what she said. Immediately, a surge of adrenaline filled and cleared my mind. Not by the skies above nor the earth below, I swore. We have the strength to continue, and damn it, you will. Without another word, I stepped closer to her and threw her arm over my shoulders to support her. She was too short, and after struggling to run in step with her, I instead drew her up into my arms as I continued running. My arms began to burn with effort before too long, but I continued running. It wasn't long before Shamira stepped closer and wordlessly reached an arm out to help support Sybil's tail, the support helping me to keep my full pace. In step, we continued our march, and our 332 rapidly dwindled. Some tried to support friends and companions, but most couldn't gather the strength, and instead, it wasn't more than 2 hours until our numbers dropped below 300 in total. Those that faltered made the same decision that Tashia had, and with a reverent prayer of "through the sacrifice of your lives, we are perfected, over each body we ate our fill." Sybil again demanded that she be allowed to offer her strength to the swarm, but I argued back. Your presence allows for more of us to continue. You are one of the few that can bolster dozens and hundreds more to strength beyond. My voice caught in my throat. No, we need you, I do. You cannot give up when you have more guidance to give me and more strength to give the swarm. Unauthorized duplication, this tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Under my command, Sybil filled her belly and fought to her feet afterwards. I have eaten my fill. I must work to show the swarm I am worthy of this sacrifice. Then she led the charge forward and my swarm, revitalized, followed suit. Those that remained were the strongest of the swarm, nearly all Katif. None of my brood had fallen, every one of us an exceptional individual and young and strong. Little Try was tired of being carried and tired in general, but Four had fought to keep moving and keep her fed, and though she was hungry, she was far from starving like the rest of us were. Brutus was silent, as always, but he had surprisingly deferred to the rest when it came time to eat, and he had thinned twice as much as the rest of us. He remained resolute and focused, and supported those around him. Rulek no longer cracked jokes, but ran close to those who were flagging, offering his solidarity. Too exhausted even to hope, I merely focused on taking another step, staying in the center of the swarm to offer my aura's support to as many as possible. In the front of the swarm, Sybil and Shamira ran together, leading the path. Four ran alongside me, slow to react to something. He suddenly shouted, "Look out!" and lunged forward, dashing to the front of the swarm, but it was too late. From the air before the swarm swooped a massive bird, its wingspan at least a dozen feet wide. From its wings flew long blades of wind, and they cut deeply into Shamira and Sybil, who both immediately collapsed. I sprinted forward, my magic rushing to my throat, my claws, my feet to do something, anything. The bird whipped above us, strafing beyond our reach. I let a crippling cry loose, but the bird only wobbled in the air before whirling to resume attacking us from the air, its wings glowing with more wind magic. It focused on me, beginning to dive at me while I filled my throat to bursting in preparation for a massive crippling cry. I mentally cursed myself as I realized I couldn't command the rest of the swarm to back away from me now that my next words would be literally explosive. The bird spread its wings and aborted the dive, instead retaining much of the speed and channeling it into its magical wind blades. I ducked low, allowing the magic to cut deep into the back of my shoulders before leaping up and letting my magic loose. As my crippling cry knocked the bird out of the skies, my swarm immediately set on it and ripped it to pieces. But I had no thought for the bird, instead rushing to the two felled females. Shamira had taken a wound across her shoulder down nearly to her opposite hip, but she wasn't concerned for herself, instead looking with wild eyes at her companion. Vefir fought to close the deep wound across her throat, but the blood continued flowing freely through his fingers and down Sybil's chest. He looked into her eyes, a wavering in his own gaze before he steeled himself and spoke, the words coming freely to his lips and forcing a feeling of reverence across all of us Keelish around them. I am the peak that casts the long shadow. I do not allow this life to end for this light to fade. I control the shadow and I dispel it. Her panicked breaths were choked by her blood, and Sybil tried to cough her lungs free of the liquid, but there was no air in her lungs. When Vefir finished speaking what I could only guess was the true iteration of the fifth of Navtala's words of power, Sybil gasped, her eyes no longer afraid as her lungs forcefully expelled the crimson liquid. With a choking sob, I rushed forward and took her into my arms as Vefir stepped back and began to minister to Shamira. Vefir's magic had grown so much in potency that he didn't need to lay a hand on me as he healed the wounds across my shoulders and back, the skin stretching tight across my back and forcing me to briefly release Sybil from my grip as the flayed flesh reknit. I let out a sigh of relief just in time to hear Arwa growl low and threateningly. No, in fear. High Lord Laalt Ulni POV. What false god blessed these worthless beasts with this strength? They shouldn't have been able to do anything to Alba. I raised her 3 previous generations until she hatched, and she was very nearly the perfect example to a Thunderbird. How dare they cut the bloodline short? I just fuck you. The unbearable rage that surged within the High Lord Laalt Ulni dyed his vision scarlet. He'd been so close to creating a truly obedient Thunderbird, and that dream was cut short the moment his binding on Alba snapped. She'd been killed by these inferior beasts, wholly unworthy of experimentation or preservation. None of the other of the High Speaker families understood why the oldest, most powerful of the natural world's beasts had been exterminated instead of bound. They'd heard of the Ilni, his great-grandfather. He'd had soulbound companions far more powerful than any soul speaker alive. He was the shining example of what the Ilni should have been. Well, Laalt had met the proud old goat, and most of his companions had abandoned him by his old age. He was left to rot in an empty estate, only the few most unimportant and weakest of his companions still willing to be near him. No, Laalt Ulni was smarter, better, and stronger than every soul speaker who had come before. He had pioneered the creation of the vastly superior bound, and already it had made waves. The Red Abbey had instituted his teachings into their curriculum, and the military was seeing greater results in using their bound as scouts and shock troops. It was only a matter of time before the soulbound companion was nothing but a myth, a relic of times long past. And High Lord Laealtal Ni, the greatest soul speaker in history, would be the name that was remembered as the great founder of the Bound. The cultivated creatures that could fill their ranks would be unsurpassable, and the loss of the life of the unimportant drones continuously pumped out by the superior breeding stock could easily replace the sacrifice of superior human life. Breeding stock. Damn them, those worthless lizards dared to cut that line short. That was the work of nearly 2 decades, gone in a mere moment. It's your fault, you worthless, brain-dead invertebrate. He whirled once again on that moron of the Nar. And my work of 2 decades has slaughtered at least 100 of them and led the rest to flee mindlessly. I wonder which of the two is of greater worth. You cannot begin to understand the long-reaching effects of my planning, and instead you tout your own weakness. It would be amusing were you not so stupid that your ignorance did not send me into conniptions. Alba was the result of generations of training and deliberate breeding in order to recreate an extinguished bloodline, but superior to the original article. And all you can think of, instead of progress for the whole of the veritocracy, is venting your anger over a mere swarm of Keelish. And that's what you're doing right now, you swollen-headed jackass. The only difference is that I've done something and you haven't. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Before High Lord Laealtal Ni could resume his takedown of the fool that stood so confidently before him, Learthen spoke up. I do recognize that there was no insignificant sacrifice on your side for this, High Lord. I cannot understand what it has cost you, but I appreciate it. Please, continue supporting us as best as you can. Learthen nodded respectfully to his superior before turning to the fool Tariel. Continue sending windwards for our estimated time of contact. I want to be sure that the sentinels aren't wholly destroyed. With a snarl, the High Lord resumed commanding Skier in more reserved guerrilla tactics. Ashlani POVs. There was no time for us to try to collect ourselves, and Arwa and her pups stepped together, their hackles raised. Before long, Perkril stepped closer to the wolfstags. Not all of the wolfstags, though. The wave wolfstag stepped back, obviously under Arwa's command, though she was obviously reluctant to be on the front lines herself. "What is it?" I asked, but before any response could come my way, a curtain of lightning leapt out of the canopy of a nearby tree. It surged towards the swarm, and with a howl of effort, Arwa directed much of the lightning towards herself and her pups. The purple bolts coursed through her body, arcing between her antlers as she whined and attempted to gain control over the foreign magic. Beside her, the 8 pups attempted to lend her their meager strengths, but they were wholly occupied by the errant arcs of electricity that threatened them. With a roar of his own, Perkril lunged forward and created a flickering, radiant armor of lightning that covered his body before charging forward. His steps carried him on to the source of the lightning, the leaf-covered top of a nearby, unassuming tree. As he approached, though, a strange creature jumped out of its fort and sprinted into the surrounding forest, leaving a trail of crackling footsteps behind itself. I'd heard what I'd always assumed to be tall tales in my previous life as a human. Stories about living, moving trees, storm-calling massive thunderbirds, land-shaking behemoths, and fire-breathing salamanders. I'd assumed most were exaggerations of outliers of species, but I'd never thought I'd see a Tosker, an inherently magical beast that resembled an over 2-foot-long squirrel. These silver creatures were supposedly the mythical guardians of the sacred cenotes. Those underground lakes were meant to house the spawning grounds of the Locath, but I'd never seen a Locath or Tosker in one. The exhaustion had allowed my mind to wander. I focused and called out to my swarm, "Go, we move, we survive, we stop, we die." Without another word and no complaint, we turned and continued sprinting east, hopeful to find some possibility of escape. Nivtala's words had seemed to communicate at least a possibility for survival, and I clung to that idea as I led my swarm onward. It hadn't been even a quarter of an hour before the Tosker's lightning smashed into one of our flanks, crippling or killing half a dozen Keelish. Arwa ran to chase the attacking beast, but even before she got halfway there, it scampered off into the surrounding forest. "Nivtala, guide us and give us the strength necessary to resist," I prayed aloud as we continued running. The squirrel attacked 5 more times, every time slaying or crippling at least 5 more of the swarm, and when Foir suddenly perked up, the swarm was down to 298 Keelish. I glanced at him, fear souring my empty stomach. "What is it?" I whispered, the terror of worse news choking my dry throat. "There's a massive river in front of us. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I sense more humans moving around and preparing." I wanted to slow down, to plan, to think, to do anything other than to charge blindly in. But if the people in front of us were anywhere near as powerful as those chasing us, there would be no possibility of survival. Behind us, I could feel the rumblings of a massive beast approaching with my tremor sense, and it was going faster than any of us could maintain for any length of time. It was no longer a far-off threat that was picking us off bit by bit. The hunters were here and we prey shuddered in fear. With the certainty of their arrival and impending hunt in mind, I drew deeply from my sonolphin. For the first time since we had begun our flight in earnest from these humans, I resolved myself to battle, to fight, to kill, and to conquer, and spoke with enervating address, conqueror's rebuke, and true dominance reverberating through me. There are those who stand in our way, who wish to stop and slay us. We will not let them, we will survive victory. Victory by fang and blood, echoed the voices of nearly 300 Keelish. Tri's voice was the last to falter, her enthusiastic yet bloodthirsty squeak carrying over and through the rest of the swarm. I felt a warm glow of happiness mix with the frothing soup of emotions that boiled in my belly. We would survive. Enervating address gave a renewed and greater strength than before. Conqueror's rebuke boosted us all to the peak current possible to us, and true dominance incited every one of my Keelish to a frenzy. They know we're coming. They're preparing for us. Will we fall to their preparations? No, hundreds of voices responded. The humans have attempted to fell us before. We wrecked their walls, slaughtered their soldiers, and devoured their dead. They cannot stop the swarm. With wordless cries of excitement and determination, the swarm followed my lead in rushing towards the encampment Foir warned us about. As we crested the hill to look down on the massive river, the air changed markedly, and condensation immediately began to form on our scales despite the heat we all radiated. The river itself was breathtaking, a vast blue scar that cut through the thick jungle. It was at least a mile wide, with its ice-blue waters flowing steadily north as it flowed easily over rocks and around bends. On our side of the river, watchtowers peppered the sturdy, if small, wall that followed the riverbanks. Dozens of humans gathered in ranks with bows drawn and callings on their lips. I cursed my excitement and screeching encouragement that had warned them of exactly where we were, since they were completely prepared for us. Beyond that, the rudimentary weapons we'd created to hunt the crocodiles had long since been abandoned in our desperate flight from our pursuers. My mind raced with something to do to try to mitigate the massive disadvantage we were at against these humans. Even if none of them were true speakers, their bows and arrows would cut down dozens of us before we could get close. As I desperately searched for something to do to try to keep my swarm alive as we charged our entrenched foes, I looked at the other side of the river. The next destination that I felt somehow would give us some sort of solace or possibility for survival. On that other side of the river, though it was hard for my eyes to tell, the forest was different, wilder. The shadows were darker, more menacing somehow, and I could feel the subtle threat the primeval forest constantly sent out. It appealed to me. I couldn't say why, but the untamed wilds across the river were more natural than this side of the river's forest. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. I couldn't think any longer about it, the charge of us Keelish swiftly bringing us to the edges of the forest, to where the humans were laid in wait for us. With a flash of inspiration, I called out, "Everyone, grab rocks you can throw a long way, at least the size of your fists. One in each hand, and we'll throw them all at the same time, first one hand and then the other. You have 20 seconds to find your stones." Heeding my own command, I looked down, swiftly finding two smooth stones that were only slightly too large to fit comfortably into each of my hands' grasp. The adrenaline of impending battle fought to cloud my mind, and in search of clarity, I activated combatant's bloodlust. My oldest companion and friend, the skill settled over my mind like a cool stream and allowed me to measure up the impromptu fortress the humans had prepared. They weren't prepared at all to fight on this side of the barricades, obviously. Their watchtowers and walls were established to fight against whatever was on the other side of the river, and they were nervous to face us. The soldiers looked at each other for support, though their movements were well practiced and efficient. I supposed I couldn't have expected fools and windbags to occupy the front lines of a border under threat of war, but it was disappointing nonetheless. 20 seconds had passed. "Ready to throw on my mark," I called out, and each Keelish hefted their stones waiting for my command. The little garrison was at least 100 feet from the edges of the forest proper, and I hated to wait for the first arrows to fly before our own strike. "Throw," I shouted as I led by example and began a full spring onwards. This first volley would, hopefully, throw them off as we implemented the beginnings of a display of intelligence. At least, I hoped the first 200 stones that rained down on the gathering of 30 or so humans would distract them long enough for us to close in, and let our second volley smash their faces in. To the humans' credit, they were quick to begin to react and prepare their defenses, shields and callings raised. But that was just enough, as only a dozen stray arrows were loosed, and only a couple of those managed to fly towards their intended targets. I grunted as one of the projectiles slammed home into my right shoulder, the pain whisked away by combatant's bloodlust, dispassion. I had long since passed my other stone to my favored left hand, and I didn't bother to do anything about the shaft protruding from my upper chest. Instead, I calculated. We were all sprinting madly to the front line where we would make contact with the enemy, and they were gathering themselves for their first true answering bombardment of sharpened projectiles. Throw, I shouted, hoping our second salvo would gather a couple of casualties. I had misjudged the destructive power of hundreds of 1 pound or more stones being thrown by desperate, sprinting Keelish and Cardiff. Hastily raised shields splintered, and unrefined walls of stone and air shattered under our primitive ranged attack. Screams of agony from the humans filled the air as my grim-faced swarm rushed over the waist-high battlements and began to tear into the panicking humans. Unintelligible screams from their leaders were drowned out by the desperate snarls of Keelish, and the humans, outnumbered 10 to 1, were quickly dispatched. None of the Keelish, myself included, hesitated to fill our stomachs. I hoped beyond hope that our desperate escape was nearly over, but even if it was, we desperately needed sustenance. With 10 Keelish to a human body, to say nothing of the 24 wolfstags, the corpses were immediately consumed, and Vefir made sure to patch me up without interrupting my feeding. Before we could even begin to catch our breaths, though the rumbling in the ground alerted me just before new human screams did. The high speakers had arrived. I didn't care to try to understand what outraged words the high speakers were screaming, instead shouting commands of my own. "It's time to move, you fangless worms. If you hesitate, you're dead. Move, move, move." Most of the swarm immediately followed my command, and faces still stained with the blood of our prey, we rushed to flee across the river. As broad as it was, I couldn't say how long it would take to ford it, and we were less than a minute from first contact. Were we not mere moments away from agonizing death, I'd have admired the schools of fish in clear waters, but reality demanded I focus entirely on the here and now. In the forest behind us, the beginning crackles of cold lightning echoed and threatened before they were overwhelmed by a strange, ululating roar. It was so low that I initially thought it was something from my tremor sense, but as it built in volume, the bestial cry began to shake my mind. I made a mental note of the sheer power of the roar in order to apply it to my crippling cry, but it was not the time for magical experimentation. Instead, I followed the path that many Keelish had already established through the barricade against whatever it was that lived on the other side of the river. It took me a moment to realize that there were a dozen of the Keelish that followed me only far enough to crouch on the far side of the walls. "You can't stop them, keep running," I shouted, but I followed my own command and began to run into the river's waters. They had slowly lagged behind over the past days, forging themselves and their wills as best as they could under the constant revitalization of fanatics' fortitude and the immediate threat of death. In most, I could see panic that was as tightly controlled as they could muster, but the fear and imminent death meant nothing to them as, somehow, I could feel their total acceptance. This pack of older Keelish whose names I didn't know and had resolved to learn when there was time to waste breath on mundane conversation looked at each other, nodded, then deliberately bowed their heads low as they looked at me. "Victory by Fang and Blood, Alpha, lead the swarm to survival," one said, her voice steady and her eyes fierce and somehow tender. "We'll slow them as best as we can. I hope that you," her voice caught before she mastered herself. "Never mind this old lizard's hopes. Live well, my Alpha, my king." This pack of 12 old and experienced members of the swarm grinned as they stopped and prepared for their deaths. I couldn't say anything more and continued my flight forward, sparing a glance back every 20 steps or so. I was only able to look that much as my tremor sense, honed over weeks of stumbling through dark nights with no light, guided my every step to sure stone and soft silt. Between two of my glances, the groans of magically shifted stones filled the air. I couldn't help myself and looked back to witness the latest Keelish deaths. Keelish screams of agony filled my ears as the wall the brave pack had hidden behind crashed over them like a curling wave. The stone was quickly dyed scarlet as my people's blood burst out from between the stones and the human's mount continued approaching. The 7 humans were riding a truly massive beast. I'd never heard of anything so imposing and obviously powerful, but the monstrous tortoise didn't care about my instinctual respect for its power. Instead, there was a coughing explosion of flame that accompanied the constant crash of the craggy stone on stone that the tortoise apparently controlled. I could begin to hear the humans talking to each other, but the riot of their mounts' magic and steps drowned out the specifics. "The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation." The 12 Keelish made no sound again just a few seconds after first contact. Now there were just 286 of us. "Make sure that the Alpha is in the front. If nobody else escapes, make sure that he does." Sybil's voice tore me away from watching the bloody scene as she shouted commands at Jorel and the wolf stags. Her voice was raspy and husky after receiving that wound from the albatross, but still, the swarm hung on her every word. Yes, Beta, Jorl responded, and then he, with a growl and some inscrutable gestures of his hands, commanded the wave wolfstags to bolster me. I immediately felt the effect, the water giving way with every step, the current no longer fighting to pull me further downstream. Initially, I'd been pleased to have the assistance of anything that could magically manipulate the water we were in. Then, I'd begun praying out loud as I again looked behind us. Please let there be no wave speaker, no wave speakers. Please Navtala, no wave speakers. It was in vain. The same moment that the tortoise hesitantly stepped into the river, one of its passengers hopped down and the waters rose up to welcome their descent. Scatter. Run faster, I screamed, but we were all already doing our best to escape. The water, previously flowing regularly downstream, began to pull at our ankles, then knees and hips. I didn't know where all this additional liquid was coming from, but the wave speaker's commands were forcing the river to bring us back to him. In a wave speaker's domain like this, we wouldn't begin to be able to escape. Behind me, a Keelish stumbled and fell, his head smashing into a submerged stone. When he rose from the water, blood flowed freely from his snout, and that was when the waters around us began to thrash with a new excitement. The schools of fish surrounding us went into a sudden frenzy as soon as there was blood in the water, and Keelish began to fall, starting around the Keelish who'd tripped and begun the bloodshed. His legs were nearly instantly shredded by dozens of flashing jaws, and with a cry of agony he succumbed to the sudden ambush. As the blood was carried through the water to the speakers, the fish there, a mere 200 feet away, began to swarm the massive tortoise. It groaned, the pain obvious as it caused stone to flow up its legs and brought itself to a stop. The rest of the humans jumped down and into a wide area of dry land that the wave speaker spoke into being. Navtala, Administrator. Any help, please? I shouted into the heavens as my mind raced, hoping beyond hope to stumble across some strange strategy that could allow us to survive this impossible situation. For once, there was absolutely no response from the system. What little apparent divinity I seemed to be in contact with had abandoned me as well. I was about to break down into hopeless sobs when my hopeless thoughts were interrupted. I guess it's my time to answer a prayer, Ashy boy. Rulek's cocksure face flashed past me as he stopped resisting the unnatural current and began to walk with it. No, I couldn't muster any real words as, under Rulek's example, hundreds of Keelish began to march forward. Now you've got your people, your elites. I was just kinda there. I really should have died with Redale, so I'm just late, as usual. He scoffed before looking at Took. Sorry I couldn't get you gravid with my eggs, Leggy. Maybe next time. He grinned wide, rolled his shoulders, and raised his voice. Wistrel, you're with me, right? Her laughter was high, proud, and genuinely excited as she strode forward. We better kill at least a few of them, otherwise. I'll drill you till you bleed. She bumped her hip into Rulak's as hundreds of Keelish sprinted to their deaths. Victory, they cried, knowing it was a lie. Victory by fang and blood. I refused to turn to watch their deaths, instead resuming a probably hopeless flight through the waters towards the far shore. Rulak POVs. Older members of the swarm with me. We'll gut these humans like the scaleless WAKLINGS they are. I'm not gonna let these WHLPS still wet from the egg die before me, are you? Forged in war and tempered in blood I follow, Wistrel replied, and Rulak continued giving commands to the Keelish that followed him. With chipped fang and BLOODID scale I kill, only death, only death, only death for the foes of the swarm. Death for the foes of the swarm. He didn't usually like engaging in the dramatics of speeches, but Rulak realized he was pretty good at them. The entirety of the swarm, even those continuing in flight, screamed in response as over 200 Keelish went to meet 7 humans. It had been too long since Rulak had conquered something. The days of his youth with Redale, forcing every member of the swarm to bend the knee, and then conquering 2 nearby swarms, those had been good days. If only that feral Took had been receptive to his advances, then perhaps, but there was no time to think of rutting, only the splitting of skulls and the spilling of blood. Much of it would be his own, as it should be, but there were still some tricks Ashlani hadn't seen from the old guard. His fierce grin widened, the anticipation of battle swelling his heart. At his left rushed forward Wistrel, and the right was Histy. Wistrel, you know what to do. Histy, we focus on the one that's controlling the water, but keep an eye out on fire, will you? It wasn't a question, and these old companions of his wouldn't have questioned his command anyway. It was good to be working with the professionals once again. The grin spread even wider across his face as the sound of hundreds of splashing steps filled in behind him. This was what he had for so long missed, a true forging in blood. The swarm fell in behind the rushing Qatif members of the swarm, and the screaming cacophony of raging Keelish caused Rulak's blood to swell excitedly within. He continued rushing forward, and was met by a massive wave of flame washing onwards. No command was necessary as Histy blasted an opening in the center of the flaming wall and Rulak rushed through. Most of the swarm behind him followed suit, but a couple of pained screams sounded out behind him. There was nothing to do for them, and Rulak shut out the extraneous information. There were only 80 feet separating him from his prey, 7 humans and 1 little deer. Onward Rulak sprinted, and a second wave of flame came to greet him. Again, Histy reached out her will to divide the flames, but this time the enemy was prepared and the fires merely dimmed in the center. Rulak pressed through, only to be smashed by a large wave of water. It nearly lifted him from his feet, but Rulak dug his claws into the stone underfoot as the wave passed and continued forward over the Keelish that had followed him. At the rear of the wave was a wide blade of wind that cut shallowly into his thighs. But Rulak recognized this as the greatest threat of the massive attack so far as his blood trickled into the water inhabited by the ferocious fish. Their frenzy had begun to die down without any additional blood filling the water, and immediately the water began frothing wildly as the fish descended once more into their bloodlust. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. Can't eat me if they can't catch me. Rulak couldn't help but laugh as he spoke, almost believing he would escape this confrontation alive. Onward he sprinted, ever faster, finally within reach of the hulking brute covered with what looked to be living stone. He'd heard about the thing that Ashlani had killed, but he'd struggled to believe the tales he'd heard. Again he refocused on the battle at hand. "Evade, focus on the others," Rulak called out as he feinted in and circled around the massive figure. There were 6 other humans behind him, strategically spread out just enough to support each other, but also not so close as to be felled by an unlucky blow from a companion. Rulak could hear the clattering of scales, fang, and claw against stone behind himself, but trusted in the swarm to continue to follow his commands. "WSDRL-ON me." Rulak rushed towards the nearest human and finally realized that the water from the river had begun to flow up his body to fill his nostrils and throat. He took as deep a breath he could as the first droplets began to force their way in. Finally, he'd entered combat with the humans. His target began to calmly flow backwards, the water carrying him as Rulak and Wistrel attempted to press the attack. The water already gathered around his body shifted from merely suffocating him, now blunting his claws to clubs and jaws to a mere trunk. With a cracking strain, the water pressed in, crushing his bones, and Rulak suppressed a grunt of pain trying to conserve air. Through the water, Rulak could dimly see the murky form of the human before him. He could dimly hear the human speaking, repeating something, but only thoughts of slaughter and survival mattered. He rushed forward, against the water pulling his face back, against the pressing current, against everything, and was able to approach the human. Rulak feinted right, left, bite then, his opponent foolishly confident. He suddenly whirled in a circle and smashed his heavy tail against the human's knees. There was a pained scream as the knee bent backwards, but an answering sharp pain shot up Rulak's spine as he made contact. The water surrounding his hands almost unwillingly fell off, and Rulak rushed forward, looking to grab the human and maybe deal with them permanently before his vision tunneled completely to black. In the back of his mind, he noted the pain of sharp jaws beginning to chew into his flank. He caught hold of fabric, and the wearer began to thrash in a panic. His grin fixed in a rictus as Rulak began to haul the human back towards him. He saw the flashing of fire rushing towards him, but he couldn't be bothered to worry about it. He would die to the water filling his lungs just as quickly. First, he merely needed to slaughter this human. His first of these scaleless that he would slay in his pursuit to protect his swarm. His alpha. Before Rulak could do anything though, the struggling in his hands ceased and the water quickly fell from his face and dribbled from his throat. Looking forward, he could see Wistrel whip her head back with the majority of the human's neck in her jaws. She screamed her challenge, her joy at her success, and Rulak himself grinned as he looked onto the rest of his soldiers as they continued the melee. He was sorely disappointed. Wistrel had lost most of one leg and the toothy fish were working at her other. Behind him, Rulak could see the bodies of Histy and Burke, both being gnawed on by the fish while the vast majority of the Keelish that had followed were waterlogged, scorched, or some mixture of the two. The behemoth stood surrounded by the pulped flesh of several dozen Keelish corpses, the blood and viscera splattered all around and on his armored body. The Keelish still standing numbered in just a couple of dozen, and none were unharmed. The humans had only lost 2 of their squad. The water one Wistrel had slain, and one of the 2 fire ones. The other fire human was hunched over the immobile body of their companion, repeating some human gibberish. The rock human was closing in on the Keelish survivors, and another stood, gathering some wind magic. Rulak looked to Wistrel. "I'll be forgotten by Neve Tala if I die before taking one more of them down." She grinned in response. "You better," the great Rulak, unable to kill a single human. He scoffed as the humans continued preparing their attack on the remaining Keelish. The surviving tenth of the attacking swarm rushed onwards to their inevitable demise as another human voice began to shout something. Rulak almost wished he'd tried to learn the human tongue, but instead, he'd see if he couldn't learn the taste of one. Maybe it'd end up being a delicacy worthy dying for. I forced myself not to look back as the hiss of water turned to steam was washed out by Keelish screams of agony. Histy had never said anything about how she could use magic, and I realized how little attention I had paid the most senior members of the swarm. I hadn't learned many of their names, I didn't know how long they'd lived, or much of anything else. Another of my failings as a leader, failings I could address so long as I could bring the few dozen Keelish that remained alive to safety. Without looking behind me, I felt the death of the wave speaker as the water that had continued to pull us back fell and resumed flowing freely downriver. Yes, keep going, we may escape yet. I yelled out with renewed vigor and the Keelish around me rallied as we all pushed even harder through the several foot-deep waters. Even through the boost from Fanatic's fortitude and Conqueror's rebuke, my lungs burned and my legs ached so deeply I struggled to continue my path. All the while, it took a conscious effort to tear my attention from behind me as the warlike cries of Keelish quickly shifted to agonized whimpers, and then, again, to silence. I could hear a strident human male voice giving a command, but I couldn't hear him clearly enough to discern his words, and I didn't care to listen to him. Instead, I continued pushing onward, glancing around to see which of my elites, which of those I knew personally yet lived. Sybil remained close to me, and by her were Shamira, Took, and Vefir. On my other side Foar, holding Tri, along with Brutus, It, and Perkril struggled through the river, never looking up but endeavoring to maintain their balance as we fought to make land at the far side of the river. Solia, Sylph, and Atra were in our wake, only sheer determination carrying them onward as they continued to flag in their exhaustion. Jorel had somehow kept nearly all the wolfstags alive, and the wave wolfstags used their magic to keep Arwa and her pups from being swept away by the water. Only a dozen more Keelish, most of those being from my own brood and the last few from Jorel's. Only half of my own brood remained, those who, even if I'd never said it, I considered to be those who would serve alongside me as the original keel of this generation. In total, the swarm was smaller in number than my brood had been at hatching. 26 Keelish and 20 wolfstags were all that remained. There were more than 1,000 of us just a month ago, and there was still no guarantee for survival for the 2 dozen that remained. I glanced behind us, hoping that the humans had for whatever reason given up on pursuing us. Instead, I saw a growing pillar of flames that threatened our existence. Solia, I shouted, pointing behind us. Through the fog of exhaustion, she looked back and saw the approaching blast. With a wordless cry of effort, she raised a hand and parted the flames so that they passed on both sides of us remaining survivors. As the fire died down and we continued our attempt at escape, I hazarded another look back. Several of the humans, 4 of them, continued on towards us. They all rode along the Earthspeaker's back, his body covered with armor of living stone and handholds as he flowed forward without having to raise his feet. On his back, a couple of the humans seemed to be trying to do something to continue their assault on us, but we had made landfall. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Keep running, I shouted as I followed my own command. I fought to regain enough of my breath to continue giving orders. Once we're under the cover of the trees, scatter into packs. Maybe we'll be able to ambush some of them and keep them from continuing pursuit. Focus on the ones that aren't covered in rock. The wheezing of lungs and the clatter of feet on the shore were all the response my swarm gave me, but I could feel their support. Before we could make it into the forest before us, an eerie, unplaceable feeling tickled my spine, and I immediately gestured for my Keelish to gather close. Hello, we're coming in. Please don't kill, I said, first in Keelish, then in the human tongue. Then, hesitantly but still quickly, I led my 2 dozen Keelish and wolf stags into the forest's protection. Something was watching, but I couldn't tell where or what. I whirled to look at Foar, hoping he could see what I couldn't, and he nodded, understanding my question. He shifted Tri to his other arm and pointed to a particular shadow deeper than the rest, a mere 20 or so feet away. Then again at a second shadow 30 feet in a different direction, then a third and a fourth. There's a lot of them, he said, more than I can be sure I see. The forest here, just as I'd thought from a distance, was wilder, more untamed, more natural than the jungles of the Martinimus. The constant whine of insects filled the air, and the trees and brush grew so thickly that only speckles of shadow filtered through the foliage to light the ground. The ground was covered in leaf litter, gnarled roots, and the occasional bone, and it squished pleasantly between my toes. Behind us, I could hear the humans make landfall, the sand and stones clicking together under their steps. When I tried to lead the vestiges of my swarm forward to continue to try to escape the implacable speakers, a piercing voice rang out, harsh and grating in the human tongue. Stay where you are, warlocks. You do know that if you profane the soil of the wilds it will be repaid in kind, right? And your mere presence is a blight to be repaid 100-fold. The voice was at once authoritative and derisive, though the words were obviously not the speaker's natal tongue, the SS sibilant and unnaturally long. This voice, whoever and whatever it was, absolutely hated the people from the other side of the river, and the humans seemed to know who or what it was. Our pursuers stopped, their heels only barely out of the waters of the deadly river. Before they could respond, though, the original speaker stepped forward from the nearest pool of shadow, the first one that Foire had pointed out to me. It revealed itself as a creature I'd never heard of nor seen in my previous life. You have very little time to answer before our response. You have already trespassed the Samutelia, and we would love to offer your flesh and blood to the Nardal. They have fattened themselves already this day, but the blood-soaked mother's children are always ready to glut themselves. The creature that spoke, what I assumed to be a female, was a petite, almost animalian human. She was under 5 feet tall and was dressed all in pure black leather and furs. Wait, no, she was naked except for a loincloth, her breasts pronounced enough that, with her voice, I pegged her as a female. And instead of a full outfit of black leather and furs, I realized that her clothing was in fact pure black leathery skin, paired with long dark hair growing down from the top of her head all down the spine. Her arms were longer than a human of her size would have been, even longer than my own, I suspected, and her fingers were disgustingly long as well. With the length of her arms and fingers combined, several of her knuckles dragged along the ground even while mostly curled. Calling her fingers long was like calling a Keelish a lizard. Sure, the idea was communicated, but only in the broadest sense of the word, and beyond that, it couldn't emphasize the size and impression given by them. Each finger ranged in length from half a foot to longer than twice that, and each one was obviously built for a different, violent function. Her thumb and index finger were the shortest, only twice the length of a normal human's finger, but the middle finger was where things continued past mere unnatural length and into uncomfortably monstrous. Her middle fingers were the second longest on her hand, just a little bit shorter than a full foot, but combined with how they were capped with shining, sharp nails that protruded another inch, the fingers were a foot long. All her fingers had an extra joint and were obviously meant to be used as a stabbing weapon of some sort. The fourth finger was the longest, over a foot, and capped with a club-like protuberance. The final finger was permanently curved into a long, cruel sickle shape, and I had the sneaking suspicion that it could function like one if given the chance. Both of the nameless creature's middle fingers were pointed threateningly at the 4 humans, and I got the feeling that if she'd wanted to, she could put the eyes out of at least one head before any of the humans could react. Every one of my instincts screamed danger when I looked at her, and my tremor sense told me that she could balance on the balls of her feet without any extraneous movement. She was more dangerous than Wistrel, more trained and prepared for combat, not just fighting. Thinking of my old mentor, I imagined I could still hear her cries of agony as she'd lunged to stave off the assault of these speakers. I swallowed down the emotions that threatened to overwhelm me. If we survived, I could grieve. Until then, I needed to be aware, strong, and ready. I refocused on the furry woman, and as I sized her up, the humans finally answered. A man by the sound of his voice. He carried a well-tended longbow, so the windspeaker then. Of course, we aren't here to trespass upon the face of the wilds, but simply seek to avenge the slaughter of our own upon those beasts before you. We ask for your permission. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. It seems to me, the furry stranger's voice cracked like thunder and the humans recoiled at her vehemence, that the beasts before me are not beasts at all but thinking creatures. Is that so? After a brief pause, the person from the wilds repeated herself as she turned her gaze to me. Is that so? I startled as I realized what she was asking, and in my faltering, stilted human tongue I answered, yes. We think we not beasts, we people. I worked my jaw uncomfortable. There it is, the woman continued, deliberately drawing out the word is, and you seem to have avenged yourselves plenty. The blood of the Saharliard has sated the thirst of the Nardal, and you have not seemed to pay a blood price in kind. She flicked her hand, obviously dismissing the speakers with a threat. You are not welcome in the wilds. Return from whence you came, warlocks. Her voice's smug derision swelled, and I began to suspect she was relishing the opportunity to spit defiance in the faces of our pursuers. What is happening? I cannot understand them. They are talking too fast. Sybil hissed at me, our situation unclear to anyone but me. I raised a hand to her, silencing any further questions as I tried to figure that out myself. A new voice rang out from the humans, disregarding the wind speaker as he tried to respond. They murdered my wife in that river. I will slaughter every last one of them and allow her soul to rest well in Vatal Sam. You cannot interfere with this. This was a woman, one of the flame speakers. Both hands had been messily bitten off almost up to the elbow, and she was in no state to effectuate any noteworthy calling as her barely cauterized wounds wept pus onto the ground. So, Knight Profaner, do I hear that you wish to incur a blood debt? The stranger's voice's tone became grim, heavy, and indescribably reverent, almost like when someone was speaking the words of power of Navetala. As she spoke, my eyes were drawn from the humans to finally, for the first time, truly look her in the face. Her face had what could almost be called a snout, but her eyes were much too large for her head by human standards, the sclera nearly invisible around the huge sky-blue irises that dominated all but the very corners of her eyes. I knew there was much more to take in of this possible ally, but her eyes drew mine in an irresistible, nearly painful fashion. Sybil's quiet questions and commands faded to nothing as I lost myself in the mystical, magical eyes. The human flamespeaker's voice stumbled to a halt as the windspeaker quietly but obviously reprimanded her. The woman from the forest spoke up again, and I could finally tear my attention away from her eyes and became more aware of the presence of not just the couple individuals Foire had pointed out to me. Instead, a couple dozen more of the Wild's people began melding out of the forest and into the light of the riverbanks. Some held spears and bows, but most sported the same empty, dangerous hands that their spokesperson did. Profaners of the night, warlocks, killers of innocents, prisoners, and children alike, I ask you again in my authority as Blood Priestess, do you wish to incur a blood debt? My expectations soared. I didn't know what a blood debt was, but that it was serious enough to give pause to this group of elite high speakers was enough to set my mind to racing. As the humans seemed to contemplate how to answer the Blood Priestess's question, I motioned for the rest of the swarm to follow my lead and begin to flee through the surrounding woods. If we could get enough space between us while our pursuers were tied down in whatever this political maneuvering was with this Blood Priestess's party, maybe we could escape, even if they came to some accord. Thinking and communicating creatures should well know when to flee and when to stop and listen. The Blood Priestess's words cracked violently on those two words, and I nearly involuntarily stopped mid-step before turning back to look at her. Our eyes met, and I immediately looked down, my focus instead on her mouth, neck, chest, anything else that would allow me to keep control of my mind. Her face was not smiling, but actually baring her teeth, and the teeth were much like most humans, but for the inch-long jutting canines that must have nearly reached out of her mouth even if her lips were closed. Good Saharliard, you have proven yourselves with this. How have you wronged the warlocks of the One? Our swarm was attacked multiple times by a village of the warlocks. I spoke slowly, deliberately. Though my fangs and stiff lips garbled the speech, I fought to speak clearly. When they made their greatest attempt to exterminate us, we overwhelmed the assault with superior tactics and numbers. We wiped them out to the last, just as they would have done to us if we were the weaker party. I tried to speak as reasonably as possible, but there was a bit of involuntary acid in my last words. Hundreds of Keelish unknown to me were slain in that battle, and now just a couple moons later my swarm numbered less than 30. Now they have slaughtered over 1,000 of us. I couldn't stop baring my teeth threateningly at the humans as they looked at us. And the truth begins to reveal itself, you see. These vermin have no rights, they're murderers, they. The Blood Priestess was interrupted by the single human child in the squad of high speakers, her voice quaking with impotent rage. All around her, her companions went to shush her, but right as they did so, the Blood Priestess made her approach. She seamlessly changed from her threatening upright stance to rushing forward in a smooth, quadrupedal stance before again standing bolt upright again a threateningly close distance from the humans. You have no authority to speak, whelp. Do so again and I will demand payment from your betters. The long, dangerous fingers that the Blood Priestess had almost casually threatened the speaker squad with were now nearly within arm's reach of the humans. The youth, previously too enraged to care about the possible threat posed by the Blood Priestess, was now mere moments away from death or dismemberment and stumbled away, her body language obviously freaking out even through the Beralt's hood. The windspeaker stepped forward and pulled his hood and mask away from his face, exposing a sweaty face, his nostrils leaking blood. His eyes, though, were calm and angry. Careful, butcher. Lay your hand on one of mine and you won't live to regret it. The man threatened, a miniature gale beginning to form in his hand as an arrow flew from his quiver and began to float threateningly in the tornado. After another second, lightning began to scar the wood black as the Earth Speaker rolled his shoulders and renewed the armor covering his body while creating a huge maul in his clasped right fist. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. I'd love to offer your lifeblood to the blood-soaked Mother Narshat and test myself against you, but I offer a question first. If one of the high speakers of your people was to lead a war band across the Samutilia and spill the blood of this blood priestess Anna, how long do you think it would be before all the peoples of the wilds decide that they have become sick of your attempted plays at superiority? Even before that, is your arrogance so great that you dare presume you could escape the rest of my people here on our banks? No, they would happily offer your lifeblood to the mother and march across this river, and begin to taint your rivers with the entrails of every one of your God's forsaken people. And all that is only if you could manage to kill me in the first place. Blood Priestess Anna shivered in what could only have been borderline orgasmic excitement at the prospect while she looked deeper and deeper into the windspeaker's eyes. For a moment, I thought the captain would be captivated just as I had been, and initially he began to sag in place as his face went slack. Behind him, the Earth Speaker reached out and flicked the Windspeaker's head, and the unmasked man quickly wrenched his eyes away before discarding any semblance of courtesy. Attempt to soothsight me again and I will flay the flesh from your bones, you maggot-eating monkey. Oh, but did I merely attempt to? Did I see your home in Virtal, and your post at the fortress on the Nufir? Could I have seen your sister, the pride of your family? The Windspeaker's face drained of all blood, rage, and fear stark in his posture, as he hurried to recover his face with the Baralt's hood and mask. The humans, already nervous and twitchy, began to truly prepare themselves for battle as Anna stood absolutely still, gauging them. Finally, she scoffed, and with her right middle finger, she punched a small hole in her own palm before raising it to her mouth and lapping up the blood like a wolf stag. You do not deserve my fifth finger's sickle, nor my maternal hand's blood. Leave our shores since you are too coward to enter the blood debt and too craven to fight for your honor. We have no hospitality for weaklings too mewling and fearful to lay their own lives on the line for their self-appointed vengeance. Flee back to your warlock castles, tell your mothers that you have yet to wean yourselves from their milk, and return to your soft lives of killing the powerless. We don't fear you. The girl in the combat unit began to tremble and was about to scream something in response when the Earth Speaker quickly reached out and forcibly muffled any complaints she had. Anna chuckled and made a shooing motion with both hands as she relaxed into a crouch and turned away. We are not able to make diplomatic decisions at this time. We will return when that diplomatic power is given to us. The commander's face was hidden beneath his Baralt, but I could hear the grinding of teeth as he was forced to acquiesce to the Blood Priestess's demands. So your people always say. But the manic bearing of her pointed teeth returned. They have yet to spend even a single night on this side of the Samutilia. But they reside all around the Chakran. The people all around us in the forest bristled at the captain's final words. Anna blinked, then slightly twitched her head in what should have been a sort of respectful acknowledgement of the point the man had made. He made the same gesture in return, and the humans began their retreat into the river. Once the humans had finally retreated to an unthreatening distance, and we Keelish began to celebrate amongst ourselves, Blood Priestess Anna turned to me, her eyes cold and distant. So, talking Keelish spawn. What are we to do with you now that I've had my fun? Tariel POVs. The Blood Witch's words continued to echo around Tariel's mind, as their little group of four clambered back onto Dantler's back. The steady Earth Speaker didn't say anything, and Tariel was grateful to him for it. With her soothsight, Tariel's mind, already exhausted from his constant windwards and callings, had begun pounding like a drum in his skull, the sound making his vision flash with every one of his heartbeats. The agony of his life centered him, and breath after breath, he gathered his wits enough to regain a full consciousness regarding his surroundings. Gran Verret, forgive us, Tariel quietly mumbled to himself, losing the last semblance of his carefully constructed calm as he tallied the losses for this stupid jaunt. 1 civilian dead, 36 of the sentinels at the Samutilia sacrificed, and 2 high speakers dead, one of them the lieutenant colonel, no less, with another probably permanently crippled, for just 1,000 dead Keelish. The calculus of war was cruel and implacable at the best of times, but this was an embarrassment to the Nufir fort. A squad of their greatest elites couldn't exterminate a single swarm, and had sustained casualties. Even a single dead high speaker was worth more than 3,000 dead Keelish. And this. Why are you letting them send us away? We need to slaughter them. We can't let a single one survive. Let me kill them. The moron of a civilian was running her mouth again. She had generally grown on him over their weeks of travel together. Her constant curiosity and cute smile had been a welcome addition to their squad. But she didn't know anything about the real world. Shut up, he hissed, and Virali fell silent, her shoulders rocking back as if she'd been struck with a physical blow. Your mom and dad died, that sucks. Seeing their bodies on your family's table was traumatic, and I get it. I've seen dead family members and it's never easy. But if you say another word, I'll throw you to the Nardal before I carry you back to the shore, much less escort you beyond that. She began to exhale to respond somehow, but she quickly realized that he meant any other words. With a terse nod, Virali fell silent and stiff, every inch of her radiating rage and confusion, and whatever other amalgamation of emotions that teenage girls tended to feel was currently consuming her. Tariel didn't answer her unasked questions. Norette was still in shock at losing her hands and wife in one swift, cruel bite, and Dantler remained as staunch and quiet as ever. The Samutilia, at this opportune, slow crossing, was over a mile wide, and though the silence weighed on Tariel as they went, the need to apologize continued to swell inside him until he sighed. Varali, she looked at him, her posture tense as she didn't verbally answer. What do you know about the Moon Children? She shrugged, the movement so slight he nearly missed it. You can talk to me. I'm not quite so angry, and I'm trying to answer some questions for you. Not much, they're barbarians, work with the Sunkindred, drink blood and sacrifice babies, eat anybody they kill. They aren't people since they don't have magic. In her heated frustration, Virali pulled the Baralt from her face, the sweat coating her face and dripping freely to the waters below. Mostly correct, I suppose. They don't sacrifice babies and they don't eat everything they kill, but they do make sure to partake of the life of anything that meets its end at their hands. What do you know about their words of power? Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. Like all non-humans, their words change their bodies. They can't speak like we do. So not much. He rubbed at his face, the crusting blood from his nostrils flaking away as he scratched. So far as our soul speakers have been able to glean, they have 6 phrases, always spoken in order. No clue what they are specifically, but they go from the thumbs to the index, then the middle, fourth, then fifth fingers. The final phrase completes their words, and it changes their eyes. They can see into people, into hearts, into the future. And that's why that blood priestess talked about the Nufir and your sister. Tariel stiffened at the mention of Jalma but forced himself to answer, yeah. In those seconds she learned that much. Maybe could have learned more, but I was lucky. Dantler pulled me out of her grasp pretty quick. Tariel patted the shoulder of his companion as best as he could through the shifting stone armor, and the stone patted his fingers back. That's freaky, no wonder they're all barbarians if they can't use magic and have to stare at each other like that. Virali shivered before continuing, but why didn't we just kill them all? They don't have any magic and we could just slaughter them all. You've never fought any of the barbarians from the wilds. The Sunkindred are huge, furry, muscular, and nearly animals themselves. Tariel pulled himself from thinking about anything other than what they had seen. That's not important. Had you heard of the Keelish talking before this? Nobody has been able to see them and survive to tell of it. She didn't hide her bitterness. Except for me, I guess. Tariel felt a shiver run down his spine as he remembered the speaking monster. It was huge, taller than any human he'd ever seen, and its body rippled with muscle. He'd seen the exhausted, the desperate, and the fighting Keelish these last days, but something about seeing it deliberately speak to deceive. With a turn of his head, Tariel spat into the river, hoping to expel the impurity that even being near the monster could have corrupted him with. Seeing that just now really made me understand why the Grand Verat has commanded us to kill them all. You understand that, but you bowed to the barbarians. Coward. Norette mocked him, her eyes dead as she looked at the approaching shore. Her wife's body had been largely shredded in the jaws of the Nardal after she'd been overwhelmed and murdered by the Keelish. But Norette had been able to drag a part of her wife's body free before throwing it towards Dalek. On Dalek's back stood a hunched Laeoltal knee looking at something. He decided to stay back after Dalek refused to continue, and Tariel couldn't hold back the vitriol. Weak-willed bastard. Couldn't be arsed to put a little bit of effort into our Grand Verat given job. The arrogant High Lord didn't pay him any attention. The rage surged in Tariel, and with a wind-assisted jump, he landed near the crest of Dalek's shell beside Laeolt, who hunched over a bloodied mass of Keelish's body. Why didn't you and Dalek follow? We could have killed them all if you had. Immediately, he was shouting. Dalek is afraid of water. He could only pass through the marshes when supported by that fool Learthen. Instead of pushing us all forward to catch and kill all the Keelish, though, he descended to wage individual battle with the scaled menace. Bah, though he was blessed with power, there wasn't much brains to go with it. Shimmering sparks of lightning flickered into being around Tariel as he felt his temper flare up. As he began to contemplate how best to slap Ulni, though, his skier crawled out of Ulnia's collar and ate the sparks. Don't be stupid. You'll get yourself killed. Wouldn't want another Salma in your family, would you? He couldn't deal with the self-important bastard any longer. Tariel whirled around and stalked as far away as he could manage while remaining on Dalek's shell. Behind him, he heard Varali's curious question, and he listened in, curious about what the answer would be. And what exactly is all this? Discovery and experimentation. High Lord Olney responded, his eyes feverish and focused, a manic energy beginning to sweep him up as his soul-speaking subconsciously suffused his every word. The next step to take, where we gather and where we learns. We must blacken and we must burn else. The tower's witnesses bring. The tower's illnesses. To those within, we struggle to uncover the buried. To return the world to the varied from. The tower's tyranny and the tower's heresy. To what it once had been. We fight against the absolute. The tower's stranglehold, the grasp to keep all mute. And to reduce the fold. From the original address of Siegfried the Sighted to the blackened sanctuary. Hold still. Vefir's voice interrupted me from responding to the blood priestess. And as I felt myself get drawn in by her eyes once again, I was ripped from that reverie as he yanked the barbed arrow from my right shoulder. I hissed in pain as his magic immediately soothed the surge of agony and began to restore the flesh ripped away by the barbed arrowhead. You'll damage yourself worse if you keep moving with it still in there like that. He began to toss the offending weapon away, but I reached a hand out for it. I held it in my hand and lamented the losses of our poleaxes as I turned back to the apparent leader of our saviors. I am sorry. I chewed the words as clearly as I could out of my unsuited maw. I am the only one who can understand you. Thank you for saving us. Didn't save you for you, she responded, her own snout and large canines obviously uncomfortable with the language. We hate the warlocks, she spat the word, and I could use you to spite them. Nothing more. Now that you've lived up to your use, though, you must prove your value or die. What do you means? Anna's eyes literally flashed from milky white to purple, and I could see a couple other pairs of eyes in the surrounding forests do the same. The mother does not support the weak, nor the foolish. If you are not more valuable alive than your blood offering would be, then you will have value in offering your life's blood. I do not care in which of the two forms you can serve. Please allow me to consult with my swarm as they cannot understand us, I said after a pause. She flicked her long middle finger at me, apparently giving her permission. As I turned to the vestiges of my swarm, Sybil immediately asked, I did not understand all that was said. Are we to understand that we are still in danger? Her obvious anxiety led her to ask questions much more quickly and easily than she would have otherwise, and though I wished I could, I only rolled my right shoulder, the pain having faded to an ache. We need to prove our value to them, or they'll kill us. Brutus and Took both squared their shoulders and began low, threatening snarls that bubbled deep in their chests, and many of the swarm began to echo the sentiment as they set up in an outward-facing ring. We cannot, I exclaimed, bringing their focus back to me, face them and survive. These are their grounds and we do not know them. If we tried to run back across the river, we'd be slaughtered there. There is only one chance for survival. And we will do whatever it takes to survive. In my desperation, I remembered Vefir's own speaking of the words of power, how he saved Sybil's life. I am the peak that casts the long shadow, nothing. No feeling of sacred power, no system, notification that could help with the still waiting blood priestess Anna. Speaking of the system, Administrator, why was there nothing while we were being chased? Once they got close to us, the few times I hoped for answers, I got nothing. Any individual system user cannot receive any advice or immediate growth whilst in direct conflict with another system user. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. So one of those high speakers was humankind system user. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. With so much time to research the deepest depths of the system, they'd have such an advantage over me. I can offer you no further information except for this reiteration. Your individual systemic guidance cannot give any advice or growth while in direct conflict with another user. So you cannot give any specific detail or advice regarding another system user to me. Correct. Nivtala blessed me with wisdom. That was a worry for later, though, as I looked at the blood priestess, and she obviously no longer was willing to wait for me. I began to stalk forward, and two of the other furred people stepped forward with a strangely bird-like chirp warning as I did so. Nervous, I took one more step forward as their eyes flashed red before I bowed. Even with a deep bow, my nearly 7-foot frame stood taller than her, and I spoke. Thank you for your patience, Lady Blood Priestess. I am the one called Ashlani, alpha of this swarm, if we still merit to be called as such. We owe our continued existence to you and yours, and thank you for it. Anna's two large eyes flashed purple once again before she inclined her head back to my own. I have looked on you, Ashlani, and I call you Sahurliard, a scaly friend. The way she said looked communicated a depth I didn't understand, so I simply nodded in response. The blood priestess continued, I stand by my declaration, yet I hesitate to call your companions such. Anna deliberately looked into my eyes again and again, and though her gaze lacked the absolute magnetism of before, she still commanded my attention. I'd thought her about to continue her thought, but instead she looked at me more. Her eyes faded from their usual gray to a pure white, and while she continued to stare, she said nothing. The conversation had stagnated as she looked at me expectantly, so I ventured to speak once more. I must ask that you forgive my unfamiliarity with the rites and customs of your people. My own are a more direct lot. You say my people are not direct. You reveal to us your unfamiliarity in calling us profaners of the truth. Blood Priestess Anna's eyes literally glittered, the white flaring to vibrant scarlet and yellow, a starry light gleaming from within them, and her previous subtle smile was replaced by the beginnings of her baring her teeth. I was struck by the reality that she and her squad would leave us all as corpses upon the ground with the smallest provocation. I swallowed dryly. I meant no offense. I simply meant that my people do not assume intelligence among others. We are, unfortunately, as a whole, a somewhat dim-witted people. Anna's eyes ceased their vaguely threatening yellow tint and shifted once more to purple while her smile returned as if she'd never threatened my extinction. She twirled her index finger, gesturing for me to continue my thoughts. What would qualify my companions to be called Saheliad? Saherliard Ashlani, you could vouch for them if you proved yourself Favolo an honorable foe. But I'm already a Saherliard, a scaly friend. Isn't an honorable foe lesser than a friend? Not only Anna, but for the first time, all around me came true vocalizations that I supposed were laughter. The warriors all around me made the same hoop-sounding laugh, but just for a brief single moment. The swarm behind me startled and bristled once more at the sudden, unnerving sound. I gestured for them to calm and gather themselves back together as Blood Priestess Anna began to explain. Ah, Ashlani, that isn't so. A friend is one who occasionally does good things for you. Perhaps they will give you some of their meat or give a gift when your children are birthed. An honorable foe, however, will hone you, they will shape you. They will change you to your best form. They will pit their strengths against your weaknesses while you put your strengths to their weaknesses. You both glory in it as the struggle will draw from you depths of self-understanding and desperation and growth that a friend can never offer. A friend is one you share meals with. An honorable foe is one you share scars with. I nodded slowly, understanding her point. Then, to prove I am Favolo, I must show that I am a suitable stone upon which to sharpen yourselves. You prove yourself a capable learner, Saharliard Ashlani. Do you wish to prove yourself Favolo? And the other option is to pass through your lands and leave my swarm here to be slaughtered at your hands. I would offer them death at the fifth finger, an honorable shedding of their blood for the mother. But yes, their ends would be as sacrifice. Okay, then I guess I need to prove myself to you. How? The grin that crossed Blood Priestess Anna's face was positively vulpine, as she lurched into her unnerving rushing gait forward and entered my personal space. Oh, I am glad that you have chosen the path of honor. You could not have remained Saherliard if you were to have abandoned your swarm to the blood-soaked Mother Narshat. With that, I had passed the first of the Moon Children's tests. Okay, so what do I need to do to prove myself Favolo? The word was uncomfortable and breathy coming out of my mouth. In what way do you believe yourself able to serve as a whetstone for the blade that is the Moon Children? I would assume that I don't have much in the way of direct combat that would be better than what you could offer. You are obviously individually impressive, and I don't imagine I could match you in a fight. On top of that, I don't know anything about you and your people. Would you be willing to explain in what ways this Saherliard could prove himself Favolo? You understand, but not much. Come, walk with me as I find a proving ground. It was strange to me that Blood Priestess Anna didn't frustrate me. If I'd had any other teacher talk to me as if they were superior to me like she did, I would have been boiling with anger. Additionally, my Kadif blood would have been just as incensed at her obvious disdain for me, but I felt nothing more than slightly confused while still respectful. Maybe it was the absolute otherness of her, or her obvious strength and capability, or even something else entirely. Whatever it was, her blatant disrespect and dismissal of me didn't irk or infuriate, and I welcomed the feeling even while I internally questioned it. The primary reason that you do not feel superior to Blood Priestess Anna is because she is a more highly evolved specimen than you, and your innate bloodline recognizes that. I was almost surprised to receive information from the system. Even though I'd been told as much, I couldn't help but wonder where it was during the stalking and hunting of our swarm. We could have, oh Nivtala. The reality of what had happened finally settled into my stomach, and I stumbled to a stop as I fought to keep myself composed. I looked around at what was left of my swarm. Although I knew what the result would be, I took the time to count each Keelish and every wolf stag, and I subconsciously noted that Anna waited patiently as I took in the sight of my beleaguered, devastated swarm. It would be better to call us a pack at this point, with only 47 individuals when counting the wolf stags and myself. Most of those closest to me had survived, but Rulak and Wistrel were gone. Every other Keelish that had supported my ascension to becoming Swarm Alpha, left to rot by vengeful speakers. Come here, all you. I spoke in Keelish once again, and my swarm gathered around me. You all have come through something unimaginable to the weak. You have waded through literal rivers of blood to come to the other side. We stand at the peak of a mountain, one that continues to grow as we pile the bodies of our foes upon it, as well as the bodies of our comrades. Where we stand now is established on the backs of the felled and fallen, and I am proud to have you with me. Let us move ever farther along this path to newer, higher, bloodier peaks. Remember your fallen friends, especially those who turned back to give us time to complete our escape and move on. We will remember them and build upon their legacy. Forged in war and tempered in blood, I follow. Surprisingly, Vefir was the first to speak. His body trembled with inexpressible rage and pain, but his voice was steady and determined. The swarm, in twos and threes, repeated the rallying cry of Rulak and Wistrel before their death. Forged in war and tempered in blood, I follow. Their tones were somber, respectful, determined. Looking around, I saw resolute, focused faces. None simply nodded at me to go back to their own thoughts. Every Kadif who had survived was stronger than any of the Keelish of the moon before. Now, this small percentage of my original swarm looked at me with nearly eyes to hang on my every word. With a nod of approval, I turned back to the Night Children. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Blood Priestess, can we go to collect our fallen? We wish to add their strengths to our own. Our guide stiffened, and I immediately knew that I had somehow committed an error, but wasn't yet sure how. The blood and flesh of your fallen has been offered to the blood-soaked mother through her vassals the Nardal. Let the fish. Blood Priestess Anna sighed and began to speak even more patronizingly, as if attempting to teach a dim child. Yes, the Nardal are fish. They also exemplify all that the blood-soaked mother values most: savagery, fertility, and respect for the night. I didn't realize that Narshat was also a goddess of fertility. Why else would we call her mother? From what else than blood does life come? Without blood there cannot be life, and the blood-soaked mother Narshat reigns over that most important commodity of lifeblood. I wish I had time to talk religion with you. Why can't we collect our deads? Frankly speaking, there is not more than bone remaining of your fallen. The Nardal have surely devoured all the flesh that remains, and to steal from the gods is inviting death, even if the Moon Children were not present to prevent you from doing so. The offering has been made and accepted. Fine, could we collect the bones of the largest? That is neither flesh nor blood, and can serve as a totem of our survival this day. The gods are not petty, Anna grinned, almost baring her teeth. She then made a brief, quick series of those nearly avian noises, and 3 of our escorts peeled off, heading back towards the river. They will collect the bones in your stead and bring them to you at your earliest convenience. Is that satisfactory? I nodded deeply, thank you for your consideration. Anna smiled and continued walking, idly settling into an easy silence. I turned my focus inward and began to try to plan how to move forward to Nivtra. All I knew was to go east. The Moon Children seemed to know something about the Keelish that I didn't, maybe even about Keel. Maybe they could help me. I couldn't understand their ways, though, and I looked at the Blood Priestess, someone I needed to prove myself as a good enemy to. I groaned internally, then turned my attention back to our path. The forest was truly not a jungle any longer, with thicker trunk trees beginning to dominate the space, with long grasses growing underfoot instead of the complete, all-encompassing greenery of the jungle that had once been our home. Even so, it was somehow wilder, more savage, more natural. Our escorts mostly ascended the trees and swung and navigated adroitly above us, ranging all around and screeching communiques to each other in brief, contained bursts of sound. All had freakishly long fingers, just like Blood Priestess Anna, but how many of their fingers were so different, varied from one individual to the next? None had the scythe-shaped 5th finger that Anna did. I finally forcefully pulled myself out of my thoughts to ask another, possibly stupid question. So, why don't those on the other side of the river qualify as favelo to the Moon Children? Anna scoffed, scorn dripping from her tone. Oh. The Vushtin, the Veritocracy, the Warlocks. They are dangerous, yes, not honorable. Their magic's a bastardization of the divine, their gods an affront to the pantheon, their peoples a slaughter-maddened menace. Dangerous, honorless. A carnage-crazed Nanuk, too dangerous to leave alive but too powerful to put down. Thus, we keep the complete people caged, and the Sunkindred and the Moonchildren make the sacrifices of our lives and devotion to protect the rest of the continent. You don't let them cross or establish a presence on our lands ever. Some of the wilds are weaker and have allowed small incursions, and they are shamed for it. Yet, we of the Samutelia have never permitted any attack any measure of success. Anna smiled, pride evident in her bearing as she turned her eyes on me once again. I refocused on the ground, making sure I didn't stumble as she continued, but this is not the question you should be asking. Instead, ask why I think you may yet qualify as Favolo. Why do you think that I may yet qualify as Favolo? I was only barely able to keep the dry, sarcastic tone out of my response. The answer is variety, ponder that. Then, Anna picked up the pace and shut down any further attempts to speak with her. I suppose it is fortunate that I was too young to go to war in those days. If I'd been even a little older, a little more reckless, then I am sure that I would have marched as willingly and foolishly as all my siblings. Instead, now I sit as the Newsta over a changed people. I'm sure my ancestors' spirits mock me for our war and my cowardice, but Elankli hasn't seen fit to bless us with any prayer of survival but this. Notes from the Newsta Daily Record, spoken by the 21st Newsta Uriai, recorded by Carr. Variety, I mused over the thought, yet a part of me couldn't help but note the forced shift in my perspective that had taken place over our disastrous escape. Before, I wouldn't have eaten a single morsel of flesh from an intelligent creature, but I had personally slain loyal subordinates of mine to serve as sustenance for the swarm before feeding on their sacrificed bodies. And now 24 of us remained. With a literal shake of my head, as if I could shake the distracting thoughts out of my mind, I began to reapply my thoughts toward the hint Blood Priestess Anna had given me. I wasn't long for the frame of thought as I was interrupted. Alpha, you are obviously thinking hard about something. Maybe we could help if you were to enlighten us as to our current situation. What little I have understood has been something I cannot piece together. Sybil's voice cut into my reverie, and I finally realized that I had left the swarm in total darkness with regards to what was going on. Only general warnings not to fight the Moonchildren. Now we needed to prove ourselves Favolo. In as few sentences as I could, I apprised them of our situation, of our current plight, and the only way I could see us escaping that is complying with proving ourselves Favolo. She says that the key is variety, but I can't say that I understand what she's getting at with that. Took grunted, don't think it's just win a fight. They're stronger than us. We can't win a regular fight. Wouldn't hone them at all. If only Wistrel was here, she trailed off, her tail twitching briefly. I can't do what she did. I don't think it would work to just be that anyways. Perhaps you could show your magic. That may be something they have never encountered thus far. Sybil chimed in, but trailed off. No, from what we've seen, I'm sure that would not do. There is nothing about your magic that would simply convince them of that. Sybil went quiet, muttering additional ideas to herself before shutting them down. As she continued to ramble to herself, I raised my voice to the swarm at large. I don't care who speaks right now. We need ideas, and yours may be the one that keeps us alive. Call out anything that crosses your mind. Show how we hunt. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. No, they're just as good as us. Tell them how we got this far. Doesn't show much. Just how to migrate. Well then, how about? The ideas continued flowing in. Donating scales, showing magic, explaining terrain we crossed, describing the humans' tactics, everything. Nothing clicked, and I began to lose my hope for survival as the ideas began to peter out. Nivtala, give us wisdom. What can we do? Are they just looking for some way to take us down and relying on trickery for it? I won't allow them to. Fuar snarled at nobody in particular, and the swarm went quiet around us, just as frustrated and backed into a corner as Fuar and I. He had simply served as a demonstration of our hopeless situation. A small part of me noted the reactions of the Moonchildren around the swarm, that most went on guard, but Anna didn't react except to continue walking at the same pace. More ideas came, Sybil suggested plans, and in the end, every last member of the swarm had mentioned some new, increasingly desperate and unlikely option or approach for us to take. Eventually, though, every last suggestion was just that more unlikely than the last. The swarm, previously so united in our complete terror and rushed escape from our pursuit, began snapping at each other in tense anxiety and exhausted panic. Unthinkingly, a snarl began to bubble up in my throat, and with an effort of will and magic, I sent my voice thundering out over my swarm and sending the Moonchildren around us into battle-ready positions, their eyes flickering blue and red. Quiet, what little remains of the corpses of the rest of the swarm have yet to cool, and now we bicker like spawnlings over the last bite of a frog. So desperate for survival that you bite at your friends, your companions. My words struck each of those around me into submission, and I saw shame rise in every face. Sybil and Shamira exchanged a look, and I could feel the soothing presence of their magic wash over me as the swarm stilled. The desperation of our situation had settled over all of us, but there were still possibilities for success, however slim they were. I felt that truth, the possibility in what I was saying, a prospect for survival. I raised both hands, my voice supported by Conqueror's rebuke, enervating address, and even nurturing enunciation. It would seem to me that we have no choice but to show our absolute desperation and resolution for success. I trust my neck and back to you, and I expect you to trust each other as well. We're not yet beaten. I'll rip the tongue out of any one of you who keeps snapping at your swarm members, your fellow survivors. That way it won't get in the way of tearing through those who would threaten our existence. Silence settled over the swarm, and step by step, resolution entered the eyes of my swarm as they came to stand beside me. As one we walked in formation, onward until we entered a clearing and Blood Priestess Anna stopped in place. This is an acceptable location. I would take you to a blood ground, but as a whole you are not ready to enter our sacred grounds. Anna looked me in the eye. I have heard but did not understand your little discussion. How are you going to prove yourself a Favolo? I rolled my shoulders, steeling myself. We will show the power of the cornered, the weaker, and the many. We will show ourselves the desperate, the survivors, the Keelish who will become Keel. A grin began to spread over the Blood Priestess's face. Oh, interesting, and how will you begin to prove yourselves in this fashion? With that heartening response, I began to explain myself. I begin to understand. I believe that if you can prove that you contain the power of the desperate, you will be able to prove yourself and your people here Favolo. That is not easy nor simple. The grin spread wide across Bloodspeaker Anna's face, and I was again struck by the fact that she was not a human with black skin but a predator in the truest sense, and only in the general shape of a human. The Vushtan people at their palest were still deeply tanned, and varied from there all the way to the deep dark brown of fertile soil. The Moonchildren, however, were black, leathery-skinned, with fur running down their spines and foot-long fingers. Their eyes ranged in color, but only among the palest shades when they weren't strangely flashing with foreign colors. The blue of the sky at noon, the yellow of the full moon just cresting the horizon, and the faded brown of a burlraise's roots were common enough shades from those we saw. All had the same massive eyes that dominated their faces, and every iris expanded nearly completely to the corner of the eye. The sclera was barely visible when they turned their eyes to the extreme. Right now, though, what struck me was none of those things. Instead, it was the shape of Anna's mouth. The Moonchildren's faces nearly had snouts, their faces elongated and coming to a near point at the mouth, and when Anna bared her predator's smile, the four sharp, long canines in her mouth were bared. Each one was over an inch long, and I got the feeling that she could open her mouth wide enough to use them like four little stilettos. She wasn't the only predator in the conversation, though. I bared my own teeth in what could generously be called a smile and accurately be called a snarl. There is, after all, no other choice available to us. Blood Priestess Anna laughed more honestly than I'd heard from the Moonchild so far. It rang out through the air, and I was somehow reminded of the sound of the call of an owl mixed with the quiet rush of wind through the trees. It wasn't a beautiful laugh, but an honest one. I couldn't help but slightly relax my own threatening grin into a gentler, truer smile in response. You are beginning to understand how to be Favolo. I will gather those against whom you will struggle to prove yourselves. Prepare. I stepped back to my swarm and began to think. I wasn't sure what to say and was about to start some potentially rousing speech but couldn't. Instead, I thought for a moment, then began to speak. We have only one option and one goal in this fight. Win. I don't care what you do, but win. I'll be commanding. Took and Sybil will be my seconds. Try not to kill, but don't hesitate to strike a final blow if necessary. Between victory and death, choose victory and our lives over theirs. Everyone, get ready to rip and tear. With a nod, I gestured towards my swarm before finishing, every one of you victory by fang and blood. Around me, I saw the jaws of my fellow Keelish set, and everyone around got low to the ground. Beside me, Foir looked for somewhere to place Try, but with a sinking feeling in my heart and stomach, I reached out a hand. Confused, he offered Try into my arms, and she smiled widely up at me. I nuzzled her neck, my head nearly the size of her torso, and I saw just how big she'd gotten. Try had continued to grow, even while the rest of us shed every extra pound and was now about 3 feet tall. Her scales shone in the light of the meadow as I set her down. Foir, she needs to accompany us. No, she doesn't. I protect her and she will be safe, not fighting and dying. He snapped at me, never thinking. Are you desperate to survive? Yes, that's why I'm willing to fight for you, but are you really? I asked again, my voice laced with traces of my magic. As Foir looked at me, fear and confusion battling across his face, I continued, because I am. I'm willing to sacrifice whatever is necessary. If it is your life, My own, Sibyl's, or Try's. If any of our swarm dies now, then I will mourn them, I will wish it hadn't been necessary, and I will thank them for their willingness to lay down their lives for the rest of us. I will engrave their names on my heart and I will survive, I will continue, because I'm desperate. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site, this novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Foir's face broke, his breath catching in his throat as the possibility of finality, the possibility of his daughter's death settled over him. He began to hyperventilate, his eyes running everywhere wildly, searching for something. And then Try leaned into her father's leg and spoke. "Victory, Dad, I'll keep you safe too." Then, while Foire and I struggled to understand her resolve, she turned, faced the opposite side of the clearing and bared her teeth. I looked across the clearing as well and finally took it in. It was a couple 100 feet across and irregularly shaped. The tactician's part of my brain noticed 3 sinkholes, apparently where the damp ground had collapsed in on itself, and I quietly mentioned them to the Keelish around me, try listening to my commands with an intense severity. I heard them spread the news further while I watched the slowly assembling moonchildren, their numbers swelling far beyond what I had thought they would be. The suns beat down on us from overhead, and I hoped that the moonchildren would struggle to see in this light when their eyes were so obviously built for darkness. The clearing itself was thickly grassed, but the grasses weren't so long as to function as a hiding place. Took Sybil, make everyone find 1 stone for every hand they have empty. When it begins, we let loose a high salvo. Both nodded severely, but Took shifted back and forth for a moment, her eyes pleading. "No, Took, you're the best option we have right now for my right hand in combat. Take up the position, as I'm not much of a leader." Didn't think I was either, but here we are. Now go lead, get the rocks, and lead our swarm to battle. Took nodded, turned back to the swarm, and began leading them in collecting stones of the right size and weight. She didn't see it, but the swarm deferred to her gentle instructions. I commanded and they obeyed, but Took walked and the swarm followed. There was a quiet, absolute quality to her that the swarm followed almost instinctively, and I realized that Rulek had that same quality. Rulek, Wistrel, hundreds more. A shuddering breath mirroring Foir's threatened to catch in my throat, and I felt my breathing restrict. Wistrel, the crazed warmonger, never again would I be pressed into sparring with her. I couldn't continue to learn combat from her, and I knew I needed it. I was still just a brute most of the time, and she'd been a killer, graceful and elegant as she danced through the macabre, disgusting dance of death. I knew I was markedly stronger than she was, but I still couldn't come close to beating her in any fight, much less a fair one. Her yelling at me to come practice, her jibes while sparring, her manic energy at my side, always willing to charge into the front lines, gone forever. And Rulek, I'd always been a bit wary of him, if I was honest. There was a hidden burning intensity to him. Most of the time he presented himself as a lazy, rutting-obsessed fool, but when he'd thought it necessary, he'd stepped into the roles required of him. Beta of the swarm, warrior of vengeance against the wolf stags, leader of the final stand. When he'd shifted into those roles, his demeanor had changed and he had emanated a dangerous feel. But when he wasn't in those situations, he was crass and funny, supportive and light-hearted, my friend. I hadn't let myself really think about it, but he was probably my only other friend than Onkli, and he died when I was a week old. And they'd both rushed to their deaths for me. If I'd been human, maybe I'd have wept and gathered courage in thinking of the sacrifice of my friends, but I hadn't been human for a while now. Instead, I found myself seething with uncontained rage. These worthless, Neve-Tala-forgotten, scaleless cowards had taken them from me. Now, the Moonchildren decided to levy a test on me to see if the swarm was allowed to live. A neutral part of me recognized that the proud Kadif part of me was shouting to be heard within me, and I was letting it dictate my emotions. I decided to feed it, thinking of every injustice that had ever been done to me, every time I'd been looked down on, every loss I'd sustained, and more. Before long, I was pacing, not nervously, but with manic energy, and my swarm was picking up on my attitude. We swarmed together and were forced out by the sheer inertia of every other body pressing together, moshing all together. Sibyl's voice in my ear almost didn't register initially, but finally it clicked. "Ashlani, I have an idea." I nodded and found myself grinning wide as she began to detail her insane plan. As long as 175 years ago, the untamable wilds have stood before the holy state of the veritocracy. When the first speakers came in contact with the Sunkindred, they were dismissed and insulted, called warlocks and profaners. They were told simply that speaking in such a way was a heresy. Then, what had initially appeared to be a promising relationship between an infant nation and an established one soured. The Sunkindred refused all attempts at trade, proselytization, or relationship establishment. The Moonchildren's answer was more permanent. Any human from the veritocracy who crossed into their lands was summarily slain. Attempts at communication were not continued with the Moonchildren, and eventually, the constant denial from the Sunkindred terminated any continued efforts at cooperation. From the notes of renowned historian Ahialt Denilta, this is you proving yourselves favolo honorable foes. Foes come in many forms, but honor comes in adhering to there is no good word in this language for it. Honor comes through Vananahitra, being an example of the idea you wish to feel and show. Blood Priestess Anna scoffed at the uselessness of the human tongue and resumed her beginning speech. You will prove yourselves honorable by showing your desperation, nothing less and nothing more. Try not to kill each other, but foes must shed blood, and death often comes from bloodshed. It will be an honorable death if it comes. The swarm had gathered together and we stood, looking at the group of Moonchildren before us. There were maybe 50 of them, and considering that several of my swarm weren't combat-focused, I considered it a fair fight even though they had about several more combatants. Just enough to show our determination. And then two more identical groups of about 50 Moonchildren came soundlessly out of the woods to surround our flanks. Are these spectators? Of course not. They will help in your trials. I involuntarily felt my jaw begin to clench up, and I struggled to tamp down the rage boiling within me. Snarls bubbled without my conscious thought nor consent from my throat, and Anna laughed as she walked to the far side of the clearing. I thought I could help you Vananahitrar desperation. Best of luck. She called as she assumed a position behind the far pack of Moonchildren. I was fairly certain she was making fun of me, but even if I could prove it, Anna wouldn't change anything. My nervous excitement for battle had wholly been replaced by a fury so all-consuming I subconsciously felt combatants' bloodlust activate. My teeth still clenched. I explained the change to the swarm and couldn't help, but noticed the shifting of eyes and positions from at least partially confident to shifty, afraid, and desperate. Her goddess forsake her, but Blood Priestess Anna's decision had definitely benefited the swarm. Behind me, Sybil spoke, "This does complicate the plan, but only a bit. You and Took will be paired as the second row, and we will follow your lid to drive straight ahead. There will almost certainly be casualties in the back. If you move fast enough, that might be prevented." I cursed under my breaths. She was right, of course, but the idea that it all came down to if I was able to do this fast enough made me desperate. I kept forcefully looping myself back to it, feeding the seething mass of emotion within me, and I couldn't stand still. I continued my pacing, my tail continuously lashing, passing my stone from one hand to the other. I could feel my nervous energy infecting my followers, and again I forced myself to hold still and look across the meadow at our chosen group. Anna spoke, calling our attention. On my count, begin, one, begin. The sudden beginning of the fight took the swarm by surprise, but not the Moonchildren. They didn't hesitate to swarm towards us, shrieking their avian calls. The sounds nearly shook the ground, and their stomping feet did to my tremor sense. Quickly I pushed my magic to my throat and screamed wordlessly to rally my troops. The magic of Conqueror's rebuke and enervating address thrummed through me more powerfully than ever before, and as one the swarm surged forward straight towards the first group of Moonchildren. Wordless shrieks tore from throats, claws were brandished, and Took and I fell in just behind the first row of charging Keelish. The moment seemed to extend, but was over in an instant as the crashing of scaly bodies against leathery ones rang out. In front of me, blood began to spray from superficial but painful wounds on the Moonchildren. They seemed to be taken aback by how we had charged headlong towards them, seemingly abandoning our flanks to be shredded by their companions, but we were desperate. Strangely, we'd held onto our stones until now, and a volley of rocks slammed into Moonchildren faces with wet thunks. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. My hands free, I stabbed forward once, twice, thrice, attempting to hobble the nearest Moonchildren as I lunged wildly at any flashing red weakness presented by combatants' bloodlust. So much shorter than me were they that only once could I successfully hamstring my target, but she immediately fell before being pummeled under our unstopping charge. I didn't spare a single thought for them, instead focusing on the fact that compassion, pity, or hesitance would lead to our complete eradication. I pressed on. In front of me was Brutus, his mane of scales pressed outward threateningly as he shredded into the Moonchildren with reckless abandon. He'd never really fought with something humanoid and smaller than him, so all he did was seize his jaws around whatever limb or body part he could before bodily throwing the much lighter Moonchild into its companions. They went down like stalks of grass to the flailing bodies of their compatriots. The blood, both Keelish and Moonchild, coursed down Brutus's neck as he continued to press the attack. Our adversaries were quick to regain their feet, but we rushed past them, leaving them to throw themselves against the more heavily supported sides of our charging spear formation. On the other side was Jorel, rushing into battle alongside the Wolfstags. Arwa and her pack threw themselves at knees, ripping, tearing, and breaking with claw, jaw, and shoulder, respectively. He cared even less about his safety than Brutus and Arwa, and I couldn't help but notice a deep gash across the back of his neck, from one shoulder to the next. His own blood sprayed forward with every one of his strikes, and he began to use it to try to blind his next victim before continuing the charge. He began to cackle, maddened, screaming bow before the swarm. I repeated after him, infusing my words with magic as I began to channel debilitating diatribe on the Moonchildren. Bow before the swarm, bow. Bow. The Moonchildren didn't bow, but some of the closest took involuntary steps backward, slowing the approach of their allies and giving us greater room to continue the attack ourselves. With more space to build momentum, we smashed into more bodies, leaving wounded, stunned, crippled, and confused Moonchildren in our wake. We were about to reach the end of the Moonchildren's lines, where Took and I were to assume our part in our desperate plan. As Brutus and Jorel reached the end of the defensive lines of our foes, they spread to the side, opening a passage of sorts for the rest of the swarm to surge out of. Took and I led the way, continuing to charge forward as the rest of the swarm spread, creating a defensive line of our own as Took and I began the most uncertain part of our plan. Blood Priestess Anna's face quickly transitioned from surprise to a smirk to a wide, predatory grin as she realized our plan. She threw back her head and laughed, "Come, Sahurliard. You have chosen your own rules." As she settled into an easy stance, all 10 of her fingers splayed and looking threatening, there wasn't a single red spot to be seen as we completed our approach. Took and I jumped Anna at the same time. Took lunged high, her frills as flared as possible as I went low. Anna's thick fourth finger whipped at a blinding speed and crashed into the side of Took's head, smashing her to the side as her left hand came towards me in an uppercut, the scythe-like fifth finger spearing to impale me under my chin. I pulled back hard as my left arm continued forward, stabbing my quaking claw, strengthened claws towards Anna's belly just as I'd hoped. With the same blistering speed, Anna twisted her arm unnaturally and partially parried my lunge, the tips of my claws carving a series of shallow, long lines across the side of her stomach instead of burying themselves in her guts. I had to let my attack fail to keep myself from entering unsteadily into Anna's range as she lifted a foot in a kick and clipped my snout, sending me reeling. I could hear the disbelieving and enraged voices of the rest of the Moonchildren as Took and I pressed the attack, trading one of our blows for 3 of Anna's. We would lash out, both of us, attempting to grapple her, and she would only permit the most glancing of blows in exchange for bone-rattling thumps and painful scores deep in our flesh. I roared at her, attempting to stun her, as I flared the scales on my arms and began to desperately try to press the attack, even without any flickers of weak points appearing under the influence of my combatant's bloodlust. We were bleeding, but I felt like with just another minute or so we could complete our task. Behind me, Sybil's voice called out commands for a steady retreat. There was the sound of flames coughing to life, and Alpha duck. I did as I felt my scales crispen under the heat from the strong flames pressing against my back as a pillar of fire rushed over me towards Anna. That must have been Solia, and then Perkral's voice joined hers. "Stay down." I had no idea what this variation on the plan was as the echoes of thunder joined the fire and a bolt of lightning combined with the flames and exploded at Anna's feet. She stumbled away from the explosion, and a high-pitched voice joined in victory. "What does that mean?" Suddenly Sybil's voice went thready. "Try." Behind me I felt tiny steps approach through the smoldering underbrush. Then suddenly Try entered the fray. Wistrel would have been proud of her. She was the most enthusiastic fighter I'd ever seen. Almost instinctively, Try ducked, wove, and struck in tandem with me and Took. Foire, unwilling to leave his daughter in the fray, ran to join us. With the additional combatants, I was sure the tide would quickly turn in our favor. But the Blood Priestess's grin simply widened before she sped up and summarily smashed all 3 of us adults to the ground with her preternaturally powerful club fingers before reaching out to Try. "No," screamed Foire as he stumbled to his feet trying to stop Anna's attack. It was too late. With a quick scoop, she picked the child up and pinched her jaws closed with thumb and forefinger before planting what could only be an approximation of a kiss on Try's forehead. "Well done, Ashlani and Little One. With my authority as Blood Priestess, I name you both Favolo and give you a name among the celestial peoples. That name shall be, with the skies as my witness, in Drameth." Ashlani and Try in Drameth. At her words, the Moonchildren all around trilled their strange call and immediately fell back from the previously intense combat. It was done. I wished I had been in a position to graciously receive the good news, but instead, Blood Priestess Anna's impromptu announcement found me splayed on the ground, attempting to recover from the heavy blow she dealt my head. My swarm continued to try to push the attack, and I rolled over onto my side as I shouted out, "It's over, stop the fighting." The swarm retreated, still snarling threats at the Moonchildren before them. It took me only another moment to stand and begin reorienting myself. But I was slower far than Foir, who stumbled his way to Anna, begging piteously for Try's life while the rest of the swarm looked at me in hope. "We've succeeded, we will survive," I shouted out, and once the news was finally understood by the swarm, they found themselves involuntarily sagging with relief into each other, some falling to the ground, lungs bursting to try to fill themselves completely. Before me, Foir was able to extract his daughter from the blood priestess's hands, and as he carried her back, he muttered, "Thank you, Try, you've done well. What a brave child you are." A beaming smile began to spread over her face as her father carried her away. But after affectionately nuzzling into the crook of his neck, Try fought to be put back down. Once on her feet, she stumbled unsteady as she approached me, and once she got close, leaned into me. Fortunately, I had recovered just enough to not be sent sprawling and instead held her in my arms for a moment. "Victory Alpha," Try nuzzled into my waist, and I gently patted her back as I looked at Sybil, who alongside Vefir signaled that, somehow miraculously, none of the swarm had died. As I let a smile crack my face, I noted Anna approaching, having gone to speak briefly with some of her subordinates that had approached after the conclusion of our fight. "This is your child, Favolo. And that their mother," she flicked her tongue out, pointing at Foir. "No, that's her father. She is the sole hatchling remaining in the swarm." Her eyes flickered purple and green. "She has recently come of age, though, yes." "We don't know. We are the first of our kind." She made a possibly non-committal trill in her throat, and her name. "Try." Well, Try shows the confidence of one who has suffered few defeats, but her posture began to break as I held firm. "She is Vananahitra of descent to desperation." This hatchling was the weight that tipped the blood-soaked mother's scales in your favor. Only the desperate would send their children to fight, would abandon the rest of their companions for a chance at victory, would attempt to command dozens of their foes to bow in the midst of battle. Then I'll have to thank her reckless approach. Anna blinked once, slowly, green again flashing through her eyes. "It was not under your instruction that she joined our fight." "No, she simply screamed victory and threw herself at you." That vulpine grin again spread across Anna's face. "Your people's spawn is formidable. I wish there were others to witness like her." I couldn't stop the grimace from spreading across my face. "Perhaps we will have the opportunity to showcase ourselves another time." As Favolo, Anna bowed slightly in acknowledgement, and I continued, "That reminds me, were there unacceptable casualties among your people? Reading on this site, this novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original." Anna shook her head. "The few who will not rise again have died in the proving of Favolo. They are immediately welcomed into the eternal battle against the empty heavens." Then, the grin becoming more wry than predatory, "Your spawn is talented. Your people's growth potential is varied and wonderful." Her grin melted into a serious stare as she continued, "Beware though, do not become like the warlocks, dissatisfied with what you have. Their magics come from a compulsion wrought upon the gods themselves, and the Pantheon will not stand for the tower's continued influence through them. Your magic yet comes from your own bodies by the blessings of the Pantheon, and do not lust for greater power than the gods have bestowed upon you." That didn't make sense. System, the magic of the Vushtan people comes from their callings. A speaker is able to command the laws that govern the universe and attempt to usurp that power from the governing gods that rule it. Your magic comes from your Sonalfin, your magic manipulation organ, and comes from you. That was sufficient information for me to try to continue the conversation. Sometimes I do want more power, of course, but even if I did, I wouldn't know where to go about seizing this power for myself. "Do you?" "That is not a question I would answer for anyone, much less a Favolo. You are an honorable foe, and I respect you. I do not wish to strengthen you against the eventual day in which you bear your fangs at me in earnest." The last words could have been said with any vocal inflection, but Blood Priestess Anna said it as simply as stating a fact. "I am a moonchild. There are 4 minor suns orbiting the major sun in the sky. You and I will eventually fight each other to the death." There was no malice, no fear, no rage, no anything. She continued walking, unperturbed by her declaration of this apparent eventuality, and I struggled to follow behind. "You named me Indramef. What does that mean?" "It means that you, as the representative of your people, are Vananahitra of the people of desperation." She looked at Try and continued, "As is she." "So Indramef is the word for desperation." "Not quite." "The word is a complete saying in my tongue, literally meaning wallback. It means he who pushes themself to the end, puts his back to the wall, and gives themselves no endings other than absolute success or total failure. I would say that it fits you quite well. At least," Anna smirked, "with the help of the hatchling. Maybe call it Indramef of me, but I will accept any and every tool that gives me an advantage without shame or regret." "And again, you prove yourself worthy of the title." So what happens from here? Where do we go? As you are Favolo, we will guide you to a safe border from which you can lead your people to another, safer land. Of course, since you are foes, we will not willingly give you any land of ours without a due price. Agreed. Thank you, Blood Priestess Anna. First, could we rest? It has been a long couple of days. Of course, Favolo, Ashlani, and Dramef. Shall we take our rest here for the rest of the day and early night? That would be good, Favolo, Anna the Blood Priestess. I had another question to ask, but I couldn't know how it would be received. After pausing in uncomfortable silence for too long, I finally mustered the determination. What do you do with your dead? There was no flicker of color in Anna's eyes as she leveled her gaze at me. I knew she was soothsight-ing me, but I didn't know what that meant. My consciousness faded as I lost myself in her eyes, the gray swelling until the entirety of my vision was consumed with their faintly mist-like. I bit down hard on my tongue, the taste of iron filling my mouth as I tore my eyes away. Anna finally answered, "If you desire to eat, you must hunt it yourselves." "We did," I answered, "Favolo indeed." She responded, and again the smile spread slowly, almost with relish, across her face as she stalked away. After waiting for any additional response, I motioned for the swarm to gather the 5 moonchild bodies before settling down and finally assuming positions to rest. As the meal concluded, I decided to acknowledge the flashing system, notifications in the corner of my eye, quest completed. Growth achieved, title earned, quest board updated. Status updated. I was about to go through all the notifications when I saw something that caught my eye. It took me a surprisingly long time to recognize what it was, but once I realized, I stumbled to the sandy pit and collapsed into it. The suns, still high overhead, had baked the sands to a lovely warmth that had me immediately begin melting into the loose sand. Without moving, I sent my magic to fluidize the sands at my feet and tail, where I began to slowly sink as I manipulated the sonic waves to slowly migrate until all of me except my head was submerged. The little sand pit I found was far from the specially created baths in the den, but it was more than enough for me to bask in the warmth and enjoy the bath. I felt myself begin to drift off, but still wanted to look into my status. When I woke, the suns had already begun setting behind the wall of trees surrounding us. Most of my swarm remained sleeping, though Arwa laid somewhat attentively near my bath, her ears pricked up and twitching at every sound. With a groan, I stood, sending the sands in a cascade down my body as I stretched. I'd fallen unconscious more than asleep, and my spine, from the tip of my tail to the base of my skull, protested my every movement. As I creaked and tried to loosen myself enough to walk without discomfort, Arwa raised her head to look at me as she cocked her head and let her tongue loll out in a grin. I groaned as I struggled out of the sands and reached out to scratch her head, keeping an eye on me as I slept. She didn't answer as I continued to stretch and finally looked again at my notifications and status. Status, name. Ashlani, race Sonic Cautive Swarm Alpha. Titles, Disciple of Neavtala. Killer of Redale. Favolo of the Moonchildren. Current quests, hunt 5 new species. Reward will vary depending upon the evolutionary level of prey. Base reward, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +3. Progress, Greater Marsh Crocodile, Perfected Albatross, Partially Awakened Moonchild. Attain victory in political maneuvering over a foe with nearly equal social standing to yourself. Reward, Constitution, Strength, Agility +3, Intelligence +8, Magic +5. Complete. New quest, subjugate or otherwise conquer a community of at least 1,000 individuals. Base reward. Constitution +7, Strength, Agility +8, Intelligence +10, Magic +9. Possibility of additional rewards for greater difficulty. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neavtala. Rewards. Upgrade to title, Disciple of Neavtala, Acquisition of Skill, Voice of the Divine, Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Magic +8. Stats, Constitution. 100 + 3 + 6 = 109. Strength, 112 + 3 + 6 = 121. Agility, 111 + 3 + 6 = 120. Intelligence, 105 + 8 + 6 = 119. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. Magic. 116 + 5 + 5 = 126. Skills Adversary 610. Combatants Bloodlust 1-4 Imperial Bearing. Conqueror's Rebuke 1-5. Evolutionary Exemplar cannot evolve. Exceptional Individual cannot evolve. Fanatic's Fortitude unqualified. Fathomless Sonolphin unqualified 02. Crippling Cry 05. Debilitating Diatribe 01. Innervating Address 01. Nurturing Enunciation 050. Quaking Clause 01. Imperial Bearing cannot evolve. Improved Vision 1618. Innate Leadership cannot evolve. Pack Tactics 510. Pain Tolerance cannot evolve. Tremor Sense cannot evolve. True Dominance 05. Evolutionary Possibilities. Sonic Keel Zactyl. Speak the entirety of the true words of power of Neve Tala. Progress 01. Have a swarm leader level race. Completed. Codif heretic requirements. Learn how to bend the world's governing laws and compel the divine to follow your will. Other evolutions possible but not currently foreseen. Progress further and such possibilities will be presented to you. With all that had been happening with our escape from our old home, I hadn't taken much time to evaluate my status, so I was surprised by how little it had changed. I had long known that growing to adulthood would then slow much of my growth, but seeing that so directly was disheartening. Regardless, I'd expected much more growth in my skills after what I'd done these last days, and today especially, but I was reminded about how many of my skills required at least 50 or 100 subordinates to progress. I'd known that as a Keelish, and to my understanding a Keel, I would need to grow not as much as an individual so much as a member and leader of a race. Now again, the casualties we had suffered struck home, and I allowed myself a moment of grief as I considered the hundreds of lives lost in the past few days. An analytical, cold part of me only regretted the need to create a larger swarm once again before I could progress in my skills, and I couldn't help but acknowledge that reality. I refocused myself on what had changed. I hadn't expected that becoming Favelo would grant me a titles. Looking at it, the system provided me with an explanation. Effects of title Favelo of the Moonchildren are +6 to Constitution, Strength, Agility, Intelligence, +5 to Magic, and improved social perception by the natives of the untamable wilds. More benefits. Never something I wouldn't appreciate, and considering I'd had to do as much to survive, I wouldn't question it. And a new quest, something else I wouldn't be able to do for quite a while yet. The superior nature in me raged at the artificial throttling of my growth, that others' failures were holding me back, and I forced myself to look at the bottom of my status, the most unexpected addition. Codif Heretic. Though I'd heard the word a couple of times, I couldn't place its meaning. The system, however, was, as always, quick to supply an answer. Codif Heretic, an evolution achieved by having begun to learn how to follow a divine being's will and commands and then wholly turning away from that divinity. This evolution would sacrifice the long-term connection with the goddess that has blessed you in exchange for greater magical versatility and immediate gains to stats. This evolution would make evolution to Keel, the chosen race of Neftala, nearly impossible. I wanted a part of that magical versatility, remembering the feeling of calling flames to my will while I commanded the waters to obey. What I had learned and would continue to learn as a sonic Codif wouldn't be able to compare to the heretic, but nearly impossible to evolve to Keel. Would I lose the benefits I'd gained as a disciple of Neftala? Would I still be able to lead my people to Nevtra? Would the Keelish still be my people if I turned my back on their goddess? These thoughts and many more plagued my mind as I dismissed the new evolution with Blood Priestess Anna's words. Do not become like the warlocks, dissatisfied with what you have. Their magics come from a compulsion wrought upon the gods themselves, and the pantheon will not stand for the tower's continued influence through them. As the sun set fully beyond the tree line, I listened to the swarm begin to complain themselves to wakefulness around me. As the darkness became more and more complete, a part of me wanted to switch over to my thermal vision, but it didn't take me long to convince myself to continue in my attempt to upgrade the skill. After all, I was merely 2 days from that evolution, and I wouldn't allow a guided tour through the forest to be another stumbling block for me. Sybil stepped next to me and leaned into my shoulder. "Did you sleep?" I asked. "Some. I am not fully rested, but I believe that recovery will be a mere matter of time." "And how were the sands?" I chuckled. "Good, not enough, but good. Once we make our new home, I'll make sure we create extensive sand baths. All heated and as deep as you could want." "That would be nice." We stood in companionable silence before Sybil shot into a straight posture. "I apologize, I forgot, come with me." "What's the matter?" I asked as I followed her away. "The Blood Priestess," the title came out slowly, yet still chewed and mangled in Sybil's unaccustomed mouth, "was asking for you, and none of us can understand her language enough to communicate. I thought that it would be best for us to follow your lead, since you speak the language." I chuckled and without thought pulled her hands down and towards me. She stood firm, and I reluctantly stood as I nuzzled into her neck sleepily. Sybil initially stiffened, then relaxed into me, nipping gently at my neck while her tail lightly tapped on my leg before pulling away. My inner Kadif demanded that I sate my hunger for her much louder than I'd ever felt before, but I was thankfully able to quickly tamp down that desire. Sybil laughed quietly at my brief, heavy breath and resumed walking away. I followed, my steps lengthening until we walked side by side. How is the swarm doing? There were no casualties on our side, though it did get close for Jorel. Vefir has exhausted himself, ensuring that our casualty count remains at 0. All wounds sustained have been patched up enough to no longer present any real danger. Of the 5 deaths on their side, all seem to be of broken spines. We suspect the cause of death was our charge. The rest of the swarm has been awoken with the exception of Vefir. He is still resting and will be the last one to be woken. Good to hear, and morale's better than expected. Eating our fill and finally resting, even if not for as long as we need, has driven away the worst of the hopelessness. Only the strongest survived, and we are made stronger through our survival. Even with our victory, though, the Blood Priestess has the swarm nervous. Makes sense, I mused aloud. We couldn't do anything to her even with our greatest fighters. I bet Wistrel could hold her, could have held her own against Anna though, especially with Rulak at her side. We'd nearly reached where the Blood Priestess stood, awaiting my arrival. I stepped forward to end my conversation with Sybil and begin a new one with Anna, but Sybil stepped forward and in front of me before demanding I make eye contact with her. They might have been able to. Perhaps not. Sybil paused for a moment, ensuring that I maintained eye contact as she continued, but they are dead. Our enemies and nature itself took no prisoners, and they are casualties of our survival. We both know that both relish the chance to give their lives for our continued survival. Perhaps they could have made a difference, but instead you did. You are our alpha, you ever will be. I believe in you, I follow your every word and will continue to do so evermore. Sybil's voice dropped at the end reverently, and I saw the trust there. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Trust had finally begun to supersede, or maybe just cohabitate with, Sybil's analytical rationale. Here I saw an emotion begin to shape her viewpoint. I gently bunted my head against hers as we stepped before the Blood Priestess Anna. Did you have a good rest, Favolo? I did, thank you for allowing it to me. I have only done what is honorable, there is no need to thank me. Blood Priestess Anna shook her head and smiled at me. If I were a guest relying upon your hospitality, I would expect the same respect and honor to be returned to me. I nodded, maybe understanding what an honorable foe was, as I asked, what should I call you? Favolo Anna. Blood Priestess Anna. In an informal setting such as this, Anna will do. In front of our peoples, Blood Priestess Anna, and in a formal setting, Favolo Blood Priestess Anna. I don't think you will ever need to go quite so far, but you might someday. Anna's face settled into an easy grin as she spoke, the sharp canines at the front of her snout a shocking white contrasting her black face and hair. It has been a long while since I have had to begin to push myself in a battle like today. It is refreshing to loosen the body against opponents such as yourself. I imagine that once you mature fully, we will be more evenly matched. Thank you for the experience. The smile Anna gave was genuine, and for a moment her eyes regained that mystical, enamoring quality from that afternoon. It didn't hold me quite so forcefully as before, and after a mere moment, the silvery sheen of her gaze faded. You have a strong mind for one untrained. The soothsight is unclear on you, but I suspect you have experienced more than your body's youth would suggest. A god has touched you. Respect colored her tone as her eyes flashed a golden color. I startled and tried to hide my involuntary reaction. Obviously, I was unsuccessful as Anna suppressed a tittering giggle, and I quickly decided against continuing to try to hide it. Simply said, yes, how do you know? What is this, a soothsight? Anna spread her hands before me, immensely long fingers curling disturbingly as she moved them one by one from the thumb to her 5th finger as she spoke. Narshat's phrases are 6, one for each finger, ever escalating in importance from thumb to 5th finger, Narshat's blade. As a moonchild grows in power, they can truly speak the next phrase instead of merely saying it and thus receive Narshat's blessing. Each finger in turn is changed to a divine form as you see here, but there are 6 phrases. The 6th is to open your eyes to see. I have spoken the 6th phrase and received the 3rd baptism, and I see more than most. And what do you see? What others seek to hide. Anna's voice and face could have been carved from stone with all the information they were giving me. I won't get much more than that out of you, will I? I do cherish your directness. No, you won't. I sighed, so why have you called me here? It is night and the moon smiles down on us. You need passage to a safe border, and I intend to begin our journey this night. You and your kin are nearly as well developed as our own when it comes to nighttime activity, so we intend to travel during the nights and allow you the privilege of the hunt just before dawn each day. I swear to permit you as much succor as you need, so long as you conduct yourselves with honor. I felt the rhythm of solemnity settle over Anna as she spoke, and felt the need to reply more formally. I swear that me and mine will conduct ourselves as favolo, every one of us, so long as we remain in your lands. An approving nod. It should be 10 days to Dunbach, where we will rest for a day and have you escorted to the other border by a different group from there. Is that acceptable to you? Yes, Blood Priestess Anna. You honor your title with your words. Now do so with your actions. I fully intend to. Now I have a question. Would you happen to know where I could find a nest of my fellow, less intelligent counterparts? My swarm could use a bolstering of numbers. For nearly 2 centuries, we have abandoned all proselytism due to previous failures. Instead, the Holy State has allowed itself to focus all possibilities of foreign conversion on warfare. The Veritocracy's military might is, of course, the greatest on the continent. But if we make an enemy of every nation on Iliali, we will be unprepared for any incursion or aggression attempted by one of the savage continents to the northwest or far east. Therefore, it is the progressive body's suggestion that the august body of the Synod reintroduce more peaceful proselytism missionaries and lessons and nonviolent teachings. This way, we can unite all the lesser races under the Grand Verat's guidance and lead them to a higher existence. From an address given to the progressive body of the Synod by High Varan Jalma. Anna had good and bad news for me. The good news was that Anna knew of a different nest of Keelish, while the bad news was that it was outside of the bounds of the territory she frequently visited. Thus, my plans for an immediate bolstering of my troops were set aside for now. As we began our journey, the Moonchildren were more relaxed than I would have begun to expect was possible when traveling with a large group of people who were, self-admittedly, our enemies. We had fought violently and without restraint. The swarm had killed 5 of their number before eating them, and every one of the Moonchildren, a group of which was called a Camari, or pool of blood in their language, according to them, was happy and willing to try to communicate with the swarm. I was surprised to see the Moonchildren themselves attempt to initiate conversations and asked once why they would do so. The response varied little from one individual to the next. You are Favolo. Sometimes that means that blood is spilt, and sometimes that means that conversations should be had. Regardless of any individual desires for communication, it was far from simple for anybody involved, since the 2 Keelish other than myself that spoke any amount of the common tongue were Sybil and Shamira. I'd never considered myself a teacher, and as I tried to teach the common tongue to my swarm, there was limited effect. Unsurprisingly, Sybil remained the most adept at learning the tongue, but Shamira and Tri both threw themselves enthusiastically into the effort. While the rest of the swarm struggled with their language lessons, I found myself cursing under my own breath as the night continued, as I struggled through the last night without thermal vision to evolve improved vision. Of course, the Moonchildren lived up to their names and preferred to do the bulk of their travel at night, just as Anna had told me just before we had begun our journey. And I stumbled, careened, wobbled, and fell a dozen times that night as I stubbornly continued using exclusively my limited, very ordinary vision. I could feel my night vision improving as my tremor sense struggled to give me the information necessary to continue my journey. That first night, my stubborn desire to evolve my skill was the origin and the cause for the single exception to our relaxed journey eastward. Anna approached me, her face completely unseeable for me in the darkness, but for her eyes. They reflected the faint light of the stars and moon, and her tone was confused and bemused. Why are you so clumsy? Because I cannot see, Anna, that's why. And why do you not use your ability to see much more clearly in the darkness? To improve my vision. I didn't see any reason to expand on it, and my mood continued to sour, but Anna didn't care as she laughed, or more correctly giggled. Like a little girl, at my expense. I found myself gritting my fangs hard enough that I felt them begin to creak as she gained enough control over herself to finally respond. To improve your vision, you cripple your ability to see. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. I couldn't bring myself to verbally respond and simply nodded. The humiliation I felt began to pique my rage, and I considered lashing out at her. But I was desperate and sensible enough to keep myself from taking such a stupid action. I must be getting old, since that makes no sense to me. I sighed. I have an innate understanding of myself. I know what things I must do to improve myself, and I do them. This will improve my eyesight. Immediately, Anna's laugh ceased and she stood, unmoving, directly in front of me. Even with tremor sense, I wasn't paying enough attention and stumbled into her. Before I could ask what had happened, she bowed low and spoke softly. I apologize. I did not realize that you were walking under the inspiration of the gods. I had realized that you are God-touched, but even so my ignorance galls me. I insist you extract a blood price from me in penance. I came closer to falling in surprise to her obviously sincere words than I had from running into her. I don't follow. Anna stayed bowed submissive before me and Sybil staying nearby hissed, the rest of them are approaching. Careful. Anna spoke head still bowed as I barely noted a couple crackling branches around me. You are operating under inspiration and I mocked your efforts. Narshat demands that my blood be spilled in recompense for my impertinence and disrespect. There were some worried tones from the moonchildren around me, surprisingly close, no more than a dozen feet away. But at her words, they all seemed to accept whatever it was that was going to happen. I do not wish to slay you, but neither do I wish to disrespect you and your people. What does tradition ask that I do? Spill my blood. If I deem it to be insufficient, I will enact a second, worthy wound upon myself which will claim my life. As she spoke, Anna remained hunched over but crossed her curved, bladed fifth fingers behind her neck. I had no doubt that she could, and apparently would decapitate herself if she deemed the blood price extracted insufficient. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I couldn't have her die here. I couldn't guarantee that I would retain my Favolo status if she died, and beside that, I liked her as a person, strange though she was. After a heavy moment's silence and panicked contemplation, I spoke. Your sins were 3, thus I give you 3 cuts. First, your tongue. Anna extended her tongue at my words. It was longer than a person's or even a Keelish's, coming out nearly 3 inches. I extended a claw and quickly sliced the tip of the tongue off. Anna's blood began to pool on the ground before her as she kept her tongue exposed. The steady dripping of her blood accompanied my words as I continued. You spoke impertinently and hastily, so I offer the flesh and blood of your offending tongue to the gods. The second, your knee. I slashed 3 claws across the thin skin of Anna's left knee and cut the flesh shallowly, but still to the bone just below the surface. Again, the blood began to course out of Anna's body, and she didn't make a single sound of protest as the mud under her feet became a bloody slurry. You forgot that the gods are above you to stand in the way of their blessing, so I offer the blood of your knee forever bowed before them. Anna knelt as I continued. Finally. Your head, there were muted words of anger in the forest, and I hoped I knew what I was doing as I ran one long, sharp claw down the entirety of Anna's lupin face, from her hairline down to just above her nose at the tip of her snout. This cut was shallow and deliberate, but it immediately began bleeding profusely, the blood shining in weeping rivulets down her face. Your final sin was undervaluing your own worth to the gods. You are a blood priestess, and your life is of more value than to pay for a simple slight made from ignorance of the actions of a Favolo. I am one you are meant to learn from, so I invite you to learn and to continue on your path. Anna bowed her head, tongue still extended, and the blood from her face, tongue, and knee mixing together into a thick, irony mud at my feet. After a painfully long but objectively short minute, Anna raised her face and stood before me. Thank you, Favolo Ashlani Indrameth, you have helped me on my way. I remembered her words from earlier. I have only done what is honorable, no thanks necessary. Anna chuckled lightly. You speak well, let us continue our journey. With little more incident, 10 days later, we found ourselves about to enter the capital of the wilds. Dunbach? How should we act in Dunbach? We have never seen a city, but I wouldn't imagine that Keelish are considered the most welcome of guests. My already present anxiety spiked as I laid eyes on the wooden sturdy walls surrounding what was meant to be the midway point of our journey through the wilds. With my newly upgraded vision, I could pick out slits in the walls from which the defenders could shoot or defend against any attackers. Since improved vision had changed to raptor's eyes, both my regular vision and my thermal vision had become able to focus on a far-off point. I wasn't sure how my eyes could do that now, but I praised Neve Tala for the upgrade anyways. After all, I'd learned that prayer could bring me skills. I might as well indulge in it. From our spot outside of the city, Dunbach didn't seem to have cleared the forest that surrounded it. And as it had spread, they still hadn't cleared the trees. I could see dense tree growth within the walls, and massive trees sprouted regularly within the bounds of the city. As I allowed my raptor's eyes to focus on movement within the trees, dozens of hidden and obvious moonchildren were revealed to me. Simply follow me. You are Favolo to me, and any who respect the blood priesthood will respect my decision. Anna's response pulled me from my observation of the city. I refocused myself and felt the mantle of being a disciple of Neve Tala settle over me. The anxiety of the new environment was entirely purged from my body, and instead I stood tall, ready to face whatever challenges would appear before me. I nodded and fell in step beside the blood priestess, as the rest of the swarm flanked me with varying levels of worry, nervousness, and implicit trust between them. Sybil, Took, and Foire stayed close, though Tri continued jabbering as best as she could in the human tongue as she walked alongside her father. Took continued sizing up everything that came close while Jorel and Shamira controlled the wolf stags to gather together and keep themselves quiet, while Sybil incessantly muttered basic conversational phrases in the common tongue. Around the remaining members of my swarm walked moonchildren, escorting us onward. We were as ready as we were going to get, and without any real communication, I walked in lockstep with Anna towards the walls. Arrival at the gates of Dunbach saw us greeted by the now familiar screeching call of the moonchildren, from a well-concealed sentry manning the post. Anna responded in the human tongue, Blood Priestess Anna, come with Favolo Ashlani in Dremef Saherliard. A moment's silence came in response, then in the same human tongue, you have declared this one Favolo to you. The voice was raspy, either a husky female or tenor male's voice, and dripped with skepticism and confusion. Yes, Anna spoke clearly before immediately continuing forward to the closed gate. She made it to only a pace or two's distance away from the gate before it began to open before her presence. Turning over her shoulder, Anna nodded, beckoning me to follow. As we stepped through the gates and into the city proper, I realized that this was far from what I would have expected from a city. I'd never seen one, but I'd thought of all the things that would be necessary for a human gathering of hundreds of thousands to survive. Places for beasts of burden to walk, locations for bartering and trading, farms, and permanent structures to live in. Instead of buildings and roads, infrastructure and shops, though there were treehouses and hovels, tents and dirt paths. The apparently dense foresting within the city that I had seen from without was correct, and instead of having paths go in straight lines forward and back, they wound aimlessly around the massive trunks that populated the area. Interspersed between the locations with thick trees were dug-out homes, domes in the earth with doors so broad they were nearly as wide as they were tall. I liked it, that the inhabitants of Dunbach remained respectful of nature. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. The trees populating the area were different from any I'd seen anywhere else. They grew straight upward without branch or leaf up to about 20 feet before they spread, and sprawled outward in a distinctly bushy fashion. The trunks were thicker than a tree of comparable height should have been, and were smooth, without notable bark or small branches before the crest, where the entirety of their branches grew. In these peaks of the trees were subtle tree houses, woven to intermingle with the natural branches and only subtly, ingeniously provide greater cover than the tree itself would have provided. I could see slight movement within the tree houses, but as I focused my eyes on all of my peripherals, I was limiting my detailed sight and couldn't pick out any specifics. As we continued onward, into what I presumed to be the center of the city, the moonchildren around us began to leave as individuals or in pairs. I finally saw one scale one of these strange trees and enter into the house located on top, where more indistinct movement greeted them. It is an unexpected journey home. Blood Priestess Anna's voice jerked me out of my musings. Since I am here, it is an honorable visit and their families will be happy to see them. Thus they go to their families' Hazoma. Then those are your homes there in the trees. The Hazoma are sacred, holy to Narshad. A moonchild can only sleep soundly within the boughs of a Hazoma. I don't recall ever seeing a Hazoma anywhere else. Nor will you, Anna smirked. How long has it been since your last sound sleep? Anna laughed. It was an off-putting sound, no matter how many times I'd heard it. It reminded me of the pleased noises a hawk would make as they set into their prey at the end of a successful hunt. Most of a year. We joke that the discomfort of sleeping away from a Hazoma is what led our people to become night dwellers. No reason to sleep anyways if there is no Hazoma. I filed that away before changing the subject. Do you have a husband, Anna? Anna's laugh again belted out, full and joyous even if still strange. We do not marry as the warlocks do, but even if we did, I am an old, stubborn female, Ashlani. What male would have me? I'm sure to be more cantankerous than he wants, too strong to be convinced of his ways, and too busy to warm a bed. Any male strong enough to be my partner instead of my bed warmer is long since mated to another, and since I am a blood priestess, I must be monogamous, unlike the rest of my kind. Thus, my ambitious youth has left me, bereft of a fit partner in my old age. Anna's voice was only barely containing laughter throughout her speech, and she obviously didn't care much to have a partner at this point. You call yourself old, but you certainly don't seem to be to me. I have seen many moons, but in this tongue I would call myself 50 years old, I believe. The common manner of counting age is strange to me, but suffice to say I am beyond the years of bearing children. That is surprising. You do not show evidence of aging. To you perhaps I am slower than I once was, you should have seen me. Blood Priestess Anna, this merits a thorough explanation. Anna was interrupted by a strange being I'd never seen before, a probably male figure, hairier than the moonchildren by far, to the point of being called furry instead of hairy. He was not especially tall, just about 5.5 feet tall without counting his horns, but his shoulders were at least 3 feet across. The fur covering his face and upper body was a gradient from a nearly charcoal gray to the gray of morning cloud cover, and his face was decidedly bovine in shape and form. His horns curled aggressively above his head, and he wore nothing more than a crude loincloth, leaving the rest of his furry humanoid body exposed. At his hips hung two stone-headed hatchets, clean but unmistakably stained a rusty color with blood. Noonbright Takem, a pleasure to see you. Anna stiffened next to me while gesturing for me to stand back. The furry face of the apparently titled Noonbright screwed up in loosely controlled anger. His jaws clenched and he began to spit his words. Explain why you've brought some of the scaled menace into our holy place. Takem audibly ground his teeth and his massive hands twitched towards his hatchets. Anna sighed. I don't need to explain myself to you, you stiff-necked geezer of a goat. He and his swarm are favolo to me. Just as when she had approached the gates, Anna said what she had intended to, then continued walking onward. Differently from the guards at the gates, however, the Noonbright stepped to the side and directly into the path of Anna. His shoulders rolled forward as his bullish face curled into a snarl, the bubbling moose threatening. Don't think you are the only leader in Dunbach, blood priestess. Takem's voice continued to rasp bleedingly through his lips, but instead of what could have been the humorous sounds of appraised threatenings, his tone was that of a leader, and a dangerous one at that. You are the only blood priestess in the city, but we are two Noonbrights. You have brought the failed conqueror's ilk into our homes, and think we will simply accept it. Your hubris knows no bounds, and you will not be so lucky as to be allowed to wander so blatantly through our lands without considering the well-being of our children. I blinked hard. I wasn't expecting a vocabulary like that from a rough exterior like Takem's, and though I couldn't see it, I could feel him quiver in barely contained rage through my tremor sense. I began to step forward and justify my swarm's presence when Anna stepped forward, her hair bristling into a mohawk down her spine as she spread her arms threateningly. She stopped her approach just outside of reach for the Noonbright, and I noticed for the first time just how long his arms were, reaching almost to his knees just like a moonchild's. Takem's arms, though, were not the same lanky, wiry arms of a moonchild. Instead, they rippled with power and muscle with every movement, and he drew his hatchets as Anna spoke. Do not presume yourself capable of dictating who qualifies as my favolo, Takem. If you impinge on my honor, I will offer your heart's blood to the blood-soaked mother before Huldr reaches his zenith. There will be no glory for you or the rest of the Sunkindred, and the brightest beams of noon will look down only on your festering corpse. Anna slowly settled into her combat-ready stance, and her voice dropped to a raspy, threateningly serious tone. Do not doubt me. I looked to Takem, expecting to see him quail under her threat and promise of bloodshed or flinch or even immediately launch himself into battle, but he didn't react at all. No twitches of his weapons, no steps in any direction, no loss of eye contact. You would threaten Huldr's glory in front of a Noonbright. So long as you challenge the honor of Narshaat's blood priestess's words. You would stake the honor of a blood priestess of Narshaat on the honor of a Keelish. I have publicly called him favolo to me before my people, my city, and now you, my peer. Would you call me a deceiver? Anna's voice lacked any of the fiery passion that the words communicated, her tone instead glacial in speed and warmth. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it, know you honor yourself at all times and would never deceive willfully. The Noonbright allowed with a throaty sigh and a nodding concession. Then accept my declaration of favolo. Anna didn't relax her stance. With a grunt, Noonbright Takem began to stalk away without another word. Since I hadn't witnessed his approach, I only now saw his hidden slight limp and deliberately careful steps. Had he gone gray from the passage of time and was now slowed by the frailty of advanced age? Or was the stocky man previously injured? I let my questions fade from my mind as I watched, unsure of if I should say anything, but after just long enough for Takem to be out of our continued passage forward, Anna stood normally as if she hadn't been threatening lethal violence just moments before. Her ability to shift so suddenly and completely between absolutely contrasting moods and attitudes was strange, uncanny even. I almost wondered if she felt anything, or any apparent emotion was just her putting on the appearance of feeling something. You should have seen me 300 moons ago, then I could move at a truly awe-inspiring speed. Now I'm just quick, not so impressively as before. Are we not going to talk about that? He'll go off to mate with one of his women and be in a better mood before too long. Huldr's children are quick to every passion, and once he's had his fill and release, he will be closer to reasonable once again. That doesn't really answer my questions. Then ask Ashlani. Who is he? Noonbright Takems, a leader of the Sunkindred of about the same level of influence as myself. ignoring the All-Mother. And why does he hate the Keelish? Frankly speaking, your people are a scourge. Those who are not Saharliard devour anything they can reach, and Saharliard are frequently honorless and warmongering. He has good reason to distrust your people. But no reason, Anna's voice became bitter and as close to angry as I'd ever heard it, to distrust my word. I may still have to spill his blood to clear my name. I could see her point. I nodded slowly. Then are we safe while he is around? Anna nodded. He is frequently stationed to the southern border with the warlocks, and cannot frequently come home to his herd. Takem felt threatened by your presence near his young and weak, but with my word he will leave you in peace. He will feel no compassion or goodwill towards you, and if you give him and his people the opportunity to do so honorably, they will spill your blood, but he will not seek out to damage you unprovoked. Fair enough. I was about to ask another question when I was interrupted by Sybil behind me. I guess all my practice of the common tongue was useless. She had progressed immensely in her understanding of the human tongue, and had apparently been able to understand much of our conversation. I couldn't help but laugh and lovingly bunt my head into hers as Anna looked on impassively. Why do you laugh? I explained the joke, and a smile briefly covered Anna's face before she answered in a slow, deliberate tone to ensure Sybil could understand. It may serve you yet. The All-Mother lives here in Dunbach, and I'm sure she would love to speak with some of you at some point. And even if she does not, it will serve you in the rest of your journey towards the border and beyond, as you will travel with others of my people there, and communication makes for better favelo and simpler travels. Who is this All-Mother? I asked as Anna continued walking onward. You will see. Let me show you where you will pass the rest of this day. Come. The foreign incursions of the so-called divine aren't something to be heralded as a blessing, and that you think I might have been excited to hear as much says much about your intelligence. Pray tell, have you forgotten the title of my people? We do not consider ourselves to be your cousins, as you consider us, and every word that leaves your mouths is an omen of the end of times. From the letter of response from Lord Farah of Harandel, in response to the continental address of the Veritocracy, the swarm fell together in the small artificial clearing Anna led us to. We had been allowing ourselves some rest every day, so we weren't anywhere near the collapse we'd driven ourselves to. But we had been working hard and traveling hard, while still fending for ourselves and feeding ourselves. Suffice to say, there wasn't a single soul who complained about the extended break we seemed to be getting for now. Arwa's children had grown nearly to an adult size at this point, and they were already bigger than the wave wolfstags. Jorel had named them all, but I hadn't cared to learn any of the others' names. And when Jorel wasn't leading them, the wave wolfstags had begun circling around Sybil, and they always left at least one of their number behind with her. To my surprise, Sybil seemed to enjoy their company and worked with Jorel to continue training our furry companions. He was their leader, but near as I could tell, all the wolfstags considered her to be their queen of sorts. She had gotten to the point where she could communicate and give surprisingly complex commands to the creatures. Seek deer, scout in that point's direction, defend me. That last command led to all 12 surviving wave wolfstags circling around her, Sybil in the center and protected on all angles. It was pretty impressive, all things considered. How did you do it? They are simple creatures. Tell them what to do, and they do their best to accomplish your commands. They are much better to work with than you hard-headed reptiles. Sybil smirked at me. I did not even have to offer to mate with them. That came later than our cooperation began, so far as I know. And it's been long enough, I grinned and leaned closer, that I may need a refresher. Well, I do not think we want me to end up gravid and having to leave eggs behind before we can raise them. Sybil leaned forward and tenderly nuzzled at my shoulder, near where it joined with my neck. It sent the primal, involuntary remembrance of exactly how long it had been down my spine, and I half considered taking her right then. I suspected she wouldn't mind either, given how she continued to flirt with me. Sure, it was also probably some sort of subtle declaration of her position in the swarm to any that might have been wondering about how likely it may have been for them to sneak into my bed. But I didn't really care. I just wanted her, but I wasn't so foolish as to give in to mere urges. Just as I was able to gather my thoughts and attempt a comeback, Sybil slunk away, the wolfstags falling in step as she went. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. I would like to have some, though. I called out, and Sybil turned and looked at me. Like try. Like try, I confirmed. She's good to have around, she makes me happy, and I would like to have what Foire has with her. I concur. When we finally have a home once more, I will look forward to the rearing of new life. And the creation of it. Sybil flicked her tail teasingly as she walked away and began to confer with Shamira. I watched and began to look for Foire, but instead took the time provided to rest. I missed the wolf stag pelts we'd tanned and settled onto the ground, finding the softest position I could as I laughed at my petty desires to indulge. Just days before, I'd been running for my life and now I complained about the bedding. I laid my head on a tuft of particularly long grass as I succumbed once more to sleep. For the first time in a while, I dreamed. The riot of battle filled my head, the shrieks of dying Keelish, the wet sounds of claws and fangs finding purchase in flesh, the coughing explosion of magics clashing. All around me, though, were beautiful mountains, herds of creatures, and happy Keelish. I couldn't hear anything but the clamoring chaos of warfare, and the strange combination stunned me. I couldn't do anything but watch the idyllic scene as my mind raced with the possibilities presented by what I could hear. Sybil approached me, her walk casual and comfortable, and she twined her tail with me, the intimacy from her actions somehow gone. I couldn't feel anything but dread and my blood boiling. Try's whimpers woke me. She was laid nearby and she twitched fitfully in her sleep. Foire was asleep nearby her and I stepped close and rested my hand over the convulsing body of the child. She slowed and stilled before waking up and looking groggily up at me. I managed a smile, and she rested her head back down on the ground, her voice quiet as she asked in the tones of the still sleeping, "But Alpha, how can we live?" Her words faded off, lost to the oblivion of sleep. Even so, I felt the discomfort in my stomach surge at the meaning of what little I'd understood. My continued thoughts were torn from my mind as Anna approached. All the Moonchildren had only ever worn loincloths and short, leather skirts, so far as I had seen, and Anna was no exception. Until now. For the first time, I felt that Blood Priestess Anna presented herself as a dignified representative of a divine being. She wore what seemed to be a ceremonial robe of some sort, the moon in all its phases ringing the collar. Her breasts remained exposed, subtle attention being drawn to them in the curve of the lapels of the robe. The robe itself was silver and red, with motifs of birth and mothers nursing their children subtly shimmering into being as the robe fluttered in the wind. Somehow the robe gave her a mystical, ethereal quality, and I stood tall and stepped away from most of the sleeping Keelish to speak. "How can I help you? I thought we were going to be resting for now." "Favolo Ashlani in Drameth," she intoned. "I apologize for the interruption. The All-Mother is ready to see you. Come now to witness her and serve at her leisure. Do not compel me to use force." Anna carried herself differently than ever before when she presented herself to guide me to the All-Mother. In all things she did, Anna was proud or even arrogant. When she was insulting the Vushtan, the members of the Veritocracy, she did so from a place of pride and superiority over them. When she accepted me as Favolo, she was elevating my status towards that of her own, a lofty position as an honorable foe. When she asked for me to punish her, it was because her pride had been threatened by her words, and she wished to immediately recover her bone-deep egoism. When Blood Priestess Anna asked me to follow her to the All-Mother, she no longer displayed any of that all-consuming pride. She apologized, and that merely for the interruption. Only once had she apologized before, and that for when she'd thought herself guilty of blasphemy. She bowed to me, and I'd never seen her lower her head to anything. This Anna was not the Blood Priestess, the warrior and commander, but Anna, the servant to the All-Mother, and she was the perfect model of a submissive, humble servant. A reverence accompanied her every move, and though her every movement remained strong and perfectly controlled, no longer did her every muscle radiate a feline penchant for violence. Okay. "Let's go," I nodded to Anna before leaning down and gently patting the sleeping child. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Took and gestured her over. "I'm going to meet with the All-Mother, the leader here. Let Sybil know." Took nodded. "Anything I should do?" I shook my head. "Keep an eye out. I'll let you know where we can hunt when I get back." Another nod, then Took was off to interrupt Sybil and Shamira's talking. The three females were now most of the core of my swarm, along with Foire and Vefir. All those that remained alive would become the leaders of a larger, stronger swarm, though. I swore as much to myself and the heavens, and I could feel Neve Tala's approval settle over me like a mantle. Without any more consideration, I began walking beside Anna, whose steps remained deliberate and measured. As we walked, I took in Anna's ceremonial robe once more. Before, she had worn only a thick loincloth, the rest of her black skin and body hair uncovered. She, like all Moonchildren, was lean and muscular, the only real distinguishing physical characteristic of the females being their modest breasts. With the greatest physical difference between the genders being only a slight softness to the women, with this robe she finally registered as a woman to my eyes. This robe she wore covered the top of her head and draped down, splitting at the back before coming over the shoulder and curving around both breasts. The blood red, emblazoned with silver motifs of the moon in every one of her phases, waxing from the dark empty moon at the bottom, ended just below the bottom of her ribcage and bloomed to Narshat's full glory at Anna's head. The headdress left the thick hair running down Anna's spine uncovered, and the skirt worn around her waist was a deep black that was more of a sheet than a tailored garment. You must listen to the All-Mother's words. Anna spoke without looking at me, simply taking deliberate steps forward. She may have much or little to say to you, but all that she speaks comes from what she sees, and thus is more impactful and divine than you might think as an outsider. The All-Mother is tolerant, but she demands respect. Offer no disrespect when you speak or act, as I am unable to tolerate disrespect shown to the blood-soaked mother's mouthpiece. I nodded as we carefully strode onwards, the trees and subterranean hovels diminishing in number around us. Finally, we entered a clearing in the forest of Hazoma, and in the center was a shorter, thicker Hazoma. There was an obviously well-trod path towards this separate tree, and more natural, narrow paths spiderwebbing across the clearing from the singular entry path. I wanted to ask questions, but I more than realized that now was not the time to ask potentially rude questions. As we approached the apparent abode of the All-Mother, a young voice called out strident, "That's enough, Anna. Send him forward." I glanced towards the origin of the voice and saw no living soul. In fact, I saw that the trunk of the Hazoma had been hollowed out and there was a narrow entrance leading within. Anna nodded to the voice and stepped back wordlessly. Could the All-Mother see us even when she wasn't within the line of sight? With as little hesitation as I could muster, I began stepping forward towards the carved entrance before stopping a couple of strides away from entering. "I've been told that you are ready to see me, All-Mother, so I have come as quickly as I appropriately could have. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author." The energetic voice called out, "Please step inside. Let us counsel together." I began to feel nervous when my cautive sensibilities suddenly swelled within me, and I confidently stepped forward into the lair of the All-Mother. Somehow, I felt like it was disrespectful to look on the All-Mother with my thermal vision, and instead, I allowed my vision to slowly acclimate to the low light available. To my surprise, a hunched sunken-dread woman sat on a chair filled with cushions. Her fur had gone fully gray, and when she moved or shifted, a lightly glowing afterimage was left in her wake. Her eyes met mine, and she smiled as I stopped at a respectful distance. Then, I felt something moving behind me through my tremor sense, and I twitched, spinning to look at a figure that closed a door I hadn't seen behind me before stepping to stand beside the wizened Sunkindred. Now at her side, a somewhat small moonchild stood before me, her eyes veritably glowing in the dim light of the suns filtering through her door and the light that the Sunkindred shed. Those eyes were off-putting, and after a moment I realized that they had no pupils. All the moonchildren had disconcertingly large eyes, and the irises spread nearly to the edge of the eye itself. However large their irises, however, there remained the black pupils within them. The All-Mother's assistant's eyes faintly radiated a light from them, and there were no pupils to be found within them. Every one of her fingers showed the signs of having spoken the phrases, and I could feel the unmistakable pull from her eyes that let me know she had spoken the sixth phrase as well. I also noticed that her skin lacked the looseness that comes with age. Still, it hung tight to her joints and firm musculature. And except for her glowing, pupil-less eyes, the All-Mother's assistant looked much like any young female moonchild. She smiled at my searching eyes, her canines bared in a fierce grin. "Hello, Ashlani," the All-Mother said from her chair, her voice creaky but warm. "Thank you for coming. Do forgive the young one her impudence. She has not yet settled into her station." The words were a command both to me and the young, off-putting moonchild. Contrary to what I'd expected, the moonchild assistant merely nodded in acceptance of the reprimand, and the All-Mother continued speaking. "You were expecting the All-Mother to be a moonchild, were you not?" "I suppose I was. In a few years yet you will see one, if you are so trusted as to be allowed in our inner sanctums once more. Favolo Ashlani in Dramef. There is much about our culture that you need not learn. Instead, I had something to speak with you about," the aged woman said as she leaned forward, a streak of light trailing behind her. "Favolo Ashlani in Dramef, chosen of the gods," she trailed off, not finishing the sentence. My mouth went dry. "What do you mean, chosen of the gods?" "Precisely that. We have stories of the chosen, that they experience explosive growth beyond belief, that they tend to raise others up with them. You are about 6 months old, yes, yet you have grown so much farther than could be predicted by any in that time. You have a solid knowledge of how to evolve yourself, solid enough to cripple one of your senses, for days at a time and among your enemies no less, with the knowledge of eventual improvement. Does that answer your question?" I swallowed twice. "How do you know these things?" "Where Halter burns bright and illuminates, I see," the All-Mother shrugged. Now, her voice cracked like a whip, and she settled into her seat once again, her eyes glowing like miniature suns. I have seen two things which I desire to tell you before I leave you back to your rest and conversation with your children. The first is a specific answer to your question posed to our Anna where to find more of your kind. 2 days travel north-northeast, you will find them. They are far less advanced than you and yours ever were, but they should serve the purpose you seek. The second, at this, she tried to stand, but the Moonchild raised a hand to keep the senior woman from rising before stalking over to a shelf built into the wall of the room. I finally was able to tear my eyes away from the All-Mother as she looked away from me to watch the other woman searching the shelf. The room was odd. There were 3 layers of shelves that went around the complete circumference of the room, and nothing else, except for the chair in which the All-Mother had been seated. The 3 shelves were filled with random paraphernalia. Rocks, feathers, sticks, children's dolls, bones, coils of rope, parchment, and much more. The All-Mother's assistant grabbed a stone about a foot in width and half that in height and length before carrying it over to me. As I grabbed it, I let out an involuntary grunt. She had carried it without apparent effort, but it weighed well over 100 pounds. The second, she repeated herself as I tried to settle the stone into my arms, is this. Take it to it and tell her to investigate the stone. She will know eventually what to do with it. With a nod, the All-Mother finished, that is all. Enjoy your journey, for it is only beginning. She dismissed me, and her assistant quickly walked me to the door, where she ushered me out and closed the door once more. Thus ended my meeting with the All-Mother. She just told you to gimme this rock. Yeah, and said that eventually you'd know what to do with it. It shrugged, ain't now. All I know now is that it's heavier than you'd think looking at it. Not particularly familiar with what makes a rock, much less a special rock. Ain't a bloodstain on it or anything interesting like that, so I can't say what I might find. I sighed, unsurprised. Yeah, I knew it was heavy, but I was hoping for something more. Keep trying, I guess. Try using your magic to see if you can understand it as much as possible. That's it. Wait, also try not to break it. It chuckled. Goes without saying, I'll keep it safe. Thanks, I nodded as I walked away, leaving the first of my followers from outside my brood to her rock. She was muttering under her breath, and I heard a curious clicking of her claws on the stone as she tried to sound it out. Hopefully she would find out what to do with it sooner rather than later. The suns had long begun their descent, the sky turning a burning hue of oranges and reds. Since improved vision had evolved to raptor's eyes, I still hadn't used my thermal vision except for at night. Finally, my eyes rivaled and even surpassed what they had been as a human, and I could clearly see the clouds in the sky, pick out individual leaves in a tree from a distance, and if I squinted, somehow enhance my vision in a small area. As I watched the surroundings, I witnessed a couple of the Sunkindred stepping out of their homes, but they didn't seem to want to have anything to do with us Keelish, instead watching the sun's final light as they disappeared over the horizon. The Sunkindred moved in obvious worship of the celestial bodies, and bowed as the last light faded to nothing. Without the light of the suns, though, I could see that many of the Sunkindred left slight afterimages behind their every movement, like the All-Mother had, though none were quite so bright as hers. I idly looked around to see if I could find Takum, since I figured his afterimages would be brighter, but to no avail. You seem excited, Alpha. Sybil's voice shook me from my reverie. Did you get good news? As a matter of fact, yes. I know where to find another swarm, and I'm sure we can force them to follow under our rule on our journey. So, while I would have preferred to still have the rest of our numbers, I trailed off, and Sybil swiftly filled the silence. We can begin to be a swarm once again. Exactly. Fen POV. Fen tried her hardest not to let her fear show. Virali had been angry ever since she and Fen had seen the ruins of her family, but Fen had been sure that Virali would calm down once they killed the Keelish. Maybe it was because some had gotten away. Maybe Virali was just angry right now. Maybe it was because Fen wasn't good enough. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Fen tried not to let that last thought stick. She was trying. She missed her mother and father, but they were gone, so back to working hard. So hard, harder than she ever had when she'd been a human. She was growing and following the quest she got, and listening and talking to Virali and being her friend, but she felt like she still wasn't enough. All that Virali was doing these days was talk with that bastard High Lord, at least when he wasn't working with his newest experiment, and push herself harder and harder to become a better speaker. Whenever Fen tried to talk to her, Virali didn't even respond. The High Lord's words seemed to twist her friend. Fen was starting to feel like she was going crazy. Virali wouldn't say anything, but always pressing at the back of Fen's mind was a stewing, boiling rage. Fen was trying to stay as happy as always, but it was hard to feel anything other than that permanent anger. Right now, the two humans were a little less angry because Layalt was giving a lesson in speaking. While Fen couldn't use that same type of magic, she wondered if the tips and tricks he was giving could work for her, so she listened in. As with all speaking, channeling emotion like rage, sorrow, or joy into your phrasing will help. A steady earth speaker can commune with the earth around them better, an energetic wind speaker can better mold the air to their will, and an emotionally fluid wave speaker and can become one with the waves. Therefore, what weak soul speakers think is that they need to constantly listen and learn new phrases in order to progress in their abilities. They're wrong. What a high soul speaker learns is that these new things certainly do function, but soul speaking is different from all the others. That's why we're special. A soul speaker is a guide, not the shaper of the words as the other speakers are. You are wiser than those under your influence, you are closer to the heavens, you are greater than those beneath you. What is the source of these emotions? You don't need to feel a raging, burning emotion to empower yourself over others. Instead, you need to focus on the fact that you are the leader of your bound. Their limited minds cannot understand your plans, and they cannot approach the intellectual capacity of a human. It is better that you serve as their thoughts and conscience, so that they can focus entirely on how to serve you. But why should I try to change my soul companionship to a binding? Fen is my companion and even my friend. Fen nodded along with her companion's words and bleated her agreement at the insufferable man. He waved a hand and Fen felt her mind cloud, all her protestations dying in her mind as well as on her lips. The old ways of soul companionship allowed for greater flexibility from their companions. They could better express themselves and lead, but why would a servant need individuality? Why would the follower need to lead? You are the head of the companionship, so why would you make compromises in leadership? Does that make sense, Virali? Fen watched her bond slowly nod, and then the flaming impotent rage in Virali began to subside, washed away by waves of bitter recollection and then a steadfast resolve. Fen couldn't see what Virali was remembering, but as the powerful feeling of belonging and love washed over her, it forced Fen's addled mind to recollect the only time she had experienced that love herself. Those feelings Fen only experienced for that brief time with her parents, those nameless scaled deer. She'd thought she would again find them with Virali, but these weeks had changed her bond from the happy child she had been to a selfish, unrelenting vehicle for revenge. Quietly, Fen's body began to shake with uncontrollable sobs as she was blown away by this unstoppable sense of loss and desolation, missing the only two creatures that had ever shown genuine affection for her, her mother, slaughtered by Keelish only a month ago. Then Virali extended a hand toward Fen, and a wave of blissful oblivion spread over her mind. In the fog of Virali speaking, Fen could see that in the corner of her eye flashed a system message: evolution requirements met. Would you like to evolve to scale, dear soul render? Other peoples can't understand our absolute obedience to the Zoctif. They've never felt that same sense of his power, of servility, of belonging. They are fools. Once you have felt the call to serve, the ill cat will be waiting. If you already have the burn to serve, you may attempt to join our ranks. From a recruitment speech given to a congregation of 3 assembled schools within the new empire. After a night's rest, Anna had come by and let us know that another cadre of moonchildren had been assigned to escort us to the other Keelish's den. Nearby, Tri heard that it wasn't Anna and her people that would accompany us and ran to the blood priestess. To my surprise, she leapt into Anna's arms while whimpering, Anna holding the 4-foot-long Kadif in her arms like a long human baby. Anna sang a twittering song in her people's bird-like tongue as Tri cuddled the woman. After a lullaby or two, Tri descended from Anna's arms and retreated back to her father. And Fuar, to his credit in stuttering, halting human words, thanked Anna for the care she'd shown Tri. If I hadn't begun to understand the Moonchildren's ways, I might have doubted the relationship, but Anna respected the little one's bravery and dedication. After resting for one more night and day, we finally set off. 2 days had since passed, and this different cadre of Moonchildren had been inhospitable without ever crossing the line to disrespect. They numbered 11, counting their leader, a surly male whose name I was never told. He was young, his heavily scarred leathery skin taut and tight on his body, lean musculature evident. His vulpine face lacked the smile lines of Anna or the worry lines of the All-Mother, and there were no gray hairs visible in any part of his hair that ran all the way down his spine. Given his youth, he must have been quite formidable, given that all but his 5th fingers showed evidence of his having spoken the necessary phrases to have his fingers blessed by Narshat. The nameless male went by Empitter, apparently his title within the cadre. All told, he was a young buck with a chip on his shoulder, and I shouldn't have held it against him, given that I myself was just that. That said, I had some questions I wanted answered, and the kid was an insufferable, arrogant upstart, so I couldn't bring myself to care to indulge his pride. Given your people's apparent power, why haven't you exterminated this den of Keelish? He scoffed. You pests pose no threat to us. We can see and hear you coming, you are weak and slow. No danger, but in your dens, you do demonstrate an understanding of desperation. You are too weak to be called Favolo. Empitter spat the word, distaste dripping nearly as obviously as his spittle. And I believe that Blood Priestess Anna has made a mistake in her declaration. I honor her words, though, and will do nothing more than speak the truth to you. The ever-present smirk on his face spread once again as he finished his diatribe, so you have nothing to fear. I couldn't help it. I laughed straight in his face. Empitter immediately bristled, literally, his hackles rising all down his spine. Before he could start spitting something about how much better than me he was, I stepped close to him. I towered over the slight moonchild. Look, I don't care what you have to say or think or whatever. You look down on Keelish, I don't care. If you want to see if you're really so much better than me, I invite you to try it once we get to the end of our journey. Until then, leave it alone. After I finished speaking, I continued walking, leaving the frustratedly gaping mouth of Empitter behind me. Not 50 paces later, it approached me, the massive stone being dragged behind her in a sled of sorts that the All-Mother had commanded be sent to us. She had been the primary puller of the stone since I'd given it over to her, and without complaint she had brought it along for days of travel through the forests and hills. It spoke, her eyes roving around our surroundings. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. Alpha, look around here, what do you see? I glanced around. A couple of light scores in the trunks of nearby trees, some heavy game trails, and not much else. However, now that I was taking specific note of it, I realized that the forest around us had gone silent. There were no markings of the passage of larger prey other than the paths, and I heard no chirping birds, chittering small prey, or croaking of reptiles. The only sound other than those made by our group was the rustling of leaves in the wind that blew in our faces. The wind blowing in my face brought me several smells: rotting flesh, upturned soil, and rutting Keelish. It was faint, hidden behind the natural smells of the forest and carrion, but Keelish were breeding nearby. I turned my head quizzically before looking over to it. These markings here, she gestured at the cuts in the trunks around us, are territorial markings of a swarm. You never needed to learn this, you were too young to have ever participated in an expansion or conquest, but now you know, we're getting close. I nodded in agreement and called over to Empitter, not caring to wait for him to pay me any attention. Look, we're getting close. Wait here until a couple of hours after sunrise, we should be back by then. I didn't wait for a response and began walking off, the pitiful numbers of the swarm flanking me as I went. Excited sounds reverberated behind me as I heard my swarm begin to realize that we were entering another swarm's territory. I heard mutterings about how quickly I would be able to take control of this swarm, and a couple wondered aloud if this was going to be our new home. I sighed internally, knowing that our journey was far from over, but couldn't bring myself to disillusion them of their hopeful musings just yet. Took and Sybil stood proudly at my side and looked at me before nodding with a surety. Sylph and Jorel were at my other flank, and the swarm surged forward to enter this familiar yet foreign territory. The slight smells of Keelish presence filled the air, occasional tracks dotted the trails, and far away an argument could be heard. Following the sounds, it wasn't long, just a quarter of an hour, before we came upon a returning hunting pack of about 15. They were led by a large male, nothing so large as those in our swarm, but about the size of a moonchild, 5 feet tall. He saw our approach and immediately shrieked out, "Hooray-yous!" His voice was grating, reminiscent of the least intelligent and polished members of my Keelish who had died in the past weeks. "Are you the alpha of this swarm?" I refused to mince words. "No." He immediately turned and looking at Shamira changed subject. "Follow me, Rut." Her lips curled in anger at the brusque, unwanted approach and she lunged forward. The little pack alpha never stood a chance as Shamira, Sylph, and Jorel surged forward, with a couple others following suit, in a wave, lashing out with tails, jaws, arms, and sheer bodily mass. The unnamed alpha called his pack to defend themselves, but their 15 against our 5 quickly crumbled and submitted in defeat. Jorel and Sylph in particular were vicious, Jorel leveraging his squat, dense build and launching the much smaller Keelish into the air and against each other and nearby trees, while Sylph launched himself onto backs, bearing the weaker opponents to the ground, smashing their heads down once and leaping to the next nearest target. Shamira, to her credit, was relatively calm, and simply dealt debilitating blows with her tail at the knees of those stupid enough to get between her and her prey, the horny male.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.